Chapter 6. Exploration of Middle Island of New Zealand. January 1770. In Queen Charlotte Sound, New Zealand. Tuesday, 16th, variable light airs and clear settled weather. At 1 p.m. Hauled close round the southwest end of the island, on which stands the village before mentioned, the inhabitants of which were all in arms. At 2 o'clock we anchored in a very snug cove, Ship Cove, in Queen Charlotte Sound, which is on the northwest side of the bay facing the southwest end of the island in 11 fathoms, soft ground, and moored with the stream anchor. By this time several of the natives had come off to the ship in their canoes, and after heaving a few stones at us and having some conversation with Tupia, some of them ventured on board, where they made but a very short stay before they went into their canoes again, and soon after left us altogether. I then went ashore in the bottom of the cove, accompanied by most of the gentlemen on board. We found a fine stream of excellent water, and as to wood the land is here one entire forest. Having the Sean with us we made a few hauls and caught 300 pounds weight of different sorts of fish, which were equally distributed to the ship's company. A.M. careened the ship, scrubbed and paid the larboard side. Several of the natives visited us this morning, and brought with them some stinking fish, which, however, I ordered to be bought up to encourage them in this kind of traffic, but trade at this time seemed not to be their object, but were more inclinable to quarrel, and as the ship was upon the careen I thought they might give us some trouble, and perhaps hurt some of our people that were in the boats alongside. For this reason I fired some small shot at one of the first offenders. This made them keep at a proper distance while they stayed, which was not long before they all went away. These people declared to us this morning, that they never either saw or heard of a ship like ours being upon this coast before. From this it appears that they have no tradition among them of Tasman being here, for I believe Murderer's Bay, the place where he anchored, not to be far from this place. Tasman's Massacre Bay lies 70 miles to the west-northwest. But this cannot be it from the latitude, for I find by an observation made this day at noon that we are at an anchor in 41 degrees 5 minutes 32 seconds south, which is 15 miles to the southward of Murderer's Bay. The bay in Queen Charlotte Sound in which the Endeavour anchored, Ship Cove, lies 7 miles within the entrance on the western shore. Wednesday, 17th light airs, calm and pleasant weather. P.M. Righted ship and got the other side ready for heeling out, and in the evening hauled the Sean and caught a few fish. While this was doing some of us went in the pinnace into another cove, not far from where the ship lays. In going thither we meet with a woman floating upon the water, who to all appearance had not been dead many days. Soon after we landed we meet with 2 or 3 of the natives who not long before must have been regaling themselves upon human flesh, for I got from one of them the bone of the forearm of a man or woman which was quite fresh, and the flesh had been but lately picked off, which they told us they had eat. They gave us to understand that but a few days before they had taken, killed, and eat a boat's crew of their enemies or strangers, for I believe they look upon all strangers as enemies. From what we could learn the woman we had seen floating upon the water was in this boat and had been drowned in the fray. There was not one of us that had the least doubt but what these people were cannibals. But the finding this bone with part of the sinews fresh upon it was a stronger proof than any we had yet met with, and, in order to be fully satisfied of the truth of what they had told us, we told one of them that it was not the bone of a man, but that of a dog. But he, with great fervency, took hold of his forearm, and told us again that it was that bone, and to convince us that they had eat the flesh he took hold of the flesh of his own arm with his teeth and made signs of eating. A.M. careened, scrubbed, and paid the starboard side of the ship. While this was doing some of the natives came alongside seemingly only to look at us. There was a woman among them who had her arms, thighs, and legs cut in several places. This was done by way of mourning for her husband who had very lately been killed and eat by some of their enemies as they told us and pointed towards the place where it was done, which lay somewhere to the eastward. Mr. Banks got from one of them a bone of the forearm, much in the same state as the one before mentioned. And to show us that they eat the flesh, they bit and gnawed the bone and drawed it through their mouths, and this in such a manner as plainly shewed that the flesh to them was a dainty bit. Thursday, 18th, winds mostly from the southwest. A gentle breeze and clear settled weather. p.m. Righted the ship and sent on shore all or most of our empty casks, and in the morning the coopers went about trimming them, and the carpenters went to work to caulk the sides and to repair other defects in the ship. While the seamen are employed in the hold cutting wood, etc. etc. I made a little excursion in the pinnace in order to take a view of the bay, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. We met with nothing remarkable, and as we were on the west side of the bay where the land is so closely covered with wood that we could not penetrate into the country. Friday, 19th. Winds and weather as yesterday, and the employment of the people the same. In the p.m. some of our people found in the skirts of the wood 3 hip bones of men. They lay near to a hole or oven, that is a place where the natives dress their victuals. This circumstance, trifling as it is still a further proof that these people eat human flesh. In the a.m. set up the forge to repair the braces of the tiller and such other iron work as was wanting. The natives came alongside and sold us a quantity of large mackerel for nails, pieces of cloth and paper, and in this traffic they never once attempted to defraud us of any one thing but dealt as fair as people could do. Saturday, 20th. Wind southerly and fair, pleasant weather. Employed wooding, watering, etc., and in the a.m. sent part of the powder ashore to be aired. Some of the natives brought alongside in one of their canoes 4 of the heads of the men they had lately killed. Both the hairy scalps and skin of the faces were on. Mr. Banks bought one of the 4, but they would not part with any of the other on any account whatever. The one Mr. Banks got had received a blow on the temple that had broke the skull. This morning I set out in the pinnace accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, in order to survey the west coast of the bay. We took our route towards the head of the bay, but it was near noon before we had got beyond the place we had been before. Sunday, 21st, p.m., a gentle breeze of wind southerly, the remainder light airs and calm with clear, settled weather. p.m. The people employed as usual, and at 8 o'clock we returned on board the pinnace from surveying the bay, in the doing of which I met with an excellent harbor, but saw no inhabitants or any cultivated land. In the a.m. After hauling the Sean for fish, I gave everybody leave to go ashore at the watering place to amuse themselves as they thought proper. Monday, 22nd. p.m., and in the night had variable light airs and calms. a.m. Had a fresh breeze southerly and cloudy weather. In the morning the people were set about the necessary business of the ship, and I set out in the pinnace accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, with a view of examining the head of the inlet, but after rowing between 4 and 5 leagues up it, and finding no probability of reaching it, or even seeing the end. The head of Queen Charlotte Sound is 20 miles from where the Endeavour was lying. The wind being against us and the day already half spent, we landed at noon on the southeast side in order to try to get upon one of the hills, to view the inlet from thence. Tuesday, 23rd, p.m., wind southerly, a fresh breeze. Agreeable to what is mentioned above, I took one hand with me and climbed up to the top of one of the hills, but when I came there I was hindered from seeing up the inlet by higher hills, which I could not come at for impenetrable woods. But I was abundantly recompensed for the trouble I had in ascending the hill, for from it I saw what I took to be the eastern sea, and a strait or passage from it into the western sea. A little to the eastward of the entrance of the inlet in which we now lay with the ship. The main land which lies on the southeast side of this inlet appeared to me to be a narrow ridge of very high hills, and to form a part of the southwest side of the strait, Cook Strait, which divides the 2 islands of New Zealand. The land on the opposite side seemed to tend away east, as far as the eye could see. To the southeast appeared an open sea, and this I took to be the eastern. I likewise saw some islands lying on the east side of the inlet, which before I had taken to be a part of the main land. As soon as I had descended the hill and we had refreshed ourselves, we set out in order to return to the ship, and in our way passed through and examined the harbors, coves, etc., that lay behind the islands above mentioned. In this route we met with an old village in which were a good many houses, but no body had lived in them lately. We likewise saw another that was inhabited, but the day being so far spent, that we had not time to go to it, but made the best of our way to the ship, which we reached between 8 and 9 o'clock. In the night had much rain with cloudy, hazy weather, which continued by intervals until noon. Wednesday, 24th, p.m., had a fresh breeze southerly in cloudy weather. After dinner I employed myself in carrying on the survey of the place, and upon one of the islands where I landed were a number of houses but no inhabitants, neither had any been there lately. In the morning the gunner was sent ashore with the remainder of the powder today, and the long boat was sent with a gang of hands to one of the islands to cut grass for our sheep. And the rest of the people were employed about the usual work of the ship. This forenoon some of us visited the Hippa, which is situated on the point of the island mentioned on our first arrival, Machuara. The inhabitants of this place shewed not the least dislike at our coming, but, on the contrary, with a great deal of seeming good nature shewed us all over the place. We found among them some human bones, the flesh of which they told us they had eat. They likewise informed us that there was no passage into the sea through this inlet, as I had imagined there was, because above where I was in the boat it turned away to the westward. Leaving these people, we travelled to the other end of the island, and there took water and crossed over upon the main, where we met with several houses that were at present, or had very lately been, inhabited. But we saw but very few of the inhabitants, and these were in their boats fishing. After viewing this place we returned on board to dinner. Thursday, 25th, winds at northwest, a gentle breeze and fair weather. P.M. The long boat having returned with a load of grass, she was employed bringing on board wood and water, and the caulkers having finished caulking the ship's sides, a thing they have been employed upon ever since we came here. They were paid with tar. Early in the a.m. the long boat was sent again for grass, and returned at noon with a load. Friday, 26th, gentle breezes and pleasant weather. In the p.m. I made a little excursion in the pinnace along shore towards the mouth of the inlet, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. We found in a small cove several of the natives, of whom we purchased a quantity of fresh fish. And upon our return to the ship found that the Sean had been equally as successful, which we generally haul morning and evening, and seldom fail of getting fish sufficient for all hands. In the a.m. I made an excursion into one of the bays which lie on the east side of the inlet, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. Upon our landing we ascended a very high hill, from which we had a full view of the passage I had before discovered, and the land on the opposite shore, which appeared to be about 4 leagues from us. But as it was hazy near the horizon we could not see far to the southeast. However, I had now seen enough of this passage to convince me that there was the greatest probability in the world of its running into the eastern sea, as the distance of that sea from this place cannot exceed 20 leagues even to where we were. Upon this I resolved after putting to sea to search this passage with the ship. We found on the top of the hill a parcel of loose stones, of which we built a pyramid, and left in it some musket balls, small shot, beads, and whatever we had about us that was likely to stand the test of time. After this we descended the hill, and found along with Tupia and the boat's crew several of the natives, setting in the most free and friendly manner imaginable. Tupia always accompanies us in every excursion we make, and proves of infinite service. In our return to the ship we visited the Hippa we had seen on Tuesday last, which is situated on a small island, or rather a rock. The inhabitants of this place invited us ashore with their usual marks of friendship, and shewed us all over the place. Which indeed was soon done, for it was very small, yet it contained a good number of people, and they had in it, split and hanging up to dry, a prodigious quantity of various sorts of small fish. A part of which they sold to us for such trifles as we had about us. Saturday, 27th, fresh gales, westerly. This day we got the tiller properly secured, which hath been the employment of the armourers and part of the carpenters since we anchored at this place. The former in repairing making new iron work, and the latter in fixing a transom. A transom is a curved piece of wood which supports the end of the tiller, for the want of which the tiller has often been in danger of being broke. The iron braces that supplied the want of a transom have broke every time they have been repaired. Coopers still employed repairing the casks. Some hands with the long boat getting on board stones to put into the bottom of the bread room to bring the ship more by the stern, while others were employed cutting wood, repairing the rigging, and fishing. Sunday, 28th, strong gales westerly. P.M. fair and cloudy, the remainder thick, hazy weather, with much rain. Monday, 29th, winds as yesterday. P.M. rainy weather, the remainder fair and cloudy. Pretty early in the a.m. An old man, who had made us several visits upon our first arrival here, came on board, and told us that one of our boats had furred upon and wounded 2 of their people, one of which was dead of his wounds. This affair happened on Sunday was a week, and never before now came to my knowledge. On that day the master and 5 petty officers desired to have a small boat to go a-fishing. But instead of keeping within the usual bounds and under the protection of the ship, they went over to the Hippa on the island, from which some of the inhabitants put off in 2 canoes, as they thought to attack them. This caused the master to fire, and, according to the report of the old man, wounded 2, one of which is since dead, but this last circumstance was soon after contradicted by another of the natives, who Mr. Green and Tupia saw ashore, and I wish this last report may be true, because I find the reasons for firing upon them are not very justifiable. This morning I went out to the mouth of the inlet and landed upon the west point, and from the top of a pretty high hill which is there I had a view of this coast to the northwest. The farthest land I could see in that quarter was an island, Stevens Island. Cape Stevens, off which it lies, forms the western termination of the Strait, Cook's, between the 2 islands of New Zealand. The coast between this and Cape Jackson, where Cook was standing, is thickly indented with inlets of great extent. The 2 capes were named after the secretaries of the Admiralty. About 10 leagues off, and lying pretty near the main, and is the same as hath been before mentioned. Between this island and the place where I was lay some other islands close under the shore, which forms several bays, where there appears to be safe anchorage for shipping. After I had set the different points, etc. We erected upon the top of the hill a tower or pile of stones, in which we left a piece of silver coin, some musket balls, beads, etc., and left flying upon it a piece of an old pendant. After this we returned to the boat, and in our way to the ship visited some of the natives we met with along shore, and purchased of them a small quantity of fish. Tuesday, 30th, winds at northwest, gentle breezes, and fair weather. Early in the a.m. a boat was sent to one of the islands to get celery to boil for the people's breakfasts. While our people were gathering it near some empty huts, about 20 of the natives landed their men, women, and children. They had no sooner got out of their canoe than 5 or 6 women sat down together, and cut and sacrificed themselves, viz., their legs, shins, arms, and faces, some with shells, and others with pieces of jasper. So far as our people could understand them, this was done on account of their husbands being lately killed and devoured by their enemies. While the women was performing this ceremony, the men went about repairing the huts without showing the least concern. The carpenter went with part of his people into the woods to cut and square some timber to saw into boards for the use of the ship, and to prepare 2 posts to be set up with inscriptions on them. Wednesday, 31st, little wind and variable. In the p.m. the carpenters having prepared the 2 posts with inscriptions upon them, setting forth the ship's name, month, and year, one of them was set up at the watering place, on which was hoisted the Union flag. And in the morning I took the other over to the island which is known by the name of Machiuru, and is the one that lies nearest to the sea, but before I attempted to set up the post I went first to the Hippa, having Dr. Monkhouse and Tupia along with me. We here met with the old man I have before spoke of. The first thing I did was to inquire after the man said to be killed by our people, and the one that was wounded at the same time, when it did not appear to me that any such accidents had happened. I next, by means of Tupia, explained to the old man and several others that we were come to set up a mark upon the island, in order to shew to any ship that might put into this place that we had been here before. They not only gave their free consent to set it up, but promised never to pull it down. I then gave every one a present of one thing or another. To the old man I gave silver, 3 penny pieces dated 1763, and spike nails with the king's broad arrow cut deep in them, things that I thought were most likely to remain long among them. After I had thus prepared the way for setting up the post, we took it up to the highest part of the island, and after fixing it fast in the ground, hoisted thereon the Union flag, and I dignified this inlet with the name of Queen Charlotte Sound, and took formal possession of it and the adjacent lands in the name and for the use of His Majesty. We then drank Her Majesty's health in a bottle of wine, and gave the empty bottle to the old man, who had attended us up the hill, with which he was highly pleased. Whilst the post was setting up we asked the old man about the strait or passage into the Eastern Sea, and he very plainly told us there was a passage. And as I had some conjectures that the lands to the southwest of this strait, which we are now at, was an island, and not a continent, we questioned the old man about it, who said it consisted of 2 wanuas. That is 2 lands or islands that might be circumnavigated in a few days, even in 4. This man spoke of 3 lands, the 2 above mentioned which he called Tovipoinamu. The 2 wanuas were doubtless the peninsulas lying west of Queen Charlotte's Sound. The third was the North Island. Te Waipunamu, the water of the greenstone, of which the most prized weapons were made, is the native name of the middle island, but there must have been some confusion as to the possibility of getting round this in 4 days. The name of the North Island is Te Ika o Maui, the fish of Maui, but is given by Cook as Ihino Mau. It has been suggested, Rusden, that the name given to him was Tehinga o Maui, the fishing of Maui, and imperfectly rendered, which signifies green talk or stone, such as they make their tools or ornaments, etc., and for the third he pointed to the land on the east side of the strait. This, he said, was a large land, and that it would take up a great many moons to sail round it. This he called Ihino Mau, a name many others before had called it by. That part which borders on the strait he called Tyria Wit. After we had done our business upon the island we returned on board, bringing the old man along with us, who after dinner went ashore in a canoe that came to attend upon him. February 1770. Thursday, February 1st, p.m. Having complete the ship with wood, and filled all our water, the boatswain was sent ashore with a party of men to cut and make brooms, while others were employed about the rigging, fishing, etc. In the night and the remainder of the day had a strong gale from the northwest, attended with very much rain. Friday, 2nd. In the p.m. the gale increased to a storm, attended with rain and squalls, which came down in excessive heavy gusts from off the high land, in one of which the hawser we had fast to the shore broke. This obliged us to let go another anchor. Towards midnight the gale moderated, and in the morning it fell calm, and we took up the sheet anchor, looked at the best bower, and moored the ship again to the shore. The heavy rain, which both fell and continues to fall, hath caused the brook we watered at to overflow its banks, and carry away 10 small casks we had standing there full of water, and notwithstanding we searched the whole cove, we could not find one of them. Saturday, 3rd, winds northerly, mostly fair weather. Very early in the a.m. sent the long boat for celery to boil for the ship's company's breakfast, and as I intended sailing the first opportunity, I went over to the Hippa, which is on the east side of the sound, and purchased of the inhabitants a quantity of split and half-dried fish, and such as I could get. While we were at this Hippa, Tupia made farther inquiry about the lands and strait, and these people confirmed everything the old man had before told us. About noon we took our leave of them, which some seemed not sorry for. Notwithstanding they sold us their fish very freely, there were some few among them who shewed evident signs of disapprobation. Sunday, 4th, winds northerly, a fresh breeze and fair weather. In the p.m. after returning from the Hippa, some of us made an excursion along shore to the northward, in order to traffic with the natives for fish, in which we had no great success. In the evening got everything off from the shore, designing to sail in the morning, but the wind not permitting, we amused ourselves in fishing, collecting of shells, etc. Monday, 5th, winds and weather as yesterday. In the a.m. cast off the hawser, hove short on the bower, and carried out the kedge anchor, in order to warp the ship out of the cove. All the dry fish we have been able to procure from the natives since we came here were this day divided amongst the ship's company. Tuesday, 6th. At 2 p.m. Hove up the anchor, warped the ship out of the cove, and got under sail, but it soon after falling little wind, and that very variable, we anchored again a little above Motuoru. The old man, seeing us under sail, came on board to take his leave of us. Amongst other conversation that passed between him and Tupia, he was asked if either he or any of his ancestors had ever seen or heard of any ship like this being in these parts. To which question he answered in the negative, but said that his ancestors had told him that there came once to this place a small vessel from a distant part, wherein were 4 men that were all killed upon their landing. And being asked where this distant land lay, he pointed to the north, intimating that it would take up a great many days to go thither. Something of this land was mentioned by the people of the Bay of Islands, who said that some of their ancestors had been there, but it is very clear to us that their knowledge of this land is only traditionary. This was doubtless the tradition current among the Maoris, that their ancestors came from islands to the north. See note below. Had it calm all night until 6 o'clock in the morning, when a light breeze sprung up at north, and we got again under sail. But as the wind proved very unsteady, we got no farther than just without Motuoru by noon, but had a fair prospect of getting clear out of the sound, which I shall next describe. Description of Queen Charlotte's Sound. The entrance of this sound is situated in the latitude of 41 degrees south and longitude 184 degrees 45 minutes west, and near the middle of the southwest side of the strait before mentioned. The land off the southeast head of the sound called by the natives, Ko'omaru, off which lies 2 small islands and some rocks, makes the narrowest part of the strait. There stretcheth out 2 miles northeast by north from the northwest head a reef of rocks, a part of which is above water. This account of the 2 heads will be found sufficient guide to know this sound, which is 3 leagues broad at the entrance, and lies in southwest by south-southwest, and west-southwest at least 10 leagues. And is a collection of some of the finest harbors in the world, as will evidently appear from the plan which was taken with all the accuracy that time and circumstances would admit. The harbor or cove in which we lay, called Ship Cove, is not inferior to any in the sound, both in point of security and other conveniences. It lies on the west side of the sound, and is the southermost of 3 coves lying within Motuoru, which island bears east from it. You may sail into this cove either between this last mentioned island and the Isle Hamodi, or Long Island, or between Machuuru and the west shore. In this last channel are 2 ledges of rocks 3 fathoms under water, but they may be known by the seaweed which grows upon them. In sailing in or out of this sound with little wind attention must be had to the tides, which flow 9 or 10 o'clock full and change of the moon, and rises and falls upon a perpendicular 7 or 8 feet. The flood comes in through the strait from the southeast, and sets strong over upon the northwest head and the reef laying off it, the ebb sets with great rapidity to the southeast over upon the islands and rocks lying off the southeast head. The variation of the compass from good observations we found to be 13 degrees 5 minutes east. The land about this sound is of such height that we first saw it at the distance of 20 leagues. It consists wholly of high hills and deep valleys, well stored with a variety of excellent timber, fit for all purposes except ships' masts, for which use it is too hard and heavy. The sea abounds with a variety of fish, and in such plenty that, without going out of the cove where we lay, we caught daily, what with the shawn, hook, and lines, quite sufficient for all hands. And upon our first arrival we found plenty of shags and some few other wild fowls, which to people in our situation was fresh food not to be despised. The number of inhabitants hardly exceeds 300 or 400 people. They live dispersed along the shore in search of their daily bread, which is fish and fern roots, for they cultivate no part of the lands. Upon the appearance of danger they retire to their hippas or strongholds, for in this situation we found them, and they remained so for some days after. This people are poor when compared to many we have seen, and their canoes are mean and without ornament. The little traffic we had with them was wholly for fish, for we saw little else they had to dispose of. They had some knowledge of iron, for they very readily took nails in exchange for fish, and sometimes preferred them to anything else, which was more than the people of any other place would do. They were at first fond of paper, but when they found it spoil by being wet they would not take it. Nor did they set much value upon the cloth we got at George's Island, but shewed an extraordinary fondness for English broadcloth and red kersey, which shewed them to be a more sensible people than many of their neighbours. Besides the common dress, many of these people wore on their heads round caps made of birds' feathers, which were far from being unbecoming. Cook was not able to explore the whole of Queen Charlotte Sound, which runs into the land for 25 miles. Towards the southern end is Picton, the port of Blenheim, the capital of the province of Marlborough. In Cook Strait, New Zealand. Wednesday, 7th. In the PM had a light breeze at north by west, with which we got out of the sound and stood over to the eastward, in order to get the strait well open before the tide of ebb made. At 7 the two small islands which lies off Cape Comoreau, or the southeast head of Queen Charlotte Sound, bore east, distant 4 miles. At this time we had it nearly calm, and the tide of ebb making out, we were carried by the rapidity of the stream in a very short time close upon one of the islands, the Brothers. There is now a lighthouse on this island, where we narrowly escaped being dashed against the rocks by bringing the ship to an anchor in 75 fathoms water, with 150 fathoms of cable out. Even this would not have saved us had not the tide, which first set south by east, by meeting with the island changed its direction to southeast, and carried us past the first point. When the ship was brought up she was about 2 cables' lengths of the rocks and in the strength of the stream, which set southeast at least 4 or 5 knots or miles per hour. A little before 12 o'clock the tide abated, and we began to heave. By 3 the anchor was at the bows, and having a light breeze at northwest, we made sail over for the eastern shore, but having the tide against us we made but little way. The wind afterwards freshened, and came to north and northeast, with which and the tide of ebb we were in a short time hurried through the narrowest part of the strait, and then stood away for the southermost land we had in sight, which bore from us south by west. Over this land appeared a prodigious high mountain, the Karura Range, the summit of which is 9,500 feet high, the summit of which was covered with snow. The narrowest part of the strait we have passed lies between Cape Comoreau on Tovipoinamu and Cape Tirawit on Ihinomau. The distance from the one to the other I judge to be between 4 and 5 leagues. And notwithstanding the strength of the tides, now that is known, there is no great danger in passing it. In the doing of which I am of opinion that the northeast shore is the safest to keep upon, for upon that side there appeared no danger, whereas on the other shore there are not only the islands and rocks lying off Cape Comoreau. For I discovered from the hill from which I had the second view of the strait, a reef of rocks stretching from these islands 6 or 7 miles to the southward, and lay about 2 or 3 miles off from the shore. I shall not pretend here to assign limits to the length of this strait, a view of the chart will best illustrate that. About north 9 leagues from Cape Tirawit, under the same shore, is a high remarkable island, that may be distinctly seen from Queen Charlotte Sound, from which it lies northeast by east 1/4 east, distant 6 or 7 leagues. I have called it Entry Isle, and was taken notice of when we first passed it on Sunday 14th of last month. On the east side of Cape Tirawit the land trends away southeast by east about 8 leagues, where it ends in a point, and is the southermost land on Ihinomau, which I have named Cape Palliser in honor of my worthy friend Captain Palliser. Captain Palliser, afterward Sir Hugh, was captain of the Eagle, Cook's first ship in the Royal Navy. He discovered Cook's talents, and was his warm friend throughout his life. Between Cape Tirawit and Cape Palliser is the entrance to Port Nicholson, wherein is situated Wellington, the capital of New Zealand. This entrance is, however, narrow, and Cook was never near enough to the land to discover it. Latitude 41 degrees 34 minutes, longitude 183 degrees 58 minutes, it bore from us this day at noon south 79 degrees east, distant 12 or 13 leagues, being then in the latitude of 41 degrees 27 minutes south. At the same time Cape Comoreau bore north 1/2 east, distant 7 or 8 leagues. The southermost point of land in sight bore south 16 degrees west, and the snowy mountain southwest being about 3 leagues from the shore and abreast of a deep bay or inlet called Cloudy Bay, in the bottom of which appeared low land covered with tall trees. Thursday, 8th. In the p.m. had a fresh breeze at north-northeast and cloudy weather. At 3 o'clock was abreast of the southernmost point of land set at noon, which I named Cape Campbell, latitude 41 degrees 42 minutes south, longitude 184 degrees 47 minutes west. It lies south by west, distant 12 or 13 leagues from Cape Comoru, and together with Cape Palliser forms the southern entrance of the straits. The distance of the one to the other is 13 or 14 leagues west by south and east by north. From this cape we steered along shore southwest by south until 8 o'clock, when the wind died away. But an hour after a fresh breeze sprung up at southwest, and we put the ship right before it. The reason of my doing this was owing to a notion, which some of the officers had just started, that Ihainamau was not an island. Founding their opinion on a supposition that the land might extend away to the southeast from between Cape Tinigan and Cape Palliser, there being a space of about 12 or 13 leagues which we had not seen. For my own part, I had seen so far into this sea the first time I discovered the strait, together with many other concurrent testimonies of its being an island, that no such supposition ever entered my thoughts. But being resolved to clear up every doubt that might arise on so important an object, I took the opportunity of the shifting of the wind to stand to the eastward, and accordingly steered northeast by east all night. At 9 o'clock a.m. we were abreast of Cape Palliser, where we found the land trend away northeast towards Cape Tinigan, which I reckoned to be distant from us about 26 leagues, but as the weather was hazy so that we could not see above 4 or 5 leagues ahead, we still kept standing to the northeast, with a light breeze at south. At noon Cape Palliser bore north 72 degrees west, distant 3 leagues, our latitude by account is 41 degrees 30 minutes south. Complete the circuit of North Island, New Zealand. Friday, 9th. Gentle breezes at south and south-southeast, hazy cloudy weather. In the p.m. 3 canoes came off to the ship, wherein were between 30 and 40 of the natives, who had been pulling after us some time. It appeared from the behavior of these people that they had heard of our being upon the coast, for they came alongside, and some of them on board the ship, without shewing the least signs of fear. They were no sooner on board than they asked for nails, but when nails was given them they asked Tupia what they were, which was plain that they had never seen any before. Yet they not only knowed how to ask for them, but knowed what use to make of them, and therefore must have heard of nails, which they call how, the name of a tool among them made generally of bone, which they use as a chisel in making holes, etc. These people asking so readily for nails proves that their connections must extend as far north as Cape Kidnapper, which is 45 leagues, for that was the southernmost place on this side the coast we had any traffic with the natives. And it is most probable that the inhabitants of Queen Charlotte's Sound got the little knowledge they seem to have of iron by the connections they may have with the Tirrawidians bordering upon them. For we have no reason to think that the inhabitants of any part of this land had the least knowledge of iron before we came amongst them. After a short stay these people were dismissed with proper presents, and we continued our course along shore to the northeast until 11 o'clock a.m. When the weather cleared up, and we saw Cape Tinigan bearing north by east 1/4 east, distant 7 leagues. I then called the officers upon deck, and asked them if they were now satisfied that this land was an island. To which they answered in the affirmative, and we hauled our wind to the eastward. The Endeavour had now completely circumnavigated the North Island of New Zealand, having spent 4 months in the exploration. That Cook had communicated his enthusiasm to his officers is evident, or, knowing his determination to leave nothing doubtful, they would not have started the idea that the North Island might not be really an island. The natural wish after so many months' absence from civilization must have been to get back to it, and to take things for granted that would otherwise delay their progress. At noon our latitude by observation was 40 degrees 55 minutes south, which is 21 miles to the southward of Cape Tinigan, it bearing north by east, and Cape Palliser by this day's run bears south 43 degrees west, 19 or 20 leagues. Saturday, 10th. Gentle breezes at southeast and cloudy weather. At 4 p.m. tacked and stood southwest until 8 a.m. When being not above 3 or 4 miles from the shore we tacked, and stood off 2 hours, and then stood again to the southwest until noon, when being in the latitude of 41 degrees 13 minutes south, and about 2 miles from the shore. The land of Cape Palliser bearing south 53 degrees west, had 26 fathoms of water. Sunday, 11th, p.m. had light breeze from the southeast. In the night it was calm until 9 a.m., when a gentle breeze sprung up at east-northeast, with which we made sail to the southward, having a large swell rolling in from that quarter. At noon was in the latitude of 41 degrees 6 minutes south, distant from the shore 1½ leagues, a remarkable hillock, Castle Point, which stands close to the sea, borne north 1/2 east, distance 4 leagues. At this time 2 canoes came alongside the ship, with whom we had some little traffic, and then dismissed them. Monday, 12th. Most part of p.m. Had a fresh breeze at northeast, which by sunset carried us the length of Cape Palliser, and as the weather was clear I had an opportunity of viewing the land of this cape, which is of a height sufficient to be seen in clear weather 12 or 14 leagues, and is of a broken and hilly surface. Between the foot of the high land and the sea is a border of low, flat land, off which lies some rocks, that appear above water. Between this cape and Cape Tinnigan the land near the shore is in many places low and flat, and appeared green and pleasant, but inland are many hills. From Cape Palliser to Cape Tirrawit the land is tolerable high, making in table points, and the shore forms 2 bays, at least it appeared so, for we were always too far off this part of the coast to be particular. The northern of these was the entrance to Port Nicholson, the harbour of Auckland. The wind continued at northeast until 12 at night, when it died away, and veered round to the west, and afterwards to south and south-southeast little wind, so that by noon we had advanced no farther than 41 degrees 52 minutes south latitude. Cape Palliser bearing north, distant 5 leagues, and the Snowy Mountain bore south 83 degrees west. Tuesday, 13th, p.m. light airs at southeast, the remainder calm. At noon found ourselves in the latitude of 42 degrees 2 minutes south, Cape Palliser bearing north 20 degrees east, distant 8 leagues. Wednesday, 14th, p.m. A fresh breeze sprung up at northeast, and we steered southwest by west for the southermost land we had in sight, which bore from us at sunset south 74 degrees west. At this time we found the variation to be 15 degrees 4 minutes east. At 8 a.m. it fell calm. At this time we had run 21 leagues south 58 degrees west since yesterday at noon, which brought us abreast of the high Snowy Mountain, it bearing from us northwest in this direction. It lay behind a mountainous ridge of nearly the same height, which riseth directly from the sea, and runs parallel with the shore, which lies northeast 1/2 north and southwest 1/2 south. The northeast end of the ridge takes its rise but a little way inland from Cape Campbell. These mountains are distinctly seen both from Cape Comoros and Cape Palliser, being distant from the former southwest 1/2 south 22 leagues. And from the latter west-southwest 30 leagues, but they are of a height sufficient to be seen at a much greater distance. By some on board they are thought to be much higher than the Peak of Teneriffe, which I cannot agree to. Neither do I think them so high as Mount Egmont, on the southwest coast of Ehinemau, founding my opinion on the summit of the latter being almost wholly covered with snow, whereas it only lies upon these in patches. The highest peak of the Kaikoura Mountains, Mount Tapiopuka, is 9,500 feet high. It is therefore higher than Mount Egmont, but not so high as the Peak of Teneriffe. The snow lies thicker on the western side of New Zealand mountains, so Cook's parallel was fallacious. The Endeavour was now near the Kaikoura Peninsula, where a small town stands at the present day, the shipping port of an agricultural district. At noon was in the latitude of 42 degrees 34 minutes south. The southermost land we had in sight bore southwest 1/2 west, and some low land that made like an island lying close under the foot of the ridge northwest by north, distant about 5 or 6 leagues. Thursday, 15th. In the p.m. 4 double canoes, in which were 57 men, came off to the ship, they kept at the distance of about a stone's throw from us, and would not be prevailed upon to put alongside by all that Tupia could say to them. From this we concluded that they never had heard of our being upon the coast. At 8 p.m. a breeze sprung up at south-southwest, with which we stretched off southeast, because some on board thought they saw land in that quarter. We continued on this course until 6 a.m., at which time we had run 11 leagues, but saw no land but that which we had left. Soon after this it fell calm, and continued so for an hour. Then a light breeze sprung up at west, which afterwards veered to the north, and we stood to the westward. At noon our latitude by observation was 42 degrees 56 minutes south, and the high land we were abreast of yesterday at noon, north-northwest 1/2 west. Friday, 16th. In the p.m. had a light breeze northeast, with which we steered west, edging in for the land, which was distant from us about 8 leagues. At 7 o'clock the southernmost extreme of the land in sight bore west-southwest, being about 6 leagues from the shore. Soon after this it fell calm, and continued so most part of the night, with sometimes light airs from the land. At daylight we discovered land bearing south by west, and seemingly detached from the coast we were upon. At 8 o'clock a breeze sprung up at north by east, and we steered directly for it. At noon was in the latitude of 43 degrees 19 minutes south, the peak on the snowy mountains bore north 20 degrees east, distant 27 leagues. The southern extremity we could see of that land bore west, and the land discovered in the morning, making like an island, extending from south-southwest to southwest by west 1/2 west, distant about 8 leagues. Our course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon southwest by west, 43 miles, variation by this morning's amplitude 14 degrees 39 minutes east. Off Banks Peninsula, New Zealand. Saturday, 17th, p.m. Stood to the southward for the land above mentioned, with the wind at north, a fresh breeze and clear weather. At 8 o'clock we had run 11 leagues since noon, when the land extended from southwest by west to north by west, being distant from the nearest shore about 3 or 4 leagues, in this situation had 50 fathoms, a fine sandy bottom. Soon after this it fell calm, and continued so until 6 a.m., when a light breeze sprung up at northwest, which afterwards veered to northeast. At sunrise, being very clear, we plainly discovered that the last mentioned land was an island by seeing part of the land of Tovipoenamo open to the westward of it, extending as far as west by south. At 8 o'clock the extremes of the island bore north 76 degrees west and north-northeast 1/2 east, and an opening that had the appearance of a bay or harbor, lying near the south point north 20 degrees west, distant 3 or 4 leagues. Being in 38 fathoms, a brown sandy bottom. This island, it is not an island, but a mountainous peninsula, still called after Mr. Banks, but from the lowness of the land it adjoins, looks like an island. On the north side is the fine harbour of Littleton, the port of Christchurch, a town of nearly 40,000 inhabitants. The harbour on the south side, that Cook saw, is Akaroa, a magnificent port, which I have named after Mr. Banks, lies about 5 leagues from the coast of Tovipoenamo. The south point bears south 21 degrees west from the higher peak on the snowy mountain so often mentioned, and lies in the latitude of 43 degrees 52 minutes south and in the longitude of 186 degrees 30 minutes west. By observations made of the sun and moon this morning. It is of a circular figure, and may be about 24 leagues in compass. The land is of a height sufficient to be seen 12 or 15 leagues, and of a very broken, uneven surface, and hath more the appearance of barrenness than fertility. Last night we saw smoke up it, and this morning some people, and therefore must be inhabited. Yesterday Lieutenant Gore, having the morning watch at the time we first saw this island, thought he saw land bearing south-southeast and southeast by east. But I, who was upon deck at the same time, was very certain that it was only clouds, which dissipated as the sun rose. But neither this, nor the running 14 leagues to the south, nor the seeing no land to the eastward of us in the evening, could satisfy Mr. Gore, but what he saw in the morning was, or might be, land. Although there was hardly a possibility of its being so, because we must have been more than doubled the distance from it at that time to what we were either last night or this morning, at both of which times the weather was exceeding clear. And yet we could see no land either to the eastward or southward of us. Notwithstanding all this, Mr. Gore was of the same opinion this morning. Upon this I ordered the ship to be wore, and to be steered east-southeast by compass on the other tack, the point on which he said the land bore at this time from us. Another instance of the general desire to leave nothing unexplored. At noon we were in the latitude of 44 degrees 7 minutes south, the south point of Banks Island bore north, distant 5 leagues. Sunday, 18th. Gentle breezes at north and fair weather. P.M. stood east-southeast in search of Mr. Gore's imaginary land until 7 o'clock, at which time we had run 28 miles since noon. But seeing no land but that we had left, or signs of any, we bore away south by west, and continued upon that course until noon, when we found ourselves in the latitude of 45 degrees 16 minutes south. Our course and distance sailed since yesterday is south 8 minutes east, 70 miles, the south point of Banks Island north 6 degrees 30 minutes west, distant 28 leagues, variation per amplitude this morning 15 degrees 30 minutes. Seeing no signs of land, I thought it to no purpose standing any farther to the southward, and therefore hauled to the westward, thinking we were far enough to the southward to weather all the land we had left. But this opinion was only founded on the information we had had from the natives of Queen Charlotte's Sound. The ship was still 250 miles from the south point of New Zealand. Monday, 19th, p.m. Had a moderate breeze at north-northwest and north until 8 o'clock, when it fell little wind, and was very unsettled until 10, at which time it fixed at south. And freshened in such a manner that before the morning it brought us under our close-reefed topsails. At 8 a.m. having run 28 leagues upon a west by north 1/2 north course, and now judging ourselves to be to the westward of the land of Tovi Poenamo, we bore away northwest with a fresh gale at south. At 10 o'clock, having run 11 miles upon this course, we saw land extending from the southwest to the northwest at the distance of about 10 leagues from us, which we hauled up for. At noon our latitude per observation was 44 degrees 38 minutes south, the southeast point of Banks Island bore north 59 degrees 30 minutes east, distant 30 leagues, and the main body of the land in sight west by north. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon is north 66 degrees 45 minutes west, 96 miles. Off Timaru, Middle Island, New Zealand. Tuesday, 20th. All p.m. had little wind, which veered round from south by east to north-northeast. Steered south-southwest, but got very little to the southward on account of a head sea. At 2 o'clock sounded in 35 fathoms, fine sandy bottom, being about 6 leagues from the land. At 7 o'clock the extremes of the land extending from southwest by south to north by west, distant from the nearest shore 6 leagues, depth of water 32 fathoms. At 12 o'clock it fell calm, and continued so until 4 a.m. When a fresh breeze sprung up at south by west, with which we stood in shore west by south, for leagues, our depth of water from 32 to 13 fathoms. In this last depth we tacked and stood off, being about 3 miles from the shore, which lies nearly north and south, and is here very low and flat, and continues so up to the skirts of the hills, which are at least 4 or 5 miles inland. The whole face of the country appears barren, nor did we see any signs of inhabitants. This is a little south of Timaru, a rising town in a fertile district, so deceptive is appearance from the sea. Latitude at noon 44 degrees 44 minutes south. Longitude made from Banks Island to this land 2 degrees 22 minutes west. Wednesday, 21st, wind at south. A fresh gale at 2 p.m. Being in 50 fathoms, and 12 leagues from the land we tacked and stood in shore until 8 o'clock, when we tacked and stood off until 4 a.m., then tacked and stood in, at 8 o'clock being 10 leagues from the land, had 57 fathoms. At noon, being in the latitude 44 degrees 35 minutes, and 5 or 6 leagues from the land, had 36 fathoms. Notwithstanding we have carried as much sail as the ship could bear, it is apparent from the observed latitudes that we have been drove 3 leagues to leeward since yesterday. Thursday, 22nd. Moderate breezes between the southeast and south by west, and dark gloomy weather, with a swell from the southeast plying to windward, keeping between 4 and 12 leagues from the land, depth of water from 35 to 53 fathoms, fine sandy bottom. A great many sea fowl and grampuses about the ship. In the AM condemned 60 fathoms of the BB cable. BB stands for best bower, one of the principal cables. The hempen cables of those days were a continual cause of solicitude, and required great care, and converted it into junk. At noon had no observation, but by the land judged ourselves to be about 3 leagues farther north than yesterday. Friday, 23rd, wind southerly, a gentle breeze, and for the most part cloudy weather. At sunset, the weather clearing up, presented to our view a high-peaked mountain. There are so many lofty mountains in this region that it is impossible to identify this. This ship was now no farther south than she had been 5 days earlier. Bearing northwest by north, and at the same time we saw the land more distincter than at any time we had before, extending from north to southwest by south, the inland parts of which appeared to be high and mountainous. We cannot tell yet whether or no this land joins to, or makes a part of, the land we have left. From the accounts received from the natives of Queen Charlotte Sound it ought not, because if it did it must have been impossible for us to have sailed round it in 4 days. Besides, the mountains inland and the soundings off the coast seem to indicate this country to be more extensive than any they spoke of lying to the southward. Having a large hollow swell from the southeast, which made me expect the wind from the same quarter, we kept plying from 7 to 15 leagues from the land, depth of water 44 to 70 fathoms. At noon our latitude, by observation, was 44 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude made from Banks's Island 1 degree 31 minutes west. Saturday, 24th, calm until 6 p.m. At which time a light breeze sprung up at east-northeast, with which we steered south-southeast all night, edging off from the land because of a hollow swell which we had from the southeast, depth of water from 60 to 75 fathoms. At daylight the wind began to freshen, and before noon blowed a fresh gale, and veered to north-northeast. At 8 a.m. Saw the land extending as far as southwest by south, which we steered directly for, and at noon we were in the latitude of 45 degrees 22 minutes south, the land in sight extending from southwest 1/2 south to north-northwest making high and hilly. Course and distance run since yesterday at noon is south 15 degrees west, 47 miles. In the p.m., while we lay becalmed, Mr. Banks, in a small boat, shot 2 Port Egmont hens, which were in every respect the same sort of birds as are found in great numbers upon the island of Faroe. They are of a very dark brown plumage, with a little white about the under side of their wings, and are as large as a Muscovy duck. These were the first that we have seen since we arrived upon the coast of this country, but we saw of them for some days before we made land. Off Otago, Middle Island, New Zealand. Sunday, 25th. In the p.m. Steered southwest by south and southwest, edging in for the land, having the advantage of a fresh gale at north, which I was over desirous of making the most of. And by that means carried away the maintop gallant mast and foretopmast steering sail boom. But these were soon replaced by others. Although we kept at no great distance from the shore, yet the weather was so hazy that we could see nothing distinct upon the land, only that there were a ridge of pretty high hills lying parallel with, and but a little way from, the sea coast, which lies south by west and north by east, and seemed to end in a high bluff point to the southward, which we run the length of by 8 o'clock, when, being dark, and not knowing which way the land trended, we brought to for the night. Having run 15 leagues upon a southwest 1/2 west course since noon. The point bore at this time west, distant about 5 miles, depth of water 37 fathoms, the bottom small pebble stones. At 4 a.m. we made sail, but by this time the northerly wind was gone, and was succeeded by one from the southward, which proved very warbly and unsteady. At daylight the point above mentioned bore north, distant 3 leagues, and we found that the land trended away from it southwest by west, as far as we could see. This point of land I have named Cape Saunders, in honor of Sir Charles. Admiral Sir Charles Saunders was First Lord of the Admiralty in 1766. He commanded the fleet at the capture of Quebec in 1759, in which Cook served. Latitude 45 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 189 degrees 4 minutes west. It requires no description to know it by, the latitude and the angle made here by the coast will be found quite sufficient. However, there is a remarkable saddle hill laying near the shore, 3 or 4 leagues southwest of the Cape. From 1 to 4 leagues north of the Cape the shore seemed to form 2 or 3 bays, wherein there appeared to be anchorage and shelter from southwest, westerly, and northwest winds. One of these is Otago Harbour, where lies Dunedin, perhaps the most important commercial city in New Zealand. I had some thoughts of bearing up for one of these places in the morning when the wind came to southwest, but the fear of losing time and the desire I had of pushing to the southward, in order to see as much of the coast as possible, or, if this land should prove to be an island, to get round it, prevented me. Being not far from the shore all this morning, we had an opportunity of viewing the land pretty distinctly. It is of a moderate height, full of hills, which appeared green and woody, but we saw not the least signs of inhabitants. At noon Cape Saunders bore north 30 degrees west, distant 4 leagues. Latitude per log, for we had no observation, 46 degrees 0 minutes south. Monday, 26th. In the p.m. Had the wind whiffling all round the compass, sometimes blowing a fresh gale, and at other times almost calm. At 5 o'clock it fixed at west-southwest, and soon blowed so hard as to put us past our topsails, and to split the foresail all to pieces. After getting another to the yard, we continued standing to the southward under 2 courses. At 1 a.m. the wind moderating, set the topsails with 1 reef out. But soon after daylight the gale increased to a storm, with heavy squalls, attended with rain. This brought us again under our courses, and the main topsail being split we unbent it and bent another. At 6 o'clock the southermost land in sight bore west by north, and Cape Saunders bore north by west, distant 8 leagues, at noon it bore north 20 minutes west, distant 14 leagues. Latitude observed 46 degrees 35 minutes. Tuesday, 27th. A very hard gale at southwest by west, and west-southwest, with heavy squalls attended with showers of rain, and a large hollow sea, without the least intermission the whole of this 24 hours. We continued under our courses from noon until 7 p.m. when we handed the mainsail, and lay to under the foresail with the head to the southward. Latitude at noon 46 degrees 54 minutes, longitude made from Cape Saunders 1 degree 24 minutes east. Wednesday, 28th. Strong gale at southwest, with a large sea from the same quarter. At 7 p.m. made sail under the courses, at 8 a.m. set the topsails close reefed. At noon, being in the latitude of 47 degrees 43 minutes south, and longitude east from Cape Saunders 2 degrees 10 minutes, wore and stood to the northward. March 1770. Thursday, March 1st. Winds between the southwest and north-northwest, a fresh gale. In the p.m. found the variation to be 16 degrees 34 minutes east. At 8 tacked and stood to the southward, with the wind at west, which before the morning veered to northwest, accompanied with hazy weather and drizzling rain. At daylight loosed a reef out of each topsail, and set some of the small sails. At noon our latitude by account was 47 degrees 52 minutes south, and longitude made from Cape Saunders 1 degree 8 minutes east. Friday, 2nd. Strong gales from the west, with heavy squalls, attended with showers of rain. In the p.m. stood to the southward till 3:30, when being in the latitude 48 degrees 0 minutes south and longitude 188 degrees 00 minutes west, and seeing no visible signs of land, we tacked and stood to the northward. Having a very large swell from the southwest by west. Soon after we tacked we close reefed the topsails, and in the night were obliged to hand them, but at daylight set them again. At noon our latitude by observation was 46 degrees 42 minutes south, Cape Saunders bearing north 46 degrees west, distant 68 miles. Saturday, 3rd, p.m. Wind and weather as yesterday. A.m. Quite moderate, yet the southwest swell continues, which makes me conjecture that there is no land near in that quarter. At noon our latitude was 46 degrees 42 minutes south, being east of Cape Saunders 1 degree 30 minutes. Sunday, 4th. At 4 p.m. The wind coming to the northward we stood to the westward with all the sail we could make. In the morning got up to gallant yards, and set the sails, found the variation to be 16 degrees 16 minutes east. Saw several whales, seals, and one penguin. This bird was but small of the sort, but seemed to be such a one as we had never seen before. We have seen several seals since we passed the straits, but never saw one upon the whole coast of Ehinomau. We sounded both in the night and the morning, but found no bottom with 150 fathoms line. At noon we saw Cape Saunders bearing north 1/2 west, our latitude by observation was 46 degrees 31 minutes south. The Endeavour had been blown off the land for 7 days, and had barely recovered her position. Off south part of Middle Island, New Zealand. Monday, 5th. Most part of p.m. had a fresh breeze at north by east. 1:30 saw land bearing west by south, which we steered for. Before dark we were within 3 or 4 leagues of it, and seeing no land farther to the south we were in hopes this would prove the southern point. At 7 short Ned sail, and kept under an easy sail all night, standing to the west-southwest, having the wind at northwest, and north-northwest until 2 a.m. When it fell calm, and soon after a breeze sprung up at southeast by south, and daylight coming on we made sail. During the whole night we saw a large fire upon the land, a certain sign of its being inhabited. At 7 the extremes of the land bore from north 38 degrees east to west 6 minutes south, being distant from the shore about 3 leagues. The land appeared of a moderate height, and not hilly. At 10 o'clock the westermost land in sight bore west 1/2 north, distant 7 leagues, at noon had fresh gales at south-southeast, and thick hazy weather with rain. Our latitude by account was 46 degrees 50 minutes south, and longitude made from Cape Saunders 1 degree 56 minutes west. The ship was now off the south point of the Middle Island. Tuesday, 6th, p.m. Winds at south by east and southeast, and thick hazy weather until 3 o'clock, when it cleared up, and we saw the land extending from northeast by north to northwest 1/2 north, and soon after low land, making like an island. Bearing west 1/2 south. Keeping on our course to the west by south, we in 2 hours' time saw high land over the low, extending to the southward as far as southwest by south. We could not see this land joined to that to the northward of us, there either being a total separation, a deep bay, or low land between them. At 8 o'clock, being within 3 leagues of the low land, which we now took to be an island, Ruapuk Island, we tacked and stood to the eastward, having the wind at south, which proved very unsettled all night. By which means, and a little bad management, I found the ship in the morning considerably farther to the eastward than I expected, and the wind afterwards coming to southwest and west-southwest. So that at noon we found ourselves much about the same place as we were yesterday, our latitude by observation being 46 degrees 50 minutes south, the land extending from northeast by east to west by north 1/2 north, the nearest part bearing north. Distance 3 leagues. The land to the southwest just in sight. Wednesday, 7th light airs in the southwest quarter. P.m. clear weather, remainder dark and cloudy. In the p.m. found the variation per several azimuths, and the amplitude to be 15 degrees 10 minutes east, and by the amplitude in the morning to be 15 degrees 56 minutes east. Stood to the southeast until 8 a.m., then tacked and stood to the northwest. But it soon after fell calm, and continued so until noon, when by our account we were in the latitude of 47 degrees 6 minutes south, and had made 12 miles easting since yesterday at noon. Thursday, 8th. Light airs next to a calm from south-southeast to northeast, with which we kept steering to the southwest, but made but little way because of a swell which took us right ahead. At daylight a.m. we saw, or thought we saw, from the masthead, the land which we have left to the northward of us joined to that to the southwest of us, and at the same time we imagined we saw the land extend to the southward as far as south-southwest. But after steering this course until noon we discovered our mistake, for there was no land to be seen to the southward of west, which course we now steered, being by observation in the latitude of 47 degrees 12 minutes. Longitude made from Cape Saunders 2 degrees 2 minutes west. Off South Cape of New Zealand. Friday, 9th, p.m. Winds at north, a gentle breeze and clear weather. Stood to the westward until sunset, at which time the extremes of the land bore from north by east to west, distant about 7 or 8 leagues, depth of water 55 fathoms, variation by the amplitude 16 degrees 29 minutes east. The wind now veered to the westward, and as the weather was fine and moonlight we kept standing close upon a wind to the southwest all night. At 4 a.m. sounded, and had 60 fathoms. At daylight we discovered under our lee bow ledges of rocks, on which the sea broke very high, extending from south by west to west by south, and not above 3/4 of a mile from us, yet upon sounding we had 45 fathoms, a rocky bottom. The wind being at northwest we could not weather the ledge, and as I did not care to run to leeward, we tacked and made a trip to the eastward, but the wind soon after coming to the north enabled us to go clear of all. Our soundings in passing within the ledge was from 35 to 47 fathoms, a rocky bottom. This ledge lies southeast, 6 leagues from the southermost part of the land, and southeast by south from some remarkable hills which stand near the shore. These rocks are not the only dangers that lay here, for about 3 leagues to the northward of them is another ledge of rocks, laying full 3 leagues from the land, whereon the sea broke very high. As we passed these rocks in the night at no great distance, and discovered the others close under our lee at daylight, it is apparent that we had a very fortunate escape. I have named them the traps, because they lay as such to catch unwary strangers. The dangerous traps lie south and east of the South Island of New Zealand. The Endeavour had now at last got to the southward of the land. There is a small but high rock farther south, the Snares, that Cook did not sight this voyage. At noon our latitude per observation was 47 degrees 26 minutes south. Longitude made from Cape Saunders 3 degrees 4 minutes west, the land in sight which has very much the appearance of an island, South or Stewart Island. Extending northeast by north to northwest by west, distant from the shore about 4 or 5 leagues, the eastermost ledge of rocks bore south-southeast, distant 1½ leagues, and northernmost northeast 1/2 east, 3 leagues. This land is of a moderate height, and has a very barren aspect, not a tree to be seen upon it, only a few small shrubs. There were several white patches, on which the sun's rays reflected very strongly, which I take to be a kind of marble such as we have seen in many places of this country, particularly to the northward. Saturday, 10th, p.m. Moderate breezes at northwest by north and north with which we stood close upon a wind to the westward. At sunset the southermost point of land, which I afterwards named South Cape is the southern point of Stewart Island. Cook's position for it is wonderfully exact. And which lies in the latitude of 47 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 192 degrees 12 minutes west from Greenwich, borne north 38 degrees east, distant 4 leagues, and the westernmost land in sight borne north 2 degrees east. This last was a small island, lying off the point of the main Long Island, which lies, with others, on the west side of Stewart Island. I began now to think that this was the southermost land, and that we should be able to get round it by the west, for we have had a large hollow swell from the southwest ever since we had the last gale of wind from that quarter. Which makes one think there is no land in that direction. In the night it began to blow, so that at or before daylight we were brought under our 2 courses, but at 8 a.m. it fell moderate, and we set the topsails close reefed, and the mizzen and mizzen staysail being split, we unbent them and bent others. At noon, the wind coming at west, we tacked and stood to the northward, having no land in sight. Our latitude by observation was 47 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude west from the South Cape 0 degrees 59 minutes. Sunday, 11th. Winds between the west and northwest, a fresh gale, and clear weather. Stood away north-northeast close upon a wind without seeing any land until 2 a.m., when we discovered an island bearing northwest by north, distant 4 or 5 leagues. 2 hours after this we saw the land ahead, upon which we tacked and stood off until 6 o'clock, then stood in order to take a nearer view of it. At 11, being about 3 leagues from the land, and the wind seemed to incline on shore, we tacked and stood off to the southward. And now we thought that the land to the southward, or that we had been sailing round these 2 days past, was an island. Because there appeared an open channel between the north part of that land and the south part of the other, in which we thought we saw the small island we were in with the 6th instant. But when I came to lay this land down upon paper from the several bearings I had taken, it appeared that there was but little reason to suppose it an island. On the contrary, I hardly have a doubt but what it joins to, and makes a part of, the mainland. Cook was deceived, as Stewart is an island. The western extremity of which bore at noon north 59 degrees west, and the island seen in the morning, this was called by Cook Solander Island. South 59 degrees west, distant 5 leagues. Latitude observed 46 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 192 degrees 49 minutes west. It is nothing but a barren rock of about a mile in circuit, remarkably high, and lies full 5 leagues from the main. The shore of the main lies nearest east by south and west by north, and forms a large open bay, in which there is no appearance of a harbor or other place of safety for shipping against southwest and southerly winds. The face of the country bears a very rugged aspect, being full of high craggy hills, on the summits of which were several patches of snow. However, the land is not wholly barren. We could see wood, not only in the valleys, but on several of the hills, but we saw no signs of inhabitants. Monday, 12th, fresh gales between the west and northwest, latter part squally, with rain. Stood to the southwest by south until 11 a.m. At which time the wind shifted to the southwest by west. We wore, and stood to the north-northwest, being then in the latitude of 47 degrees 40 minutes south, and longitude 193 degrees 50 minutes west, having a hollow sea from the southwest. Tuesday, 13th, strong gale between the southwest by west and south-southwest, with a large hollow sea from the same quarter. In the PM had frequent squalls, with showers of rain. In the night had several very heavy squalls, attended with showers of hail, which obliged us to take in our topsails. During the night steered north-northwest until 6 a.m. When, seeing no land, we steered north by east, and set the main topsail, single reefed. At 8 set the foretopsail, single reefed, and loosed all the reefs out of the main topsail, and steered northeast by east 1/2 east in order to make the land. At 10 saw it bearing east-northeast, and appeared to be very high, but, being hazy over it, we could see nothing distinct neither now nor at noon, when, by observation, we were in the latitude of 46 degrees 0 minutes south. Course and distance sailed since yesterday north 5 degrees west, 96 miles. Longitude made from the South Cape 1 degree 40 minutes west. Off the New Zealand Sounds. Wednesday, 14th. In the PM. Had a fresh gale from the southward, attended with squalls. At 2 it cleared up over the land, which appeared high and mountainous. At 3:30 double reefed the topsails, and hauled in for a bay, wherein there appeared to be good anchorage, and into which I had thought of going with the ship. But after standing in an hour, we found the distance too great to run before dark, and it blowed too hard to attempt it in the night, or even to keep to windward. For these reasons we gave it up, and bore away along shore. This bay I have named Dusky Bay. It lies in the latitude of 45 degrees 47 minutes south. It is about 3 or 4 miles broad at the entrance, and seems to be full as deep. In it are several islands, behind which there must be shelter from all winds, provided there is a sufficient depth of water. Dusky Bay is one of the remarkable inlets known now as the New Zealand Sounds. They are very deep, narrow fjords, running into the high mountains, that here come close to the shore, and are much visited now for the sake of the grandeur of the scenery. Cook visited and surveyed Dusky Bay in his next voyage. The Endeavour had nearly as much tempestuous weather in rounding the south end of New Zealand as she had off the North Cape, but Cook managed to get a very fair idea of the coast, notwithstanding, by dint of perseverance. The north point of this bay, when it bears southeast by south, is very remarkable, there being off it 5 high-peaked rocks, standing up like the 4 fingers and thumb of a man's hand, on which account I have named it Point 5 Fingers. The land of this point is farther remarkable by being the only level land near it, and extends near 2 leagues to the northward. It is pretty high, wholly covered with wood, and hath very much the appearance of an island, by its aspect being so very different from the land behind it, which is nothing but barren rocky mountains. At sunset the southermost land in sight bore due south, distant 5 or 6 leagues, and as this is the westernmost point of land upon the whole coast I have called it West Cape. It lies about 3 leagues to the southward of the bay above mentioned, in the latitude of 45 degrees 54 minutes south, and longitude 193 degrees 17 minutes west. The land of this cape seems to be of a moderate height next the sea, and hath nothing remarkable about it that we could see, except a very white cliff 2 or 3 leagues to the southward of it. The land to the southward of Cape West trends away towards the southeast, to the northward of it trends north-northeast and northeast. At 7 o'clock brought the ship to under the foresail, with her head off-shore, having a fresh gale at south by east. At midnight it moderated, and we wore and lay her head in shore until 4 a.m. Then made sail, and steered along shore northeast 1/2 north, having a moderate breeze at south-southeast. At noon we were by observation in the latitude 45 degrees 13 minutes south. Course and distance sailed since yesterday north 41 degrees east, 62 miles, longitude made from Cape West 0 degrees 29 minutes east, being at this time about 1½ leagues from shore. Sounded, and had no ground with 70 fathoms line. A little before noon we passed a little narrow opening in the land, where there appeared to be a very snug harbour, Doubtful Sound, another of the fjords mentioned in note above. Formed by an island, in the latitude of 45 degrees 16 minutes south. Inland, behind this opening, were mountains, the summits of which were covered with snow that seemed to have fallen lately, and this is not to be wondered at, for we have found it very cold for these 2 days past. The land on each side the entrance of this harbour riseth almost perpendicular from the sea to a very considerable height. And this was the reason why I did not attempt to go in with the ship, because I saw clearly that no winds could blow there but what was right in or right out, that is, westerly or easterly. And it certainly would have been highly imprudent in me to have put into a place where we could not have got out but with a wind that we have lately found to blow but 1 day in a month. I mention this because there was some on board that wanted me to harbour at any rate, without in the least considering either the present or future consequences. Thursday, 15th. Clear weather, winds at southwest and southwest by south, a gentle breeze, except in the night, when we had variable light airs and calm. In the evening, being about 2 leagues from the land we sounded, but had no ground with 103 fathoms. Variation per azimuth 14 degrees east, per amplitude 15 degrees 2 minutes east. With what wind we had we made the best of our way along shore to the northeast, keeping at the distance of 2 or 3 leagues off from the land. At noon we were in the latitude of 44 degrees 47 minutes, having run only 12 leagues upon a northeast 1/4 north course since yesterday at noon, longitude made from Cape West 1 degree 3 minutes east. Friday, 16th, winds at southwest. A fresh breeze and clear. Steered along shore northeast January 4th east until 6 p.m., when we shortened sail, and brought to for the night. Variation per azimuth 13 degrees 48 minutes east. At 4 a.m. made sail, and stood in for the land. At daylight saw the appearance of an inlet into the land, but upon a nearer approach found that it was only a deep valley, bounded on each side by high lands, upon which we bore away northeast 1/4 east along shore, keeping about 4 or 5 miles off. At noon the northernmost point of land in sight bore north 60 degrees east, distant 10 miles, latitude per observation 44 degrees 5 minutes, longitude made from Cape West 2 degrees 8 minutes east. Saturday, 17th. Continued our course along shore, having in the PM the advantage of a fresh gale at southwest. At 2, passed by the point aforementioned, which is of a moderate height, with deep red cliffs, down which falls 4 small streams of water, on which account it is named Cascades Point. Latitude 44 degrees 0 minutes south. Longitude 2 degrees 20 minutes east from Cape West. From this point the land at first trends north 76 degrees east, but afterwards more to the northward east-northeast, 8 leagues. From this point and near the shore lies a small low island, which bore from us south by east, distant 1½ leagues. At 7 o'clock we short-ned sail, and brought to under the topsails, with her head offshore, having 33 fathoms, and fine sandy bottom. At 10, had 50 fathoms, and at 12, wore in 65 fathoms, having drove about 5 miles north-northwest since we brought to. 2 hours after this had no ground with 140 fathoms, which shews that the soundings extend but a little way from the land. From 2 to 8 a.m. had it calm and hazy, with drizzling rain, at which time a breeze sprung up at southwest, with which we steered along shore northeast by east 1/4 east, keeping about 3 leagues from the land. At noon had no observation, being hazy with rain. Our run since yesterday at noon is northeast by east, 55 miles, longitude from Cape West 3 degrees 12 minutes east. Off west coast of Middle Island, New Zealand. Sunday, 18th. In the PM. Had a fresh breeze at southwest by west, attended with drizzling rain. At 8, being about 3 leagues from the land, short-ned sail, and brought to, having run 10 leagues northeast by east since noon. At this time had 44 fathoms, and 2 hours before had 17 fathoms, fine sandy bottom, being then about 1 league from the land. Had it calm the most part of the night, and until 10 a.m., when a light breeze sprung up at southwest by west. We made sail along shore northeast by north, having a large swell from the west-southwest, which had risen in the night. At noon latitude in per observation 43 degrees 4 minutes south. Course and distance sailed since yesterday is north 54 degrees east, 54 miles, longitude made from Cape West 4 degrees 12 minutes east. The mountains and some of the valleys we observed this morning were wholly covered with snow, part of which we suppository to have fallen in the PM and 4 part of the night, at the time that we had rain and yet the weather is not cold. They did not see Mount Cook, 12,300 feet high, and the highest mountain in New Zealand, no doubt the summit was in the clouds. Monday, 19th. In the PM. Had a fresh breeze at southwest by west and west-southwest, which we made the most of until 6, when we short-ned sail, and at 10 brought to, and sounded 115 fathoms, judging ourselves to be about 5 leagues from the land. At midnight it fell little wind, on which account we made sail. At 8 a.m. the wind veered to the northwest by north, with which we stood to the northeast close upon a wind until noon, at which time we tacked, being about 3 leagues from the land. And by observation in the latitude of 42 degrees 8 minutes and longitude from Cape West 5 degrees 5 minutes east, the Endeavour had passed the mouth of the Grey River, the district of the great coalfields of New Zealand. Course and distance run since yesterday at noon north 35 degrees east, 68 miles, depth of water 65 fathoms, the land extending from northeast by north to south-southwest. Tuesday, 20th. Fresh gales at northwest by north and north by west. PM. Fair weather, the remainder hazy, with rain, and squall, which brought us under close reefed topsails. Stood to the westward until 2 a.m. When we made a trip to the eastward, and afterwards stood to the westward until noon, when, by our reckoning, we were in the latitude of 42 degrees 23 minutes south. Course and distance sailed south 74 degrees west, 54 miles. Longitude made from Cape West 5 degrees 55 minutes east. Tacked and stood to the eastward. Wednesday, 21st. In the p.m. Had a fresh gale at north by west, attended with rain until 6, when the wind shifted to south and south-southwest, and continued to blow a fresh gale, with which we steered northeast by north until 6 a.m. At which time we hauled in east by north in order to make the land which we saw soon after. At noon our latitude per account was 41 degrees 37 minutes, and longitude from Cape West 5 degrees 42 minutes east. Course and distance sailed since yesterday north 60 degrees east, 92 miles. At this time we were not above 3 or 4 leagues from the land, but being very foggy upon it we could see nothing distinct, and as we had not much wind, and a prodigious swell rolling in upon the shore from the west-southwest, I did not think it safe to go nearer. Thursday, 22nd. In the p.m. Had a gentle breeze from the south-southwest, with which we steered along shore northeast until 8, when being about 2 or 3 leagues from shore we sounded, and had 34 fathoms, upon which we hauled off northwest by north until 11, then brought to, having at this time 64 fathoms. At 4 a.m. made sail to the northeast, wind at south-southwest, a light breeze. At 8 the wind veered to the westward, and soon after fell calm. At this time we were about 3 or 4 miles from the shore and in 54 fathoms, having a large swell from the west-southwest rolling obliquely upon the shore, which put me under a good deal of apprehension that we should be obliged to anchor. But by the help of a light air now and then from the southwest quarter we were enabled to keep the ship from driving much nearer the shore. At noon the northernmost land in sight bore northeast by east 1/4 east, distant 8 or 10 leagues. Our latitude by account was 40 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude from Cape West 6 degrees 35 minutes east, course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon north 36 degrees east, 42 miles, very foggy over the land. Off Cape Farewell, Middle Island, New Zealand. Friday, 23rd light airs from the southward, at intervals calm, the forepart hazy, the remainder clear, pleasant weather. At noon our latitude, by observation, 40 degrees 36 minutes 30 seconds south, longitude from Cape West 6 degrees 52 minutes east, the easternmost point of land in sight, Cape Farewell, the north point of the Middle Island. Bore east 10 degrees north, distant 7 leagues, and a bluff head or point we were abreast of yesterday at noon, off which lay some rocks above water, bore south 18 degrees west, distant 6 leagues. This point I have named Rocks Point, latitude 40 degrees 55 minutes south. Having now nearly run down the whole of this northwest coast of Tovi Poenamo, it is time I should describe the face of the country as it hath at different times appeared to us. I have mentioned on the 11th instant, at which time we were off the southern part of the island, that the land seen then was rugged and mountainous. And there is great reason to believe that the same ridge of mountains extends nearly the whole length of the island from between the westernmost land seen that day and the easternmost seen on the 13th. There is a space of about 6 or 8 leagues of the sea coast unexplored, but the mountains inland were visible enough. The land near the shore about Cape West is rather low, and riseth with a gradual ascent up to the foot of the mountains, and appeared to be mostly covered with wood. From 0.5 fingers down to the latitude of 44 degrees 20 minutes there is a narrow ridge of hills rising directly from the sea, which are clothed with wood. Close behind these hills lies the ridge of mountains, which are of a prodigious height, and appear to consist of nothing but barren rocks, covered in many places with large patches of snow, which perhaps have lain there since the creation. No country upon earth can appear with a more rugged and barren aspect than this doth. From the sea for as far inland as the eye can reach nothing is to be seen but the summits of these rocky mountains, which seem to lay so near one another as not to admit any valleys between them. From the latitude of 44 degrees 20 minutes to the latitude 42 degrees 8 minutes these mountains lay farther inland. The country between them and the sea consists of woody hills and valleys of various extent, both for height and depth, and hath much the appearance of fertility. Many of the valleys are large, low, and flat, and appear to be wholly covered with wood, but it is very probable that great part of the land is taken up in lakes, ponds, etc., as is very common in such like places. From the last mentioned latitude to Cape Farewell, afterwards so called, the land is not distinguished by anything remarkable, it rises into hills directly from the sea, and is covered with wood. While we were upon this part of the coast the weather was foggy, in so much that we could see but a very little way inland. However, we sometimes saw the summits of the mountains above the fog and clouds, which plainly shewed that the inland parts were high and mountainous. And gave me great reason to think that there is a continued chain of mountains from the one end of the island to the other. This is, to a great extent, the case. Saturday, 24th. In the p.m. Had a gentle breeze at southwest, which by dark run us the length of the eastern point set at noon, and not knowing what course the land took on the other side, we brought to in 34 fathoms about 1 league from the land. At 8, it falling little wind, we filled and stood on until 12, at which time we brought to until 4 a.m., then made sail. At daylight we saw low land extending from the above point to the east-southeast as far as the eye could reach, the eastern extremity of which appeared in round hillocks. By this time the wind had veered to the eastward, which obliged us to ply to windward. At noon the point above mentioned bore southwest by south, distant 16 miles, latitude observed 40 degrees 19 minutes south. This point I afterwards named Cape Farewell, for reasons which will be given in their proper place. Sunday, 25th, winds easterly, towards noon had little winds and hazy, with rain. Made several trips, but gained nothing to windward, so that at noon our situation was nearly as yesterday. Monday, 26th. At 3 p.m. The wind came to north, and we steered east-southeast with all the sail we could set until dark, when we short-ned sail until the morning, having thick misty weather. All night we keep the lead going continually, and had from 37 to 48 fathoms. At daylight we saw the land bearing southeast by east, and an island laying near it bearing east-southeast, distant 5 leagues. This I knew to be the island, Stephen's Island. Seen from the entrance of Queen Charlotte Sound, from which it bears northwest by north, distant 9 leagues. At noon it bore southeast, distant 4 or 5 miles, and the northwest head of Queen Charlotte Sound bore southeast by south, distant 10.5 leagues, latitude observed 43 degrees 33 minutes south. In Admiralty Bay, Middle Island, New Zealand. Tuesday, 27th, fresh breeze of wind westerly, and hazy, misty weather, with drizzling rain. As we have now circumnavigated the whole of this country, it is time for me to think of quitting it. But before I do this it will be necessary to complete our water first, especially as we have on board above 30 tons of casks empty, and knowing that there is a bay between the above-mentioned island and Queen Charlotte Sound, wherein no doubt there is anchorage and convenient watering places. Accordingly, in the p.m. we hauled round the island and into the bay, Admiralty Bay, leaving 3 more islands, Rangitoto Islets, on our starboard hand, which lay close under the west shore 3 or 4 miles within the entrance. As we run in we keep the lead going, and had from 40 to 12 fathoms. At 6 we anchored in 11 fathoms, muddy bottom, under the west shore, in the second cove within the forementioned island. At daylight I took a boat and went to look for a watering place, and a proper berth to moor the ship in, both of which I found convenient enough. After the ship was moored I sent an officer ashore to superintend the watering, and the carpenter with his crew to cut wood, while the long boat was employed carrying on shore empty casks. Wednesday, 28th, winds westerly, which in the a.m. blowed a fresh gale, attended with rain. Employed getting on board wood and water and fishing, in the latter we were pretty successful. Thursday, 29th. In the p.m. had a strong gale from the westward. A.m. Variable light airs from the eastward and hazy rainy weather the whole day, which, however, did not prevent us getting on board wood and water. Friday, 30th, winds at southeast, a moderate breeze. The first and middle part dark, hazy weather, with rain, the latter, fair. In the a.m. As the wind seemed to be settled at southeast, and having nearly completed our water, we warped the ship out of the cove in order to have room to get under sail. Before this was done it was noon, at which time I went away in the pinnace, in order to examine the bay, and to explore as much of it as the little time I had would admit. Saturday, 31st. In the p.m. After rowing a league and a half or 2 leagues up the bay, I landed upon a point of land on the west side, where, from an eminency, I could see this western arm of the bay run in southwest by west, about 5 leagues farther. Yet did not see the head of it. There appeared to be several other inlets, or at least small bays, between this and the northwest head of Queen Charlotte Sound, in every one of which I make no doubt but what there is anchorage and shelter for shipping. As they are partly covered from the sea wind by these islands that lay without them. There is a maze of inlets and harbors between Admiralty Bay and Queen Charlotte Sound, a distance of 20 miles. The land about this bay, at least what I could see of it, is of a very hilly, uneven surface, and appears to be mostly covered with wood, shrubs, ferns, etc., which renders travelling both difficult and fatiguing. I saw no inhabitants, neither have we seen any since we have been in this bay, but met with several of their huts, all of which appeared to have been at least 12 months deserted. Upon my return to the ship, in the evening, I found the water, etc. all on board, and the ship ready for sea. And being now resolved to quit this country altogether, and to bend my thought towards returning home by such a route as might conduce most to the advantage of the service I am upon, I consulted with the officers upon the most eligible way of putting this in execution. To return by the way of Cape Horn was what I most wished, because by this route we should have been able to prove the existence or non-existence of a southern continent, which yet remains doubtful. But in order to ascertain this we must have kept in a higher latitude in the very depth of winter, but the condition of the ship, in every respect, was not thought sufficient for such an undertaking. For the same reason the thoughts of proceeding directly to the Cape of Good Hope was laid aside, especially as no discovery of any moment could be hoped for in that route. It was therefore resolved to return by way of the East Indies by the following route, upon leaving this coast to steer to the westward until we fall in with the east coast of New Holland. And then to follow the direction of that coast to the northward, or what other direction it might take us, until we arrive at its northern extremity. And if this should be found impracticable, then to endeavor to fall in with the land or islands discovered by Quiros. Quiros, a Spanish navigator, discovered in 1605 Espiritu Santo, the northern island of the New Hebrides, which he supposed to be a part of a great southern continent. Cook, in his second voyage, thoroughly explored the New Hebrides group. And for some of the islands his charts are still the only guide. With this view, at daylight we got under sail and put to sea, having the advantage of a fresh gale at southeast and clear weather. At noon the island, which lies off the northwest point of the bay, bore east 9 degrees south, distant 10 miles, our latitude, by observation, was 40 degrees 35 minutes south. This bay I have named Admiralty Bay. The northwest point Cape Stevens, and the east point Jackson, after the 2 secretaries. The 2 secretaries of the Admiralty, Philip Stevens and George Jackson, both of whom showed great appreciation of Cook. It may always be known by the island above mentioned, which is pretty high, and lies northeast, 2 miles from Cape Stevens, latitude 40 degrees 37 minutes south, longitude 185 degrees 6 minutes west. Between this island and Cape Farewell, which is west by north and east by south, distant 14 or 15 leagues from each other, the shore forms a large deep bay, the bottom of which we could hardly see in sailing in a straight line from the one cape to the other. But it is not at all improbable but what it is all lowland next the sea, as we have met with less water here than on any other part of the coast at the same distance from land. However, a bay there is, and is known on the chart by the name of Blind Bay, but I have reason to believe it to be Tasman's Murderer's Bay. Blind Bay is now also known as Tasman Bay, and Massacre Bay is supposed to be a smaller bay in it, on the northwestern side. Before I quit this land altogether I shall give a short general description of the country, its inhabitants, their manners, customs, etc. in which it is necessary to observe that many things are founded only on conjecture, for we were too short a time in any one place to learn much of their interior policy, and therefore could only draw conclusions from what we saw at different times. Description of New Zealand. Some account of New Zealand. Part of the east, this should be west coast. Coast of this country was first discovered by Abel Tasman in 1642, and by him called New Zealand. He, however, never landed upon it. Probably he was discouraged from it by the natives killing 3 or 4 of his people at the first and only place he anchored at. This country, which before now was thought to be a part of the imaginary southern continent, consists of 2 large islands, divided from each other by a strait or passage of 4 or 5 leagues broad. They are situated between the latitude of 34 and 48 degrees south, and between the longitude of 181 and 194 degrees west from the meridian of Greenwich. The situation of few parts of the world are better determined than these islands are, being settled by some hundreds of observations of the sun and moon, and one of the transit of Mercury made by Mr. Green, who was sent out by the Royal Society to observe the transit of Venus. The northernmost of these islands, as I have before observed, is called by the natives Ihainamau and the southermost Tovi Poenamu. The former name, we were well assured, comprehends the whole of the northern island, but we were not so well satisfied with the latter whether it comprehended the whole of the southern islands or only a part of it. This last, according to the natives of Queen Charlotte's Sound, ought to consist of 2 islands, one of which at least we were to have sailed round in a few days, but this was not verified by our own observations. I am inclinable to think that they knowed no more of this land than what came within the limits of their sight. As before remarked, the natives at Queen Charlotte's Sound doubtless were speaking of the large peninsula and the islands which lie west of the Sound. There is a spot at the isthmus where canoes could be hauled over. The chart, see copy of this chart, which I have drawn will best point out the figure and extent of these islands, the situation of the bays and harbors they contain, and the lesser islands lay about them. And now I have mentioned the chart, I shall point out such places as are drawn with sufficient accuracy to be depended upon and such as are not, beginning at Cape Palliser and proceed round Ihainamau by the East Cape, etc. The coast between these 2 capes I believe to be laid down pretty accurate, both in its figure and the course and distance from point to point. The opportunities one had and the methods I made use on to obtain these requisites were such as could hardly admit of an error. From the East Cape to Cape Maria van Diemen, although it cannot be perfectly true, yet it is without any very material error. Some few places, however, must be accepted, and these are very doubtful, and are not only here, but in every other part of the chart pointed out by a pricked or broken line. From Cape Maria van Diemen up as high as the latitude of 36 degrees 15 minutes we seldom were nearer the shore than from 5 to 8 leagues, and therefore the line of the sea coast may in some places be erroneous. From the above latitude to nearly the length of Entry Island we run along and near the shore all the way, and no circumstance occurred that made me liable to commit any material error. Excepting Cape Tyrrwhit, we never came near the shore between Entry Island and Cape Palliser, and therefore this part of the coast may be found to differ something from the truth. In short, I believe that this island will never be found to differ materially from the figure I have given it, and that the coast affords few or no harbors but what are either taken notice of in this journal, or in some measure pointed out in the chart. But I cannot say so much for Tovi Poenamu. The season of the year and circumstance of the voyage would not permit me to spend so much time about this island as I had done at the other, and the blowing weather we frequently met with made it both dangerous and difficult to keep upon the coast. However, I shall point out the places that may be erroneous in this as I have done in the other. From Queen Charlotte's Sound to Cape Campbell, and as far to the southwest as the latitude 43 degrees, will be found to be pretty accurate. Between this latitude and the latitude 44 degrees 20 minutes the coast is very doubtfully laid down, a part of which we hardly, if at all, saw. From this last mentioned latitude to Cape Saunders we were generally at too great a distance to be particular, and the weather at the same time was unfavourable. The coast, as it is laid down from Cape Saunders to Cape South, and even to Cape West, is no doubt in many places very erroneous, as we hardly were ever able to keep near the shore, and were sometimes blown off altogether. From the West Cape down to Cape Farewell, and even to Queen Charlotte Sound, will in most places be found to differ not much from the truth. Cook's open and plain statement as to the comparative accuracy of different parts of his chart is much to be commended. It has been too much the fashion with first explorers to leave such matters to be discovered by the student. But the astonishing accuracy of his outline of New Zealand must be the admiration of all who understand the difficulties of laying down a coast. And when it is considered that this coastline is 2,400 miles in extent, the magnitude of the task will be realized by everybody. Never has a coast been so well laid down by a first explorer, and it must have required unceasing vigilance and continual observation, in fair weather and foul, to arrive at such a satisfactory conclusion. And with such a dull sailor as the Endeavour was, the 6.5 months occupied in the work must be counted as a short interval in which to do it. Animals, timber, etc., New Zealand. Mention is likewise made in the chart of the appearance or aspect of the face of the country. With respect to Tovi Poenamo, it is for the most part very mountainous, and to all appearance a barren country. The people in Queen Charlotte Sound, those that came off to us from under the snowy mountain, and the 5 we saw to the southwest of Cape Saunders were all the inhabitants, or signs of inhabitants, we saw upon the whole island. But most part of the sea coast of Ehinamau, except the southwest side, is well inhabited. And although it is a hilly, mountainous country, yet the very hills and mountains are many of them covered with wood, and the soil of the plains and valleys appeared to be very rich and fertile. And such as we had an opportunity to examine we found to be so, and not very much encumbered with woods. It was the opinion of every body on board that all sorts of European grain, fruit, plants, etc., would thrive here. In short, was this country settled by an industrious people, they would very soon be supplied not only with the necessaries, but many of the luxuries, of life. The sea, bays, and rivers abound with a great variety of excellent fish, the most of them unknown in England, besides lobsters, which were allowed by every one to be the best they ever had eat. Oysters and many other sorts of shell fish, all excellent in their kind. Sea and water fowls of all sorts are, however, in no great plenty. Those known in Europe are ducks, shags, gannets, and gulls, all of which were eat by us, and found exceeding good. Indeed, hardly anything came amiss to us that could be eat by man. Land fowl are likewise in no great plenty, and all of them, except quails, are, I believe, unknown in Europe. These are exactly like those we have in England. The country is certainly destitute of all sorts of beasts, either wild or tame, except dogs and rats. The former are tame, and lived with the people, who breed and bring them up for no other purpose than to eat, and rats are so scarce that not only I, but many others in the ship, never see one. Although we have seen some few seals, and once a sea lion upon this coast, yet I believe they are not only very scarce, there are a good many seals round the southern part of New Zealand, and a regular fishery is now established on Stewart Island. Cook saw nothing of the few natives that occupied the southern parts of the island, but seldom or ever come ashore. For if they did, the natives would certainly find out some method of killing them, the skins of which they no doubt would preserve for clothing, as well as the skins of dogs and birds, the only skins we ever saw among them. But they must sometimes get whales, because many of the pata-patos are made of the bones of some such fish, and an ornament they wear at their breast, on which they set great value, which are supposed to be made of the tooth of a whale. And yet we know of no method or instrument they have to kill these animals. In the woods are plenty of excellent timber, fit for all purposes except ships' masts. And perhaps upon a close examination some might be found not improper for that purpose. There grows spontaneously everywhere a kind of very broad-bladed grass, like flags of the nature of hemp. The New Zealand flax, Phormium tenax, is now a considerable article of commerce. It furnishes a very strong fiber, and is made into rope, etc., of which might be made the very best of cordage and canvas, etc. There are 2 sorts, one finer than the other. Of these the natives make cloth, rope, lines, nets, etc. Iron ore is undoubtedly to be found here, particularly about Mercury Bays, where we found great quantities of iron sand. However, we met with no ore of any sort, neither did we ever see any sort of metal with the natives. We met with some stones at Admiralty Bay that appeared to be mineral in some degree, but Dr. Solander was of opinion that they contained no sort of metal. Gold and coal have been found in New Zealand in large quantities. Gold at Otago and Hokitika in the South Island, and at Thames in the north. The coal fields round the Grey River are enormous, and have no doubt a great future. And this useful mineral is also found in the Bay of Islands, and other places in the North Island. Other metals, as copper, silver, antimony, have also been found and worked. The white stone we saw near the South Cape and some other parts to the southward, which I took to be a kind of marble, such as I had seen on one of the hills I was upon in Mercury Bay, Mr. Banks I afterwards found was of opinion that they were mineral to the highest degree. He is certainly a much better judge of these things than I am, and therefore I might be mistaken in my opinion, which was only founded on what I had before seen not only in this country, but in other parts where I have been. And at the same time I must observe we were not less than 6 or 8 leagues from the land, and nearer it was not possible for us at that time to come without running the ship into apparent danger. However, I am no judge how far mineral can be distinguished as such. Certain it is that in southern parts of this country there are whole mountains of nothing else but stone, some of which, no doubt, may be found to contain metal. Should it ever become an object of settling this country, the best place for the first fixing of a colony would be either in the River Thames or the Bay of Islands. For at either of these places they would have the advantage of a good harbour, and by means of the former an easy communication would be had, and settlements might be extended into the inland parts of the country. For a very little trouble and expense small vessels might be built in the river proper for the navigation thereof. It is too much for me to assert how little water a vessel ought to draw to navigate this river, even so far up as I was in the boat. This depends entirely upon the depth of water that is upon the bar or flat that lay before the narrow part of the river, which I had not an opportunity of making myself acquainted with. But I am of opinion that a vessel that draws not above 10 or 12 feet may do it with ease. So far as I have been able to judge of the genius of these people it does not appear to me to be at all difficult for strangers to form a settlement in this country. They seem to be too much divided among themselves to unite in opposing, by which means, and kind and gentle usage, the colonists would be able to form strong parties among them. The natives of this country are a strong, raw-boned, well-made, active people, rather above than under the common size, especially the men. They are of a very dark brown color, with black hair, thin black beards, and white teeth, and such as do not disfigure their faces by tattooing, etc., have in general very good features. The men generally wear their hair long, combed up, and tied upon the crown of their heads. Some of the women wear it long and loose upon their shoulders, old women especially, others again wear it cropped short. Their combs are made some of bones, and others of wood. They sometimes wear them as an ornament stuck upright in their hair. They seem to enjoy a good state of health, and many of them live to a good old age. The Maoris were remarkable for longevity, and for health and strength in old age. Many of the old and some of the middle-aged men have their faces marked or tattooed with black, and some few we have seen who have had their buttocks, thighs, and other parts of their bodies marked, but this is less common. The figures they mostly use are spirals, drawn and connected together with great nicety and judgment. They are so exact in the application of these figures that no difference can be found between the one side of the face and the other, if the whole is marked, for some have only one side, and some a little on both sides. Hardly any but the old men have the whole tattooed. From this I conclude that it takes up some time, perhaps years, to finish the operation, which all who have begun may not have perseverance enough to go through, as the manner in which it must be done must certainly cause intolerable pain. And may be the reason why so few are marked at all, at least I know no other. The women inlay the color of black under the skins of their lips, and both sexes paint their faces and bodies at times more or less with red ochre, mixed with fish oil. Clothing of New Zealanders. Their common clothing are very much like square thrummed mats, that are made of rope yarns, to lay at the doors or passages into houses to clean one's shoes upon. These they tie round their necks, the thumbed side out, and are generally large enough to cover the body as low as the knee. They are made with very little preparation of the broad grass plant before mentioned. Beside the thumbed mats, as I call them, they have other much finer clothing, made of the same plant after it is bleached and prepared in such a manner that it is as white and almost as soft as flax, but much stronger. Of this they make pieces of cloth about 5 feet long and 4 broad. These are wove some pieces close and others very open. The former are as stout as the strongest sail cloth, and not unlike it, and yet it is all worked or made by hand with no other instrument than a needle or bodkin. To one end of every piece is generally worked a very neat border of different colors of 4 or 6 inches broad, and they very often trim them with pieces of dog skin or bird's feathers. These pieces of cloth they wear as they do the other, tying one end round their necks with a piece of string, to one end of which is fixed a needle or bodkin made of bone, by means of which they can easily fasten or put the string through any part of the cloth. They sometimes wear pieces of this kind of cloth round their middles, as well as over their shoulders. But this is not common, especially with the men, who hardly ever wear anything round their middles, observing no sort of decency in that respect. Neither is it at all uncommon for them to go quite naked without any one thing about them besides a belt round their waists, to which is generally fastened a small string, which they tie round the prepuce. In this manner I have seen hundreds of them come off to and on board the ship, but they generally had their proper clothing in the boat along with them to put on if it rained, etc. The women, on the other hand, always wear something round their middle, generally a short, thumbed mat, which reaches as low as their knees. Sometimes, indeed, I have seen them with only a bunch of grass or plants before, tied on with a piece of fine plaiting made of sweet-scented grass. They likewise wear a piece of cloth over their shoulders as the men do. This is generally of the thrum kind. I hardly ever saw a woman wear a piece of fine cloth. One day at Talago I saw a strong proof that the women never appear naked, at least before strangers. Some of us happened to land upon a small island where several of them were naked in the water, gathering of lobsters and shell fish. As soon as they saw us some of them hid themselves among the rocks, and the rest remained in the sea until they had made themselves aprons of the seaweed. And even then, when they came out to us, they shewed manifest signs of shame, and those who had no method of hiding their nakedness would by no means appear before us. The women have all very soft voices, and may by that alone be known from the men. The making of cloth and all other domestic work is, I believe, wholly done by them, and the more laborious work, such as building boats, houses, tilling the ground, etc., by the men. Both men and women wear ornaments at their ears and about their necks. These are made of stone, bone, shells, etc., and are variously shaped. And some I have seen wear human teeth and finger nails, and I think we were told that they did belong to their deceased friends. The men, when they are dressed, generally wear 2 or 3 long white feathers stuck upright in their hair, and at Queen Charlotte's Sound many, both men and women, wore round caps made of black feathers. War practices of New Zealanders. The old men are much respected by the younger, who seem to be governed and directed by them on most occasions. We at first thought that they were united under one head or chief, whose name is Tiratu. We first heard of him in Poverty Bay, and he was owned as chief by every one we met with from Cape Kidnappers to the northward and westward as far as the Bay of Plenty, which is a great extent of territories for an Indian prince. When we were upon the east coast they always pointed inland to the westward for the place of his residence, which I believe to be in the Bay of Plenty, and that those hippas or fortified towns are barrier towns either for or against him. But most likely the former, and if so, may be the utmost extent of his dominions to the westwards, for at Mercury Bay they did not own him as their prince, nor know where else either to the westward or southward, or any other single person. For at whatever place we put in at, or whatever people we spoke with upon the coast, they generally told us that those that were at a little distance from them were their enemies. From which it appeared to me that they were very much divided into parties, which make war one with another, and all their actions and behavior towards us tended to prove that they are a brave, open, warlike people, and void of treachery. Whenever we were visited by any number of them that had never heard or seen anything of us before, they generally came off in the largest canoe they had, some of which will carry 60, 80, or 100 people. They always brought their best clothes along with them, which they put on as soon as they came near the ship. In each canoe were generally an old man, in some 2 or 3. These used always to direct the others, were better clothed, and generally carried a halberd or battle axe in their hands, or some such like thing that distinguished them from the others. As soon as they came within about a stone's throw of the ship, they would there lay, and call out, Haramoi Harenta a Patuago, that is, come here, come ashore with us, and we will kill you with our patu-patus. And at the same time would shake them at us. At times they would dance the war dance, and other times they would trade with and talk to us, and answer such questions as were put to them with all the calmness imaginable, and then again begin the war dance, shaking their paddles, patu-patus, etc. And make strange contortions at the same time. As soon as they had worked themselves up to a proper pitch, they would begin to attack us with stones and darts, and oblige us, whether we would or no, to fire upon them. Musketry they never regarded unless they felt the effect, but great guns they did, because they threw stones farther than they could comprehend. After they found that our arms were so much superior to theirs, and that we took no advantage of that superiority, and a little time given them to reflect upon it, they ever after were our very good friends. And we never had an instance of their attempting to surprise or cut off any of our people when they were ashore. Opportunity for so doing they must have had at one time or another. It is hard to account for what we have everywhere been told, of their eating their enemies killed in battle, which they most certainly do. Circumstances enough we have seen to convince us of the truth of this. Tupia, who holds this custom in great aversion, hath very often argued with them against it, but they have always as strenuously supported it, and never would own that it was wrong. It is reasonable to suppose that men with whom this custom is found, seldom, if ever, give quarter to those they overcome in battle, and if so, they must fight desperately to the very last. A strong proof of this supposition we had from the people of Queen Charlotte's Sound, who told us, but a few days before we arrived, that they had killed and eat a whole boat's crew. Surely a single boat's crew, or at least a part of them, when they found themselves beset and overpowered by numbers, would have surrendered themselves prisoners, was such a thing practiced among them. The heads of these unfortunate people they preserved as trophies, 4 or 5 of them they brought off to shew to us, one of which Mr. Banks bought, or rather forced them to sell, for they parted with it with the utmost reluctancy, and afterwards would not so much as let us see one more for anything we could offer them. In the article of food these people have no great variety. Fern roots, dogs, fish, and wild fowl is their chief diet, for cocoas, yams, and sweet potatoes is not cultivated everywhere. They dress their victuals in the same manner as the people in the South Sea Islands. That is, dogs and large fish they bake in a hole in the ground, and small fish, birds, and shell fish, etc., they broil on the fire. Fern roots they likewise heat over the fire, then beat them out flat upon a stone with a wooden mallet. After this they are fit for eating, in the doing of which they suck out the moist and glutinous part, and spit out the fibrous parts. These ferns are much like, if not the same as, the mountain ferns in England. They catch fish with shawns, hooks and line, but more commonly with hooped nets very ingeniously made. In the middle of these they tie the bait, such as sea ears, fish guts, etc., then sink the net to the bottom with a stone. After it lays there a little time they haul it gently up, and hardly ever without fish, and very often a large quantity. All their nets are made of the broad grass plant before mentioned. Generally with no other preparation than by splitting the blade of the plant into threads. Their fish hooks are made of crooked pieces of wood, bones, and shells. War canoe of New Zealand. New Zealand canoes, houses, etc. The people shew great ingenuity and good workmanship in the building and framing their boats or canoes. They are long and narrow, and shaped very much like a New England whaleboat. Their large canoes are, I believe, built wholly for war, and will carry from 40 to 80 or 100 men with their arms, etc. I shall give the dimensions of one which I measured that lay ashore at Talago. Length 68.5 feet, breadth 5 feet, and depths 3.5, the bottom sharp, inclining to a wedge, and was made of 3 pieces hollowed out to about 2 inches or 1.5 inches thick, and well fastened together with strong plaiting. Each side consisted of 1 plank only, which was 63 feet long and 10 or 12 inches broad, and about 1¼ inch thick, and these were well fitted and lashed to the bottom part. There were a number of thwarts laid across and lashed to each gunwale as a strengthening to the boat. The head ornament projected 5 or 6 feet without the body of the boat, and was 4 feet high. The stern ornament was 14 feet high, about 2 feet broad, and about 1½ inch thick. It was fixed upon the stern of the canoe like the stern post of a ship upon her keel. The ornaments of both head and stern and the 2 side boards were of carved work, and, in my opinion, neither ill-designed nor executed. All their canoes are built after this plan, and few are less than 20 feet long. Some of the small ones we have seen with outriggers, but this is not common. In their war canoes they generally have a quantity of birds' feathers hung in strings, and tied about the head and stern as additional ornament. They are as various in the heads of their canoes as we are in those of our shipping. But what is most common is an odd designed figure of a man, with as ugly a face as can be conceived, a very large tongue sticking out of his mouth, and large white eyes made of the shells of sea ears. Their paddles are small, light, and neatly made. They hardly ever make use of sails, at least that we saw, and those they have are but ill contrived, being generally a piece of netting spread between 2 poles, which serve for both masts and yards. The houses of these people are better calculated for a cold than a hot climate. They are built low, and in the form of an oblong square. The framing is of wood or small sticks, and the sides and covering of thatch made of long grass. The door is generally at one end, and no bigger than to admit of a man to creep in and out. Just within the door is the fireplace, and over the door, or on one side, is a small hole to let out the smoke. These houses are 20 or 30 feet long, others not above half as long. This depends upon the largeness of the family they are to contain, for I believe few families are without such a house as these, although they do not always live in them, especially in the summer season. When many of them live dispersed up and down in little temporary huts, that are not sufficient to shelter them from the weather. The tools which they work with in building their canoes, houses, etc., are adzes or axes, some made of a hard black stone, and others of green talc. They have chisels made of the same, but these are more commonly made of human bones. In working small work and carving I believe they use mostly paces of jasper, breaking small pieces from a large lump they have for that purpose. As soon as the small pace is blunted they throw it away and take another. To till or turn up the ground they have wooden spades, if I may so call them, made like stout pickets, with a piece of wood tied across near the lower end, to put the foot upon to force them into the ground. These green talc axes that are whole and good they set much value upon, and never would part with them for anything we could offer. The weapons of greenstone, found in the South Islands, were much prized. This hard material required years to shape into a mere, or short club, and these were handed down from father to son as a most valuable possession. I offered one day for one of the best axes I had in the ship, besides a number of other things, but nothing would induce the owner to part with it. From this I inferred that good ones were scarce among them. Diversions and musical instruments they have but few, the latter consists of 2 or 3 sorts of trumpets and a small pipe or whistle, and the former in singing and dancing. Their songs are harmonious enough, but very doleful to a European ear. In most of their dances they appear like mad men, jumping and stamping with their feet, making strange contortions with every part of the body, and a hideous noise at the same time. And if they happen to be in their canoes they flourish with great agility their paddles, pat-to-patus, various ways, in the doing of which, if there are ever so many boats and people, they all keep time and motion together to a surprising degree. It was in this manner that they worked themselves to a proper pitch of courage before they used to attack us. And it was only from their after behavior that we could tell whether they were in jest or in earnest when they gave these haivas, as they call them, of their own accord, especially at our first coming into a place. Their signs of friendship is the waving the hand or a piece of cloth, etc. We were never able to learn with any degree of certainty in what manner they bury their dead. We were generally told that they put them in the ground. If so, it must be in some secret or by place, for we never saw the least signs of a burying place in the whole country. The burying places were kept secret. The body was temporarily buried, and after some time exhumed. The bones were cleaned, and hidden in some cave or cleft in the rocks. As bones were used by enemies to make implements, it was a point to keep these depositories secret, to prevent such desecration. Their custom of mourning for a friend or relation is by cutting and scarifying their bodice, particularly their arms and breasts, in such a manner that the scars remain indelible, and, I believe, have some signification such as to shew how near related the deceased was to them. Maori and Tahiti words. With respect to religion, I believe these people trouble themselves very little about it. They, however, believe that there is one supreme God, whom they call Tani, probably Te Mahuta, the creator of animal and vegetable life. The Maori does not pray, and likewise a number of other inferior deities. But whether or no they worship or pray to either one or the other we know not with any degree of certainty. It is reasonable to suppose that they do, and I believe it, yet I never saw the least action or thing among them that tended to prove it. They have the same notions of the creation of the world, mankind, etc., as the people of the South Sea Islands have. Indeed, many of their notions and customs are the very same. But nothing is so great a proof of their all having had one source as their language, which differ but in a very few words the one from the other, as will appear from the following specimens, which I had from Mr. Banks, who understands their language as well, or better than, any one on board. Speculations on a southern continent. There are some small difference in the language spoke by the Ihinamoeans and those of Tovi Poenamo. But this difference seemed to me to be only in the pronunciation, and is no more than what we find between one part of England and another. What is here inserted as a specimen is that spoke by the people of Ihinamo. What is meant by the South Sea Islands are those islands we ourselves touched at. But I gave it that title because we have always been told that the same language is universally spoke by all the islanders, and that this is a sufficient proof that both they and the New Zealanders have had one origin or source. But where this is even time perhaps may never discover. It certainly is neither to the southward nor eastward, for I cannot persuade myself that ever they came from America, and as to a southern continent, I do not believe any such thing exist, unless in a high latitude. But as the contrary opinion hath for many years prevailed, and may yet prevail, it is necessary I should say something in support of mine more than what will be directly pointed out by the track of this ship in those seas. For from that alone it will evidently appear that there is a large space extending quite to the tropic in which we were not, or any other before us that we can ever learn for certain. In our route to the northward, after doubling Cape Horn, when in the latitude of 40 degrees, we were in the longitude of 110 degrees. And in our return to the southward, after leaving Ulidia, when in the same latitude, we were in the longitude of 145 degrees, the difference in this latitude is 35 degrees of longitude. In the latitude of 30 degrees the difference of the two tracks is 21 degrees, and that difference continues as low as 20 degrees, but a view of the chart will best illustrate this. Here is now room enough for the North Cape of the southern continent to extend to the northward, even to a pretty low latitude. But what foundation have we for such a supposition? None, that I know of, but this, that it must either be here or nowhere. Geographers have indeed laid down part of Quiros' discoveries in this longitude, and have told us that he had these signs of a continent, a part of which they have actually laid down in the maps, but by what authority I know not. Quiros, in the latitude of 25 or 26 degrees south, discovered two islands, which, I suppose, may lay between the longitude of 130 and 140 degrees west. Dalrymple lays them down in 146 degrees west, and says that Quiros saw to the southward very large hanging clouds and a very thick horizon, with other known signs of a continent. Other accounts of their voyage says not a word about this. But supposing this to be true, hanging clouds and a thick horizon are certainly no signs of a continent. I have had many proofs to the contrary in the course of this voyage. Neither do I believe that Quiros looked upon such things as known signs of land, for if he had he certainly would have stood to the southward, in order to have satisfied himself before he had gone to the northward. For no man seems to have had discoveries more at heart than he had. Besides this was the ultimate object of his voyage. It is conjectured that what Quiros saw was Tahiti, but his track on this voyage is very vague. There are certainly no islands in the latitude given except Pitcairn. If Quiros was in the latitude of 26 degrees and longitude 146 degrees west, then I am certain that no part of the southern continent can nowhere extend so far to the northward as the above-mentioned latitude. But the voyage which seems to thrust it farthest back in the longitude I am speaking of, viz. between 130 and 150 degrees west, is that of Admiral Roggewijn, a Dutchman, made in 1722, who, after leaving Juan Fernandez, went in search of Davis's Island. But not finding it, he ran 12 degrees more to the west, and in the latitude of 28½ degrees discovered Easter Island. Dalrymple and some others have laid it down in 27 degrees south and 106 degrees 30 minutes west, and supposes it to be the same as Davis's Isle, which I think cannot be from the circumstance of the voyage. On the other hand, Mr. Pinger, in his treatise concerning the transit of Venus, gives an extract of Roggewijn's voyage and a map of the South Seas, wherein he places Easter Island in the latitude of 28½ degrees south. And in the longitude of 123 degrees west, Easter Island is in longitude 110 degrees west, and is considered identical with Davis's Island. His reason for so doing may be seen at large in the said treatise. He likewise lays down Roggewijn's route through those South Seas very different from any other author I have seen. For after leaving Easter Island he makes him to steer southwest to the height of 34 degrees south, and afterwards west-northwest. If Roggewijn really took this route, then it is not probable that there is any main land to the northward of 35 degrees south. However, Mr. Dalrymple and some geographers have laid down Roggewijn's track very different from Mr. Pinger. From Easter Isle they have laid down his track to the northwest, and afterwards very little different from that of La Mer. And this I think is not probable, that a man who, at his own request, was sent to discover the southern continent should take the same route through these seas as others had done before who had the same thing in view. By so doing he must be morally certain of not finding what he was in search of, and of course must fail as they had done. Be this as it may, it is a point that cannot be cleared up from the published accounts of the voyage, which, so far from taking proper notice of their longitude, have not even mentioned the latitude of several of the islands they discovered. So that I find it impossible to lay down Roggewijn's route with the least degree of accuracy. Roggewijn's track is still unknown. But to return to our own voyage, which must be allowed to have set aside the most, if not all, the arguments and proofs that have been advanced by different authors to prove that there must be a southern continent. I mean to the northward of 40 degrees south, for what may lie to the southward of that latitude I know not. Certain it is that we saw no visible signs of land, according to my opinion, neither in our route to the northward, southward, or westward, until a few days before we made the coast of New Zealand. It is true we have often seen large flocks of birds, but they were generally such as are always seen at a very great distance from land. We likewise saw frequently paces of sea or rock weed, but how is one to know how far this may drive to sea? I am told, and that from undoubted authority, that there is yearly thrown up upon the coast of Ireland and Scotland a sort of beans called ox-eyes, which are known to grow nowhere but in the West Indies. And yet these two places are not less than 1,200 leagues asunder. Was such things found floating upon the water in the South Seas, one would hardly be persuaded that one was even out of sight of land, so apt are we to catch at everything that may at least point out to us the favorite object we are in pursuit of. And yet experience shews that we may be as far from it as ever. Thus I have given my opinion freely and without prejudice, not with any view to discourage any future attempts being made towards discovering the southern continent. On the contrary, as I think this voyage will evidently make it appear that there is left but a small space to the northward of 40 degrees where the grand object can lay. I think it would be a great pity that this thing, which at times has been the object of many ages and nations, should not now be wholly be cleared up. Which might very easily be done in one voyage without either much trouble or danger or fear of miscarrying, as the navigator would know where to go to look for it. But if, after all, no continent was to be found, then he might turn his thoughts towards the discovery of those multitude of islands which, we are told, lay within the tropical regions to the south of the line. And this we have from very good authority, as I have before hinted. This he will always have in his power. For, unless he be directed to search for the southern lands in a high latitude, he will not, as we were, be obliged to go farther to the westward in the latitude of 40 degrees than 140 or 145 degrees west. And therefore will always have it in his power to go to George's Island, where he will be sure of meeting with refreshments to recruit his people before he sets out upon the discovery of the islands. Cook carried out this program in his second voyage, when he set at rest for ever the speculation regarding the southern continent. But should it be thought proper to send a ship out upon this service while Tupia lives, and he to come out in her, in that case she would have a prodigious advantage over every ship that hath been upon discoveries in those seas before. For by means of Tupia, supposing he did not accompany you himself, you would always get people to direct you from island to island, and would be sure of meeting with a friendly reception and refreshment at every island you came to. This would enable the navigator to make his discoveries the more perfect and complete. At least it would give him time so to do, for he would not be obliged to hurry through those seas through any apprehensions of wanting provisions. Tupia's list of islands. I shall now add a list of those islands which Tupia and several others have given us an account of, and endeavour to point out the respective situations from Otaheite, or George's Island. But this, with respect to many of them, cannot be depended upon. Those marked thus, Tupia himself has been at, and we have no reason to doubt his veracity in this, by which it will appear that his geographical knowledge of those seas is pretty extensive. And yet I must observe that before he came with us he hardly had an idea of any land being larger than Otaheite. The above list was taken from a chart of the islands drawn by Tupia's own hands. This list is hopeless. With the exception of the society group, Huihaina, and the names that follow, Imeo, Imeo, Tapoamanuo, Tetheroa, and Ohaiteroa, all lying near Tahiti, none can be recognized. Those north and east are no doubt names of the Pomoda group, low coral islands, disposed in rings round lagoons, whose innumerable names are very little known to this day, and very probably the Tahitians had their own names for them. He at one time gave us an account of near 130 islands, but in his chart he laid down only 74, and this is about the number that some others of the natives of Otaheite gave us an account of. But the account taken by and from different people differ sensibly one from another both in names and numbers. The first is owing to the want of rightly knowing how to pronounce the names of the islands after them. But be this as it may, it is very certain that there are these number of islands, and very probably a great many more, laying somewhere in the Great South Sea, the greatest part of which have never been seen by any European. Historical Notes on New Zealand. Notes on New Zealand. As already stated by Cook in the journal, New Zealand was first discovered by Abel Tasman, a Dutch navigator, in the year 1642. Sailing from Tasmania, he sighted the northern part of the middle island, and anchored a little east of Cape Farewell in Massacre, Golden Bay, so called by him because the Maoris cut off one of his boats, and killed 3 of the crew. Tasman never landed anywhere, but coasted from Massacre Bay along the western side of the North Island to the North Point. He passed outside the Three Kings, and thence away into the Pacific, to discover the Friendly Group. No European eye again sighted New Zealand until Cook circumnavigated and mapped the islands. The warlike character of the natives is well shown in this journal. On nearly every occasion they either made, or attempted to make, an attack, even on the ships, and in self-defense firearms had constantly to be used. Nevertheless, Cook's judgment enabled him to inaugurate friendly relations in most places where he stopped long enough to enable the natives to become acquainted with the strangers. It was not so with other voyagers. De Surville, a Frenchman, who called at Doubtless Bay very shortly after Cook left it, destroyed a village, and carried off a chief. Marion de Fresne was, in 1772, in the Bay of Islands, killed by the natives, with 16 of his people, and eaten, for violation of some of their customs, and ill treatment of some individuals. Other outrages followed, committed on both sides, and it is no wonder that, though Cook represented the advantages of the island for colonization, it was not considered a desirable place in which to settle. The cannibalism of the Maoris especially made people shy of the country. Intermittent communication took place between New Zealand and the new colony of New South Wales, and at last, in 1814, Samuel Marsden, a clergyman of the Church of England, who had seen Maoris in New South Wales, landed in the Bay of Islands with other missionaries. This fearless and noble-minded man obtained the confidence of the Maoris, and a commencement of colonization was made. It was not, however, until 1840 that the New Zealand Company was formed to definitely colonize. They made their station at Wellington. In the same year Captain Hobson, R.N., was sent as lieutenant governor. Landing first at the Bay of Islands, he transferred his headquarters to the Hauraki Gulf in September 1840, where he founded Auckland, which remained the capital until 1876, when the seat of government was transferred to Wellington. The North Island, in which all these occurrences took place, contained by far the greater number of the natives, and it seems strange now that the first efforts to settle were not made in the Middle Island, which has proved equally suitable for Europeans, and where the difficulties of settlement, from the existence of a less numerous native population, were not so great. It is not necessary here to follow the complicated history of New Zealand in later years, which unfortunately comprises several bloody wars with the Maoris. The present prosperous condition of this great colony is well known, but it has not been effected without the rapid diminution of the natives, who have met with the fate of most aborigines in contact with Europeans, especially when the former were naturally bold and warlike. The Maoris have retained the tradition of the original arrival of their race in a fleet of canoes from a country called Hawaii, which is by some supposed to be Hawaii in the Sandwich Group. As we have seen, the language was practically the same as that of Tahiti, and there is no doubt that they came from some of the Polynesian islands. The date of the immigration is supposed to be the 15th century. Each canoe's crew settled in different parts of the North Island, and were the founders of the different great tribes into which the New Zealanders were divided. The more celebrated canoes were the Arawa, Tainui, Aotea, Kurahapo, Takitumu, and others. The Arawa claimed the first landing, and the principal idols came in her. One of these is now in the possession of Sir George Grey. A large tribe on the east coast still bears the name of Arawa, and her name, that of the Tainui, and other of the canoes, are now borne by some of the great steamships that run to New Zealand. Cook, in the voyage with which we have to deal, completely examined the whole group. His pertinacity and determination to follow the whole coast is a fine instance of his thoroughness in exploration. No weather nor delay daunted him, and the accuracy with which he depicted the main features of the outline of the islands is far beyond any of the similar work of other voyagers. It is true that he missed in the South Island many of the fine harbors that have played such an important part in the prosperity of the colony. But when we consider the narrowness of their entrances, and the enormous extent of the coastline which he laid down in such a short time, this is not astonishing. His observations on the natives and on the country display great acuteness of observation, and had the settlers displayed the same spirit of fair treatment and respect for the customs of the natives, much of the bloody warfare that has stained the annals of the colony might have been averted. Though it is scarcely possible that with such a high-spirited race the occupation of the islands, especially the North Island, where the majority of the Maoris were, could have taken place without some disturbances. New Zealand now contains 630,000 Europeans, and 41,000 Maoris. Its exports are valued at £10 million, and the imports at £6,250,000. There are 2,000 miles of railways open. Such is the result of 50 years of colonization in a fertile and rich island, the climate of which may be described as that of a genial England. Chapter 7. Passage from New Zealand to New Holland. April 1770. From New Zealand to Australia. Sunday, April 1st. In the PM had a moderate breeze at east, which in the night veered to the northeast, and was attended with hazy, rainy weather. I have before made mention of our quitting New Zealand with an intention to steer to the westward, which we accordingly did. Taking our departure from Cape Farewell in the latitude of 40 degrees 30 minutes south and longitude 185 degrees 58 minutes west from Greenwich, which bore from us at 5 p.m. west 18 degrees north, distance 12 miles. After this we steered northwest and west-northwest, in order to give it a good berth, until 8 o'clock a.m., at which time we steered west, having the advantage of a fresh gale at north by east. At noon our latitude by account was 40 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude made from Cape Farewell 1 degree 11 minutes west. Monday, 2nd. In the PM had a moderate gale at north, with thick hazy weather, attended with rain. At 8 it fell little wind, and veered to west-southwest, at which time we tacked. At midnight the wind came to south-southwest, and increased to a brisk gale with fair cloudy weather, which we made the most of as soon as it was daylight. At noon our latitude, by observation, was 40 degrees 0 minutes, and longitude made from Cape Farewell 2 degrees 31 minutes west. Tuesday, 3rd, cloudy weather. Winds at southwest and south-southwest, a fresh gale, with which we made our course good northwest by west, and distance run from yesterday at noon to this day at noon 38.5 leagues. Latitude, by observation, 38 degrees 56 minutes south. Longitude made from Cape Farewell 4 degrees 36 minutes west. Wednesday, 4th. Had a steady brisk gale at south-southwest with some flying showers of rain and large hollow sea from the southward. In the PM. Unbent the main topsail to repair, and brought another to the yard and set it close reefed. At noon our latitude, by observation, was 37 degrees 56 minutes south, course and distance since yesterday at noon north 60 degrees west, 122 miles. Longitude made from Cape Farewell 6 degrees 54 minutes west. Thursday, 5th, fresh gales at south, which in the AM veered to southeast by south. At noon our latitude, by observation, was 37 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude made from Cape Farewell 9 degrees 10 minutes west, course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon north 73 degrees 15 minutes west, 37 leagues. Friday, 6th. Winds between the south by east and southeast, with a continued swell from the south-southwest. At noon our latitude in per observation 37 degrees 18 minutes south. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon north 85 degrees west, 58 miles. Longitude made from Cape Farewell 10 degrees 35 minutes west. Saturday, 7th, gentle breezes at northeast, which in the AM veered to northwest. In the PM. Found the variation by the mean of several azimuths to be 13 degrees 50 minutes east, being then in the latitude of 37 degrees 23 minutes south, and longitude 196 degrees 44 minutes west. In the AM punished J&O. Bowles, Marine, with 12 lashes for refusing to do his duty when ordered by the boatswain's mate and sergeant of Marines. At noon latitude per observation 37 degrees 35 minutes south, longitude made from Cape Farewell 11 degrees 34 minutes west. Course and distance run since yesterday noon south 70 degrees 15 minutes west, 50 miles. Sunday, 8th, gentle breezes from the northwest and north. In the PM found the variation to be 13 degrees 56 minutes east. At noon latitude in per observation 38 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude made from Cape Farewell 13 degrees 2 minutes west, course and distance sailed since yesterday noon south 70 degrees 15 minutes west, 74 miles. Monday, 9th. Gentle breezes at northwest, pleasant weather and a smooth sea. In the AM saw a tropic bird, which, I believe, is uncommon in such high latitudes. At noon latitude observed 38 degrees 29 minutes south, longitude made from Cape Farewell 14 degrees 45 minutes west, course and distance sailed since yesterday noon south 70 degrees 15 minutes west, 86 miles. Tuesday, 10th. Gentle breezes at northwest by north, and clear settled weather. In the AM found the variation, by the amplitude, to be 11 degrees 25 minutes east, and by azimuth 11 degrees 20 minutes. At noon the observed latitude was 38 degrees 51 minutes south, and longitude made from Cape Farewell 16 degrees 45 minutes, longitude in 202 degrees 43 minutes west. Course and distance sailed since yesterday noon south 76 degrees 45 minutes west, 96 miles. Wednesday, 11th, gentle breezes from the northwest, and pleasant weather, with some few showers of rain. In the AM. Found the variation to be 13 degrees 48 minutes east, which is 2.5 degrees more than it was yesterday, although I should have expected to have found it less, for the observations were equally good. At noon latitude in 39 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude made from Cape Farewell 17 degrees 23 minutes, and course and distance sailed since yesterday noon south 62 degrees west, 34 miles. Thursday, 12th. Calm, with now and then light airs from the northeast and northwest, cloudy weather, but remarkably warm, and so it hath been for some days past. At noon we were in the latitude of 39 degrees 11 minutes, and longitude from Cape Farewell 17 degrees 35 minutes west, course and distance sailed since yesterday noon south 66 degrees west, 10 miles. Friday, 13th. Light airs next to a calm, with clear pleasant weather. What little wind we had was from the northwest quarter. In the course of this day found the variation to be 12 degrees 27 minutes east, being at noon, by observation, in the latitude of 39 degrees 23 minutes south, and longitude 204 degrees 2 minutes west. Course and distance since yesterday noon south 62 degrees west, 26 miles, and longitude made from Cape Farewell 18 degrees 4 minutes west. Saturday, 14th, calm serene weather, with sometimes light airs from the northward. At sunset found the variation to be 11 degrees 28 minutes east, and in the morning to be 11 degrees 30 minutes east. The spritsail topsail being wore to rags, it was condemned as not fit for its proper use, and converted to repair the two top-gallant sails, they being of themselves so bad as not to be worth the expense of new canvas. But with the help of this sail may be made to last some time longer. At noon latitude in 39 degrees 25 minutes south, longitude made from Cape Farewell 18 degrees 21 minutes west, course and distance since yesterday noon south 18 degrees west, 13 miles. Sunday, 15th. In the PM. Had light airs at north, which in the AM increased to a fresh gale, with which we made the best of our way to the westward, and by noon had run since yesterday upon a south 86 degrees 15 minutes west course 79 miles. Latitude in, by observation, 39 degrees 30 minutes south, and longitude made from Cape Farewell 20 degrees 2 minutes west. Some flying fish seen this day. Monday, 16th, fresh gales at north-northwest, with cloudy, hazy weather. In the PM. Saw an egg bird, and yesterday a gannet was seen. These are birds that we reckon never to go far from land. We kept the lead going all night, but found no soundings with 100 and 130 fathoms line. At noon we were in the latitude of 39 degrees 40 minutes south, and had made 22 degrees 2 minutes of longitude from Cape Farewell, course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon south 82 degrees west, 108 miles. Tuesday, 17th. At 2 p.m. The wind came to west-southwest, at which time we tacked and stood to the northwest. Before 5 o'clock we were obliged to close reef our topsails, having a strong gale, with very heavy squalls. About this time a small land bird was seen to pitch upon the rigging. We sounded, but had no ground with 120 fathoms of line. At 8 o'clock we wore and stood to the southward until 12 at night, then wore and stood to the northwest until 4 a.m. When we again stood to the southward, having a fresh gale at west-southwest, attended with squalls and dark hazy unsettled weather until 9. At which time it fell little wind, and the weather soon after cleared up, which, a little after 11, gave us an opportunity of taking several observations of the sun and moon. The mean result of which gave 207 degrees 56 minutes west longitude from the meridian of Greenwich. From these observations the longitude of the ship at noon was 207 degrees 58 minutes, and by the log 208 degrees 20 minutes, the difference being only 22 minutes, and this error may as well be in the one as the other. Our latitude at noon was 39 degrees 36 minutes south, the longitude made from Cape Farewell 22 degrees 22 minutes west. Wednesday, 18th. Wind southerly, a hard gale, with heavy squalls, attended with showers of rain and a great sea from the same quarter. At 3 p.m. close reefed the topsails, handed the main and mizzen topsail, and got down top-gallant yards. At 6 the gale increased to such a height as to oblige us to take in the foretopsail and mainsail, and to run under the foresail and mizzen all night, sounding every 2 hours, but found no ground with 120 fathoms. At 6 a.m. set the mainsail, and soon after the foretopsail, and before noon the main topsail, both close reefed. At noon our latitude by observation was 38 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude from Cape Farewell 23 degrees 43 minutes west. And course and distance run since yesterday noon north 51 degrees west, 82 miles. Last night we saw a Port Egmont hen, and this morning 2 more, a pintado bird, several albatrosses, and black sheer waters. The first of these birds are certain signs of the nearness of land, indeed we cannot be far from it. By our longitude we are a degree to the westward of the east side of Van Diemen's Land, according to Tasman, the first discoverers, longitude of it, who could not err much in so short a run as from this land to New Zealand. And by our latitude we could not be above 50 or 55 leagues to the northward of the place where he took his departure from. Chapter 8. Exploration of East Coast of Australia. April 1770. Thursday, 19th. In the p.m. had fresh gales at south-southwest and cloudy squally weather, with a large southerly sea, at 6 took in the topsails, and at 1 a.m. brought to and sounded, but had no ground with 130 fathoms of line. At 5, set the topsails close reefed, and 6, saw land, the southeast coast of Australia. See chart, extending from northeast to west, distance 5 or 6 leagues, having 80 fathoms, fine sandy bottom. We continued standing to the westward with the wind at south-southwest until 8, at which time we got to gallant yards across, made all sail, and bore away along shore northeast for the eastermost land we had in sight. Being at this time in the latitude of 37 degrees 58 minutes south, and longitude of 210 degrees 39 minutes west. The southermost point of land we had in sight, which bore from us west 1/4 south, I judged to lay in the latitude of 38 degrees 0 minutes south and in the longitude of 211 degrees 7 minutes west from the meridian of Greenwich. I have named it Point Hicks, because Lieutenant Hicks was the first who discovered this land. To the southward of this point we could see no land, and yet it was clear in that quarter, and by our longitude compared with that of Tasman's, the body of Van Diemen's Land ought to have bore due south from us. And from the soon falling of the sea after the wind abated I had reason to think it did. But as we did not see it, and finding the coast to trend northeast and southwest, or rather more to the westward, makes me doubtful whether they are one land or no. Had not the gale on the day before forced Cook to run to the northward, he would have made the north end of the Furneaux group, and probably have discovered Bass Strait, which would have cleared up the doubt, which he evidently felt, as to whether Tasmania was an island or not. The fact was not positively known until Dr. Bass sailed through the strait in a whaleboat in 1797. Point Hicks was merely a rise in the coastline, where it dipped below the horizon to the westward, and the name of Point Hicks Hill is now borne by an elevation that seems to agree with the position. However, every one who compares this journal with that of Tasman's will be as good a judge as I am. But it is necessary to observe that I do not take the situation of Van Diemen's from the printed charts, but from the extract of Tasman's Journal, published by Dirk Rembrandts. At noon we were in the latitude of 37 degrees 50 minutes and longitude of 210 degrees 29 minutes west. The extremes of the land extending from northwest to east-northeast, a remarkable point, bore north 20 degrees east, distant 4 leagues. This point rises to a round hillock very much like the Ramhead going into Plymouth Sound, on which account I called it by the same name, latitude 37 degrees 39 minutes, longitude 210 degrees 22 minutes west. The variation by an azimuth taken this morning was 8 degrees 7 minutes east. What we have as yet seen of this land appears rather low, and not very hilly, the face of the country green and woody, but the sea shore is all a white sand. Friday, 20th. In the PM and most part of the night had a fresh gale westerly, with squalls, attended with showers of rain. In the AM had the wind at southwest, with severe weather. At 1 PM saw 3 water spouts at once. 2 were between us and the shore, and 1 at some distance upon our larboard quarter. At 6, short-ned sail, and brought 2 for the night, having 56 fathoms fine sandy bottom. The northernmost land in sight bore north by east 1/2 east, and a small island, Gaba Island, lying close to a point on the main bore west, distant 2 leagues. This point I have named Cape Howe, called after Admiral Earl Howe, is the southeast point of Australia. The position is almost exact. It may be known by the trending of the coast, which is north on the one side and southwest on the other. Latitude 37 degrees 28 minutes south, longitude 210 degrees 3 minutes west. It may likewise be known by some round hills upon the main just within it. Having brought 2 with her head off shore, we at 10 wore, and lay her head in until 4 AM, at which time we made sail along shore to the northward. At 6, the northernmost land in sight bore north, being at this time about 4 leagues from the land. At noon we were in the latitude of 36 degrees 51 minutes south and longitude of 209 degrees 53 minutes west, and 3 leagues from the land. Course sailed along shore since yesterday at noon was first north 52 degrees east, 30 miles, then north by east and north by west, 41 miles. The weather being clear gave us an opportunity to view the country, which had a very agreeable and promising aspect, diversified with hills, ridges, plains, and valleys, with some few small lawns. But for the most part the whole was covered with wood. The hills and ridges rise with a gentle slope, they are not high, neither are there many of them. Off Cape Dromedary, New South Wales. Saturday, 21st. Wind southerly, a gentle breeze, and clear weather, with which we coasted along shore to the northward. In the PM we saw the smoke of fire in several places, a certain sign that the country is inhabited. At 6, being about 2 or 3 leagues from the land, we short-ned sail, and sounded and found 44 fathoms, a sandy bottom. Stood on under an easy sail until 12 o'clock, at which time we brought 2 until 4 AM. When we made sail, having then 90 fathoms, 5 leagues from the land. At 6, we were abreast of a pretty high mountain laying near the shore, which, on account of its figure, I named Mount Dromedary, latitude 36 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 209 degrees 55 minutes west. The shore under the foot of the mountain forms a point, which I have named Cape Dromedary, over which is a peaked hillock. At this time found the variation to be 10 degrees 42 minutes east. Between 10 and 11 o'clock Mr. Green and I took several observations of the sun and moon, the mean result of which gave 209 degrees 17 minutes west longitude from the meridian of Greenwich. By observation made yesterday we were in the longitude 210 degrees 9 minutes. West 20 minutes gives 209 degrees 49 minutes the longitude of the ship today at noon per yesterday's observation, the mean of which and today's give 209 degrees 33 minutes west, by which I fixed the longitude of this coast. Our latitude at noon was 35 degrees 49 minutes south, Cape Dromedary bore south 30 degrees west, distant 12 leagues. An open bay, Bateman Bay, wherein lay 3 or 4 small islands, borne northwest by west, distant 5 or 6 leagues. This bay seemed to be but very little sheltered from the sea winds, and yet it is the only likely anchoring place I have yet seen upon the coast. Sunday, 22nd. In the p.m. Had a gentle breeze at south by west with which we steered along shore north by east and north-northeast at the distance of about 3 leagues. Saw the smoke of fire in several places near the sea beach. At 5, we were abreast of a point of land which, on account of its perpendicular cliffs, I called Point Upright, latitude 35 degrees 35 minutes south. It bore from us due west, distant 2 leagues, and in this situation had 31 fathoms, sandy bottom. At 6, falling little wind, we hauled off east-northeast. At this time the northernmost land in sight bore north by east 1/2 east, and at midnight, being in 70 fathoms, we brought to until 4 a.m. At which time we made sail in for the land, and at daylight found ourselves nearly in the same place we were at 5 o'clock in the evening. By which it was apparent that we had been drove about 3 leagues to the southward by a tide or current in the night. After this we steered along shore north-northeast, having a gentle breeze at southwest, and were so near the shore as to distinguish several people upon the sea beach. They appeared to be of a very dark or black color. But whether this was the real color of their skins or the clothes they might have on I know not. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 35 degrees 27 minutes and longitude 209 degrees 23 minutes. Cape Dromedary bore south 28 degrees west, distance 15 leagues. A remarkable peaked hill laying inland, the top of which looked like a pigeon house, and occasioned my giving it that name, bore north 32 degrees 33 minutes west, and a small low island, laying close under the shore, bore northwest. Distance 2 or 3 leagues. Variation of the compass 9 degrees 50 minutes east. When we first discovered this island in the morning I was in hopes, from its appearance, that we should have found shelter for the ship behind it. But when we came to approach it near I did not think that there was even security for a boat to land. But this, I believe, I should have attempted had not the wind come on shore, after which I did not think it safe to send a boat from the ship, as we had a large hollow sea from the southeast rolling in upon the land, which be everywhere very high upon the shore. And this we have had ever since we came upon the coast. The land near the sea coast still continues of a moderate height, forming alternately rocky points and sandy beaches. But inland, between Mount Dromedary and the Pigeon House, are several pretty high mountains, 2 only of which we saw but what were covered with trees, and these lay inland behind the Pigeon House, and are remarkably flat atop, with steep rocky cliffs all round them. As far as we could see the trees in this country hath all the appearance of being stout and lofty. For these 2 days past the observed latitude hath been 12 or 14 miles to the southward of the ship's account given by the log, which can be owing to nothing but a current set to the southward. Monday, 23rd. In the p.m. Had a gentle breeze at east, which in the night veered to northeast and north. At 4 p.m., being about 5 miles from the land, we tacked and stood off southeast and east until 4 a.m. At which time we tacked and stood in, being then about 9 or 10 leagues from the land. At 8, it fell little wind, and soon after calm. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 35 degrees 38 minutes and about 6 leagues from the land, Mount Dromedary bearing south 37 degrees west, distant 17 leagues, and the Pigeon House north 40 degrees west. In this situation had 74 fathoms. Tuesday, 24th. In the p.m. had variable light airs and calms until 6 o'clock, at which time a breeze sprung up at north by west. At this time we had 70 fathoms water, being about 4 or 5 leagues from the land, the Pigeon House bearing north 40 degrees west, Mount Dromedary south 30 degrees west, and the northernmost land in sight north 19 degrees east. Stood to the northeast until noon, having a gentle breeze at northwest, at which time we tacked and stood to the westward, being then, by observation, in the latitude of 35 degrees 10 minutes south and longitude 208 degrees 51 minutes west. A point of land which I named Cape St. George, we having discovered it on that saint's day, bore west, distant 19 miles, and the Pigeon House south 7 degrees west, the latitude and longitude of which I found to be 35 degrees 19 minutes south and 209 degrees 42 minutes west. In the morning we found the variation to be, by the amplitude, 7 degrees 50 minutes east, by several azimuths 7 degrees 54 minutes east. Off Jervis Bay, New South Wales. Wednesday, 25th. In the p.m. Had a fresh breeze at northwest until 3 o'clock, at which time it came to west, and we tacked and stood to the northward. At 5 o'clock, being about 5 or 6 leagues from the land, the Pigeon House bearing west-southwest, distant 9 leagues, sounded and had 86 fathoms. At 8, being very squally, with lightning, we close-reefed the topsails and brought to, being then in 120 fathoms. At 3 a.m. made sail again to the northward, having the advantage of a fresh gale at southwest. At noon we were about 3 or 4 leagues from the land and in the latitude of 34 degrees 22 minutes and longitude 208 degrees 36 minutes west. Course and distance sailed since yesterday noon is north by east 49 miles. In the course of this day's run we saw the smoke of fire in several places near the sea beach. About 2 leagues to the northward of Cape St. George the shore seems to form a bay, Jervis Bay, a very fine port, but little use has been made of it up to the present time, which appeared to be sheltered from the northeast winds. But as we had the wind it was not in my power to look into it, and the appearance was not favorable enough to induce me to lose time in beating up to it. The north point of this bay, on account of its figure, I named Long Nose. Latitude 45 degrees 4 minutes south, 8 leagues to the northward of this, is a point which I called Red Point. Some part of the land about it appeared of that color, latitude 34 degrees 29 minutes south, longitude 208 degrees 49 minutes west. A little way inland to the northwest of this point is a round hill, the top of which looked like the crown of a hat. Thursday, 26th, clear, serene weather. In the p.m. Had a light breeze at north-northwest until 5, at which time it fell calm, we being then about 3 or 4 leagues from the land and in 48 fathoms. Variation by azimuth 8 degrees 48 minutes east, the extremes of the land from northeast by north to southwest by south. Saw several smokes along shore before dark, and 2 or 3 times a fire. In the night we lay becalmed, driving in before the sea, until 1 o'clock a.m., at which time we got a breeze from the land, with which we steered northeast, being then in 38 fathoms water. At noon it fell little wind, and veered to northeast by north, we being then in the latitude of 34 degrees 10 minutes and longitude 208 degrees 27 minutes west, and about 5 leagues from the land, which extended from south 37 degrees west to north 1/2 east. In this latitude are some white cliffs, which rise perpendicular from the sea to a moderate height. Friday, 27th, variably light airs between the northeast and northwest, clear pleasant weather. In the p.m. Stood off shore until 2, then tacked and stood until 6, at which time we tacked and stood off, being then in 54 fathoms and about 4 or 5 miles from the land, the extremes of which bore from south 28 degrees west to north 25 degrees 30 minutes east. At 12 we tacked and stood in until 4 a.m., then made a trip off until daylight, after which we stood in for the land. In all this time we lost ground, owing a good deal to the variableness of the winds, for at noon we were by observation in the latitude of 34 degrees 21 minutes south, Red Point bearing south 27 degrees west, distant 3 leagues. In this situation we were about 4 or 5 miles from the land, which extended from south 19 degrees 30 minutes west to north 29 degrees east. Saturday, 28th. In the p.m. Hoisted out the pinnace and yawl in order to attempt a landing, but the pinnace took in the water so fast that she was obliged to be hoisted in again to stop her leaks. At this time we saw several people ashore, 4 of whom were carrying a small boat or canoe, which we imagined they were going to put into the water in order to come off to us, but in this we were mistaken. Being now not above 2 miles from the shore, Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, Tupia, and myself put off in the yawl, and pulled in for the land to a place where we saw 4 or 5 of the natives, who took to the woods as we approached the shore. Which disappointed us in the expectation we had of getting a near view of them, if not to speak to them. But our disappointment was heightened when we found that we nowhere could effect a landing by reason of the great surf which beat everywhere upon the shore. We saw hauled up upon the beach 3 or 4 small canoes, which to us appeared not much unlike the small ones of New Zealand. In the wood were several trees of the palm kind, and no underwood. And this was all we were able to observe from the boat, after which we returned to the ship about 5 in the evening. The place where Cook attempted to land is near Bulli, a place where there is now considerable export of coal. A large coal port, Wollongong, lies a little to the southward. At this time it fell calm, and we were not above 1.5 miles from the shore, in 11 fathoms, and within some breakers that lay to the southward of us. But luckily a light breeze came off from the land, which carried us out of danger, and with which we stood to the northward. At daylight in the morning we discovered a bay, Botany Bay, which appeared to be tolerably well sheltered from all winds, into which I resolved to go with the ship, and with this view sent the master in the pinnace to sound the entrance, while we kept turning up with the ship, having the wind right out. At noon the entrance bore north-northwest, distance 1 mile. At anchor, Botany Bay, New South Wales. Sunday, 29th. In the p.m. Wind southerly and clear weather, with which we stood into the bay and anchored under the south shore about 2 miles within the entrance in 5 fathoms, the south point bearing southeast and the north point east. Saw, as we came in, on both points of the bay, several of the natives and a few huts, men, women, and children on the south shore abreast of the ship, to which place I went in the boats in hopes of speaking with them, accompanied by Mr. Banks, Dar. Solander, and Tupia. As we approached the shore they all made off, except 2 men, who seemed resolved to oppose our landing. As soon as I saw this I ordered the boats to lay upon their oars, in order to speak to them. But this was to little purpose, for neither us nor Tupia could understand one word they said. We then threw them some nails, beads, etc. ashore, which they took up, and seemed not ill pleased with, in so much that I thought that they beckoned to us to come ashore. But in this we were mistaken, for as soon as we put the boat in they again came to oppose us, upon which I fired a musket between the 2, which had no other effect than to make them retire back, where bundles of their darts lay. And one of them took up a stone and threw at us, which caused my firing a second musket, loaded with small shot. And although some of the shot struck the man, yet it had no other effect than making him lay hold on a target. Immediately after this we landed, which we had no sooner done than they throwed 2 darts at us. This obliged me to fire a 3rd shot, soon after which they both made off, but not in such haste but what we might have taken one, but Mr. Banks being of opinion that the darts were poisoned, made me cautious how I advanced into the woods. We found here a few small huts made of the bark of trees, in one of which were 4 or 5 small children, with whom we left some strings of beads, etc. A quantity of darts lay about the huts, these we took away with us. 3 canoes lay upon the beach, the worst I think I ever saw. They were about 12 or 14 feet long, made of one piece of the bark of a tree, drawn or tied up at each end, and the middle kept open by means of pieces of stick by way of thwarts. After searching for fresh water without success, except a little in a small hole dug in the sand, we embarked, and went over to the north point of the bay, where in coming in we saw several people. But when we landed now there were nobody to be seen. We found here some fresh water, which came trickling down and stood in pools among the rocks. But as this was troublesome to come at I sent a party of men ashore in the morning to the place where we first landed to dig holes in the sand, by which means and a small stream they found fresh water sufficient to water the ship. The string of beads, etc., we had left with the children last night were found laying in the huts this morning, probably the natives were afraid to take them away. After breakfast we sent some empty casks ashore and a party of men to cut wood, and I went myself in the pinnace to sound and explore the bay, in the doing of which I saw some of the natives, but they all fled at my approach. I landed in 2 places, one of which the people had but just left, as there were small fires and fresh mussels broiling upon them. Here likewise lay vast heaps of the largest oyster shells I ever saw. Monday, 30th. As soon as the wooders and waterers were come on board to dinner, 10 or 12 of the natives came to the watering place, and took away their canoes that lay there, but did not offer to touch any one of our casks that had been left ashore. And in the afternoon 16 or 18 of them came boldly up to within 100 yards of our people at the watering place, and there made a stand. Mr. Hicks, who was the officer ashore, did all in his power to entice them to him by offering them presents. But it was to no purpose, all they seemed to want was for us to be gone. After staying a short time they went away. They were all armed with darts and wooden swords. The darts have each 4 prongs, and pointed with fish bones. Those we have seen seem to be intended more for striking fish than offensive weapons, neither are they poisoned, as we at first thought. After I had returned from sounding the bay I went over to a cove on the north side of the bay, where, in 3 or 4 hauls with the Sean, we caught about 300 pounds weight of fish, which I caused to be equally divided among the ship's company. In the A.M. I went in the pinnace to sound and explore the north side of the bay, where I neither met with inhabitants or anything remarkable. Mr. Green took the sun's meridian altitude a little within the south entrance of the bay, which gave the latitude 34 degrees 0' south. May 1770. Tuesday, May 1st, gentle breezes, northerly. In the p.m. 10 of the natives again visited the watering place. I, being on board at this time, went immediately ashore, but before I got there they were going away. I followed them alone and unarmed some distance along shore, but they would not stop until they got farther off than I choose to trust myself. These were armed in the same manner as those that came yesterday. In the evening I sent some hands to haul the seine, but they caught but a very few fish. A little after sunrise I found the variation to be 11 degrees 3' east. Last night 4 by Sutherland, seaman, departed this life, and in the a.m. his body was buried ashore at the watering place, which occasioned my calling the south point of this bay after his name. This morning a party of us went ashore to some huts, not far from the watering place, where some of the natives are daily seen. Here we left several articles, such as cloth, looking-glasses, combs, beads, nails, etc. After this we made an excursion into the country, which we found diversified with woods, lawns, and marshes. The woods are free from underwood of every kind, and the trees are at such a distance from one another that the whole country, or at least great part of it, might be cultivated without being obliged to cut down a single tree. We found the soil everywhere, except in the marshes, to be a light white sand, and produceth a quantity of good grass, which grows in little tufts about as big as one can hold in one's hand, and pretty close to one another. In this manner the surface of the ground is coated. In the woods between the trees Dr. Solander had a bare sight of a small animal something like a rabbit, and we found the dung of an animal, this was the kangaroo, which must feed upon grass, and which, we judge, could not be less than a deer. We also saw the track of a dog, or some such like animal. We met with some huts and places where the natives had been, and at our first setting out one of them was seen. The others, I suppose, had fled upon our approach. I saw some trees that had been cut down by the natives with some sort of a blunt instrument, and several trees that were barked, the bark of which had been cut by the same instrument. In many of the trees, especially the palms, were cut steps of about 3 or 4 feet asunder for the conveniency of climbing them. We found 2 sorts of gum, one sort of which is like gum dragon, and is the same, I suppose, Tasman took for gum lac. It is extracted from the largest tree in the woods. Wednesday, 2nd. Between 3 and 4 in the p.m. we returned out of the country, and after dinner went ashore to the watering place, where we had not been long before 17 or 18 of the natives appeared in sight. In the morning I had sent Mr. Gore, with a boat, up to the head of the bay to drudge for oysters. In his return to the ship he and another person came by land, and met with these people, who followed him at the distance of 10 or 20 yards. Whenever Mr. Gore made a stand and faced them. They stood also, and notwithstanding they were all armed, they never offered to attack him, but after he had parted from them, and they were met by Dr. Monkhouse and one or two more, who, upon making a sham retreat, they throwed 3 darts after them, after which they began to retire. Dr. Solander, I, and Tupia made all the haste we could after them, but could not, either by words or actions, prevail upon them to come near us. Mr. Gore saw some up the bay, who by signs invited him ashore, which he prudently declined. In the a.m. had the wind in the southeast with rain, which prevented me from making an excursion up the head of the bay as I intended. Thursday, 3rd, winds at southeast, a gentle breeze and fair weather. In the p.m. I made a little excursion along the sea coast to the southward, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. At our first entering the woods we saw 3 of the natives, who made off as soon as they saw us. More of them were seen by others of our people, who likewise made off as soon as they found they were discovered. In the a.m. I went in the pinnace to the head of the bay, accompanied by Drs. Solander and Monkhouse, in order to examine the country, and to try to form some connections with the natives. In our way thither we met with 10 or 12 of them fishing, each in a small canoe, who returned into shoaled water upon our approach. Others again we saw at the first place we landed at, who took to their canoes, and fled before we came near them. After this we took water, and went almost to the head of the inlet, where we landed and travelled some distance inland. We found the face of the country much the same as I have before described, but the land much richer, for instead of sand I found in many places a deep black soil, which we thought was capable of producing any kind of grain. At present it produceth, besides timber, as fine meadow as ever was seen. However, we found it not all like this. Some few places were very rocky, but this, I believe, to be uncommon. The stone is sandy, and very proper for building, etc. After we had sufficiently examined this part we returned to the boat, and seeing some smoke and canoes at another part we went thither, in hopes of meeting with the people, but they made off as we approached. There were 6 canoes and 6 small fires near the shore, and mussels roasting upon them, and a few oysters laying near. From this we conjectured that there had been just 6 people, who had been out each in his canoe picking up the shell fish, and come ashore to eat them, where each had made his fire to dress them by. We tasted of their cheer, and left them in return strings of beads, etc. The day being now far spent, we set out on our return to the ship. Friday, 4th, winds northerly, serene weather. Upon my return to the ship in the evening I found that none of the natives had appeared near the watering place, but about 20 of them had been fishing in their canoes at no great distance from us. In the a.m. as the wind would not permit us to sail, I sent out some parties into the country to try to form some connections with the natives. One of the midshipmen met with a very old man and woman and 2 small children. They were close to the water side, where several more were in their canoes gathering of shell fish, and he, being alone, was afraid to make any stay with the 2 old people lest he should be discovered by those in the canoes. He gave them a bird he had shot, which they would not touch, neither did they speak one word, but seemed to be much frightened. They were quite naked, even the woman had nothing to cover her nudities. Dr. Monkhouse and another man being in the woods, not far from the watering place, discovered 6 more of the natives, who at first seemed to wait his coming. But as he was going up to them he had a dart thrown at him out of a tree, which narrowly escaped him. As soon as the fellow had thrown the dart he descended the tree and made off, and with him all the rest, and these were all that were met with in the course of this day. Saturday, 5th. In the p.m. I went with a party of men over to the north shore, and while some hands were hauling the shawn, a party of us made an excursion of 3 or 4 miles into the country, or rather along the sea coast. We met with nothing remarkable. Great part of the country for some distance inland from the sea coast is mostly a barren heath, diversified with marshes and morasses. Upon our return to the boat we found they had caught a great number of small fish, which the sailors call leather jackets on account of their having a very thick skin. They are known in the West Indies. I had sent the yawl in the morning to fish for sting rays, who returned in the evening with upwards of 400 weight, one single one weight 240 pounds exclusive of the entrails. In the a.m. as the wind continued northerly, I sent the yawl again a-fishing, and I went with a party of men into the country, but met with nothing extraordinary. Description of Botany Bay, New South Wales. Sunday, 6th. In the evening the yawl returned from fishing, having caught 2 sting-rays weighing near 600 pounds. The great quantity of plants Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander found in this place occasioned my giving it the name of Botany Bay. The bay was at first called Stingray Bay. The plan of it at the Admiralty is called by this name, and none of the logs know Botany Bay. It seems probable that Cook finally settled on the name after the ship left, and when Banks had had time to examine his collections. A monument was erected in 1870 near the spot, on the southern side, where Cook first landed. Botany Bay was intended to be the site where the first settlement of convicts should be made, but on the arrival of Captain Phillip, on January 18, 1788. He found it so unsuited for the number of his colony that he started in a boat to examine Broken Bay. On his way he went into Port Jackson, and immediately decided on settling there. On the 25th and 26th the ships went round, and Sydney was founded. It is situated in the latitude of 34 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude 208 degrees 37 minutes west. It is capacious, safe, and commodious. It may be known by the land on the sea coast, which is of a pretty even and moderate height, rather higher than it is inland, with steep rocky cliffs next the sea, and looks like a long island lying close under the shore. The entrance of the bay lies about the middle of this land. In coming from the southward it is discovered before you are abreast of it, which you cannot do in coming from the northward. The entrance is little more than 1/4 of a mile broad, and lies in west-northwest. To sail into it keep the south shore on board until within a small bare island, which lies close under the north shore. Being within that island the deepest of water is on that side, 7, 6 and 5 fathoms a good way up, there is shoaled water a good way off from the south shore from the inner south point quite to the head of the harbour. But over towards the north and northwest shore is a channel of 12 or 14 feet at low water, 3 or 4 leagues up, to a place where there is 3 or 4 fathoms, but there I found very little fresh water. We anchored near the south shore about a mile within the entrance for the conveniency of sailing with a southerly wind and the getting of fresh water. But I afterwards found a very fine stream of fresh water on the north shore in the first sandy cove within the island, before which the ship might lay almost landlocked, and wood for fuel may be got everywhere. Although wood is here in great plenty, yet there is very little variety. The byges trees are as large or larger than our oaks in England, and grows a good deal like them, and yields a reddish gum. The wood itself is heavy, hard, and black like lignum vitae. Another sort that grows tall and straight something like pines. The wood of this is hard and ponderous, and something of the nature of America live oak. These two are all the timber trees I met with. There are a few sorts of shrubs and several palm trees and mangroves about the head of the harbour. The country is woody, low, and flat as far in as we could see, and I believe that the soil is in general sandy. In the wood are a variety of very beautiful birds, such as cockatoos, lorikeets, parrots, etc. And crows exactly like those we have in England. Waterfowl is no less plenty about the head of the harbour, where there is large flats of sand and mud, on which they seek their food. The most of these were unknown to us, one sort especially, which was black and white, and as large as a goose, but most like a pelican. Most probably the black and white or semi-palmated goose, now exterminated in these parts. On the sand and mud banks are oysters, mussels, cockles, etc. which I believe are the chief support of the inhabitants, who go into shoaled water with their little canoes and peck them out of the sand and mud with their hands, and sometimes roast and eat them in the canoe, having often a fire for that purpose. As I suppose, for I know no other it can be for. The natives do not appear to be numerous, neither do they seem to live in large bodies, but dispersed in small parties along by the water side. Those I saw were about as tall as Europeans, of a very dark brown color, but not black, nor had they woolly, frizzled hair, but black and lank like ours. No sort of clothing or ornaments were ever seen by any of us upon any one of them, or in or about any of their huts, from which I conclude that they never wear any. Some that we saw had their faces and bodies painted with a sort of white paint or pigment. Although I have said that shell fish is their chief support, yet they catch other sorts of fish, some of which we found roasting on the fire the first time we landed. Some of these they strike with gigs, a fishing implement like a trident. And others they catch with hook and line. We have seen them strike fish with gigs, and hooks and lines are found in their huts. Sting-rays, I believe, they do not eat, because I never saw the least remains of one near any of their huts or fireplaces. However, we could know but very little of their customs, as we never were able to form any connections with them. They had not so much as touched the things we had left in their huts on purpose for them to take away. During our stay in this harbor I caused the English colors to be displayed ashore every day, and an inscription to be cut out upon one of the trees near the watering place, setting forth the ship's name, date, etc. Off Port Jackson, New South Wales. Having seen everything this place afforded, we, at daylight in the morning, wait with a light breeze at northwest, and put to sea, and the wind soon after coming to the southward we steered along shore north-northeast. And at noon we were by observation in the latitude of 33 degrees 50 minutes south, about 2 or 3 miles from the land and abreast of a bay, wherein there appeared to be safe anchorage, which I called Port Jackson. Cook having completed his water at Botany Bay, and having many hundreds of miles of coast before him, did not examine Port Jackson, the magnificent harbour in which Sydney, the capital of New South Wales, now lies. His chart gives the shape of what he could see very accurately, but the main arm of the harbour is hidden from the sea. He named the bay after Mr., afterwards Sir George, Jackson, one of the secretaries of the Admiralty. This fact is recorded on a tablet in the Bishop Stortford Church to the memory of Sir George Ducat, which name Sir George had assumed in later years. This interesting evidence was brought to light by Sir Alfred Stephen, Lieutenant Governor of New South Wales, and puts an end to the legend which was long current, that Port Jackson was named after a sailor who first saw it. There was, moreover, no person of the name of Jackson on board. It lies 3 leagues to the northward of Botany Bay. I had almost forgot to mention that it is high water in this bay at the full and change of the moon about 8 o'clock, and rises and falls upon a perpendicular about 4 or 5 feet. Monday, 7th, little wind, southerly, and serene pleasant weather. In the PM found the variation by several azimuths to be 8 degrees east, at sunset the northernmost land in sight bore north 26 degrees east, and some broken land that appeared to form a bay bore north 40 degrees west, distant 4 leagues. This bay I named Broken Bay. The Hawkesbury River, the largest on the east coast of Australia, runs into Broken Bay. Latitude 33 degrees 36 minutes south. We steered along shore north-northeast all night at the distance of about 3 leagues from the land, having from 32 to 36 fathoms, hard sandy bottom. A little after sunrise I took several azimuths with 4 needles belonging to the azimuth compass, the mean result of which gave the variation of 7 degrees 56 minutes east. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 33 degrees 22 minutes south, and about 3 leagues from the land, the northernmost part of which in sight bore north 19 degrees east. Some pretty high land which projected out in 3 bluff points, and occasioned my calling it Cape 3 Points, latitude 33 degrees 33 minutes south, bore southwest, distant 5 leagues, longitude made from Botany Bay 0 degrees 19 minutes east. Tuesday, 8th, variable light airs and clear weather. In the PM saw some smooks upon the shore, and in the evening found the variation to be 8 degrees 25 minutes east. At this time we were about 2 or 3 miles from the land, and had 28 fathoms water. Our situation at noon was nearly the same as yesterday, having advanced not 1 step to the northward. Wednesday, 9th, winds northerly. Most part a fresh breeze, with which we stood off shore until 12 at night. At the distance of 5 leagues from the land had 70 fathoms, at the distance of 6 leagues 80 fathoms, which is the extent of the soundings, for at the distance of 10 leagues off we had no ground with 150 fathoms. Stood in shore until 8 o'clock a.m. and hardly fetched Cape 3 Points. Having a little wind at northwest by north, we tacked, and stood off until noon, at which time we tacked with the wind at north-northeast, being then in the latitude of 33 degrees 37 minutes south, Cape 3 Points bearing northwest by west. Distance 4 leagues. Thursday, 10th. In the p.m., had the wind at northeast by north, with which we stood in shore until near 4 o'clock, when we tacked in 23 fathoms water, being about a mile from the land, and as much to the southward of Cape 3 Points. In the night the wind veered to northwest and west, and in the morning to southwest. Having the advantage of a light moon, we made the best of our way along shore to the northward. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 32 degrees 53 minutes south, and longitude 208 degrees 0 minutes west, and about 2 leagues from the land, which extended from north 41 degrees east to south 41 degrees west. A small round rock or island, Knobby Head, at the entrance of Newcastle Harbour, formed by the Hunter River. Newcastle is the great coal port of New South Wales. It has a population of 20,000, and exports 1,500,000 tons of coal in the year. Laying close under the land, bore south 82 degrees west, distance 3 or 4 leagues. At sunrise in the morning found the variation to be 8 degrees east. In the latitude of 33 degrees 2 minutes south, a little way inland, is a remarkable hill, that is shaped like the crown of a hat, which we passed about 9 o'clock in the forenoon. Off Cape Hawke, New South Wales. Friday, 11th. Wind southerly in the day, and in the night westerly, a gentle breeze and clear weather. At 4 p.m. passed, at the distance of 1 mile, a low rocky point which I named Point Stevens, latitude 32 degrees 45 minutes. On the north side of this point is an inlet which I called Port Stevens, called after Mr. Stevens, one of the secretaries to the Admiralty. It is a large and fine harbour. Latitude 32 degrees 40 minutes. Longitude 207 degrees 51 minutes, that appeared to me from the masthead to be sheltered from all winds. At the entrance lay 3 small islands, 2 of which are of a tolerable height, and on the main, near the shore, are some high round hills that make at a distance like islands. In passing this bay at the distance of 2 or 3 miles from the shore our soundings were from 33 to 27 fathoms, from which I conjectured that there must be a sufficient depth of water for shipping in the bay. We saw several smokes a little way in the country upon the flat land. By this I did suppose that there were lagoons which afforded subsistence for the natives, such as shellfish, etc., for we as yet know nothing else they have to live upon. At 5:30, the northernmost land in sight bore north 36 degrees east, and Point Stevens southwest, distant 4 leagues, at which time we took in our steerings, studding sails, and run under an easy sail all night until 4 a.m. When we made all sail, our soundings in the night were from 48 to 62 fathoms, at the distance of between 3 and 4 leagues from the land. At 8 we were abreast of a high point of land, which made in 2 hillocks. This point I called Cape Hawke, after Admiral Sir Edward Hawke, First Lord of the Admiralty. Latitude 32 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 207 degrees 30 minutes west. It bore from us at this time west distant 8 miles, and the same time the northernmost land in sight bore north 6 degrees east, and appeared high and like an island. At noon this land bore north 8 degrees east, the northernmost land in sight north 13 degrees east, and Cape Hawke south 37 degrees west. Latitude and per observation 32 degrees 2 minutes south, which was 12 miles to the southward of that given by the log, which I do suppose to be owing to a current setting that way. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon was first northeast by east, 27 miles, then north 10 degrees east, 37 miles, longitude in 207 degrees 20 minutes west, variation per morning amplitude and azimuth 9 degrees 10 minutes east. Saturday, 12th, wind southerly, a gentle breeze in the p.m. As we run along shore we saw several smokes a little way inland from the sea, and one upon the top of a hill, which was the first we have seen upon elevated ground since we have been upon the coast. At sunset we were in 23 fathoms, and about a league and a half from the land, the northernmost part of which we had in sight bore north 13 degrees east. And 3 remarkable large high hills lying contiguous to each other, and not far from the shore, bore north-northwest. As these hills bore some resemblance to each other we called them the Three Brothers. We steered northeast by north all night, having from 27 to 67 fathoms, from 2 to 5 and 6 leagues from the land, and at daylight we steered north for the northernmost land we had in sight. At noon we were 4 leagues from the land, and by observation in the latitude of 31 degrees 18 minutes south, which was 15 miles to the southward of that given by the log. Our course and distance made good since yesterday noon was north 24 degrees east, 48 miles. Longitude 206 degrees 58 minutes west, several smokes seen a little way inland. Sunday, 13th. In the p.m. Stood in shore with the wind at northeast until 6, at which time we tacked, being about 3 or 4 miles from the land and in 24 fathoms. Stood off shore with a fresh breeze at north and north-northwest until midnight, then tacked, being in 118 fathoms and 8 leagues from the land. At 3 a.m. the wind veered to the westward, and we tacked and stood to the northward. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 30 degrees 43 minutes south, and longitude 206 degrees 45 minutes west, and about 3 or 4 leagues from the land, the northernmost part of which bore from us north 13 degrees west. And a point or headland, on which were fires that caused a great quantity of smoke, which occasioned my giving it the name of Smoky Cape, bore southwest, distant 4 leagues, it is moderately high land. Over the pitch of the point is a round hillock, within it 2 others, much higher and larger, and within them very low land, latitude 30 degrees 51 minutes, longitude 206 degrees 5 minutes west. Besides the smoke seen upon this cape we saw more in several places along the coast. The observed latitude was only 5 miles to the southward of the log. Monday, 14th. At the p.m. It fell calm, and continued so about an hour, when a breeze sprung up at northeast, with which we stood in shore until 6 o'clock, when, being in 30 fathoms and 3 or 4 miles from the land we tacked, having the wind at north-northwest. At this time Smoky Cape bore south 3/4 degrees west, distant about 5 leagues, and the northernmost land in sight north 1/4 degrees east. At 8 we made a trip in shore for an hour. After this the wind came off shore, with which we stood along shore to the northward, having from 30 to 21 fathoms, at the distance of 4 or 5 miles from the land. At 5 a.m. the wind veered to north, and blowed a fresh breeze, attended with squalls and dark cloudy weather. At 8 it began to thunder and rain, which lasted about an hour, and then fell calm, which gave us an opportunity to sound, and found 86 fathoms, being about 4 or 5 leagues from the land. After this we got the wind southerly, a fresh breeze and fair weather, and we steered north by west for the northernmost land we had in sight. At noon we were about 4 leagues from the land, and by observation in the latitude of 30 degrees 22 minutes south, which was 9 miles to the southward of that given by the log. Longitude in 206 degrees 39 minutes west, and course and distance made good since yesterday noon north 16 degrees east, 22 miles, some tolerable high land near the shore bore west. As I have not mentioned the aspect of the country since we left Botany Bay, I shall now describe it as it hath at different times appeared to us. As we have advanced to the northward the land hath increased in height, in so much that in this latitude it may be called a hilly country. But between this and Botany Bay it is diversified with an agreeable variety of hills, ridges, and valleys, and large plains all clothed with wood, which to all appearance is the same as I have before mentioned. As we could discover no visible alteration in the soil. Near the shore the land is in general low and sandy, except the points which are rocky, and over many of them are pretty high hills, which at first rising out of the water appear like an island. Tuesday, 15th. Fresh gales at southwest, west-southwest, and south-southwest. In the PM had some heavy squalls, attended with rain and hail, which obliged us to close reef our topsails. Between 2 and 4 we had some small rocky islands, the Solitary Islands. Between us and the land, the southernmost lies in the latitude of 30 degrees 10 minutes, the northernmost in 29 degrees 58 minutes, and about 2 leagues or more from the land. We sounded, and had 33 fathoms about 12 miles without this last island. At 8 we brought to until 10, at which time we made sail under our topsails. Having the advantage of the moon we steered along shore north and north by east, keeping at the distance of about 3 leagues from the land, having from 30 to 25 fathoms. As soon as it was daylight we made all the sail we could, having the advantage of a fresh gale and fair weather. During the night the entrance of the Clarence River, now the outlet for the produce of a large and rich agricultural district, was passed, and in the morning that of the Richmond River, which serves a similar purpose. At 9, being about a league from the land, we saw upon it people and smoke in several places. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 28 degrees 39 minutes south, and longitude 206 degrees 27 minutes west. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon north 6 degrees 45 minutes east, 104 miles. A tolerable high point of land bore northwest by west, distant 3 miles. This point I named Cape Byron. Captain John Byron was one of Cook's predecessors in exploration in the Pacific, having sailed round the world in HMS Dolphin, in company with the Tamar, in 1764 to 1766. Latitude 28 degrees 37 minutes 30 seconds south, longitude 206 degrees 30 minutes west. It may be known by a remarkable sharp-peaked mountain lying inland northwest by west from it. From this point the land trends north 13 degrees west. Inland it is pretty high and hilly, but near the shore it is low. To the southward of the point the land is low, and tolerable level. Off Point Danger, New South Wales. Wednesday, 16th. Wind southerly, a fresh gale, with which we steered north along shore until sunset, at which time we discovered breakers ahead, and on our larboard bow, being at this time in 20 fathoms, and about 5 miles from the land. Hauled off east until 8, at which time we had run 8 miles, and had increased our depth of water to 44 fathoms. We then brought to with her head to the eastward, and lay on this tack until 10 o'clock, when, having increased our soundings to 78 fathoms, we wore and lay with her head in shore until 5 o'clock a.m., when we made sail. At daylight we were surprised by finding ourselves farther to the southward than we were in the evening, and yet it had blown strong all night southerly. We now saw the breakers again within us, which we passed at the distance of about 1 league. They lay in the latitude of 28 degrees 8 minutes south, and stretch off east 2 leagues from a point under which is a small island. Their situation may always be found by the peaked mountain before mentioned, which bears southwest by west from them, and on their account I have named it Mount Warning. It lies 7 or 8 leagues inland in the latitude of 28 degrees 22 minutes south. The land is high and hilly about it, but it is conspicuous enough to be distinguished from everything else. The point off which these shoals lay I have named Point Danger. Point Danger is the boundary point on the coast between New South Wales and Queensland. To the northward of it the land, which is low, trends northwest by north. But we soon found that it did not keep that direction long before it turned again to the northward. At noon we were about 2 leagues from the land, and by observation in the latitude of 27 degrees 46 minutes, which was 17 miles to the southward of the log, longitude 206 degrees 26 minutes west. Mount Warning bore south 20 degrees west, distant 14 leagues, the northernmost land in sight bore north. Our course and distance made good since yesterday north 1 degree 45 minutes west, 53 miles. Off Moreton Bay, Queensland. Thursday, 17th. Wind southerly, mostly a fresh breeze, with which in the PM we steered along shore north 3/4 east, at the distance of about 2 leagues off. Between 4 and 5 we discovered breakers on our larboard bow, our depth of water at this time was 37 fathoms. At sunset the northernmost land in sight bore north by west, the breakers northwest by west, distant 4 miles, and the northernmost land set at noon, which formed a point, I named Point Lookout, bore west. Distant 5 or 6 miles, latitude 27 degrees 6 minutes. There is some mistake in this latitude. It should be 27 degrees 26 minutes. On the north side of this point the shore forms a wide open bay, which I have named Morton's Bay. James, Earl of Morton, was President of the Royal Society in 1764, and one of the Commissioners of Longitude. In the bottom of which the land is so low that I could but just see it from the topmast head. The breakers I have just mentioned lies about 3 or 4 miles from Point Lookout. At this time we had a great sea from the southward, which broke prodigious height upon them. Stood on north-northeast until 8, when, being past the breakers, and having deep-net our water to 52 fathoms, we brought to until 12 o'clock, then made sail to the north-northeast. At 4 a.m. we sounded, and had 135 fathoms. At daylight I found that we had in the night got much farther to the northward and from the shore than I expected from the course we steered, for we were at least 6 or 7 leagues off, and therefore hauled in northwest by west, having the advantage of a fresh gale at south-southwest. The northernmost land seen last night bore from us at this time south-southwest, distant 6 leagues. This land I named Cape Morton, it being the north point of the bay of the same name, latitude 26 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 206 degrees 28 minutes. From Cape Morton the land trends away west, further than we could see, for there is a small space where we could see no land. Some on board were of opinion that there is a river there because the sea looked paler than usual. Upon sounding we found 34 fathoms fine white sandy bottom, which alone is sufficient change, the apparent color of sea water, without the assistance of rivers. The land need only to be low here, as it is in 1,000 other places upon the coast, to have made it impossible for us to have seen it at the distance we were off. Be this as it may, it was a point that could not be cleared up as we had the wind. But should any one be desirous of doing it that may come after me, this place may always be found by 3 hills which lay to the northward of it in the latitude of 26 degrees 53 minutes south. These hills lay but a little way inland, and not far from each other. They are very remarkable on account of their singular form of elevation, which very much resembles glass houses. The glass houses form a well-known sea mark on entering Moreton Bay, as the name is now written. Brisbane, the capital of Queensland, stands on the river of the same name, which falls into Moreton Bay, which occasioned my giving them that name. The northernmost of the 3 is the highest and largest. There are likewise several other peaked hills inland to the northward of these, but they are not near so remarkable. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 26 degrees 28 minutes south, which was 10 miles to the northward of the log. A circumstance that hath not happened since we have been upon the coast before. Our course and distance run since yesterday noon was north by west 80 miles, which brought us into the longitude of 206 degrees 46 minutes. At this time we were about 2 or 3 leagues from the land, and in 24 fathoms water, a low bluff point, which was the southern point of an open sandy bay, Laguna Bay. The point is called Low Bluff. Bore north 52 degrees west, distant 3 leagues, and the northernmost point of land in sight bore north 1/4 east. Several smokes seen today, and some pretty far inland. Friday, 18th. In steering along shore at the distance of 2 leagues off our soundings was from 24 to 32 fathoms sandy bottom. At 6 p.m. the north point set at noon bore north 1/4 west, distant 4 leagues. At 10 it bore northwest by west 1/2 west, and as we had seen no land to the northward of it we brought to, not knowing which way to steer, having at this time but little wind, and continued so for the most part of the night. At 2 p.m. we made sail with the wind at southwest, and at daylight saw the land extending as far as north 3/4 east. The point set last night bore southwest by west, distant 3 or 4 leagues. I have named it Double Island Point, on account of its figure, latitude 25 degrees 58 minutes south, longitude 206 degrees 48 minutes west. The land within this point is of a moderate and pretty equal height, but the point itself is of such an unequal height that it looks like two small islands laying under the land. It likewise may be known by the white cliffs on the north side of it. Here the land trends to the northwest, and forms a large open bay, wide bay, in the bottom of which the land appeared to be very low, in so much that we could but just see it from the deck. In crossing the mouth of this bay our depth of water was from 30 to 32 fathoms, a white sandy bottom. At noon we were about 3 leagues from the land, and in the latitude of 25 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 206 degrees 45 minutes west. Double Island Point bore south 3/4 west, and the northernmost land in sight north 3/4 east. The land hereabouts, which is of a moderate height, appears more barren than any we have yet seen on this coast, and the soil more sandy, there being several large places where nothing else is to be seen. In other places the woods look to be low and shrubby, nor did we see many signs of inhabitants. Saturday, 19th. In the PM had variable light airs, and calms, in the night had a light breeze from the land, which in the AM veered to southwest and south-southwest. In the evening found the variation to be 8 degrees 36 minutes east, and in the morning 8 degrees 20 minutes. As we had but little wind we keep to the northward all night, having from 23 to 27 fathoms fine sandy bottom at the distance of 2 or 3 leagues from the land. At noon we were about 4 miles from it, and by observation in the latitude of 25 degrees 4 minutes, and in this situation had but 13 fathoms, the northernmost land in sight bore north 21 degrees west, distant 8 miles. Our course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon was north 13 degrees 15 minutes east, 31 miles. Off Sandy Cape, Queensland. Sunday, 20th, wind southerly, gentle breezes. At 10 p.m. we passed, at the distance of 4 miles, having 17 fathoms, a black bluff head or point of land, on which a number of the natives were assembled, which occasioned my naming it Indian Head. Latitude 25 degrees 0 minutes north by west, 4 miles from this head, is another much like it. From this last the land trends a little more to the westward, and is low and sandy next the sea, for what may be behind it I know not. If land, it must be all low, for we could see no part of it from the masthead. We saw people in other places besides the one I have mentioned, some smokes in the day and fires in the night. Having but little wind all night, we kept on to the northward, having from 17 to 34 fathoms, from 4 miles to 4 leagues from the land, the northernmost part of which bore from us at daylight west-southwest, and seemed to end in a point, from which we discovered a reef stretching out to the northward as far as we could see, being, at this time, in 18 fathoms. For we had, before it was light, hauled our wind to the westward, and this course we continued until we had plainly discovered breakers a long way upon our lee bow, which seemed to stretch quite home to the land. We then edged away northwest and north-northwest, along the east side of the shoal, from 2 to 1 miles off, having regular, even soundings, from 13 to 7 fathoms, fine sandy bottom. At noon we were, by observation, in the latitude of 24 degrees 26 minutes south, which was 13 miles to the northward of that given by the log. The extreme point of the shoal we judged to bear about northwest of us. And the point of land above mentioned bore south 3/4 west, distant 20 miles. This point I have named Sandy Cape. Sandy Cape is the northern point of Great Sandy Island. A long narrow channel separates the latter from the mainland, and opens at its northern end into Harvey Bay, a great sheet of water 40 miles across. This channel is now much used by the coasting trade, as it avoids the long detour round Breaksea Spit, a most dangerous shoal, on account of 2 very large white patches of sand upon it. It is of a height sufficient to be seen 12 leagues in clear weather, latitude 24 degrees 46 minutes, longitude 206 degrees 51 minutes west. From it the land trends away west-southwest and southwest as far as we could see. Monday, 21st. In the P. We kept along the east side of the shoal until 2, when, judging there was water for us over, I sent a boat ahead to sound, and upon her making the signal for more than 5 fathoms we hauled our wind and stood over the tail of it in 6 fathoms. At this time we were in the latitude of 24 degrees 22 minutes south, and Sandy Cape bore south 1/2 east, distant 8 leagues, but the direction of the shoal is nearest north-northwest and south-southeast. At this time we had 6 fathoms. The boat which was not above 1/4 of a mile to the southward of us had little more than 5 fathoms. From 6 fathoms we had the next cast, 13, and then 20 immediately, as fast as the man could heave the lead. From this I did suppose that the west side of the shoal is pretty steep too, whereas on the other side we had gradual soundings from 13 to 7 fathoms. This shoal I called Break Sea Spit, because now we had smooth water, whereas upon the whole coast to the southward of it we had always a high sea or swell from the southeast. At 6, the land of Sandy Cape extending from south 17 degrees east to south 27 degrees east, distance 8 leagues, depth of water, 23 fathoms, which depth we kept all night, as we stood to the westward with light airs from the southward. But between 12 and 4 a.m. we had it calm, after which a gentle breeze sprung up at south, with which we still kept on upon a wind to the westward. At 7 we saw from the masthead the land of Sandy Cape bearing southeast 1/2 east, distance 12 or 13 leagues. At 9, we discovered from the masthead land to the westward, and soon after saw smoke upon it. Our depth of water was now decreased to 17 fathoms, and by noon to 13, at which time we were by observation in the latitude of 24 degrees 28 minutes south, and about 7 leagues from the land, which extended from south by west to west-northwest. Longitude made from Sandy Cape 0 degrees 45 minutes west. For these few days past we have seen at times a sort of sea fowl we have nowhere seen before that I remember. They are of the sort called boobies. Before this day we seldom saw more than 2 or 3 at a time, and only when we were near the land. Last night a small flock of these birds passed the ship and went away to the northwest, and this morning from 1/2 an hour before sunrise to 1/2 an hour after, flights of them were continually coming from the north-northwest, and flying to the south-southeast, and not one was seen to fly in any other direction. From this we did suppose that there was a lagoon, river, or inlet of shallow water to the southward of us, where these birds resorted to in the day to feed, and that not very far to the northward lay some island, where they returned to in the night. Tuesday, 22nd. In the p.m. Had a gentle breeze at southeast, with which we stood in for the land southwest until 4, when, being in the latitude of 24 degrees 36 minutes south, and about 2 leagues from land, in 9 fathoms, we bore away along shore northwest by west. At the same time we could see the land extending to the south-southeast about 8 leagues. Near the sea the land is very low, but inland are some moderately high hills, and the whole appeared to be thickly clothed with wood. In running along shore we shouldered our water from 9 to 7 fathoms, and at one time had but 6 fathoms, which determined me to anchor for the night, and accordingly at 8 o'clock we came to in 8 fathoms, fine gravelly bottom, about 5 miles from the land. This evening we saw a water snake, and 2 or 3 evenings ago one lay under the ship's stern some time. This was about 1½ yards in length, and was the first we had seen. At 6 a.m. weighed with a gentle breeze southerly, and steered northwest 1/4 west, edging in for the land until we got within 2 miles of it, having from 7 to 11 fathoms, we then steered north-northwest as the land laid. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 24 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude made from Sandy Cape 1 degree 14 minutes west. At anchor. Bustard Bay, Queensland. Wednesday, 23rd. Continued our course alongshore at the distance of about 2 miles off, having from 12 to 9, 8 and 7 fathoms, until 5 o'clock, at which time we were abreast of the south point of a large open bay, Bustard Bay, wherein I intended to anchor. Accordingly we hauled in close upon a wind, and sent a boat ahead to sound. After making some trips we anchored at 8 o'clock in 5 fathoms, a sandy bottom. The south point of the bay bore east 3/4 south, distant 2 miles. The north point northwest 1/4 north, about 2 miles from the shore, in the bottom of the bay. Last night, sometime in the middle watch, a very extraordinary affair happened to Mr. Orton, my clerk. He having been drinking in the evening, some malicious person or persons in the ship took advantage of his being drunk, and cut off all the clothes from off his back. Not being satisfied with this, they some time after went into his cabin and cut off a part of both his ears as he lay asleep in his bed. The person whom he suspected to have done this was Mr. Magra, one of the midshipmen. But this did not appear to me. Upon inquiry, however, as I had been told that Magra had once or twice before this in their drunken frolics cut off his clothes, and had been heard to say, as I was told, that if it was not for the law he would murder him, these things considered induced me to think that Magra was not altogether innocent. I therefore for the present dismissed him the quarter-deck, and suspended him from doing any duty in the ship, he being one of those gentlemen frequently found on board king's ships that can very well be spared. Besides, it was necessary in me to show my immediate resentment against the person on whom the suspicion fell, lest they should not have stopped here. With respect to Mr. Orton, he is a man not without faults. Yet from all the inquiry I could make, it evidently appeared to me that so far from deserving such treatment, he had not designed injuring any person in the ship, so that I do and shall always look upon him as an injured man. Some reasons, however, might be given why this misfortune came upon him, in which he himself was in some measure to blame. But as this is only conjecture, and would tend to fix it upon some people in the ship, whom I would fain believe would hardly be guilty of such an action, I shall say nothing about it, unless I shall hereafter discover the offenders. Which I shall take every method in my power to do, for I look upon such proceedings as highly dangerous in such voyages as this, and the greatest insult that could be offered to my authority in this ship. As I have always been ready to hear and redress every complaint that have been made against any person in the ship. This history of Mr. Orton's misadventure is omitted from the Admiralty copy. It is an illustration of the times to note that the fact of Orton having got drunk does not seem to call for the captain's severe censure. In these days, though the practical joker receives punishment, the drunkard would certainly come in for a large share also. In the a.m. I went ashore with a party of men in order to examine the country, accompanied by Mr. Banks and the other gentlemen. We landed a little within the south point of the bay, where there is a channel leading into a large lagoon. The first thing that I did was to sound and examine the channel, in which I found 3 fathoms, until I got about a mile up it, where I met with a shoal, whereon was little more than 1 fathom, being over this I had 3 fathoms again. The entrance into this channel lies close to the south point of this bay, being formed on the east by the shore, and on the west by a large spit of sand. It is about a 1/4 of a mile broad, and lies in south by west. Here is room for a few ships to lay very secure, and a small stream of fresh water. After this I made a little excursion into the woods while some hands made 3 or 4 hauls with the shawn, but caught not above a dozen very small fish. By this time the flood was made, and I embarked in the boats in order to row up the lagoon, but in this I was hindred by meeting everywhere with shoal water. As yet we had seen no people, but saw a great deal of smoke up and on the west side of the lagoon, which was all too far off for us to go by land, excepting one. This we went to and found 10 small fires in a very small compass, and some cockle shells laying by them, but the people were gone. On the windward or south side of one of the fires was stuck up a little bark about 1.5 feet high, and some few pieces lay about in other places. These we concluded were all the covering they had in the night, and many of them, I firmly believe, have not this, but, naked as they are, sleep in the open air. Tupia, who was with us, observed that they were tata inos. That is, bad or poor people. The country is visibly worse than at the last place we were at, the soil is dry and sandy, and the woods are free from underwoods of every kind. Here are of the same sort of trees as we found in Botany Harbour, with a few other sorts. One sort, which is by far the most numerous sort of any in the woods, grows something like birch. The bark at first sight looks like birch bark, but upon examination I found it to be very different, and so I believe is the wood, but this I could not examine, as having no axe or anything with me to cut down a tree. About the skirts of the lagoon grows the true mangrove, such as are found in the West Indies, and which we have not seen during the voyage before. Here is likewise a sort of a palm tree, which grows on low, barren, sandy places in the South Sea Islands. All, or most of the same sort, of land and water fowl as we saw at Botany Harbour we saw here. Besides these we saw some bustards, such as we have in England, one of which we killed that weighed 17½ pounds, which occasioned my giving this place the name of Bustard Bay, latitude 24 degrees 4 minutes, longitude 208 degrees 22 minutes west. We likewise saw some black and white ducks. Here are plenty of small oysters sticking to the rocks, stones, and mangrove trees, and some few other shell fish, such as large mussels, pearl oysters, cockles, etc. I measured the perpendicular height of the last tide, and found it to be 8 foot above low water mark, and from the time of low water today I found that it must be high water at the full and change of the moon at 8 o'clock. Thursday, 24th. In the p.m. I was employed ashore in the transactions before related. At 4 a.m. we weighed with a gentle breeze at south, and made sail out of the bay. In standing out our soundings were from 5 to 15 fathoms. When in this last depth we were abreast of the north point, and being daylight we discovered breakers stretching out from it about north-northeast, 2 or 3 miles, at the outermost point of them is a rock just above water. In passing these rocks at the distance of 1/2 mile we had from 15 to 20 fathoms, being past them, we hauled along shore west-northwest for the farthest land we had in sight. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 23 degrees 52 minutes south, the north part of Bustard Bay bore south 62 degrees east, distance 10 miles, and the northernmost land in sight north 60 degrees west. Longitude in 208 degrees 37 minutes west, distance from the nearest shore 6 miles, in this situation had 14 fathoms water. Off Cape Capricorn, Queensland. Friday, 25th. In the p.m. Had it calm until 5, when a light breeze sprung up at southeast, and we steered northwest as the land lay until 10, then brought to, having had all along 14 and 15 fathoms. At 5 a.m. we made sail. At daylight the northernmost point of the main bore north 70 degrees west, and soon after we saw more land making like islands, bearing northwest by north. At 9 we were abreast of the point, distant from it 1 mile, depth of water 14 fathoms. I found this point to lay directly under the Tropic of Capricorn, and for that reason call it by that name. Longitude 209 degrees 0 minutes west. It is of a moderate height, and looks white and barren, and may be known by some islands which lie to the northwest of it, and some small rocks 1 league southeast from it. On the west side of the cape there appeared to be a lagoon. On the 2 spits which form the entrance were a great number of pelicans, at least, so I call them. The most northernmost land we could see bore from Cape Capricorn north 24 degrees west, and appeared to be an island, Hummocky Island. But the main land trended west by north 1/2 north, which course we steered, having from 15 to 16 fathoms and from 6 to 9, a hard sandy bottom. At noon our latitude by observation was 23 degrees 24 minutes south. Cape Capricorn bore south 60 degrees east, distance 2 leagues, a small island north by east 2 miles. In this situation had 9 fathoms at the distance of 4 miles from the main land, which is here low and sandy next the sea, except the points which are moderately high and rocky. Inland the country is hilly, and affords but a very indifferent prospect. Between Bustard Bay and Cape Capricorn is Port Curtis, in which stands the small town of Gladstone. Cape Capricorn is the eastern point of Curtis Island, and to the northward is Keppel Bay, into which falls the Fitzroy River. Up the latter, 35 miles from the sea, is Rockhampton, the second largest town of Queensland. All this coast is encumbered with shoals, outside of which Cook had so far prudently kept. To seaward begins the long chain of islands and reefs known as the Great Australian Barrier, which stretches up to Torres Straits. Cook was unaware of their existence, as they were out of sight, but he became painfully acquainted with them later, where the reefs approach the land, and make navigation along the coast anxious work. But he here began to get into difficulties with the shoals which stretch off the coast itself. Saturday, 26th. In the p.m. Light breezes at east-southeast, with which we stood to the northwest until 4 o'clock, when it fell calm, and soon after we anchored in 12 fathoms. Cape Capricorn bearing south 54 degrees east, distant 4 leagues, having the main land and islands in a manner all around us. In the night we found the tide to rise and fall near 7 feet, and the flood to set to the westward and ebb to the eastward. Which is quite the reverse to what we found it when at anchor to the eastward of Bustard Bay. At 6 a.m. we weighed with the wind at south, a gentle breeze, and stood away to the northwest, between the outermost range of islands, the Keppel Islands, and the main land, leaving several small islands between us and the latter, which we passed close by. Our soundings was a little irregular, from 12 to 4 fathoms, which caused me to send a boat ahead to sound. At noon we were about 3 miles from the main, about the same distance from the islands without us. Our latitude by observation was 23 degrees 7 minutes south, and longitude made from Cape Capricorn 18 miles west. The main land in this latitude is tolerable high and mountainous, and the islands which lay off it are the most of them pretty high and of a small circuit, and have more the appearance of barrenness than fertility. We saw smooks a good way inland, which makes me think there must be a river, lagoon, or inlet, into the country, and we passed 2 places that had the appearance of such this morning. But our depth of water at that time was too little to haul in for them, where I might expect to meet with less. Sunday, 27th. We had not stood on to the northward quite an hour before we fell into 3 fathoms, upon which I anchored, and sent away the master with 2 boats to sound the Chanel, which lay to leeward of us between the northernmost island and the main land, which appeared to me to be pretty broad. But I suspected that it was shoal, and so it was found, for the master reported to me upon his return that he found in many places only 2½ fathoms, and where we lay at anchor we had only 16 feet, which was not 2 feet more than the ship drew. This was between Great Keppel Island and the main. There is a mass of shoals here. In the evening the wind veered to east-northeast, which gave us an opportunity to stretch 3 or 4 miles back the way we came before the wind shifted to south, and obliged us again to anchor in 6 fathoms. At 5 o'clock in the a.m. I sent away the master with 2 boats to search for a passage out between the islands, while the ship got under sail. As soon as it was light the signal was made by the boats of their having found a passage, upon which we hoisted in the boats, and made sail to the northward as the land lay, soundings from 9 to 15 fathoms, having still some small islands without us. The ship passed out between Great Keppel Island and North Keppel Island. At noon we were about 2 leagues from the main land, and by observation in the latitude of 22 degrees 53 minutes south, longitude made from Cape Capricorn 0 degrees 20 minutes west. At this time the northernmost point of land we had in sight bore north-northwest, distance 10 miles, this point I named Cape Manyfold, from the number of high hills over it, latitude 22 degrees 43 minutes south. It lies north 20 degrees west, distant 17 leagues from Cape Capricorn. Between them the shore forms a large bay, which I called Keppel Bay, and the islands which lay in and off it are known by the same name. In this bay is good anchorage, where there is a sufficient depth of water. What refreshment it may afford for shipping I know not. As before mentioned, the Fitzroy River falls into Keppel Bay, and forms a good harbor, though much encumbered with sand banks. We caught no fish here, notwithstanding we were at anchor. It can hardly be doubted but what it afforded fresh water in several places, as both mainland and islands are inhabited. We saw smokes by day and fires in the night upon the main, and people upon one of the islands. Off Cape Townsend, Queensland. Monday, 28th, winds at south-southeast, a fresh breeze. At 3 o'clock in the p.m. we passed Cape Manifold, from which the land trends north-northwest. The land of this cape is tolerable high, and riseth in hills directly from the sea. It may be known by 3 islands laying off it, one near the shore, and the other 2 8 miles out at sea. The one of these is low and flat, and the other high and round. Peak and Flat Islands. At 6 o'clock we short-ned sail and brought to. The northernmost part of the main we had in sight bore northwest, and some islands lying off it bore north 31 degrees west. Our soundings since noon were from 20 to 25 fathoms, and in the night 30 and 34 fathoms. At daylight we made sail, Cape Manifold bearing south by east, distance 8 leagues, and the island set last night in the same directions, distance from us 4 miles. The farthest point of the main bore north 67 degrees west, distant 22 miles. But we could see several islands to the northward of this direction. The easternmost of the Northumberland Islands. At 9 o'clock we were abreast of the above point, which I named Cape Townsend. Charles Townsend was Chancellor of the Exchequer 1767. Latitude 22 degrees 13 minutes, longitude 209 degrees 48 minutes west. The land of this cape is of a moderate and pretty even height, and is more barren than woody. Several islands lay to the northward of it, 4 or 5 leagues out at sea. 3 or 4 leagues to the southeast the shore forms a bay, Shoalwater Bay, a large inlet, in the bottom of which there appeared to be an inlet or harbor to the westward of the coast, and trend southwest 1/2 south. And these form a very large bay, which turns away to the eastward, and probably communicates with the inlet above mentioned, and by that means makes the land of the cape an island. As soon as we got round the cape we hauled our wind to the westward in order to get within the islands which lay scattered up and down in this bay in great number, and extend out to sea as far as we could see from the masthead. How much farther will hardly be in my power to determine, they are as various in their height and circuit as they are numerous. The Northumberland Islands, a very extensive group. We had not stood long upon a wind before we meet with shoal water, and was obliged to tack about to avoid it. After which I sent a boat ahead, and we bore away west by north, leaving many small islands, rocks, and shoals between us and the main, and a number of large islands without us, soundings from 14 to 17 fathoms, sandy bottom. A little before noon the boat made the signal for meeting with shoal water, upon which we hauled close upon a wind to the eastward, but suddenly fell into 3 1/4 fathoms water, upon which we immediately let go an anchor. And brought the ship up with all sails standing, and had then 4 fathoms coarse sandy bottom. We found here a strong tide setting to the northwest by west 1/2 west, at the rate of between 2 and 3 miles an hour, which was what carried us so quickly upon the shoal. Our latitude by observation was 22 degrees 8 minutes south. Cape Townsend bore east 16 degrees south, distant 13 miles, and the westernmost part of the main land in sight west 3/4 north, having a number of islands in sight all round us. The ship was on the Donovan Shoal in Broad Sound Channel. Tuesday, 29th, fresh gales between the south-southeast and east-southeast, hazy weather, with some showers of rain. In the p.m. Having sounded about the ship, and found that there was sufficient water for her over the shoal, we at 3 o'clock weighed and made sail, and stood to the westward as the land lay, having first sent a boat ahead to sound. At 6 we anchored in 10 fathoms, sandy bottom, about 2 miles from the main land, the westermost part of which bore west-northwest, having still a number of islands in sight a long way without us. At 5 a.m. I sent away the master with 2 boats to sound the entrance of an inlet, which bore from us west, distance about 1 league, into which I intended to go with the ship to wait a few days, until the moon increased. And in the meantime to examine the country. By such time as we had got the ship under sail the boats made the signal for anchorage, upon which we stood in with the ship, and anchored in 5 fathoms, about a league within the entrance of the inlet. Which we judged to be a river running a good way inland, as I observed the tides to flow and ebb something considerable. It is in reality a narrow channel which runs into Broad Sound. I had some thoughts of laying the ship ashore to clean her bottom. With this view both the master and I went to look for a convenient place for that purpose, and at the same time to look for fresh water, not one drop of which we could find, but met with several places where a ship might be laid ashore with safety. At anchor, Thirsty Sound. Wednesday, 30th. In the p.m. I went again in search of fresh water, but had no better success than before. Wherefore I gave over all thoughts of laying the ship ashore, being resolved to spend as little time as possible in a place that was likely to afford us no sort of refreshment. But as I had observed from the hills the inlet to run a good way in, I thought this a good time to penetrate into the country to see a little of the inland parts. Accordingly I prepared for making that excursion in the morning, but the first thing I did was to get upon a pretty high hill, which is at the northwest entrance of the inlet, before sunrise, in order to take a view of the sea coast and islands, etc. that lay off it, and to take their bearings, having the azimuth compass with me for that purpose, the needle of which differed from its true position something very considerable, even above 30 degrees, in some places more, and in other less. For I tried it in several places. I found it differ in itself above 2 points in the space of about 14 feet. The loose stones which lay upon the ground had no effect upon the needle. I therefore concluded that it must be owing to iron or upon the hill, visible signs of which appeared not only here, but in several other places. As soon as I had done here I proceeded up the inlet. I set out with the first of the flood, and long before high water got about 8 leagues up it. Its breadth thus far was from 2 to 4 or 5 miles upon a southwest by south direction. But here it spread every way, and formed a large lake, which communicated with the sea to the northwest. I not only saw the sea in this direction, but found the tide of flood coming strong in from the northwest. I likewise observed an arm of this lake extending to the eastward, and it is not at all improbable but what it communicates with the sea in the bottom of the bay, which lies to the westward of Cape Townsend. This is exactly what it does. On the south side of the lake is a ridge of pretty high hills, which I was desirous of going upon. But as the day was far spent in high water, I was afraid of being bewildered among the shoals in the night, which promised to be none of the best, being already rainy, dirty weather, and therefore I made the best of my way to the ship. In this little excursion I saw only 2 people, and those at a distance, and are all that we have seen in this place, but we have met with several fireplaces, and seen smokes at a distance. This inlet, which I have named Thirsty Sound, by reason we could find no fresh water, lies in the latitude of 22 degrees 05 minutes south, and longitude 210 degrees 24 west. It may be known by a group of small islands laying under the shore from 2 to 5 leagues northwest from it. Barren Islands. There is likewise another group of islands laying right before it between 3 and 4 leagues out at sea. Duke Islands. Over each of the points that form the entrance is a pretty high, round hill, that on the northwest is a peninsula, surrounded by the sea at high water. The distance from the one to the other is about 2 miles bold to both shores. Here is good anchoring in 7, 6, 5, and 4 fathoms water, and very convenient places for laying a ship ashore, where at spring tides the tides doth not rise less than 16 or 18 feet, and flows at full and change of the moon about 11 o'clock. We met with no fresh water, or any other kind of refreshments whatever. We saw 2 turtle, but caught none, nor no sort of fish or wild fowl, except a few small land birds. Here are the same sort of water fowl as we saw in Botany Bay, and like them, so shy that it is hardly possible to get within shot of them. No signs of fertility is to be seen upon the land. The soil of the uplands is mostly a hard, reddish clay, and produceth several sorts of trees, such as we have seen before, and some others, and clear of all underwoods. All the low lands are mostly overrun with mangroves, and at spring tides overflowed by the sea. And I believe in the rainy seasons here are large land floods, as we saw in many places gullies, which seem to have been made by torrents of water coming from the adjacent hills. Besides other visible signs of the water having been a considerable height above the common spring tides. Dr. Solander and I was upon a rising ground up the inlet, which we thought had at one time or another been overflowed by the sea, and if so great part of the country must at that time been laid under water. Up in the lakes, or lagoons, I suppose, are shell fish, on which the few natives subsist. We found oysters sticking to most of the rocks upon the shore, which were so small, as not to be worth the picking off. Cook was very unfortunate in his landing here. The channel is at the end of a long headland between two bays, Shoalwater Bay and Broad Sound, and was a very unlikely place either to find water or get any true idea of the country. Thursday, 31st, wind southerly in southeast, dark, hazy weather, with rain. In the PM, finding no inducement to stay longer in this place, we at 6 a.m. weighed and put to sea, and stood to the northwest, having the advantage of a fresh breeze at south-southeast. We kept without the group of islands which lay in shore, and to the northwest of Thirsty Sound, as there appeared to be no safe passage between them and the main. At the same time we had a number of islands without us extending out to sea as far as we could see. As we run in this direction our depth of water was 10, 8 and 9 fathoms. The ship passed between the Duke Islands and the maze of reefs and islands lying northwest of Thirsty Sound. At noon the northwest point of Thirsty Sound, which I have named Pier Head, bore south 36 degrees east, distant 5 leagues. The east point of the other inlet, which communicates with the former, as I have before mentioned, bore south by west, distance 2.5 leagues, the group of islands above mentioned laying between us and the point. The farthest part of the main in sight, on the other side of the inlet, bore northwest, our latitude by observation was 21 degrees 53 minutes south. June 1770. Friday, June 1st. At 1/2 hour after noon, upon the boat we had a head sounding making the signal for shoal water, we hauled our wind to the northeast, having at that time 7 fathoms. The next cast 5, and then 3, upon which we let go an anchor, and brought the ship up. The northwest point of Thirsty Sound, or Pier Head, bore southeast, distant 6 leagues, being midway between the islands which lies off the east point of the western inlet and 3 small islands directly without them. The shoal is now known as Lake Shoal. The 3 islands are the Bedwell Islands, it being now the first of the flood which we found to set northwest by west 1/2 west. After having sounded about the shoal, on which we found not quite 3 fathoms, but without it deep water, we got under sail, and hauled round the 3 islands just mentioned, and came to an anchor under the lee of them in 15 fathoms. Having at this time dark, hazy, rainy weather, which continued until 7 o'clock a.m., at which time we got again under sail, and stood to the northwest with a fresh breeze at south-southeast and fair weather, having the main land in sight and a number of islands all round us, some of which lay out at sea as far as we could see. The western inlet before mentioned, known in the chart by the name of Broad Sound, we had now all open. It is at least 9 or 10 leagues wide at the entrance, with several islands laying in and before, and I believe shoals also, for we had very irregular soundings, from 10 to 5 and 4 fathoms. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 21 degrees 29 minutes south, and longitude made from Cape Townsend 59 degrees west. A point of land, which forms the northwest entrance into Broad Sound, bore from us at this time west, distance 3 leagues, this cape I have named Cape Palmerston. Henry Viscount Palmerston was a Lord of the Admiralty, 1766 to 1778. Latitude 21 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 210 degrees 57 minutes west. Between this cape and Cape Townsend lies the Bay of Inlets, so named from the number of inlets, creeks, etc., in it. The name Bay of Inlets has disappeared from the charts. Cook applied it to the whole mass of bays in this locality, covering over 60 miles. A look at a modern chart causes amazement that Cook managed to keep his ship off the ground, as the whole sea in his track is strewed with dangers. Off Cape Hillsborough, Queensland. Saturday, 2nd. Winds at south-southeast and southeast, a gentle breeze, with which we stood to the northwest and northwest by north, as the land lay, under an easy sail. Having a boat ahead, found our soundings at first were very irregular, from 9 to 4 fathoms, but afterwards regular, from 9 to 11 fathoms. At 8, being about 2 leagues from the main land, we anchored in 11 fathoms, sandy bottom. Soon after this we found a slow motion of a tide setting to the eastward, and rode so until 6, at which time the tide had risen 11 feet, we now got under sail, and stood away north-northwest as the land lay. From the observations made on the tide last night it is plain that the flood comes from the northwest, whereas yesterday and for several days before we found it to come from the southeast. This is neither the first nor second time that we have observed the same thing, and in my opinion easy accounted for, but this I shall do in another place. At sunrise we found the variation to be 6 degrees 45 minutes east. In steering along shore between the island and the main, at the distance of 2 leagues from the latter, and 3 or 4 from the former, our soundings were regular, from 12 to 9 fathoms. But about 11 o'clock we were again embarrassed with shoal water, Blackwood shoals, but got clear without letting go an anchor. We had at one time not quite 3 fathoms. At noon we were about 2 leagues from the main land, and about 4 from the islands without us. Our latitude by observation was 20 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude made from Cape Palmerston 16 degrees west. A pretty high promontory, which I named Cape Hillsborough. Earl of Hillsborough was the first Secretary of State for the colonies, and President of the Board of Trade when the Endeavour sailed, bore west 1/2 north, distant 7 miles. The main land is here pretty much diversified with mountains, hills, plains, and valleys, and seem to be tolerably clothed with wood and verdure. These islands, which lay parallel with the coast, and from 5 to 8 or 9 leagues off, are of various extent, both for height and circuit. Hardly any exceeds 5 leagues in circuit, and many again are very small. The Cumberland Islands. They stretch along the coast for 60 miles. Besides the chain of islands, which lay at a distance from the coast, there are other small ones laying under the land. Some few smokes were seen on the main land. Sunday, 3rd. Winds between the south by east and southeast. A gentle breeze and clear weather. In the PM we steered along shore northwest 1/2 west, at the distance of 2 leagues from the main, having 9 and 10 fathoms regular soundings. At sunset the furthest point of the main land that we could distinguish as such bore north 48 degrees west, to the northward of this lay some high land, which I took to be an island, the northwest point of which bore north 41 degrees west. But as I was not sure that there was a passage this way, we at 8 came to an anchor in 10 fathoms, muddy bottom. 2 hours after this we had a tide setting to the northward, and at 2 o'clock it had fallen 9 feet since the time we anchored. After this the tide began to rise, and the flood came from the northward, which was from the islands out at sea, and plainly indicated that there was no passage to the northwest. But as this did not appear at daylight when we got under sail, and stood away to the northwest until 8, at this time we discovered low land, quite across what we took for an opening between the main and the islands, which proved to be a bay about 5 or 6 leagues deep. Upon this we hauled our wind to the eastward round the northernmost point of the bay, which bore from us at this time northeast by north, distance 4 leagues. From this point we found the main land trend away north by west 1/2 west, and a strait or passage between it and a large island, Whitsunday Island, or islands laying in a parallel direction with the coast. This passage we stood into, having the tide of ebb in our favor. At noon we were just within the entrance, and by observation in the latitude of 20 degrees 26 minutes south. Cape Hillsborough bore south by east, distant 10 leagues, and the north point of the bay before mentioned bore south 19 degrees west, distance 4 miles. This point I have named Cape Conway. General H.S. Conway was Secretary of State 1765 to 1768. Latitude 20 degrees 30 minutes, longitude 211 degrees 28 minutes, and the bay, Repulse Bay, which is formed by these 2 capes. The greatest and least depth of water we found in it was 13 and 8 fathoms. Everywhere safe anchoring, and I believe, was it properly examined, there would be found some good harbor in it, especially on the north side within Cape Conway, for just within the cape lay 2 or 3 small islands, which alone would shelter that side of the bay from the southeast and southerly winds, which seem to be the prevailing or trade winds. Among the many islands that lay upon this coast there is one more remarkable than the rest, probably Blacksmith Island. Being of a small circuit, very high and peaked, and lies east by south, 10 miles from Cape Conway at the south end of the passage above mentioned. In Whitsunday Passage, Queensland. Monday, 4th. Winds at south-southeast and southeast, a gentle breeze and clear weather. In the PM steered through the passage, Whitsunday Passage. The aspect of the shores is very pleasing. Which we found from 3 to 6 or 7 miles broad, and 8 or 9 leagues in length, north by west 1/2 west and south by east 1/2 east. It is formed by the main on the west, and by islands on the east, one of which is at least 5 leagues in length. Our depth of water in running through was between 25 and 20 fathoms, everywhere good anchorage. Indeed the whole passage is one continued safe harbor, besides a number of small bays and coves on each side, where ships might lay as it were in a basin. At least so it appeared to me, for I did not wait to examine it, as having been in port so lately, and being unwilling to lose the benefit of a light moon. The land, both on the main and islands, especially on the former, is tolerably high, and distinguished by hills and valleys, which are diversified with woods and lawns that looked green and pleasant. On a sandy beach upon one of the islands we saw 2 people and a canoe, with an outrigger, which appeared to be both larger and differently built to any we have seen upon the coast. At 6 we were nearly the length of the north end of the passage. The northwestermost point of the main in sight bore north 54 degrees west, and the north end of the island north-northeast, having an open sea between these 2 points. This passage I have named Whitsunday's Passage, as it was discovered on the day the church commemorates that festival, and the isles which form it Cumberland Isles, in honor of His Royal Highness the Duke of Cumberland. Henry Frederick, Duke of Cumberland, was a younger brother of George III. We kept under an easy sail and the lead going all night, having 21, 22, and 23 fathoms, at the distance of 3 leagues from the land. At daylight a.m. we were abreast of the point above mentioned, which is a lofty promontory, that I named Cape Gloucester, William Henry, Duke of Gloucester and Edinburgh, a younger brother of George III. Latitude 19 degrees 57 minutes south, longitude 211 degrees 54 minutes west. It may be known by an island which lies out at sea north by west 1/2 west, 5 or 6 leagues from it, this I called Holborn Isle. Admiral Francis Holborn commanded the fleet in North America in which Cook served in 1757. There are also islands laying under the land between it and Whitsunday's Passage. On the west side of the cape the land trends away southwest and south-southwest, and forms a deep bay. The sand in the bottom of this bay I could but just see from the masthead. It is very low, and is a continuation of the same low land as is at the bottom of Repulse Bay. Without waiting to look into this bay, which I called Edgecombe Bay, in Port Denison, on the western side of Edgecombe Bay, is the rising town of Bowen, the port of an agricultural district. There is good coal in the vicinity. Captain G. Edgecombe commanded the Lancaster in the fleet in North America in 1758 in which Cook served. Afterwards Earl of Mount Edgecombe. We continued our course to the westward for the westernmost land we had in sight which bore from us west by north 1/2 north, and appeared very high. At noon we were about 3 leagues from the land, and by observation in the latitude of 19 degrees 47 minutes south, Cape Gloucester bearing south 63 degrees east, distant 7½ leagues. Tuesday, 5th. Winds between the south and east, a gentle breeze, and serene weather. At 6 a.m. we were abreast of the western point of land above mentioned, distant from it 3 miles, which I have named Cape Upstart. Because being surrounded with low land it starts or rises up singly at the first making of it, latitude 19 degrees 39 minutes south, longitude 212 degrees 32 minutes west. It lies west-northwest 14 leagues from Cape Gloucester, and is of a height sufficient to be seen 12 leagues. But it is not so much of a promontory as it appears to be, because on each side of it near the sea is very low land, which is not to be seen unless you are pretty well in with the shore. Inland are some tolerable high hills or mountains, which, like the Cape, affords but a very barren prospect. Having passed this cape, we continued standing to the west-northwest as the land lay, under an easy sail, having from 16 to 10 fathoms, until 2 o'clock a.m. When we fell into 7 fathoms, upon which we hauled our wind to the northward, judging ourselves to be very near the land, as so we found, for at daylight we were little more than 2 leagues off. What deceived us was the lowness of the land, which is but very little higher than the surface of the sea, but in the country were some hills. At noon we were in 15 fathoms water, and about 4 leagues from the land. Our latitude by observation was 19 degrees 12 minutes south, Cape Upstart bore 38 degrees 30 minutes east, distant 12 leagues. Course and distance sailed since yesterday noon north 48 degrees 45 minutes, 53 miles. At and before noon some very large smokes were seen rise up out of the low land. At sunrise I found the variation to be 5 degrees 35 minutes easterly, at sunset last night the same needle gave near 9 degrees. This being close under Cape Upstart, I judged that it was owing to iron ore or other magnetical matter lodged in the earth. Off Cleveland Bay, Queensland. Wednesday, 6th. Light airs at east-southeast, with which we steered west-northwest as the land now lay, depth of water 12 and 14 fathoms. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 19 degrees 1 minute south, longitude made from Cape Gloucester 1 degree 30 minutes west, course and distance sailed since yesterday noon west-northwest, 28 miles. In this situation we had the mouth of a bay all open extending from south 1/2 east to southwest 1/2 south, distance 2 leagues. This bay, which I named Cleveland Bay, in Cleveland Bay is Townsville, the largest town in northern Queensland. Population 12,000, appeared to be about 5 or 6 miles in extent every way. The east point I named Cape Cleveland, and the west, Magnetical Head or Island, as it had much the appearance of an island. And the compass did not traverse well when near it. They are both tolerable high, and so is the main land within them, and the whole appeared to have the most rugged, rocky, and barren surface of any we have yet seen. However, it is not without inhabitants, as we saw smoke in several places in the bottom of the bay. The northernmost land we had in sight at this time bore northwest. This we took to be an island or islands, for we could not trace the main land farther than west by north. Thursday, 7th. Light airs between the south and east, with which we steered west-northwest, keeping the main land on board, the outermost part of which at sunset bore from us west by north, but without this lay high land, which we took to be islands. At daylight am we were the length of the eastern part of this land, which we found to consist of a group of islands, Palm Islands, laying about 5 leagues from the main. We being at this time between the two, we continued advancing slowly to the northwest until noon, at which time we were by observation in the latitude of 18 degrees 49 minutes, and about 5 leagues from the main land. The northwest part of which bore from us north by west 1/2 west, the island extending from north to east. Distance of the nearest 2 miles. Cape Cleveland bore south 50 degrees east, distant 18 leagues. Our soundings in the course of this day's sail were from 14 to 11 fathoms. Friday, 8th, winds at south-southeast and south. First part light airs, the remainder a gentle breeze. In the PM we saw several large smokes upon the main, some people, canoes, and, as we thought, cocoa nut trees upon one of the islands. And, as a few of these nuts would have been very acceptable to us at this time, I sent Lieutenant Hicks ashore, with whom went Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, to see what was to be got. In the meantime we kept standing in for the island with the ship. At 7 they returned on board, having met with nothing worth observing. The trees we saw were a small kind of cabbage palms. They heard some of the natives as they were putting off from the shore, but saw none. After the boat was hoisted in we stood away north by west for the northernmost land we had in sight, which we were abreast of at 3 o'clock in the morning, having passed all the islands 3 or 4 hours before. This point I have named Point Hillock. Point Hillock is the east point of Hinchinbrook Island, which is separated from the main by a narrow and tortuous channel, on account of its figure. The land of this point is tolerable high, and may be known by a round hillock or rock that appears to be detached from the point, but I believe it joins to it. Between this cape and Cape Cleveland the shore forms a large bay, which I named Halifax Bay. The Earl of Halifax was Secretary of State 1763 to 1765, before it lay the groups of islands before mentioned, and some others nearer the shore. These islands shelter the bay in a manner from all winds, in which is good anchorage. The land near the shore in the bottom of the bay is very low and woody. But a little way back in the country is a continued ridge of high land, which appeared to be barren and rocky. Having passed Point Hillock, we continued standing to the north-northwest as the land trended, having the advantage of a light moon. At 6 a.m. we were abreast of a point of land which lies north by west 1/2 west, 11 miles from Point Hillock. The land between them is very high, and of a craggy, barren surface. This point I named Cape Sandwich. Earl of Sandwich was First Lord of the Admiralty 1763, it may not only be known by the high, craggy land over it, but by a small island which lies east 1 mile from it, and some others about 2 leagues to the northward of it. From Cape Sandwich the land trends west, and afterwards north, and forms a fine, large bay, which I called Rockingham Bay. The Marquis of Rockingham was Prime Minister 1765 to 1766, it is well sheltered, and affords good anchorage. At least, so it appeared to me, for having met with so little encouragement by going ashore that I would not wait to land or examine it farther, but continued to range along shore to the northward for a parcel of small islands, the Family Islands. Laying off the northern point of the bay, and, finding a channel of a mile broad between the 3 outermost and those nearer the shore, we pushed through. While we did this we saw on one of the nearest islands a number of the natives collected together, who seemed to look very attentively upon the ship. They were quite naked, and of a very dark color, with short hair. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 17 degrees 59 minutes, and abreast of the north point of Rockingham Bay, which bore from us west 2 miles. This boundary of the bay is formed by a tolerable high island, known in the chart by the name of Dunk Isle. It lays so near the shore as not to be distinguished from it unless you are well in with the land. At this time we were in the longitude of 213 degrees 57 minutes. Cape Sandwich bore south by east 1/2 east, distant 19 miles, and the northernmost land in sight north 1/2 west. Our depth of water in the course of this day's sail was not more than 16, nor less than 7 fathoms. About here the Great Barrier Reefs begin to close in on the land. Cook kept so close to the latter that he was unconscious as yet of their existence, but he was soon to find them. Anchored near Cape Grafton, Queensland. Saturday, 9th. Winds between the south and southeast, a gentle breeze, and clear weather, with which we steered north by west as the land lay, the northern extreme of which at sunset bore north 25 degrees west. We kept on our course under an easy sail all night, having from 12 to 16 fathoms, at the distance of about 3 or 4 leagues from the land. At 6 a.m. we were abreast of some small islands, which we called Franklin Isles, that lay about 2 leagues from the mainland, the northern point of which in sight bore north by west 1/2 west, but this we afterwards found to be an island, Fitzroy Island. Tolerable high, and about 4 miles in circuit. It lies about 2 miles from the point on the main between which we went with the ship, and were in the middle of the Channel at noon, and by observation in the latitude of 16 degrees 55 minutes, where we had 20 fathoms of water. The point of land we were now abreast of I called Cape Grafton. The Duke of Grafton was Prime Minister when Cook sailed. Latitude 16 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 214 degrees 11 minutes west. It is tolerable high, and so is the whole coast for 20 leagues to the southward, and hath a very rocky surface, which is thinly covered with wood. In the night we saw several fires along shore, and a little before noon some people. Sunday, 10th. After hauling round Cape Grafton we found the land trend away northwest by west. 3 miles to the westward of the cape is a bay, wherein we anchored, about 2 miles from the shore, in 4 fathoms, Owsey Bottom. The east point of the bay bore south 74 degrees east, the west point south 83 degrees west, and a low green woody island laying in the offing bore north 35 degrees east. The island lies north by east 1/2 east, distance 3 or 4 leagues from Cape Grafton, and is known in the chart by the name of Green Island. As soon as the ship was brought to an anchor I went ashore, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. The first thing I did was to look for fresh water, and with that view rowed out towards the Cape, because in the bottom of the bay was low mangrove land, and little probability of meeting with any there. But the way I went I found 2 small streams, which were difficult to get at on account of the surf and rocks upon the shore. As we came round the cape we saw, in a sandy cove, a small stream of water run over the beach. But here I did not go in the boat because I found that it would not be easy to land. We hardly advanced anything into the country, it being here hilly, which were steep and rocky, and we had not time to visit the low lands, and therefore met with nothing remarkable. My intention was to have stayed here at least 1 day, to have looked into the country had we met with fresh water convenient, or any other refreshment. But as we did not, I thought it would be only spending of time, and loosing as much of a light moon to little purpose, and therefore at 12 o'clock at night we weighed and stood away to the northwest, having at this time but little wind, attended with showers of rain. In the next bay west of where Cook anchored is Cairns, a small but rising town in the centre of a sugar-growing district. At 4 the breeze freshened at south by east, with fair weather. We continued steering north-northwest 1/2 west as the land lay, having 10, 12, and 14 fathoms, at a distance of 3 leagues from the land. At 11 we hauled off north, in order to get without a small low island, Low Isles. There is now a lighthouse on them, which lay about 2 leagues from the main, it being about high water. About the time we passed it, great part of it lay under water. About 3 leagues to the northwestward of this island, close under the main land, is another island, Snapper Island. Tolerable high, which bore from us at noon north 55 degrees west, distant 7 or 8 miles. We being at this time in the latitude of 16 degrees 20 minutes south, Cape Grafton bore south 29 degrees east, distant 40 miles, and the northernmost point of land in sight north 20 degrees west, and in this situation had 15 fathoms water. The shore between Cape Grafton and the above northern point forms a large but not very deep bay, which I named Trinity Bay, after the day on which it was discovered, the North Point Cape Tribulation, because here began all our troubles. Latitude 16 degrees 6 minutes south, longitude 214 degrees 39 minutes west. The ship aground on Endeavour Reef. Monday, 11th. Wind at east-southeast, with which we steered along shore north by west at the distance of 3 or 4 leagues off, having from 14 to 10 and 12 fathoms water. Saw 2 small islands in the offing, which lay in the latitude of 16 degrees 0 minutes south, and about 6 or 7 leagues from the main. At 6 the northernmost land in sight bore north by west 1/2 west, and 2 low, woody islands, Hope Islands, which some took to be rocks above water, bore north 1/2 west. At this time we shortened sail, and hauled off shore east-northeast and northeast by east, close upon a wind. My intention was to stretch off all night as well to avoid the danger we saw ahead as to see if any islands lay in the offing, especially as we now begun to draw near the latitude of those discovered by Quiros, which some geographers, for what reason I know not, have thought proper to tack to this land. Having the advantage of a fine breeze of wind, and a clear moonlight night in standing off from 6 until near 9 o'clock, we deep-ned our water from 14 to 21 fathoms, when all at once we fell into 12, 10 and 8 fathoms. At this time I had everybody at their stations to put about and come to an anchor, but in this I was not so fortunate, for meeting again with deep water, I thought there could be no danger in standing on. The ship passed just northward of Pickersgill Reef. Before 10 o'clock we had 20 and 21 fathoms, and continued in that depth until a few minutes before 11, when we had 17, and before the man at the lead could heave another cast, the ship struck and stuck fast. Immediately upon this we took in all our sails, hoisted out the boats and sounded round the ship, and found that we had got upon the southeast edge of a reef of coral rocks, having in some places round the ship 3 and 4 fathoms water, and in other places not quite as many feet, and about a ship's length from us on the starboard side, the ship laying with her head to the northeast, were 8, 10, and 12 fathoms. As soon as the long boat was out we struck yards and topmast, and carried out the stream anchor on our starboard bow, got the coasting anchor and cable into the boat, and were going to carry it out in the same way. But upon my sounding the second time round the ship I found the most water astern, and therefore had this anchor carried out upon the starboard quarter, and hove upon it a very great strain. Which was to no purpose, the ship being quite fast, upon which we went to work to lighten her as fast as possible, which seemed to be the only means we had left to get her off. As we went ashore about the top of high water we not only started water, but threw overboard our guns, iron and stone ballast, casks, hoop staves, oil jars, decayed stores, etc. Many of these last articles lay in the way at coming it heavier. All this time the ship made little or no water. At 11 a.m., being high water as we thought, we tried to heave her off without success, she not being afloat by a foot or more, notwithstanding by this time we had thrown overboard 40 or 50 tons weight. As this was not found sufficient we continued to lighten her by every method we could think of. As the tide fell the ship began to make water as much as 2 pumps could free. At noon she lay with 3 or 4 streaks heel to starboard. Latitude observed 15 degrees 45 minutes south. Tuesday, 12th, fortunately we had little wind, fine weather, and a smooth sea, all this 24 hours, which in the p.m. gave us an opportunity to carry out the 2 bower anchors, one on the starboard quarter, and the other right astern, got blocks and tackles upon the cables, brought the falls in abaft and hove taut. By this time it was 5 o'clock p.m. The tide we observed now begun to rise, and the leak increased upon us, which obliged us to set the 3rd pump to work, as we should have done the 4th also, but could not make it work. At 9 the ship righted, and the leak gained upon the pumps considerably. This was an alarming and, I may say, terrible circumstance, and threatened immediate destruction to us. However, I resolved to risk all, and heave her off in case it was practical, and accordingly turned as many hands to the capstan and windlass as could be spared from the pumps. And about 20 minutes past 10 o'clock the ship floated, and we hove her into deep water, having at this time 3 feet 9 inches water in the hold. This done I sent the long boat to take up the stream anchor, got the anchor, but lost the cable among the rocks. After this turned all hands to the pumps, the leak increasing upon us. A mistake soon after happened, which for the first time caused fear to approach upon every man in the ship. The man that attended the well took the depth of water above the ceiling. He, being relieved by another who did not know in what manner the former had sounded, took the depth of water from the outside plank, the difference being 16 or 18 inches. And made it appear that the leak had gained this upon the pumps in a short time. This mistake was no sooner cleared up than it acted upon every man like a charm. They redoubled their vigor, insomuch that before 8 o'clock in the morning they gained considerably upon the leak. The circumstance related in this paragraph is from the Admiralty copy. We now hove up the best bower, but found it impossible to save the small bower, so cut it away at a whole cable. Got up the fore topmast and foreyard, warped the ship to the southeast, and at 11 got under sail, and stood in for the land, with a light breeze at east-southeast. Some hands employed sewing oakum, wool, etc. into a lower steering sail to fother the ship, others employed at the pumps, which still gained upon the leak. Fothering the ship. Wednesday, 13th. In the p.m. had light airs at east-southeast, with which we kept edging in for the land. Got up the maintopmast and mainyard, and having got the sail ready for fothering of the ship, we put it over under the starboard fore chains, where we suspected the ship had suffered most, and soon after the leak decreased. So as to be kept clear with 1 pump with ease. This fortunate circumstance gave new life to every one on board. It is much easier to conceive than to describe the satisfaction felt by everybody on this occasion. But a few minutes before our utmost wishes were to get hold of some place upon the main, or an island, to run the ship ashore, where out of her materials we might build a vessel to carry us to the East Indies. No sooner were we made sensible that the outward application to the ship's bottom had taken effect, than the field of every man's hopes enlarged, so that we thought of nothing but ranging along shore in search of a harbor, when we could repair the damages we had sustained. The foregoing paragraph is from the Admiralty copy. The situation was indeed sufficiently awkward. When it is considered that the coast was wholly unknown, the natives decidedly hostile, the land unproductive of any means of subsistence, and the distance to the nearest Dutch settlements, even if a passage should be found south of New Guinea, 1,500 miles, there was ample cause for apprehension if they could not save the ship. Knowing what we now know, that all off this coast is a continuous line of reefs and shoals, Cook's action in standing off might seem rash. But he knew nothing of this. There was a moon. He reduced sail to double-reefed topsails with a light wind, as the log tells us, and with the cumbrous hempen cables of the day, and the imperfect means of heaving up the anchor, he was desirous of saving his men unnecessary labor. Cook was puzzled that the next tide did not, after lightening the ship, take him off. But it is now known that on this coast it is only every alternate tide that rises to a full height, and as he got ashore nearly at the top of the higher of the two waters he had to wait 24 hours until he got a similar rise. Lucky was it for them that the wind was light. Usually at this season the trade wind is strong, and raises a considerable sea, even inside the barrier. Hawksworth or Banks makes the proposition to father the ship emanate from Mr. Monkhouse. But it is scarcely to be supposed that such a perfect seaman as Cook was not familiar with this operation, and he merely says that as Mr. Monkhouse had seen it done, he confided to him the superintendence of it, as of course the captain had at such a time many other things to do than stand over the men preparing the sail. In 1886 the people of Cooktown were anxious to recover the brass guns of the Endeavour which were thrown overboard, in order to place them as a memento in their town, but they could not be found, which is not altogether surprising. In justice to the ship's company, I must say that no men ever behaved better than they have done on this occasion. Animated by the behavior of every gentleman on board, every man seemed to have a just sense of the danger we were in, and exerted himself to the very utmost. The ledge of rocks, or shoal, we have been upon, lies in the latitude of 15 degrees 45 minutes, and about 6 or 7 leagues from the main land. But this is not the only shoal that lay upon this part of the coast, especially to the northward, and one which we saw to the southward, the tail of which we passed over when we had the uneven soundings 2 hours before we struck. A part of this shoal is always above water, and looks to be white sand. Part of the one we were upon was dry at low water, and in that place consists of sand and stones, but everywhere else coral rocks. At 6 we anchored in 17 fathoms, about 5 or 6 leagues from the land, and 1 from the shoal. At this time the ship made about 15 inches water per hour. At 6 a.m. weighed and stood to the northwest, edging in for the land, having a gentle breeze at south-southeast. At 9 we passed close without 2 small low islands, laying in the latitude of 15 degrees 41 minutes, and about 4 leagues from the main. I have named them Hope Islands, because we were always in hopes of being able to reach these islands. At noon we were about 3 leagues from the land, and in the latitude of 15 degrees 37 minutes south. The northernmost part of the main in sight bore north 30 degrees west, and the above islands extending from south 30 degrees east to south 40 degrees east. In this situation had 12 fathoms water and several sandbanks without us. The leak now decreaseth, but for fear it should break out again we got the sail ready filled for fathering. The manner this is done is thus: we mix oakum and wool together, but oakum alone would do, and chop it up small, and then stick it loosely by handfuls all over the sail, and throw over it sheep dung or other filth. Horse dung for this purpose is the best. The sail thus prepared is hauled under the ship's bottom by ropes, and if the place of the leak is uncertain, it must be hauled from one part of her bottom to another until one finds the place where it takes effect. While the sail is under the ship the oakum, etc., is washed off, and part of it carried along with the water into the leak, and in part stops up the hole. Mr. Monkhouse, one of my midshipmen, was once in a merchant ship which sprung a leak, and made 48 inches water per hour, but by this means was brought home from Virginia to London with only her proper crew. To him I gave the direction of this, who executed it very much to my satisfaction. In Endeavour River, Queensland. Thursday, 14th, p.m., had a gentle breeze at southeast by east. Sent the master, with 2 boats as well, to sound ahead of the ship, as to look out for a harbour where we could repair our defects, and put the ship on a proper trim, both of which she now very much wanted. At 3 saw an opening that had the appearance of a harbour, stood off and on while the boats were examining it, who found that there was not a sufficient depth of water for the ship. By this time it was almost sunset, and seeing many shoals about us we anchored in 4 fathoms about 2 miles from the shore, the main land extending from north 1/2 east to south by east 1/2 east. At 8 o'clock the pinnace, in which was one of the mates, returned on board, and reported that they had found a good harbour, Cook Harbour, Endeavour River, about 2 leagues to leeward. In consequence of this information we, at 6 a.m., wait and run down to it, first sending 2 boats ahead to lay upon the shoals that lay in our way, and notwithstanding this precaution, we were once in 3 fathoms with the ship. Having passed these shoals, the boats were sent to lay in the channel leading into the harbour. By this time it begun to blow in so much that the ship would not work, having missed stays twice. And being entangled among shoals, I was afraid of being drove to leeward before the boats could place themselves, and therefore anchored in 4 fathoms about a mile from the shore, and then made the signal for the boats to come on board. After which I went myself and buoyed the channel, which I found very narrow, and the harbour much smaller than I had been told, but very convenient for our purpose. At noon latitude observed 15 degrees 26 minutes south. Note. This day I restored Mr. Magret to his duty, as I did not find him guilty of the crimes laid to his charge. Friday, 15th. A fresh gale at southeast and cloudy weather, attended with showers of rain. In the night, as it blowed too fresh to break the ship loose to run into the harbour, we got down the topgallant yards, unbent the mainsail, and some of the small sails. Got down the foretopgallant mast, and the jib boom and spritsalyard in, intending to lighten the ship forward as much as possible, in order to lay her ashore to come at the leak. Saturday, 16th. Strong gales at southeast, and cloudy, hazy weather, with showers of rain. At 6 o'clock in the a.m. it moderated a little, and we hove short, intending to get under sail, but was obliged to desist, and veer away again. Some people were seen ashore today. Sunday, 17th. Most part strong gales at southeast, with some heavy showers of rain in the p.m. At 6 a.m. Being pretty moderate, we wait and run into the harbour, in doing of which we run the ship ashore twice. The first time she went off without much trouble, but the second time she stuck fast. But this was of no consequence any farther than giving us a little trouble, and was no more than what I expected as we had the wind. While the ship lay fast we got down the foreyard, foretopmast, booms, etc. overboard, and made a raft of them alongside. Monday, 18th, fresh gales and cloudy, with showers of rain. At 1 p.m. the ship floated, and we warped her into the harbour, and moored her alongside of a steep beach on the south side. Got the anchors, cables, and all the hawsers ashore. In the a.m. made a stage from the ship to the shore, erected 2 tents, one for the sick, and the other for the stores and provisions. Landed all the empty casks and part of the provisions, and sent a boat to haul the Sean, which returned without success. Tuesday, 19th, fresh gales at southeast and cloudy weather, with frequent showers of rain. p.m. Landed all the provisions and part of the stores, got the sick ashore, which amounted, at this time, to 8 or 9, afflicted with different disorders, but none very dangerously ill. This afternoon I went upon one of the highest hills over the harbour, from which I had a perfect view of the inlet or river, and adjacent country, which afforded but a very indifferent prospect. The low lands near the river is all overrun with mangroves, among which the salt water flows every tide, and the high land appeared to be barren and stony. A.M. got the 4 remaining guns out of the hold, and mounted them on the quarter-deck. Got a spare anchor and stock ashore, and the remaining part of the stores and ballast that were in the hold, set up the forge, and set the armorer and his mate to work to make nails, etc., to repair the ship. Wednesday, 20th. Winds at southeast, a fresh breeze, fore and middle parts rainy, the latter fair. This day got out all the officers' stores and the ground tier of water, having now nothing in the fore and main hold but the coals and a little stone ballast. Thursday, 21st, p.m., landed the powder, got out the stone ballast, wood, etc., which brought the ship's draught of water to 8 feet 10 inches forward, and 13 feet abaft. This I thought, by trimming the coals aft, would be sufficient, as I find the tides will rise and fall upon a perpendicular 8 feet at spring tides. But after the coals was trimmed away from over the leak we could hear the water come gushing in a little abaft the foremast about 3 feet from her keel. This determined me to clear the hold entirely. Accordingly very early in the morning we went to work to get out the coals, which was employment for all hands. Ship beached in Endeavour River. Friday, 22nd. Winds at southeast, fair weather. At 4 p.m. Having got out most of the coals, cast loose the ship's moorings, and warped her a little higher up the harbor to a place I had pitched upon to lay her ashore to stop the leak, draught of water forward 7 feet 9 inches and abaft 13 feet 6 inches. At 8, being high water, hauled her bow close ashore, but kept her stern afloat, because I was afraid of neaping her, i.e., having her so far on shore that they could not heave her off at neap tide. And yet it was necessary to lay the whole of her as near the ground as possible. The town of Cooktown now stands where the Endeavour was beached, and the, as near as can be judged, exact spot is marked by a monument. At 2 a.m. the tide left her, which gave us an opportunity to examine the leak, which we found to be at her floor heads, a little before the starboard fore chains. Here the rocks had made their way through 4 planks, quite 2, and even into the timbers, and wounded 3 more. The manner these planks were damaged or cut out, as I may say is hardly credible. Scarce a splinter was to be seen, but the whole was cut away as if it had been done by the hands of man with a blunt-edged tool. Fortunately for us the timbers in this place were very close. Otherwise it would have been impossible to have saved the ship, and even as it was it appeared very extraordinary that she made no more water than what she did. A large pace of coral rock was sticking in one hole, and several paces of the fothering, small stones, etc., had made its way in, and lodged between the timbers, which had stopped the water from forcing its way in great quantities. Part of the sheathing was gone from under the larboard bow, part of the false keel was gone, and the remainder in such a shattered condition that we should be much better off if it was gone also. Her forefoot and some part of her main keel was also damaged, but not materially. What damage she may have received abaft we could not see, but believe not much, as the ship makes but little water, while the tide keeps below the leak forward. At 9 the carpenters went to work upon the ship, while the armorers were busy making bolts, nails, etc. Saturday, 23rd, wind southeasterly, a fresh gale and fair weather. Carpenters employed shifting the damaged planks as long as the tide would permit them to work. At low water p.m. we examined the ship's bottom under the starboard side, she being dry as far aft as the afterpart of the fore chains. We could not find that she had received any other damage on this side but what has been mentioned. In the morning I sent 3 men into the country to shoot pigeons, as some of these birds had been seen flying about. In the evening they returned with about 1/2 dozen. One of the men saw an animal something less than a greyhound, it was of a mouse color, very slender made, and swift of foot. Kangaroo. A.M. I sent a boat to haul the Shawn, who returned at noon, having made 3 hauls and caught only 3 fish, and yet we see them in plenty jumping about the harbor, but can find no method of catching them. Sunday, 24th, winds and weather as yesterday. P.M. The carpenters finished the starboard side, and at 9 heeled the ship the other way, and hauled her off about 2 feet for fear of neaping. In the a.m. they went to work repairing the sheathing under the larboard bow, where we found 2 planks cut about half through. Early in the morning I sent a party of men into the country under the direction of Lieutenant Gore to seek for refreshments. They returned about noon with a few palm cabbages and a bunch or two of wild plantains. These last were much smaller than any I had ever seen, and the pulp full of small stones, otherwise they were well tasted. I saw myself this morning, a little way from the ship. One of the animals before spoke off. It was of a light mouse color and the full size of a greyhound, and shaped in every respect like one, with a long tail, which it carried like a greyhound. In short, I should have taken it for a wild dog but for its walking or running, in which it jumped like a hare or deer. Another of them was seen today by some of our people, who saw the first. They described them as having very small legs, and the print of the feet like that of a goat, but this I could not see myself because the ground the one I saw was upon was too hard, and the length of the grass hindered my seeing its legs. These kangaroos were the first seen by Europeans. The name was obtained from the natives by Mr. Banks. Monday, 25th. At low water in the p.m. While the carpenters were busy in repairing the sheathing and plank under the larboard bow, I got people to go under the ship's bottom, to examine all her larboard side, she only being dry forward, but abaft were 9 feet water. They found part of the sheathing off abreast of the mainmast about her floor heads, and a part of one plank a little damaged. There were 3 people who went down, who all agreed in the same story. The master was one, who was positive that she had received no material damage besides the loss of the sheathing. This alone will be sufficient to let the worm into her bottom, which may prove of bad consequence. However, we must run all risque, for I know of no method to remedy this but by heaving her down, which would be a work of immense labor and time, if not impractical in our present situation. The carpenters continued hard at work under her bottom until put off by the tide in the evening, and the morning tide did not ebb out far enough to permit them to work upon her, for here we have only one tolerable low and high tide in 24 hours. A party of men were employed ashore filling water, while others were employed overhauling the rigging. Tuesday, 26th, fair weather, a southeast wind, and a fresh gale, at low water p.m. The carpenters finished under the larboard bow and every other place the tide would permit them to come at. Lashed some casks under the ship's bows in order to help to float her, and at high water in the night attempted to heave her off, but could not, she not being afloat partly owing to some of the casks not holding that were lashed under her. A.M. Employed getting more casks ready for the same purpose, but I am much afraid that we shall not be able to float her now the tides are taking off. Wednesday, 27th. A fresh breeze of wind at southeast and cloudy weather. p.m. Lashed 38 empty butts under the ship's bottom in order to float her off, which proved ineffectual, and therefore gave over all hopes of getting her off until the next spring tides. At daylight we got a considerable weight of sundry articles from aft forward to ease the ship, the armourer at work at the forge repairing iron work, etc. Carpenters caulking and stocking one of the spare anchors, seamen employed filling of water and overhauling the rigging, and I went in the pinnace up the harbour, and made several hauls with the Sean, but caught only between 20 and 30 pound of fish, which were given to the sick and such as were weak and ailing. Thursday, 28th, fresh breezes and cloudy. All hands employed as yesterday. Friday, 29th. Wind and weather as yesterday, and the employment of the people the same, Lieutenant Gore having been 4 or 5 miles in the country, where he met with nothing remarkable. He saw the footsteps of men, and likewise those of 3 or 4 sorts of wild beasts, but saw neither man nor beast. Some others of our people who were out yesterday on the north side of the river met with a place where the natives have just been, as their fires was then burning, but they saw nobody, nor have we seen one since we have been in port. In these excursions we found some wild yams or cocoas growing in the swampy grounds, and this afternoon I sent a party of men to gather some. The tops we found made good greens, and eat exceedingly well when boiled, but the roots were so bad that few besides myself could eat them. This night Mr. Green and I observed an immersion of Jupiter's first satellite, which happened at 2 hours 58 minutes 53 seconds in the a.m., the same immersion happened at Greenwich, according to calculation, on the 30th at 5 hours 17 minutes 43 seconds a.m. The difference is 14 hours 18 minutes 50 seconds, equal to 214 degrees 42 minutes 30 seconds of longitude. This was an excellent observation. The true longitude is 214 degrees 45 minutes. Which this place is west of Greenwich, and its latitude 15 degrees 26 minutes south. A.M., I sent some hands in a boat up the river to haul the Sean, while the rest were employed about the rigging and sundry other duties. Saturday, 30th. Moderate breezes at southeast, and clear serene weather. P.M., the boat returned from hauling the Sean, having caught as much fish as came to 1.5 pounds a man. A.M. I sent her again to haul the Sean, and some hands to gather greens, while others were employed about the rigging, etc., etc. I likewise sent some of the young gentlemen to take a plan of the harbour, and went myself upon the hill, which is near the south point, to take a view of the sea. Grassy Hill. At this time it was low water, and I saw what gave me no small uneasiness, which were a number of sand banks and shoals laying all along the coast. The innermost lay about 3 or 4 miles from the shore, and the outermost extended off to sea as far as I could see without my glass. Some just appeared above water. These were the innermost reefs of the Great Barrier. There is a tolerably clear passage about 8 miles wide between them and the shore, though this has some small shoals in it. The only hopes I have of getting clear of them is to the northward, where there seems to be a passage, for as the wind blows constantly from the southeast we shall find it difficult, if not impractical, to return to the southward. July 1770. Sunday, July 1st. Gentle breezes at southeast, and cloudy weather, with some gentle showers in the morning. P.M. The people returned from hauling the Sean, having caught as much fish as came to 2.5 pounds per man, no one on board having more than another. The few greens we got I caused to be boiled among the peas, and makes a very good mess, which, together with the fish, is a great refreshment to the people. A.M. A party of men, one from each mess, went again a-fishing, and all the rest I gave leave to go into the country, knowing that there was no danger from the natives. Today at noon the thermometer in the shade rose to 87 degrees, which is 2 or 3 degrees higher than it hath been on any day before in this place. Monday, 2nd. Ditto weather. P.M. The fishing party caught as much fish as came to 2 pounds a man. Those that were in the country met with nothing new. Early in the a.m. I sent the master in the pinnace out of the harbour, to sound about the shoals in the offing and to look for a channel to the northward. At this time we had a breeze of wind from the land, which continued till about 9. What makes me mention this is, that it is the first land breeze we have had since we have been in this river. At low water lashed empty casks under the ship's bows, being in some hopes of floating her the next high water, and sent some hands a-fishing, while others were employed in refitting the ship. Tuesday, 3rd. Winds at southeast, 4 and middle part gentle breeze, the remainder a fresh gale. In the evening the fishing party returned, having got as much fish as came to 2 pounds a man. At high water we attempted to heave the ship off, but did not succeed. At noon the master returned, and reported he had found a passage out to sea between the shoals, which passage lies out east-northeast or east by north from the river mouth. He found these shoals to consist of coral rocks. He landed upon one, which dries at low water, where he found very large cockles, tridacna, and a variety of other shell-fish, a quantity of which he brought away with him. He told me that he was 5 leagues out at sea, having at that distance 21 fathoms water, and judged himself to be without all the shoals, which I very much doubted. Cook was right. The shoals extend for 4 leagues farther. After this he came inshore, and stood to the northward, where he met with a number of shoals laying a little distance from the shore. About 9 in the evening he landed in a bay about 3 leagues to the northward of this place, where he disturbed some of the natives, whom he supposed to be at supper. They all fled upon his approach, and left him some fresh sea eggs, and a fire ready lighted behind them, but there was neither house nor hut near. Although these shoals lay within sight of the coast, and abound very much with shellfish and other small fish, which are to be caught at low water in holes in the rocks, yet the natives never visit them. For if they did we must have seen of these large shells on shore about their fireplaces. The reason I do suppose is, that they have no boats that they dare venture so far out at sea in. Nevertheless the natives do get out to the islands which lie farther from the shore than these reefs, as Cook himself afterwards found. Wednesday, 4th, strong gales at southeast and fair weather. p.m. The fishing party returned with the usual success, at high water hove the ship afloat. a.m. Employed trimming her upon an even keel, intending to lay her ashore once more, to come at her bottom under the larboard main chains. Thursday, 5th, strong breezes at southeast and fair weather. p.m. Warped the ship over, and at high water laid her ashore on the sandbank on the south side of the river, for I was afraid to lay her broadside to the shore where she lay before, because the ground lies upon too great a descent. And she hath already received some damage by laying there these last neap tides, at least she still makes water. At anchor, Endeavour River. Friday, 6th, ditto weather. At low water in the p.m. had hardly 4 feet water under the ship, yet could not repair the sheathing that was beat off, the place being all under water. One of the carpenter's crew, a man I could trust, went down and examined it, and found 3 streaks of the sheathing gone about 7 or 8 feet long, and the main plank a little rubbed. This account agrees with the report of the master and others that were under her bottom before. The carpenter, who I look upon to be well skilled in his profession, and a good judge in these matters, was of opinion that this was of little consequence. And as I found that it would be difficult, if not impractical, for us to get under her bottom to repair it, I resolved to spend no more time about it. Accordingly at high water hove her off, and moored her alongside the beach, where the stores, etc. lay, and in the a.m. got everything in readiness for taking them on board, and at the same time got on board 8 tons of water, and stowed in the ground tier in the after hold. In the morning Mr. Banks and Lieutenant Gore with 3 men went in a small boat up the harbour, with a view to stay 2 or 3 days to try to kill some of the animals we have seen about this place. Saturday, 7th, fresh breezes at southeast and fair weather. Employed getting on board coals, ballast, etc., and caulking the ship, a work that could not be done while she lay aground. The armourer and his mate are still employed at the forge making and repairing sundry articles in the iron way. Sunday, 8th. Gentle breeze and southeast, and clear weather. Early I sent the master in a boat out to sea to sound again about the shoals, because the account he had given of the Chanel before mentioned was to me by no means satisfactory. Likewise sent some hands to haul the Sean, who caught near 80 pounds of fish, the rest of the people I gave leave to go into the country. Monday, 9th. In the day ditto winds, but in the night calm. p.m. Mr. Gore and Mr. Banks returned, having met with nothing remarkable. They were about 3 or 4 leagues up in the country without finding hardly any variation either in the soil or produce. In the evening the master returned, having been several leagues out at sea, and at that distance off saw shoals without him, and was of opinion there was no getting out to sea that way. In his return he touched upon one of the shoals, the same as he was upon the first time he was out. He here saw a great number of turtle, 3 of which he caught weighing 791 pounds. This occasioned my sending him out again this morning provided with proper gear for striking them, he having before nothing but a boat hook. Carpenters, smiths, and coopers at their respective employments, and the seamen employed getting on board stones, ballast, etc. This day all hands feasted upon turtle for the first time. As they had had nothing fresh but a little fish for 4 months, and scarcely any meat since they left the Society Islands, 11 months before, we can imagine that this was a feast. Tuesday, 10th, winds and weather as yesterday. Employed hoisting on board and stowing away the ground tier of water. p.m. Saw 7 or 8 of the natives on the south side of the river, and 2 of them came down upon the sandy point opposite the ship. But as soon as I put off in a boat in order to speak with them they run away as fast as they could. At 11 Mr. Banks, who had gone out to sea with Mr. Molyneux, the master, returned in his own small boat, and gave but a very bad account of our turtle catchers. At the time he left them, which was about 6 o'clock, they had not got one, nor were they likely to get any. And yet the master was so obstinate that he would not return. This seems rather hard upon the master, which obliged me to send Mr. Gore out in the yawl this morning to order the boat and people in case they could not be employed there to some advantage. In the a.m. 4 of the natives came down to the sandy point on the north side of the harbor, having along with them a small wooden canoe with outriggers, in which they seemed to be employed striking fish, etc. Some were for going over in a boat to them. But this I would not suffer, but let them alone without seeming to take any notice of them. At length 2 of them came in the canoe so near the ship as to take some things we throwed them. After this they went away, and brought over the other 2, and came again alongside, nearer than they had done before, and took such trifles as we gave them. After this they landed close to the ship, and all 4 went ashore, carrying their arms with them. But Tupia soon prevailed upon them to lay down their arms, and come and set down by him, after which most of us went to them, made them again some presents, and stayed by them until dinner time. When we made them understand that we were going to eat, and asked them by signals to go with us. But this they declined, and as soon as we left them they went away in their canoe. One of these men was something above the middle age, the other 3 were young, none of them were above 5.5 feet high, and all their limbs proportionately small. They were wholly naked, their skins the color of wood soot, and this seemed to be their natural color. Their hair was black, lank, and cropped short, and neither woolly nor frizzled. Nor did they want any of their 4 teeth, as Dampier has mentioned those that he saw on the western side of this country. Some part of their bodice had been painted with red, and one of them had his upper lip and breast painted with streaks of white, which he called carbonda. Their features were far from being disagreeable. Their voices were soft and tunable, and they could easily repeat any word after us, but neither us nor Tupia could understand one word they said. Wednesday, 11th, gentle land and sea breezes. Employed airing the bread, stowing away water, stores, etc. In the night the master and Mr. Gore returned with the long boat, and brought with them 1 turtle and a few shellfish. The yawl Mr. Gore left upon the shoal with 6 men to endeavor to strike more turtle. In the morning 4 of the natives made us another short visit. 3 of them had been with us the preceding day, the other was a stranger. One of these men had a hole through the bridge, the cartilage of the nostril, of his nose, in which he stuck a piece of bone as thick as my finger. Seeing this we examined all their noses, and found that they had all holes for the same purpose. They had likewise holes in their ears, but no ornaments hanging to them. They had bracelets on their arms made of hair, and like hoops of small cord. They sometimes may wear a kind of fillet about their heads, for one of them had applied some part of an old shirt which I had given them to this use. Thursday, 12th, winds and weather as yesterday, and the employment of the people the same. At 2 a.m., the yawl came on board, and brought 3 turtle and a large skeet, and as there was a probability of succeeding in this kind of fishery, I sent her out again after breakfast. About this time 5 of the natives came over and stayed with us all the forenoon. There were 7 in all, 5 men, 1 woman, and a boy. These 2 last stayed on the point of land on the other side of the river about 200 yards from us. We could very clearly see with our glasses that the woman was as naked as ever she was born. Even those parts which I always before now thought nature would have taught a woman to conceal were uncovered. Friday, 13th. Gentle breezes from the southeast in day, and calm or light airs from the land in the night. Employed taking on board water, stores, etc. At noon the yawl returned with 1 turtle and a large sting-ray. Saturday, 14th. Gentle breezes at southeast and hazy weather. In the p.m. complete our water, got on board all the bread, and part of our stores. In the evening sent the turtlers out again. A.m. Employed getting on board stone ballast and airing the spare sails. Mr. Gore, being in the country, shot one of the animals before spoke of. It was a small one of the sort, weighing only 28 pounds clear of the entrails. Its body was, blank in manuscript, long, the head, neck, and shoulders very small in proportion to the other parts. It was hare-lipped, and the head and ears were most like a hare's of any animal I know. The tail was nearly as long as the body, thick next the rump, and tapering towards the end. The 4 legs were 8 inches long, and the hind 22. Its progression is by hopping or jumping 7 or 8 feet at each hop upon its hind legs only, for in this it makes no use of the 4, which seem to be only designed for scratching in the ground, etc. The skin is covered with a short, hairy fur of a dark mouse or grey color. It bears no sort of resemblance to any European animal I ever saw. It is said to bear much resemblance to the jerboa, excepting in size, the jerboa being no larger than a common rat. Sunday, 15th, gentle breezes at southeast and east. P.M., got on board the spare sails and sundry other articles. In the a.m. As the people did not work upon the ship, one of the petty officers was desirous of going out to catch turtles. I let him have the pinnace for that purpose, and sent the long boat to haul the Sean, who caught about 60 fish. Monday, 16th. For in latter parts gentle breezes at east-northeast, in the night had light airs and calm. In the evening the yawl came in with 4 turtle and a large sting-ray, and soon after went out again, but the pinnace did not return as I expected. A.M. Employed getting on board cables. At the same time I went upon one of the high hills on the north side of the river, from which I had an extensive view of the inland country, which consisted of hills, valleys, and large plains, agreeably diversified with woods and lawns. Tuesday, 17th, wind at southeast, a fresh breeze, people employed as yesterday setting up the rigging. In the evening the pinnace returned with 3 turtles, 2 of which the yawl caught and sent in. At 7 hours 41 minutes 17 seconds p.m. Observed the first satellite of Jupiter to emerge, and the same immersion happened at Greenwich at 10 hours 00 minutes 52 seconds in the a.m., the difference is 14 hours 19 minutes 35 seconds equal to 214 degrees 53 minutes 45 seconds of longitude. The observation made on the 29th of last month gave 214 degrees 42 minutes 30 seconds, the mean is 214 degrees 48 minutes 7.5 seconds, which this place is west of Greenwich. As before mentioned, the true longitude is 214 degrees 45 minutes. Wednesday, 18th, wind at east-southeast, a gentle breeze. P.M., I sent the master and one of the mates in the pinnace to the northward to look for a chenelle that lay clear of the shoal. Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and myself took a turn into the woods on the other side of the water, where we met with 5 of the natives, and although we had not seen any of them before, they came to us without showing any signs of fear. 2 of these wore necklaces made of shells, which they seemed to value, as they would not part with them. In the evening the yawl came in with 3 turtle, and early in the a.m. she went out again. About 8 we were visited by several of the natives, who now became more familiar than ever. Soon after this Mr. Banks and I went over to the south, this should be north side of the river, and travelled 6 or 8 miles along shore to the northward, where we ascended a high hill, from whence I had an extensive view of the sea coast. It afforded us a melancholy prospect of the difficulties we are to encounter, for in whatever direction we looked it was covered with shoals as far as the eye could see. After this we returned to the ship without meeting with anything remarkable, and found several of the natives on board. At this time we had 12 tortoise or turtle upon our decks, which they took more notice of than anything else in the ship, as I was told by the officers, for their curiosity was satisfied before I got on board, and they went away soon after. Thursday, 19th, gentle breezes and fair weather. Employed getting everything in readiness for sea. A.M., we were visited by 10 or 11 of the natives. The most of them came from the other side of the harbor, where we saw 6 or 7 more, the most of them women, and, like the men, quite naked. Those that came on board were very desirous of having some of our turtles, and took the liberty to haul 2 of them to the gangway to put over the side. Being disappointed in this, they grew a little troublesome, and were for throwing everything overboard they could lay their hands upon. As we had no victuals dressed at this time, I offered them some bread to eat, which they rejected with scorn, as I believe they would have done anything else excepting turtle. No doubt, in the native view, the turtle belonged to them, and they considered the strangers had annexed their property. Soon after this they all went ashore, Mr. Banks, myself, and 5 or 6 of our people being there at same time. Immediately upon their landing one of them took a handful of dry grass and lighted it at a fire we had ashore, and before we well knowed what he was going about he made a larger circuit round about us, and set fire to the grass in his way. And in an instant the whole place was in flames. Luckily at this time we had hardly anything ashore, besides the forge and a sow with a litter of young pigs, one of which was scorched to death in the fire. As soon as they had done this they all went to a place where some of our people were washing, and where all our nets and a good deal of linen were laid out to dry. Here with the greatest obstinacy they again set fire to the grass, which I and some others who were present could not prevent, until I was obliged to fire a musket load with small shot at one of the ringleaders, which sent them off. As we were apprised of this last attempt of theirs we got the fire out before it got head, but the first spread like wildfire in the woods and grass. Notwithstanding my firing, in which one must have been a little hurt, because we saw a few drops of blood on some of the linen he had gone over, they did not go far from us, for we soon after heard their voices in the woods, upon which Mr. Banks and I and 3 or 4 more went to look for them, and very soon met them coming toward us. As they had each 4 or 5 darts, and not knowing their intention, we seized upon 6 or 7 of the first darts we met with. This alarmed them so much that they all made off, and we followed them for near 1/2 a mile, and then sat down and called to them, and they stopped also. After some little unintelligible conversation had passed they laid down their darts, and came to us in a very friendly manner. We now returned the darts we had taken from them, which reconciled everything. There were 4 strangers among them that we had not seen before, and these were introduced to us by name by the others. The man which we supposed to have been struck with small shot was gone off, but he could not be much hurt as he was at a great distance when I fired. They all came along with us abreast of the ship, where they stayed a short time, and then went away, and soon after set the woods on fire about 1.5 miles or 2 miles from us. Friday, 20th, fresh breezes at southeast and cloudy weather. P.M. got everything on board the ship, new berthed her, and let her swing with the tide. In the night the master returned with the pinnace, and reported that there was no safe passage for the ship to the northward at low water. A.M. I went and sounded and buoyed the bar, being now ready to put to sea the first opportunity. Saturday, 21st, strong breezes at southeast and cloudy weather. P.M. Sent a boat to haul the Shawn, which returned with as much fish as came to 1 3/4 pounds per man. The yawl returned with only 1 turtle, which was caught in the net, for it blew too hard for the boat to strike any. In the morning I sent her out again, but she was obliged to return, not being able to get to windward. The carpenters employed in repairing the boats and overhauling the pumps, and as the wind would not permit us to sail, I sent the boatswain with some hands ashore to make rope, and a petty officer with 2 men to gather greens for the ship's company. Sunday, 22nd. Fresh breezes at southeast and east-southeast. Employed as yesterday. A.M. The weather would not permit us to sail, sent the turtlers out again. In opening of one today we found sticking through both shoulder bones a wood harpoon, or turtle peg, 15 inches long, bearded at the end, such as we have seen among the natives. This proves to a demonstration that they strike turtle, I suppose at the time they come ashore to lay their eggs, for they certainly have no boat fit to do this at sea, or that will carry a turtle, and this harpoon must have been a good while in. As the wound was quite healed up. Monday, 23rd, fresh breezes in the southeast quarter, which so long as it continues will confine us in port. Yesterday, A.M. I sent some people in the country to gather greens, one of which straggled from the rest, and met with 4 of the natives by a fire, on which they were broiling a fowl, and the hind leg of one of the animals before spoke of. He had the presence of mind not to run from them, being unarmed, lest they should pursue him, but went and sat down by them. And after he had sat a little while, and they had felt his hands and other parts of his body, they suffered him to go away without offering the least insult, and perceiving that he did not go right for the ship they directed him which way to go. Tuesday, 24th, winds and weather continues. The seamen employed making ropes, caulking the ship, fishing, etc. Wednesday, 25th, fresh gales at southeast and fair weather. In the evening the yawl came in, having not been able to strike one turtle on account of the blowing weather, nor can we catch much fish with the Sean in the harbour. Thursday, 26th, winds and weather as yesterday. Such people as can be spared from the necessary duties of the ship are employed fishing and gathering greens and other refreshments. Friday, 27th, very fresh gales at southeast by south and fair weather. A.M. Caught as much fish as served 3/4 pounds a man, and Mr. Gore shot one of the animals before spoke of, which weighed 80 pounds and 54 pounds, exclusive of the entrails, skin, and head. This was as large as the most we have seen. Saturday, 28th. Winds and weather as above, without the least variation the whole of the 24 hours. The carpenters finished caulking the ship. Sunday, 29th, winds at southeast, a fresh breeze until 5 a.m. At which time it fell calm, and soon after had a light breeze from the land. Upon this I sent a boat to see what water was upon the bar, it being 2 hours ebb, and hove up the anchor in order to put to sea. But upon the return of the boat came to again, as there were only 13 feet water on the bar, which was 6 inches less water than what the ship drawed. After this I sent the yawl to look for turtle, as those we had got before were nearly all expended. About 8 the sea breeze set in again, which put an end to our sailing this day, after which I sent the pinnace to haul the Sean. She returned with only 20 pounds of fish. Monday, 30th, winds at southeast, a fresh gale and fair weather in the p.m. The remainder hazy, with rain, but the winds, though more moderate, kept in the southeast quarter. Tuesday, 31st, fresh gales at southeast, and hazy with rain all p.m. and most part of the night. At 2 a.m. I had thoughts of trying to warp the ship out of the harbour, but upon my going first out in a boat I found it blow too fresh for such an attempt. August 1770. Wednesday, August 1st. Strong gales from the southeast, with squalls attended with rain. P.M., the yawl came in with 2 rays, which together weighed 265 pounds, it blowed too hard all the time they were out for striking turtle. Carpenters employed overhauling the pumps, all of which we find in a state of decay, and this the carpenter says is owing to the sap having been left in, which in time has decayed the sound wood. One of them is quite useless, and was so rotten when hoisted up as to drop to pieces. However, I cannot complain of a leaky ship, for the most water she makes is not quite an inch an hour. Thursday, 2nd. Winds and weather as yesterday, or rather more stormy. We have now no success in the seine fishing, hardly getting above 20 or 30 pounds a day. Friday, 3rd, strong breezes, and hazy until 6 a.m. When it moderated, and we unmoored, hove up the anchor, and began to warp out. But the ship tailing upon the sand on the north side of the river, the tide of ebb making out, and a fresh breeze setting in, we were obliged to desist and moor the ship again just within the bar. Saturday, 4th. In the p.m. Having pretty moderate weather, I ordered the coasting anchor and cable to be laid without the bar, to be ready to warp out by, that we might not lose the least opportunity that might offer. For laying in port spends time to no purpose, consumes our provisions, of which we are very short in many articles, and we have yet a long passage to make to the East Indies through an unknown and perhaps dangerous sea. These circumstances considered, make me very anxious of getting to sea. The wind continued moderate all night, and at 5 a.m. it fell calm. This gave us an opportunity to warp out. About 7 we got under sail, having a light air from the land, which soon died away, and was succeeded by the sea breezes from southeast by south, with which we stood off to sea east by north, having the pinnace ahead sounding. The yawl I sent to the Turtle Bank to take up the net that was left there. But as the wind freshened we got out before her, and a little after noon anchored in 15 fathoms water, sandy bottom, for I did not think it safe to run in among the shoals until I had well viewed them at low water from the masthead, that I might be better able to judge which way to steer. For as yet I had not resolved whether I should beat back to the southward round all the shoals, or seek a passage to the eastward or northward, all of which appeared to be equally difficult and dangerous. When at anchor the harbour sailed from bore south 70 degrees west, distant 4 or 5 leagues. The northernmost point of the main land we have in sight, which I named Cape Bedford, probably after John, 4th Duke, who had been First Lord of the Admiralty, 1744 to 1747. Latitude 15 degrees 17 minutes south, longitude 214 degrees 45 minutes west, bore north 20 degrees west, distant 3½ leagues, but we could see land to the northeast of this cape, which made like 2 high islands, direction islands. The Turtle Banks bore east, distant 1 mile. Latitude by observation 15 degrees 23 minutes south, our depth of water, in standing off from the land, was from 3½ to 15 fathoms. Description of Endeavour River. I shall now give a short description of the harbour, or river, we have been in, which I named after the ship, Endeavour River. It is only a small bar harbour or creek, which runs winding 3 or 4 leagues inland, at the head of which is a small fresh water brook, as I was told, for I was not so high myself. But there is not water for shipping above a mile within the bar, and this is on the north side, where the bank is so steep for nearly 1/4 of a mile that ships may lay afloat at low water so near the shore as to reach it with a stage, and is extremely convenient for heaving a ship down. And this is all the river hath to recommend it, especially for large shipping, for there is no more than 9 or 10 feet water upon the bar at low water, and 17 or 18 feet at high, the tides rises and falling about 9 feet at spring tide, and is high on the days of the new and full moon, between 9 and 10 o'clock. Besides, this part of the coast is barricaded with shoals, as to make this harbour more difficult of access. The safest way I know of to come at it is from the south, keeping the main land close on board all the way. Its situation may always be found by the latitude, which hath been before mentioned. Over the south point is some high land, but the north point is formed by a low sandy beach, which extends about 3 miles to the northward, then the land is again high. The refreshments we got here were chiefly turtle, but as we had to go 5 leagues out to sea for them, and had much blowing weather, we were not overstocked with this article. However, what with these and the fish we caught with the Sean, we had not much reason to complain, considering the country we were in. Whatever refreshment we got that would bear a division 1 caused to be equally divided among the whole company, generally by weight. The meanest person in the ship had an equal share with myself or any one on board, and this method every commander of a ship on such a voyage as this ought ever to observe. We found in several places on the sandy beaches and sand hills near the sea, purslane and beans, which grows on a creeping kind of a vine. The first we found very good when boiled, and the latter not to be despised, and were at first very serviceable to the sick. But the best greens we found here was the tara, or cocoa tops, called in the West Indies Indian kale, Colocasia macrorrhiza, which grows in most boggy places. These eat as well as, or better, than spinach. The roots, for want of being transplanted and properly cultivated, were not good, yet we could have dispensed with them could we have got them in any tolerable plenty. But having a good way to go for them, it took up too much time and too many hands to gather both root and branch. The few cabbage palms we found here were in general small, and yielded so little cabbage that they were not worth the looking after, and this was the case with most of the fruit, etc., we found in the woods. Besides the animals which I have before mentioned, called by the natives kangaroo, or kenguru, here are wolves, probably dingoes. Possums, an animal like a rat, and snakes, both of the venomous and other sorts. Tame animals here are none except dogs, and of these we never saw but one, who frequently came about our tents to pick up bones, etc. The kangaroo are in the greatest number, for we seldom went into the country without seeing some. The land fowls we met here, which far from being numerous, were crows, kites, hawks, cockadors, cockatoos. Of 2 sorts, the one white, and the other brown, very beautiful lorikeets of 2 or 3 sorts, pigeons, doves, and a few other sorts of small birds. The sea or water fowl are herons, whistling ducks, which perch and, I believe, roost on trees. Curlews, etc., and not many of these neither. Some of our gentlemen who were in the country heard and saw wild geese in the night. The country, as far as I could see, is diversified with hills and plains, and these with woods and lawns. The soil of the hills is hard, dry, and very stony, yet it produceth a thin coarse grass, and some wood. The soil of the plains and valleys are sandy, and in some places clay, and in many parts very rocky and stony, as well as the hills, but in general the land is pretty well clothed with long grass, wood, shrubs, etc. The whole country abounds with an immense number of ant hills, some of which are 6 or 8 feet high, and more than twice that in circuit. Here are but few sorts of trees besides the gum tree, which is the most numerous, and is the same that we found on the southern part of the coast, only here they do not grow near so large. On each side of the river, all the way up it, are mangroves, which extend in some places a mile from its banks. The country in general is not badly watered, there being several fine rivulets at no very great distance from one another, but none near to the place where we lay, at least not in the dry season, which is at this time. However, we were very well supplied with water by springs which were not far off. Cooktown, which now stands on the Endeavour River, is a thriving place, and the northernmost town on this coast. It has some 2,000 inhabitants, and is the port for a gold mining district. A deeper channel has now been dredged over the bar that gave Cook so much trouble, but it is not a harbour that will admit large vessels. At anchor, off Turtle Reef, Queensland. Sunday, 5th. In the PM had a gentle breeze at southeast and clear weather. As I did not intend to weigh until the morning, I sent all the boats to the reef to get what turtle and shell fish they could. At low water from the masthead I took a view of the shoals, and could see several laying a long way without this one, a part of several of them appearing above water. But as it appeared pretty clear of shoals to the northeast of the Turtle Reef, I came to a resolution to stretch out that way close upon a wind, because if we found no passage we could always return back the way we went. In the evening the boats returned with 1 turtle, a sting-ray, and as many large clams as came to 1½ pounds a man. In each of these clams were about 20 pounds of meat. Added to this we caught in the night several sharks. Early in the morning I sent the pinnace and yawl again to the reef, as I did not intend to weigh until half ebb, at which time the shoals began to appear. Before 8 it came on to blow, and I made the signal for the boats to come on board, which they did, and brought with them 1 turtle. We afterwards began to heave, but the wind freshening obliged us to bear away, to veer cable, i.e. pay out more cable, in order to hold the ship with the freshening wind, again and lay fast. Monday, 6th, winds at southeast. At 2 o'clock p.m. It fell pretty moderate, and we got under sail, and stood out upon a wind northeast by east, leaving the Turtle Reef to windward, having the pinnace ahead sounding. We had not stood out long before we discovered shoals ahead and on both bows. At 4:30 o'clock, having run off 8 miles, the pinnace made the signal for shoal water in a place where we little expected it. Upon this we tacked and stood on and off while the pinnace stretched farther to the eastward, but as night was approaching I thought it safest to anchor, which we accordingly did in 20 fathoms water, a muddy bottom. Endeavour River bore south 52 degrees west, Cape Bedford west by north 1/2 north, distant 5 leagues, the northernmost land in sight, which made like an island, north. And a shoal, a small, sandy part of which appeared above water, northeast, distance 2 or 3 miles. In standing off from this Turtle Reef to this place our soundings were from 14 to 20 fathoms, but where the pinnace was, about a mile farther to the east-northeast, were no more than 4 or 5 feet of water, rocky ground. And yet this did not appear to us in the ship. In the morning we had a strong gale from the southeast, that, instead of weighing as we intended, we were obliged to bear away more cable, and to strike top-gallant yards. Tuesday, 7th. Strong gales at southeast, southeast by south, and south-southeast, with cloudy weather at low water in the p.m. I and several of the officers kept a lookout at the masthead to see for a passage between the shoals. But we could see nothing but breakers all the way from the south round by the east as far as northwest, extending out to sea as far as we could see. It did not appear to be one continued shoal, but several laying detached from each other. On the eastermost that we could see the sea broke very high, which made one judge it to be the outermost. For on many of those within the sea did not break high at all, and from about 1/2 flood to 1/2 ebb they are not to be seen, which makes the sailing among them more dangerous, and requires great care and circumspection, for, like all other shoals, or reefs of coral rocks, they are quite steep too. Although the most of these shoals consist of coral rocks, yet a part of some of them is sand. The Turtle Reef and some others have a small patch of sand generally at the north end, that is only covered at high water. These generally discover themselves before we come near them. Although I speak of this as the Turtle Reef, yet it is not to be doubted but what there are turtle upon the most of them as well as this one. After having well viewed our situation from the masthead, I saw that we were surrounded on every side with dangers, in so much that I was quite at a loss which way to steer when the weather will permit us to get under sail. For to beat back to the southeast the way we came, as the master would have had me done, would be an endless pace of work, as the winds blow constantly from that quarter, and very strong, without hardly any intermission. The southeast trade wind blows home on this coast very strong from about June to October. Though the barrier reef prevents any great sea from getting up, the continuance of this wind is a great nuisance for a sailing ship from many points of view, though from others it is an advantage. On the other hand, if we do not find a passage to the northward we shall have to come back at last. At 11 the ship drove, and obliged us to bear away to a cable and 1/3, which brought us up again. But in the morning the gale increasing, she drove again. This made us let go the small bower anchor, and bear away a whole cable on it and 2 on the other. And even after this she still kept driving slowly, until we had got down top-gallant masts, struck yards and top-masts close down, and made all snug, then she rid fast, Cape Bedford bearing west-southwest, distant 3½ leagues. In this situation we had shoals to the eastward of us extending from the southeast by south to the north-northwest, distant from the nearest part of them about 2 miles. Wednesday, 8th. Strong gales at south-southeast all this day, in so much that I durst not get up yards and topmasts. Thursday, 9th. In the p.m., the weather being something moderate, we got up the topmasts, but keep the lower yards down. At 6 in the morning we began to heave in the cable, thinking to get under sail, but it blowed so fresh, together with a head sea, that we could hardly heave the ship ahead, and at last was obliged to desist. Off Cape Flattery, Queensland. Friday, 10th, fresh gales at south-southeast and southeast by south. p.m., the wind fell so that we got up the small bower anchor, and hove into a whole cable on the best bower. At 3 in the morning we got up the lower yards, and at 7 weighed and stood in for the land, intending to seek for a passage along shore to the northward, having a boat ahead sounding, depth of water as we run in from 19 to 12 fathoms. After standing in an hour we edged away for 3 small islands, now called the 3 Isles, that lay north-northeast 1/2 east, 3 leagues from Cape Bedford. To these islands the master had been in the pinnace when the ship was in port. At 9 we were abreast of them, and between them and the main, having another low island between us and the latter, which lies west-northwest, for miles from the 3 islands. In this Chanel had 14 fathoms water. The northernmost point of the main we had in sight bore from us north-northwest 1/2 west, distant 2 leagues. 4 or 5 leagues to the northeast of this headland appeared 3 high islands, the Direction Islands, with some smaller ones near them, and the shoals and reefs without, as we could see, extending to the northward as far as these islands. We directed our course between them and the above headland, leaving a small island, the 2 Isles. Cook had now got among the numerous islands and reefs which lie round Cape Flattery. There are good channels between them, but they are very confusing to a stranger. Cook's anxiety in his situation can well be imagined, especially with his recent disaster in his mind, to the eastward of us, which lies north by east, for miles from the 3 islands, having all the while a boat ahead sounding. At noon we were got between the headland and the 3 high islands, distant from the former 2, and from the latter 4 leagues. Our latitude by observation was 14 degrees 51 minutes south. We now judged ourselves to be clear of all danger, having, as we thought, a clear, open sea before us. But this we soon found otherwise, and occasioned my calling the headland above mentioned Cape Flattery, latitude 14 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 214 degrees 43 minutes west. It is a high promontory, making in 2 hills next the sea, and a third behind them, with low sandy land on each side. But it is better known by the 3 high islands out at sea, the northernmost of which is the largest, and lies from the cape north-northeast, distant 5 leagues. From this cape the main land trends away northwest and northwest by west. Saturday, 11th. Fresh breezes at south-southeast and southeast by south, with which we steered along shore northwest by west until 1 o'clock, when the petty officer at the masthead called out that he saw land ahead, extending quite round to the islands without, and a large reef between us and them. Upon this I went to the masthead myself. The reef I saw very plain, which was now so far to windward that we could not weather it, but what he took for main land ahead were only small islands, for such they appeared to me. But, before I had well got from masthead the master and some others went up, who all asserted that it was a continuation of the main land, and, to make it still more alarming, they said they saw breakers in a manner all round us. We immediately hauled upon a wind in for the land, and made the signal for the boat, which was ahead sounding, to come on board. But as she was well to leeward, we were obliged to edge away to take her up, and soon after came to an anchor under a point of the main in 1/4 less 5, the nautical manner of expressing 4 3/4 fathoms, about a mile from the shore, Cape Flattery bearing southeast, distant 3 1/2 leagues. After this I landed, and went upon the point, which is pretty high, from which I had a view of the sea coast, which trended away northwest by west, 8 or 10 leagues, which was as far as I could see, the weather not being very clear. I likewise saw 9 or 10 small, low islands and some shoals laying off the coast, and some large shoals between the main and the 3 high islands, without which, I was now well assured, were islands, and not a part of the mainland as some had taken them to be. Excepting Cape Flattery and the point I am now upon, which I have named Point Lookout, the main land next the sea to the northward of Cape Bedford is low, and checkered with white sand and green bushes, etc. For 10 or 12 miles inland, beyond which is high land. To the northward of Point Lookout the shore appeared to be shoal and flat some distance off, which was no good sign of meeting with a channel in with the land, as we have hitherto done. We saw the footsteps of people upon the sand, and smoke and fire up in the country, and in the evening returned on board, where I came to a resolution to visit one of the high islands in the offing in my boat. As they lay at least 5 leagues out at sea, and seemed to be of such a height that from the top of one of them I hoped to see and find a passage out to sea clear of the shoals. Accordingly in the morning I set out in the pinnace for the northernmost and largest of the 3, accompanied by Mr. Banks. At the same time I sent the master in the yawl to leeward, to sound between the low islands and the main. In my way to the island I passed over a large reef of coral rocks and sand, which lies about 2 leagues from the island. I left another to leeward, which lays about 3 miles from the island. On Lizard Island, Queensland. On the north part of this is a low, sandy isle, with trees upon it. On the reef we passed over in the boat we saw several turtle, and chased 1 or 2, but caught none, it blowing too hard, and I had no time to spare, being other ways employed. I did not reach the island until half an hour after 1 o'clock in the p.m. on Sunday, 12th, when I immediately went upon the highest hill on the island, Lizard Island, where, to my mortification, I discovered a reef of rocks laying about 2 or 3 leagues without the island extending in a line northwest and southeast, farther than I could see, on which the sea broke very high. This was the outer edge of the barrier reefs. This, however, gave one great hopes that they were the outermost shoals, as I did not doubt but what I should be able to get without them, for there appeared to be several breaks or partitions in the reef and deep water between it and the islands. I stayed upon the hill until near sunset, but the weather continued so hazy all the time that I could not see above 4 or 5 leagues round me, so that I came down much disappointed in the prospect I expected to have had. But being in hopes the morning might prove clearer, and give me a better view of the shoals. With this view I stayed all night upon the island, and at 3 in the morning sent the pinnace, with one of the mates I had with me, to sound between the island and the reefs, and to examine one of the breaks or channels. And in the meantime I went again upon the hill, where I arrived by sunrise, but found it much hazier than in the evening. About noon the pinnace returned, having been out as far as the reef, and found from 15 to 28 fathoms water. It blowed so hard that they durst not venture into one of the channels, which, the mate said, seemed to him to be very narrow, but this did not discourage me, for I thought from the place he was at he must have seen it at disadvantage. Before I quit this island I shall describe it. It lies, as I have before observed, about 5 leagues from the main. It is about 8 miles in circuit, and of a height sufficient to be seen 10 or 12 leagues. It is mostly high land, very rocky and barren, except on the northwest side, where there are some sandy bays and low land, which last is covered with thin, long grass, trees, etc., the same as upon the main. Here is also fresh water in 2 places. The one is a running stream, the water a little brackish where I tasted it, which was close to the sea. The other is a standing pool, close behind the sandy beach, of good, sweet water, as I dare say the other is a little way from the sea beach. The only land animals we saw here were lizards, and these seemed to be pretty plenty, which occasioned my naming the island Lizard Island. The inhabitants of the main visit this island at some seasons of the year, for we saw the ruins of several of their huts and heaps of shells, etc. Southeast, 4 or 5 miles from this island, lay the other 2 high islands, which are very small compared to this, and near them lay 3 others, yet smaller and lower islands, and several shoals or reefs, especially to the southeast. There is, however, a clear passage from Cape Flattery to those islands, and even quite out to the outer reefs, leaving the above islands to the southeast and Lizard Island to the northwest. Monday, 13th. At 2 p.m. I left Lizard Island in order to return to the ship, and in my way landed upon the low sandy isle mentioned in coming out. We found on this island, Eagle Island, a pretty number of birds, the most of them sea fowl, except eagles. 2 of the latter we shot and some of the others. We likewise saw some turtles, but got none, for the reasons before mentioned. After leaving Eagle Isle I stood southwest direct for the ship, sounding all the way, and had not less than 8 fathoms, nor more than 14. I had the same depth of water between Lizard and Eagle Isle. After I got on board the master informed me he had been down to the islands I had directed him to go to, which he judged to lay about 3 leagues from the main, and had sounded the channel between the 2, found 7 fathoms. This was near the islands, for in with the main he had only 9 feet 3 miles off, but without the islands he found 10, 12, and 14 fathoms. He found upon the islands piles of turtle shells, and some fins that were so fresh that both he and the boat's crew eat of them. This showed that the natives must have been there lately. After well considering both what I had seen myself and the report of the masters, I found by experience that by keeping in with the mainland we should be in continued danger. Besides the risk we should run in being locked in with shoals and reefs by not finding a passage out to leeward. In case we persevered in keeping the shore on board, an accident of this kind, or any other that might happen to the ship, would infallibly lose our passage to the East Indias this season. In November the wind changes to the northwest, which would have been a foul wind to Batavia, and might prove the ruin of both ourselves and the voyage, as we have now little more than 3 months' provisions on board, and that at short allowance. Wherefore, after consulting with the officers, I resolved to weigh in the morning, and endeavor to quit the coast altogether until such time as I found I could approach it with less danger. With this view we got under sail at daylight in the morning, and stood out northeast for the northwest end of Lizard Island, having Eagle Island to windward of us, having the pinnace ahead sounding. And here we found a good channel, wherein we had from 9 to 14 fathoms. At noon the north end of Lizard Island bore east-southeast, distant 1 mile, latitude observed 14 degrees 38 minutes south, depth of water 14 fathoms. We now took the pinnace in tow, knowing that there were no dangers until we got out to the reefs. From the 13th to the 19th the language used in Mr. Corner's copy of the journal is quite different from that of the Admiralty and the Queen's, though the occurrences are the same. From internal evidences, it appears that Mr. Corner's copy was at this period the first written up, and that Cook amended the phrases in the other fair copies. Pass outside Barrier Reef, Queensland. Tuesday, 14th, winds at southeast, a steady gale. By 2 p.m. we got out to the outermost reefs, and just fetched to windward of one of the openings I had discovered from the island. We tacked and made a short trip to the southwest, while the master went in the pinnace to examine the channel, who soon made the signal for the ship to follow, which we accordingly did, and in a short time got safe out. This channel, now known as Cook's Passage, lies northeast 1/2 north, 3 leagues from Lizard Island. It is about 1/3 of a mile broad, and 25 or 30 fathoms deep or more. The moment we were without the breakers we had no ground with 100 fathoms of line, and found a large sea rolling in from the southeast. By this I was well assured we were got without all the shoals, which gave us no small joy, after having been entangled among islands and shoals, more or less, ever since the 26th of May. In which time we have sailed above 360 leagues by the lead without ever having a leadsman out of the chains, when the ship was under sail. A circumstance that perhaps never happened to any ship before, and yet it was here absolutely necessary. I should have been very happy to have had it in my power to have kept in with the land, in order to have explored the coast to the northern extremity of the country, which I think we were not far off. For I firmly believe this land doth not join to New Guinea. But this I hope soon either to prove or disprove, and the reasons I have before assigned will, I presume, be thought sufficient for my leaving the coast at this time, not but what I intend to get in with it again as soon as I can do it with safety. The passage or channel we now came out by, which I have named, in MS, lies in the latitude of 14 degrees 32 minutes south. It may always be found and known by the 3 high islands within it, which I have called the Islands of Direction, because by their means a safe passage may be found even by strangers in within the main reef, and quite into the main. Lizard Island, which is the northernmost and largest of the 3, affords snug anchorage under the northwest side of it, fresh water and wood for fuel. And the low islands and reefs which lay between it and the main, abound with turtle and other fish, which may be caught at all seasons of the year, except in such blowing weather as we have lately had. All these things considered there is, perhaps, not a better place on the whole coast for a ship to refresh at than this island. I had forgot to mention in its proper place, that not only on this island, but on Eagle Island, and on several places of the sea beach in and about Endeavour River, we found bamboos, cocoa nuts, the seeds of some few other plants, and pumice stones, which were not the produce of the country. From what we have seen of it, it is reasonable to suppose that they are the produce of some lands or islands laying in the neighborhood, most likely to the eastward, and are brought hither by the easterly trade winds. The islands discovered by Quiros lies in this parallel, but how far to the eastward it's hard to say. For although we found in most charts his discoveries placed as far to the west as this country, yet from the account of his voyage, compared with what we ourselves have seen, we are morally certain that he never was upon any part of this coast. The island of Espiritu Santo, in the New Hebrides, which Quiros discovered, lies 1,200 miles to the eastward, and New Caledonia, from which these objects might equally have come, is 1,000 miles in the same direction. As soon as we had got without the reefs we shortened sail, and hoisted in the pinnace and long boat, which last we had hung alongside, and then stretched off east-northeast, close upon a wind. As I did not care to stand to the northward until we had a whole day before us, for which reason we kept making short boards all night. The large hollow sea we have now got into acquaints us with a circumstance we did not before know, which is that the ship hath received more damage than we were aware of, or could perceive when in smooth water. For now she makes as much water as one pump will free, kept constantly at work. However, this was looked upon as trifling to the danger we had lately made an escape from. At daylight in the morning Lizard Island bore south by west, distant 10 leagues. We now made all the sail we could, and stood away north-northwest 1/2 west, but at 9 we steered northwest 1/2 north, having the advantage of a fresh gale at southeast. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 13 degrees 46 minutes south, the Lizard Island bore south 15 degrees east, distant 58 miles, but we had no land in sight. Wednesday, 15th, fresh trade at southeast and clear weather. At 6 in the evening shortened sail and brought to, with her head to the northeast. By this time we had run near 12 leagues upon a northwest 1/2 north course since noon. At 4 a.m. wore and lay her head to the southwest, and at 6 made all sail, and steered west, in order to make the land, being fearful of overshooting the passage, supposing there to be one, between this land and New Guinea. By noon we had run 10 leagues upon this course, but saw no land. Our latitude by observation was 13 degrees 2 minutes south, longitude 216 degrees 00 minutes west, which was 1 degree 23 minutes to the west of Lizard Island. Ship in danger, outside Barrier Reef. Thursday, 16th, moderate breezes at east-southeast and fair weather. A little after noon saw the land from the masthead bearing west-southwest, making high. At 2 saw more land to the northwest of the former, making in hills like islands, but we took it to be a continuation of the main land. An hour after this we saw a reef, between us and the land, extending away to the southward, and, as we thought, terminated here to the northward abreast of us. But this was only on opening, for soon after we saw it extend away to the northward as far as we could distinguish anything. Upon this we hauled close upon a wind, which was now at east-southeast, with all the sail we could set. We had hardly trimmed our sails before the wind came to east by north, which made our weathering the reef very doubtful, the northern point of which in sight at sunset still bore from us north by west, distant about 2 leagues. However, this being the best tack to clear it, we kept standing to the northward, keeping a good look out until 12 at night, when, fearing to run too far upon one course, we tacked and stood to the southward. Having run 6 leagues north or north by east since sunset. We had not stood above 2 miles to the south-southeast before it fell quite calm. We both sounded now and several times before, but had not bottom with 140 fathoms of line. The description which follows, of the situation of the ship, and the occurrences until she was safely anchored inside the Barrier Reef, is from the Admiralty copy, as it is much fuller than that in Mr. Corner's. A little after 4 o'clock the roaring of the surf was plainly heard, and at daybreak the vast foaming breakers were too plainly to be seen not a mile from us, towards which we found the ship was carried by the waves surprisingly fast. We had at this time not an air of wind, and the depth of water was unfathomable, so that there was not a possibility of anchoring. In this distressed situation we had nothing but Providence and the small assistance the boats could give us to trust to. The pinnace was under repair, and could not immediately be hoisted out. The yawl was put in the water, and the longboat hoisted out, and both sent ahead to tow, which, together with the help of our sweeps abaft, got the ship's head round to the northward, which seemed to be the best way to keep her off the reef. Or at least to delay time. Before this was effected it was 6 o'clock, and we were not above 80 or 100 yards from the breakers. The same sea that washed the side of the ship rose in a breaker prodigiously high the very next time it did rise, so that between us and destruction was only a dismal valley, the breadth of one wave. And even now no ground could be felt with 120 fathom. The pinnace was by this time patched up, and hoisted out and sent ahead to tow. Still we had hardly any hopes of saving the ship, and full as little our lives, as we were full 10 leagues from the nearest land, and the boats not sufficient to carry the whole of us. Yet in this truly terrible situation not one man ceased to do his utmost, and that with as much calmness as if no danger had been near. All the dangers we had escaped were little in comparison of being thrown upon this reef, where the ship must be dashed to pieces in a moment. A reef such as one speaks of here is scarcely known in Europe. It is a wall of coral rock rising almost perpendicular out of the unfathomable ocean, always overflown at high water, generally 7 or 8 feet, and dry in places at low water. The large waves of the vast ocean meeting with so sudden a resistance makes a most terrible surf, breaking mountains high, especially as in our case, when the general trade wind blows directly upon it. At this critical juncture, when all our endeavors seemed too little, a small air of wind sprung up, but so small that at any other time in a calm we should not have observed it. With this, and the assistance of our boats, we could observe the ship to move off from the reef in a slanting direction. But in less than 10 minutes we had as flat a calm as ever, when our fears were again renewed, for as yet we were not above 200 yards from the breakers. Soon after our friendly breeze visited us again, and lasted about as long as before. A small opening was now seen in the reef about a 1/4 of a mile from us, which I sent one of the mates to examine. Its breadth was not more than the length of the ship, but within was smooth water. Into this place it was resolved to push her if possible, having no other probable views to save her, for we were still in the very jaws of destruction, and it was a doubt whether or no we could reach this opening. However, we soon got off it, when to our surprise we found the tide of ebb gushing out like a mill stream, so that it was impossible to get in. We however took all the advantage possible of it, and it carried us out about a 1/4 of a mile from the breakers, but it was too narrow for us to keep in long. However, what with the help of this ebb, and our boats, we by noon had got an offing of 1½ or 2 miles, yet we could hardly flatter ourselves with hopes of getting clear, even if a breeze should spring up. As we were by this time embayed by the reef, and the ship, in spite of our endeavors, driving before the sea into the bight. The ebb had been in our favor, and we had reason to suppose the flood which was now made would be against us. The only hopes we had was another opening we saw about a mile to the westward of us, which I sent Lieutenant Hicks in the small boat to examine. Latitude observed 12 degrees 37 minutes south, the main land in sight distant about 10 leagues. Pass again inside Barrier Reef. Friday, 17th. While Mr. Hicks was examining the opening we struggled hard with the flood, sometime gaining a little and at other times loosing. At 2 o'clock Mr. Hicks returned with a favorable account of the opening. It was immediately resolved to try to secure the ship in it. Narrow and dangerous as it was, it seemed to be the only means we had of saving her, as well as ourselves. A light breeze soon after sprung up at east-northeast, with which, the help of our boats, and a flood tide, we soon entered the opening, and was hurried through, in a short time by a rapid tide like a mill race, which kept us from driving against either side, though the channel was not more than a 1/4 of a mile broad, having 2 boats ahead of us sounding. This picture of the narrow escape from total shipwreck is very graphic. Many a ship has been lost under similar circumstances, without any idea of anchoring, which would often save a vessel, as it is not often that a reef is so absolutely steep. But that Cook had this possibility in his mind is clear. As a proof of the calmness which prevailed on board, it may be mentioned that when in the height of the danger, Mr. Green, Mr. Clerk, and Mr. Forwood the gunner, were engaged in taking a lunar, to obtain the longitude. The note in Mr. Green's log is, "These observations were very good, the limbs of sun and moon very distinct, and a good horizon." We were about 100 yards from the reef, where we expected the ship to strike every minute, it being calm, no soundings, and the swell heaving us right on. Our depth of water was from 30 to 7 fathoms. Very irregular soundings and foul ground until we had got quite within the reef, where we anchored in 19 fathoms, a coral and shelly bottom. The channel we came in by, which I have named Providential Channel, bore east-northeast, distant 10 or 12 miles, being about 8 or 9 leagues from the main land, which extended from north 66 degrees west to southwest by south. It is but a few days ago that I rejoiced at having got without the reef, but that joy was nothing when compared to what I now felt at being safe at an anchor within it. Such are the vicissitudes attending this kind of service, and must always attend an unknown navigation where one steers wholly in the dark without any manner of guide whatever. Was it not from the pleasure which naturally results to a man from his being the first discoverer, even was it nothing more than land or shoals, this kind of service would be insupportable, especially in far distant parts like this. Short of provisions and almost every other necessary. People will hardly admit of an excuse for a man leaving a coast unexplored he has once discovered. If dangers are his excuse, he is then charged with timorousness and want of perseverance, and at once pronounced to be the most unfit man in the world to be employed as a discoverer. If, on the other hand, he boldly encounters all the dangers and obstacles he meets with, and is unfortunate enough not to succeed, he is then charged with temerity, and, perhaps, want of conduct. The former of these aspersions, I am confident, can never be laid to my charge, and if I am fortunate to surmount all the dangers we meet with, the latter will never be brought in question. Although, I must own that I have engaged more among the islands and shoals upon this coast than perhaps in prudence I ought to have done with a single ship, Cook was so impressed with the danger of one ship alone being engaged in these explorations, that in his subsequent voyages he asked for, and obtained, 2 vessels. And every other thing considered. But if I had not, I should not have been able to give any better account of the one half of it than if I had never seen it. At best, I should not have been able to say whether it was mainland or islands. And as to its produce, that we should have been totally ignorant of as being inseparable with the other, and in this case it would have been far more satisfaction to me never to have discovered it. But it is time I should have done with this subject, which at best is but disagreeable, and which I was lead into on reflecting on our late dangers. In the P.M. As the wind would not permit us to sail out by the same channel as we came in, neither did I care to move until the pinnace was in better repair. I sent the master with all the other boats to the reef to get such refreshments as he could find. And in the meantime the carpenters were repairing the pinnace. Variations by the amplitude and azimuth in the morning 4 degrees 9 minutes easterly, at noon latitude observed 12 degrees 38 minutes south, longitude in 216 degrees 45 minutes west. It being now about low water, I and some other of the officers went to the masthead to see what we could discover. Great part of the reef without us was dry, and we could see an opening in it about 2 leagues farther to the southeast than the one we came in by. We likewise saw 2 large spots of sand to the southward within the reef, but could see nothing to the northward between it and the main. On the mainland within us was a pretty high promontory, which I called Cape Weymouth, latitude 12 degrees 42 minutes south, longitude 217 degrees 15 minutes, and on the northwest side of this cape is a bay, which I called Weymouth Bay. Viscount Weymouth was one of the Secretaries of State when the Endeavour sailed. Saturday, 18th, gentle breezes at east and east-southeast. At 4 p.m. The boats returned from the reef with about 240 pounds of shellfish, being the meat of large cockles, exclusive of the shells. Some of these cockles are as large as 2 men can move, and contain about 20 pounds of meat, very good. At 6 in the morning we got under sail, and stood away to the northwest, as we could not expect a wind to get out to sea by the same channel as we came in without waiting perhaps a long time for it. Nor was it advisable at this time to go without the shoals, lest we should by them be carried so far off the coast as not to be able to determine whether or no New Guinea joins to or makes a part of this land. This doubtful point I had from my first coming upon the coast, determined, if possible, to clear up. I now came to a fixed resolution to keep the main land on board, let the consequence be what it will, and in this all the officers concurred. In standing to the northwest we met with very irregular soundings, from 10 to 27 fathoms, varying 5 or 6 fathoms almost every cast of the lead. However, we kept on having a boat ahead sounding. A little before noon we passed a low, small, sandy isle, which we left on our starboard side at the distance of 2 miles. At the same time we saw others, being part of large shoals above water, away to the northeast and between us and the main land. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 12 degrees 28 minutes south, and 4 or 5 leagues from the main, which extended from south by west to north 71 degrees west. And some small islands extending from north 40 degrees west to north 54 degrees west, the main or outer reef seen from the masthead away to the northeast. Amongst shoals off Cape Grenville. Sunday, 19th, gentle breezes at southeast by east and clear weather. At 2 p.m. As we were steering northwest by north, saw a large shoal right ahead, extending 3 or 4 points on each bow, upon which we hauled up north-northeast and northeast by north, in order to get round to north point of it, which we reached by 4 o'clock. And then edged away to the westward, and run between the north end of this shoal and another, which lays 2 miles to the northward of it, having a boat all the time ahead sounding. Our depth of water was very irregular, from 22 to 8 fathoms. At 6:30 we anchored in 13 fathoms, the northernmost of the small islands mentioned at noon bore west 1/2 south, distant 3 miles. These islands, which are known in the chart by the name of Forbes's Isles, Admiral John Forbes was a commissioner of longitude in 1768, and had been a Lord of the Admiralty from 1756 to 1763. Lay about 5 leagues from the main, which here forms a moderate high point, which we called Bolt Head, from which the land trends more westerly, and is all low, sandy land, but to the southward it is high and hilly, even near the sea. At 6 a.m. we got under sail, and directed our course for an island which lay but a little way from the main, and bore from us at this time north 40 degrees west, distant 5 leagues. But we were soon interrupted in our course by meeting with shoals, but by the help of 2 boats ahead and a good lookout at the masthead we got at last into a fair channel, which lead us down to the island. Having a very large shoal on our starboard side and several smaller ones betwixt us and the main land. In this channel we had from 20 to 30 fathoms. Between 11 and 12 o'clock we hauled round the northeast side of the island, leaving it between us and the main, from which it is distant 7 or 8 miles. This island is about a league in circuit and of a moderate height, and is inhabited. To the northwest of it are several small, low islands and keys, which lay not far from the main, and to the northward and eastward lay several other islands and shoals, so that we were now encompassed on every side by one or the other. But so much does a great danger swallow up lesser ones, that these once so much dreaded spots were now looked at with less concern. The boats being out of their stations, we brought 2 to wait for them. At noon our latitude by observation was 12 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude in 217 degrees 25 minutes west, depth of water 14 fathoms. Course and distance sailed, reduced to a straight line, since yesterday noon is north 29 degrees west, 32 miles. The main land within the above islands forms a point, which I call Cape Grenville. George Grenville was first Lord of the Admiralty for a few months in 1763, and afterwards Prime Minister for 2 years. Latitude 11 degrees 58 minutes, longitude 217 degrees 38 minutes, between this cape and the Bolt Head is a bay, which I named Temple Bay. Richard Earl Temple, brother of George Grenville, was first Lord of the Admiralty in 1756. East 1/2 north, 9 leagues from Cape Grenville, lay some tolerable high islands, which I called Sir Charles Hardy's Isles. Admiral Sir C. Hardy was second in command in Hawke's great action in Quiberon Bay, 1759. Those which lay off the Cape I named Cockburn Isles. Admiral George Cockburn was a Commissioner of Longitude and Comptroller of the Navy when Cook left England. Off Cape Grenville the Endeavour again got into what is now the recognized channel along the land inside the reefs. Nearing Cape York, Queensland. Monday, 20th, fresh breezes at east-southeast. About 1 p.m. The pinnace having got ahead, and the yawl we took in tow, we filled and steered north by west, for some small islands we had in that direction. After approaching them a little nearer we found them joined or connected together by a large reef. Upon this we edged away northwest, and left them on our starboard hand, steering between them and the island laying off the main, having a fair and clear passage, depth of water from 15 to 23 fathoms. At 4 we discovered some low islands and rocks bearing west-northwest, which we stood directly for. At 6:30 we anchored on the northeast side of the northernmost, in 16 fathoms, distant from the island 1 mile. This isle lay northwest 4 leagues from Cape Grenville. On the isles we saw a good many birds, which occasioned my calling them Bird Isles. Before and at sunset we could see the main land, which appeared all very low and sandy, extends as far to the northward as northwest by north, and some shoals, keys, and low sandy isles away to the northeast of us. At 6 a.m. we got again under sail, with a fresh breeze at east, and stood away north-northwest for some low islands, Boydong Keys, we saw in that direction. But we had not stood long upon this course before we were obliged to haul close upon a wind in order to weather a shoal which we discovered on our larboard bow, having at the same time others to the eastward of us. By such time as we had weathered the shoal to leeward we had brought the islands well upon our lee bow. But seeing some shoals spit off from them, and some rocks on our starboard bow, which we did not discover until we were very near them, made me afraid to go to windward of the islands. Wherefore we brought to, and made the signal for the pinnace, which was ahead, to come on board, which done, I sent her to leeward of the islands, with orders to keep along the edge off the shoal, which spitted off from the south side of the southermost island. The yawl I sent to run over the shoals to look for turtle, and appointed them a signal to make in case they saw many, if not, she was to meet us on the other side of the island. As soon as the pinnace had got a proper distance from us we wore, and stood after her, and run to leeward of the islands, where we took the yawl in tow, she having seen only one small turtle, and therefore made no stay upon the shoal. Upon this island, which is only a small spot of land, with some trees upon it, we saw many huts and habitations of the natives, which we supposed come over from the main to these islands, from which they are distant about 5 leagues, to catch turtle at the time these animals come ashore to lay their eggs. Having got the yawl in tow, we stood away after the pinnace north-northeast and north by east to 2 other low islands, having 2 shoals, which we could see without and one between us and the main. At noon we were about 4 leagues from the main land, which we could see extending to the northward as far as northwest by north, all low, flat, and sandy. Our latitude by observation was 11 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude in 217 degrees 46 minutes west, and course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon north 22 degrees west, 40 miles, soundings from 14 to 23 fathoms. But these are best seen upon the chart, as likewise the islands, shoals, etc., which are too numerous to be mentioned singly. It is very difficult to follow Cook's track after entering Providential Channel to this place. The shoals and islands were so confusing that their positions are very vaguely laid down on Cook's chart. It is easy to imagine how slow was his progress and tortuous his course, with a boat ahead all the time constantly signaling shallow water. Nothing is more trying to officers and men. Tuesday, 21st, winds at east by south and east-southeast, fresh breeze. By 1 o'clock we had run nearly the length of the southermost of the 2 islands before mentioned, and finding that we could not well go to windward of them without carrying us too far from the main land, we bore up, and run to leeward, where we found a fair open passage. This done, we steered north by west, in a parallel direction with the main land, leaving a small island between us and it, and some low sandy isles and shoals without us, all of which we lost sight of by 4 o'clock. Neither did we see any more before the sun went down, at which time the farthest part of the main in sight bore north-northwest 1/2 west. Soon after this we anchored in 13 fathoms, soft ground, about 5 leagues from the land, where we lay until daylight, when we got again under sail, having first sent the yawl ahead to sound. We steered north-northwest by compass from the northernmost land in sight, variation 3 degrees 6 minutes east. Seeing no danger in our way we took the yawl in tow, and made all the sail we could until 8 o'clock, at which time we discovered shoals ahead and on our larboard bow, and saw that the northernmost land, which we had taken to be a part of the main, was an island, or islands, now called Mount Adolphus Islands, between which and the main there appeared to be a good passage through which we might pass by running to leeward of the shoals on our larboard bow, which was now pretty near us. Whereupon we wore and brought to, and sent away the pinnace and yawl to direct us clear of the shoals, and then stood after them. Having got round the southeast point of the shoal we steered northwest along the southwest, or inside of it, keeping a good lookout at the masthead, having another shoal on our larboard side. But we found a good channel of a mile broad between them, wherein were from 10 to 14 fathoms. At 11 o'clock, being nearly the length of the islands above mentioned, and designing to pass between them and the main, the yawl, being thrown astern by falling in upon a part of the shoal, she could not get over. We brought the ship to, and sent away the long boat, which we had astern, and rigged, to keep in shore upon our larboard bow, and a pinnace on our starboard. For although there appeared nothing in the passage, yet I thought it necessary to take this method, because we had a strong flood, which carried us on end very fast, and it did not want much of high water. As soon as the boats were ahead we stood after them, and got through by noon, at which time we were by observation in the latitude of 10 degrees 36 minutes 30 seconds south. The nearest part of the main, and which we soon after found to be the northernmost, Cape York, the northernmost point of Australia, bore west southerly, distant 3 or 4 miles. The islands which formed the passage before mentioned extending from north to north 75 degrees east, distant 2 or 3 miles. At the same time we saw islands at a good distance off extending from north by west to west-northwest, and behind them another chain of high land, which we likewise judged to be islands. The islands around Thursday Island. The main land we thought extended as far as north 71 degrees west, but this we found to be islands. The point of the main, which forms one side of the passage before mentioned, and which is the northern promontory of this country, I have named York Cape, in honor of His late Royal Highness, the Duke of York. Edward Augustus, Duke of York and Albany, was a brother of George III. It lies in the longitude of 218 degrees 24 minutes west, the north point in the latitude of 10 degrees 37 minutes south, and the east point in 10 degrees 41 minutes. The land over and to the southward of this last point is rather low and very flat as far inland as the eye could reach, and looks barren. To the southward of the cape the shore forms a large open bay, which I called Newcastle Bay, wherein are some small, low islands and shoals, and the land all about it is very low, flat, and sandy. The land on the northern part of the cape is rather more hilly, and the shore forms some small bays, wherein there appeared to be good anchorage, and the valleys appeared to be tolerably well clothed with wood. Close to the east point of the cape are 3 small islands, and a small ledge of rocks spitting off from one of them. There is also an island laying close to the north point. The other islands before spoke of lay about 4 miles without these. Only 2 of them are of any extent. The southernmost is the largest, and much higher than any part of the main land. On the northwest side of this island seemed to be good anchorage, and valleys that to all appearance would afford both wood and fresh water. These isles are known in the chart by the name of York Isles, now called Mount Adolphus Islands. To the southward and southeast of them, and even to the eastward and northward, are several low islands, rocks, and shoals. Our depth of water in sailing between them and the main was 12, 13, and 14 fathoms. In this channel is the dangerous rock on which the steamship Quetta was wrecked, with such terrible loss of life, in 1890. By the Endeavour's track she must have passed very near it. Land upon Possession Island. Wednesday, 22nd. Gentle breezes at east by south and clear weather. We had not steered above 3 or 4 miles along shore to the westward before we discovered the land ahead to be islands detached by several channels from the main land. Upon this we brought 2 to wait for the yawl, and called the other boats on board, and after giving them proper instructions, sent them away again to lead us through the channel next the main. And as soon as the yawl was on board made sail after them with the ship. Soon after we discovered rocks and shoals in this channel, upon which I made the signal for the boats to lead through the next channel to the northward. This led to Endeavour Strait, but the recognized track is the channel farther north. Laying between the islands, which they accordingly did, we following with the ship, and had not less than 5 fathoms, and this in the narrowest part of the channel, which was about 1.5 miles broad from island to island. At 4 o'clock we anchored about 1.5 miles or 2 miles within the entrance in 6.5 fathoms, clear ground, distance from the islands on each side of us 1 mile, the main land extending away to the southwest. The farthest point of which we could see bore from us south 48 degrees west, and the southermost point of the islands, on the northwest side of the passage, bore south 76 degrees west. Between these 2 points we could see no land, so that we were in great hopes that we had at last found out a passage into the Indian seas, but in order to be better informed I landed with a party of men, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, upon the islands which lies at the southeast point of the passage. Before and after we anchored we saw a number of people upon this island, armed in the same manner as all the others we have seen, except one man, who had a bow and a bundle of arrows, the first we have seen upon this coast. From the appearance of the people we expected they would have opposed our landing, but as we approached the shore they all made off, and left us in peaceable possession of as much of the island as served our purpose. After landing I went upon the highest hill, which, however, was of no great height, yet no less than twice or thrice the height of the ship's mastheads. But I could see from it no land between southwest and west-southwest, so that I did not doubt but there was a passage. I could see plainly that the lands laying to the northwest of this passage were compassed of a number of islands of various extent, both for height and circuit, ranged one behind another as far to the northward and westward as I could see, which could not be less than 12 or 14 leagues. Having satisfied myself of the great probability of a passage, through which I intend going with the ship, and therefore may land no more upon this eastern coast of New Holland, and on the western side I can make no new discovery, the honor of which belongs to the Dutch navigators, but the eastern coast from the latitude of 38 degrees south down to this place, I am confident, was never seen or visited by any European before us. And notwithstanding I had in the name of His Majesty taken possession of several places upon this coast, I now once more hoisted English colours. And in the name of His Majesty King George III took possession of the whole eastern coast from the above latitude down to this place by the name of New Wales, the Admiralty copy, as well as that belonging to Her Majesty, calls it New South Wales. The island where the ceremony was performed was named on Cook's chart Possession Island, and is still so called, together with all the bays, harbours, rivers, and islands, situated upon the said coast. After which we fired 3 volleys of small arms, which were answered by the like number from the ship. This done, we set out for the ship, but were some time in getting on board on account of a very rapid ebb tide, which set northeast out of the passage. Ever since we came in amongst the shoals this last time we have found a moderate tide. The flood setting to the northwest and ebb to the southeast, at this place is high water at full and change of the moon, about 1 or 2 o'clock, and riseth and falleth upon a perpendicular about 10 or 12 feet. We saw upon all the adjacent lands and islands a great number of smokes, a certain sign that they are inhabited, and we have daily seen smokes on every part of the coast we have lately been upon. Between 7 and 8 o'clock a.m. we saw several naked people, all or most of them women, down upon the beach picking up shells, etc. They had not a single rag of any kind of clothing upon them, and both these and those we saw yesterday were in every respect the same sort of people we have seen everywhere upon the coast. 2 or 3 of the men we saw yesterday had on pretty large breastplates, which we supposed were made of pearl oyster shells. This was a thing, as well as the bow and arrows, we had not seen before. At low water, which happened about 10 o'clock, we got under sail, and stood to the southwest, with a light breeze at east, which afterwards veered to north by east, having the pinnace ahead. Depth of water from 6 to 10 fathoms, except in one place, where we passed over a bank of 5 fathoms. At noon Possession Island, at the southeast entrance of the passage, bore north 53 degrees east, distant 4 leagues. The western extreme of the main land in sight south 43 degrees west, distant 4 or 5 leagues, being all exceeding low. The southwest point of the largest island, Prince of Wales Island. On the northwest side of the passage bore north 71 degrees west, distant 8 miles. This point I named Cape Cornwall, latitude 10 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 218 degrees 59 minutes west. This longitude is 70 minutes too far west, and one of the worst given in the journal. There were no observations, and the dead reckoning among the shoals was difficult to keep, and some low islands lying about the middle of the passage, which I called Wallace's Isles, bore west by south 1/2 south, distance about 2 leagues. Our latitude by observation was 10 degrees 46 minutes south. In Endeavour Strait, Torres Strait. Thursday, 23rd. In the PM had little wind and variable, with which and the tide of flood we kept advancing to the west-northwest. Depth of water 8, 7, and 5 fathoms. At 1:30 the pinnace, which was ahead, made the signal for shoal water, upon which we tacked and sent away the yawl to sound also, and then tacked again, and stood after them with the ship. 2 hours after this they both at once made the signal for having shoal water. I was afraid to stand on for fear of running aground at that time of the tide, and therefore came to an anchor in 1/4 less 7 fathoms, sandy ground. Wallace's Islands bore south by west 1/2 west, distant 5 or 6 miles, the islands to the northward extending from north 73 degrees east to north 10 degrees east, and a small island, Booby Island, just in sight bearing northwest 1/2 west. Here we found the flood tide set to the westward and ebb to the contrary. After we had come to anchor I sent away the master with the long boat to sound, who, upon his return in the evening, reported that there was a bank stretching north and south, upon which were 3 fathoms water, and behind it 7 fathoms. We had it calm all night and until 9 in the morning, at which time we weighed, with a light breeze at south-southeast, and steered northwest by west for the small island above mentioned, having first sent the boats ahead to sound. Depth of water 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and 3 fathoms when upon the bank. The Endeavour Strait is now little used, on account of this great bank, which nearly bars its western part. There is, however, deeper water than Cook found, a few miles to the southward. But it is just the difficulty of finding this narrow pass, so far from land, and the fact that there is a deep though narrow channel north of Prince of Wales Island, that has caused it to be abandoned. The passage of Torres Strait is, however, still an anxious bit of navigation, it being now the last quarter ebb. At this time the northernmost islands we had in sight bore north 9 degrees east. The southwest point of the largest islands on the northwest side of the passage, which I named Cape Cornwall, bore east, distant 3 leagues. This bank, at least so much as we sounded, extends nearly north and south, how far I cannot say. Its breadth, however, is not more than 1/4 or at most 1/2 a mile. Being over the bank, we deep-net our water to a 1/4 less 7 fathoms, which depth we carried all the way to the small island ahead, which we reached by noon, at which time it bore south, distant near 1/2 a mile, depth of water 5 fathoms. The northernmost land we had in sight, being part of the same chain of islands we have had to the northward of us since we entered the passage, bore north 71 degrees east. Latitude in, by observation, 10 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude 219 degrees 22 minutes west. In this situation we had no part of the main land in sight. Being now near the island, and having but little wind, Mr. Banks and I landed upon it, and found it to be mostly a barren rock frequented by birds, such as boobies, a few of which we shot, and occasioned my giving it the name of Booby Island. Booby Island is now the great landmark for ships making Torres Strait from the westward. There is a light upon it. I made but very short stay at this island before I returned to the ship. In the meantime the wind had got to the southwest, and although it blowed but very faint, yet it was accompanied with a swell from the same quarter. This, together with other concurring circumstances, left me no room to doubt but we had got to the westward of Carpentaria, or the northern extremity of New Holland, and had now an open sea to the westward. Which gave me no small satisfaction, not only because the danger and fatigues of the voyage was drawing near to an end, but by being able to prove that New Holland and New Guinea are 2 separate lands or islands. Which until this day hath been a doubtful point with geographers. Luis Vaz de Torres, commanding a Spanish ship in company with Quiros in 1605, separated from his companion in the New Hebrides. He afterwards passed through the strait separating New Guinea from Australia, which now bears his name. This fact, however, was little known, as the Spaniard suppressed all account of the voyage, and though it leaked out later, the report was so vague that it was very much doubted whether he had really passed this way. On most charts and maps of the period, New Guinea was shown joined to Australia, and to Cook the establishment of the strait may fairly be given. Only the year before Bougainville, the French navigator, who preceded Cook across the Pacific, and who was steering across the Coral Sea on a course which would have led him to Lizard Island, abandoned his search in that direction. After falling in with 2 reefs to the eastward of the barrier, because he feared falling amongst other shoals, and had no faith whatever in the reports of the existence of Torres Strait. Had he persevered, he would have snatched from Cook the honour of the complete exploration of eastern Australia, and of the verification of the passage between it and New Guinea. Bougainville paid dearly for his caution, as he found that retracing his steps against the trade wind, in order to pass eastward and northward of New Guinea, occupied such a weary time, that he and his people were nearly starved before they reached a place of refreshment. Description of Endeavour Strait. The northeast entrance of this passage or strait lies in the latitude of 10 degrees 27 minutes south, and in the longitude of 218 degrees 36 minutes west from the meridian of Greenwich. As before mentioned, this longitude is over a degree in error. The sun was not available for lunars until the August 24th, and the first was observed on the 25th, when the ship was at Booby Island, but the result is not recorded in Mr. Green's log. Mr. Green was at this time Illinois. The latitude is a clerical error for 10.37, which Cook's chart shows, and is nearly correct. It is formed by the main, or the northern extremity of New Holland, on the southeast, and by a congeries of islands to northwest, which I named Prince of Wales's Islands. It is very probable that the islands extend quite to New Guinea. This conjecture was very near the truth. The whole of Torres Strait is obstructed by either islands or reefs that leave very little passage. They are of various extent both for height and circuit, and many of them seem to be indifferently well clothed with wood, etc., and, from the smokes we saw, some, if not all of them, must be inhabited. It is also very probable that among these islands are as good, if not better, passages than the one we have come through, although one need hardly wish for a better, was the access to it from the eastward less dangerous. But this difficulty will remain until some better way is found out than the one we came, which no doubt may be done was it ever to become an object to be looked for. It is the western and not the eastern approach of Endeavour Strait that forms the difficulty. Now the locality has been charted, for vessels of deeper draught than the Endeavour. Though for small craft, as Cook says, you can hardly wish for a better. The northern extent of the main or outer reef, which limit or bounds the shoals to the eastward, seems to be the only thing wanting to clear up this point. And this was a thing I had neither time nor inclination to go about, having been already sufficiently harassed with dangers without going to look for more. The east coast of Australia, which Cook had now followed from end to end, is 2,000 miles in extent. He took 4 months over it, much less time than he had given to New Zealand, but this is easily accounted for. His people were getting worn out, and he was haunted by fears of not getting off the coast before the northwest monsoon set in, which would have been a foul wind for him in getting from Torres Straits to Batavia. And his provisions were running short. Besides this, there was the grave doubt whether Australia and New Guinea were really separated. If this turned out to be false, there was a long round to make, back to the eastern extremity of the latter, and the voyage to Batavia would have been infinitely extended. Considering these circumstances, Cook's exploration of the coast was wonderful, and the charts attached to this book attest the skill and unwearied pains taken in mapping it from such a cursory glance. He only stopped at 4 places: Botany Bay, Bustard Bay, Thirsty Sound, and the Endeavour River. And from the neighbourhood of these, with the view obtained as he coasted along, he had to form his opinion of the country, an opinion, as we shall see, singularly correct. This passage, which I have named Endeavour Straits, after the name of the ship, is in length northeast and southwest 10 leagues, and about 5 leagues broad, except at the northeast entrance, where it is only 2 miles broad by reason of several small islands which lay there, one of which, called Possession Island, is of a moderate height and circuit. This we left between us and the main, passing between it and 2 small round islands, which lay northwest 2 miles from it. There are also two small low islands, called Wallis's Isles. These are probably called after Captain Wallis, who made a voyage across the Pacific in the Dolphin in 1767, and discovered Tahiti. Laying in the middle of the southwest entrance, which we left to the southward, the depth of water we found in the straits was from 4 to 9 fathoms. Everywhere good anchorage. Only about 2 leagues to the northward of Wallis's Islands is a bank, whereon is not more than 3 fathoms at low water, but probable there might be found more was it sought for. I have not been particular in describing this strait, no more than I have been in pointing out the respective situations of the islands, shoals, etc., on the coast of New Wales. For these I refer to the chart, where they are delineated with all the accuracy that circumstances would admit of. With respect to the shoals that lay upon this coast I must observe, for the benefit of those who may come after me, that I do not believe the 1/1/2 of them are laid down in my chart. For it would be absurd to suppose that we could see or find them all. And the same thing may in some measure be said of the islands, especially between the latitude of 20 and 22 degrees, where we saw islands out at sea as far as we could distinguish anything. However, take the chart in general, and I believe it will be found to contain as few errors as most sea charts which have not undergone a thorough correction. Cook's pride in his chart is well justified, as its general accuracy is marvelous, when one considers that he simply sailed along the coast. The great feature of this shore, however, the barrier reef only appears on it at its northern end, where its approach to the land caused Cook to make such unpleasant acquaintance with it. See charts. The latitude and longitude of all, or most of, the principal headlands, bays, etc. may be relied on, for we seldom failed of getting an observation every day to correct our latitude by, and the observation for settling the longitude were no less numerous, and made as often as the sun and moon came in play. So that it was impossible for any material error to creep into our reckoning in the intermediate times. In justice to Mr. Green, from this phrase, and from various remarks in Mr. Green's own log, it would appear that Mr. Green was not very easy to get on with, but there is no doubt of his unwearied zeal in astronomical observations. I must say that he was indefatigable in making and calculating these observations, which otherwise must have taken up a great deal of my time, which I could not at all times very well spare. Not only this, but by his instructions several of the petty officers can make and calculate these observations almost as well as himself. It is only by such means that this method of finding the longitude at sea can be put into universal practice. A method that we have generally found may be depended upon within 1/2 a degree, which is a degree of accuracy more than sufficient for all nautical purposes. Would sea officers once apply themselves to the making and calculating these observations, they would not find them so very difficult as they at first imagine, especially with the assistance of the nautical almanac and astronomical ephemeris, by the help of which the calculation for finding the longitude takes up but little more time than that of an azimuth for finding the variation of the compass. But unless this ephemeris is published for some time to come, more than either 1 or 2 years, it can never be of general use in long voyages, and in short voyages it's not so much wanted. The Nautical Almanac was first published for 1767. That for 1770 was not published until 1769, but it seems probable that Cook either had proof sheets, or the manuscript calculations. Without it the calculations are laborious and discouraging to beginners, and such as are not well versed in these kind of calculations. Account of New South Wales coast. Some account of New Wales. Called in Admiralty and the Queen's copy New South Wales. It would appear that for this part of the voyage Mr. Corner's copy was the first written, and that Cook's first idea was to christen the country New Wales. In the course of this journal I have at different times made mention of the appearance or aspect of the face of the country, the nature of the soil, its produce, etc. By the first it will appear that to the southward of 33 or 34 degrees the land in general is low and level, with very few hills or mountains. Further to the northward it may in some places be called a hilly, but hardly anywhere can be called a mountainous, country. For the hills and mountains put together take up but a small part of the surface in comparison to what the plains and valleys do which intersect or divide these hills and mountains. It is indifferently well watered, even in the dry seasons, with small brooks and springs, but no great rivers, unless it be in the wet season, when the low lands and valleys near the sea, I do suppose, are mostly laid under water. The small brooks may then become large rivers, but this can only happen with the tropic. It was only in Thirsty Sound that we could find no fresh water, and that no doubt was owing to the country being there very much intersected with salt creeks and mangrove land. The low land by the sea, and even as far inland as we were, is for the most part friable, loose, sandy soil yet indifferently fertile, and clothed with woods, long grass, shrubs, plants, etc. The mountains or hills are checkered with woods and lawns, some of the hills are wholly covered with flourishing trees. Others but thinly, and the few that are upon them are small, and the spot of lawns or savannas are rocky and barren, especially to the northward, where the country did not afford or produce near the vegetation that it does to the southward. Nor were the trees in the woods half so tall and stout. The woods do not produce any great variety of trees, there are only 2 or 3 sorts that can be called timber. The largest is the gum tree, which grows all over the country. The wood of this tree is too hard and ponderous for most common uses. The tree which resembles our pines I saw nowhere in perfection but in Botany Bay. This wood, as I have before observed, is something of the same nature as American live oak. In short, most of the large trees in this country are of a hard and ponderous nature, and could not be applied to many purposes. Here are several sorts of the palm kind, mangrove, and several other sorts of small trees and shrubs quite unknown to me, besides a very great number of plants hitherto unknown. But these things are wholly out of my way to describe, nor will this be of any loss, since not only plants, but everything that can be of use to the learned world will be very accurately described by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander. The land naturally produces hardly anything fit for man to eat, and the natives know nothing of cultivation. There are, indeed, growing wild in the wood a few sorts of fruit, the most of them unknown to us, which when ripe do not eat amiss, one sort especially, which we called apples, being about the size of a crab apple. It is black and pulpy when ripe, and tastes like a damson. It hath a large hard stone or kernel, and grows on trees or shrubs. The black apple, or Sapota australis. In the northern parts of the country, as about Endeavour River, and probably in many other places, the boggy or watery lands produce tara or cocos, a species of taro, Colocasia macrorrhiza, which, when properly cultivated, are very good roots, without which they are hardly eatable. The tops, however, make very good greens. Land animals are scarce, so far as we know confined to a very few species. All that we saw I have before mentioned. The sort which is in the greatest plenty is the kangaroo or kanguru, so called by the natives. We saw a good many of them about Endeavour River, but killed only 3, which we found very good eating. Here are likewise lizards, snakes, scorpions, centipedes, etc., but not in any plenty. Tame animals they have none but dogs, and of these we saw but one, and therefore must be very scarce. Probably they eat them faster than they breed them. We should not have seen this one had he not made us frequent visits while we lay in Endeavour River. The land fowls are bustards, eagles, hawks, crows, such as we have in England, cockatoos of 2 sorts, white and brown, very beautiful birds of the parrot kind, such as lorikeets, etc., pigeons, doves, quails, and several sorts of smaller birds. The sea and water fowls are herons, boobies, noddies, gulls, curlews, ducks, pelicans, etc., and when Mr. Banks and Mr. Gore were in the country, at the head of Endeavour River, they saw and heard in the night great numbers of geese. The sea is indifferently well stocked with fish of various sorts, such as sharks, dogfish, rockfish, mullets, breams, cavallies, mackerel, old wives, leather jackets, 5 fingers, old wives are Enoploxus armatus, leather jackets, Monocanthus. 5 fingers, Chilodactylus. Sting rays, whip rays, etc., all excellent in their kind. The shell fish are oysters of 3 or 4 sorts, viz., rock oysters and mangrove oysters, which are small, pearl oysters and mud oysters. These last are the best and largest I ever saw. Cockles and clams of several sorts, many of those that are found upon the reefs are of a prodigious size, crawfish, crabs, mussels, and a variety of other sorts. Here are also upon the shoals and reefs great numbers of the finest green turtle in the world, and in the river and salt creeks are some alligators. Australian natives. The natives of this country are of a middle stature, straight-bodied and slender-limbed, their skins the color of wood soot, their hair mostly black, some lank and others curled, they all wear it cropped short. Their beards, which are generally black, they likewise crop short, or singe off. Their features are far from being disagreeable, and their voices are soft and tunable. They go quite naked, both men and women, without any manner of clothing whatever. Even the women do not so much as cover their privities, although none of us was ever very near any of their women, one gentleman excepted, yet we are all of us as well satisfied of this as if we had lived among them. Notwithstanding we had several interviews with the men while we lay in Endeavour River, yet, whether through jealousy or disregard, they never brought any of their women along with them to the ship, but always left them on the opposite side of the river, where we had frequent opportunities viewing them through our glasses. They wear as ornaments, necklaces made of shells, bracelets, or hoops, about their arms, made mostly of hair twisted and made like a cord hoop, these they wear tight about the upper parts of their arms, and some have girdles made in the same manner. The men wear a bone, about 3 or 4 inches long and a finger's thick, run through the bridge, the cartilage of the nostril. Banks mentions that the bluejackets called this queer ornament the spritzel yard, of their nose. They likewise have holes in their ears for ear rings, but we never saw them wear any, neither are all the other ornaments wore in common, for we have seen as many without as with them. Some of these we saw on Possession Island wore breastplates, which we supposed were made of mother-of-pearl shells. Many of them paint their bodies and faces with a sort of white paste or pigment. This they apply different ways, each according to his fancy. Their offensive weapons are darts, some are only pointed at one end, others are barbed, some with wood, others with stings of rays, and some with shark's teeth, etc. These last are stuck fast on with gum. They throw the darts with only one hand, in the doing of which they make use of a piece of wood about 3 feet long, made thin like the blade of a cutlass, with a little hook at one end to take hold of the end of the dart. And at the other end is fixed a thin piece of bone about 3 or 4 inches long. The use of this is, I believe, to keep the dart steady, and to make it quit the hand in a proper direction. By the helps of these throwing sticks, as we call them, they will hit a mark at the distance of 40 or 50 yards, with almost, if not as much, certainty as we can do with a musket, and much more so than with a ball. The invention of these throwing sticks, and of the boomerang, is sufficient to prove the intelligence of the Australian aborigines. These throwing sticks we at first took for wooden swords, and perhaps on some occasions they may use them as such, that is, when all their darts are expended. Be this as it may, they never travel without both them and their darts, not for fear of enemies, but for killing of game, etc., as I shall show hereafter. Their defensive weapons are targets, made of wood. But these we never saw used but once in Botany Bay. I do not look upon them to be a warlike people. On the contrary, I think them a timorous and inoffensive race, no ways inclined to cruelty, as appeared from their behavior to one of our people in Endeavour River, which I have before mentioned, neither are they very numerous. They live in small parties along by the sea coast, the banks of lakes, rivers, creeks, etc. They seem to have no fixed habitation, but move about from place to place like wild beasts in search of food, and, I believe, depend wholly upon the success of the present day for their subsistence. They have wooden fish gigs, with 2, 3, or 4 prongs, each very ingeniously made, with which they strike fish. We have also seen them strike both fish and birds with their darts. With these they likewise kill other animals. They have also wooden harpoons for striking turtle, but of these I believe they get but few, except at the seasons they come ashore to lay. In short, these people live wholly by fishing and hunting, but mostly by the former, for we never saw 1 inch of cultivated land in the whole country. They know, however, the use of tara, and sometimes eat them. We do not know that they eat anything raw, but roast or broil all they eat on slow small fires. Their houses are mean, small hovels, not much bigger than an oven, made of pieces of sticks, bark, grass, etc. And even these are seldom used but in the wet seasons, for in the daytimes we know they as often sleep in the open air as anywhere else. We have seen many of their sleeping places, where there has been only some branches or pieces of bark, grass, etc., about a foot high on the windward side. Australian canoes. Their canoes are as mean as can be conceived, especially to the southward, where all we saw were made of one piece of the bark of trees about 12 or 14 feet long, drawn or tied together at one end. As I have before made mention, these canoes will not carry above 2 people, in general there is never more than one in them. But, bad as they are, they do very well for the purpose they apply them to, better than if they were larger, for as they draw but little water they go in them upon the mud banks, and pick up shellfish, etc., without going out of the canoe. The few canoes we saw to the northward were made out of a log of wood hollowed out, about 14 feet long and very narrow, with outriggers. These will carry 4 people. During our whole stay in Endeavour River we saw but one canoe, and had great reason to think that the few people that resided about that place had no more. This one served them to cross the river and to go a-fishing in, etc. They attend the shoals, and flats, one where or another, every day at low water to gather shellfish, or whatever they can find to eat, and have each a little bag to put what they get in. This bag is made of net work. They have not the least knowledge of iron or any other metal that we know of. Their working tools must be made of stone, bone, and shells. Those made of the former are very bad, if I may judge from one of their adzes I have seen. Bad and mean as their canoes are, they at certain seasons of the year, so far as we know, go in them to the most distant islands which lay upon the coast, for we never landed upon one but what we saw signs of people having been there before. We were surprised to find houses, etc., upon Lizard Island, which lies 5 leagues from the nearest part of the main, a distance we before thought they could not have gone in their canoes. The coast of this country, at least so much of it as lays to the northward of 25 degrees of latitude, abounds with a great number of fine bays and harbors, which are sheltered from all winds. But the country itself, so far as we know, doth not produce any one thing that can become an article in trade to invite Europeans to fix a settlement upon it. However, this eastern side is not that barren and miserable country that Dampier and others have described the western side to be. We are to consider that we see this country in the pure state of nature. The industry of man has had nothing to do with any part of it, and yet we find all such things as nature hath bestowed upon it in a flourishing state. In this extensive country it can never be doubted but what most sorts of grain, fruit, roots, etc. of every kind would flourish here were they once brought hither, planted and cultivated by the hands of industry, and here a provender for more cattle, at all seasons of the year, than ever can be brought into the country. It says a good deal for Cook's penetration that he wrote like this, for the coast of Australia is not promising, especially in the dry season. And coming as he did from the more apparently fertile countries of Tahiti and New Zealand, Australia must have appeared but a barren land. When one considers the proximity of this country with New Guinea, New Britain, and several other islands which produce cocoa nuts and many other fruits proper for the support of man, it seems strange that they should not long ago be transplanted here. By its not being done it should seem that the natives of this country have no commerce with their neighbors, the New Guineans. The climate is too dry for the coconut palm. It is very probable that they are a different people, and speak a different language. For the advantage of such as want to clear up this point I shall add a small vocabulary of a few words in the New Holland language which we learnt when in Endeavour River. The languages of the different tribes differ very much. This results from the continual state of war in which they live, as they have no communication the one with the other. Column 1, English. Column 2, New Holland. The head, Wagiji. The hair of the head, Mori or More. The eyes, Mul. The ears, Malia. The lips, Yembi or Jembai. The teeth, Mulera or Moil. The chin, Geel. The beard, Waller. The tongue, unjar. The nose, bonju. The navel, tulpur or jolper. The penis, kevel or kerial. The scrotum, kunal or kunnel. The arms, ah or all. The hand, marigal. The thumb, aborbalga. The fore, middle and ring fingers, igalbega. Little finger, nakil or abunikil. The thighs, koman. The knees, panga. The legs, pigorgo. The feet, idamau. The nails, kolki or kolka. A stone, walba. Sand, juwal, yawal, or jaralba. A rope or line, gorgo or gurka. Fire, mayanang or minang. The sun, gallon or gallon. The sky, kir or kir. A father, dunjo. A son, jummer. A man, bama or bama. A dog, kata or koda. A lorikeet, prepare or pir. A cockatoo, wanda. Male turtle, punja or poinja. Female, mamingo. A great cockle, monjo or moingo. Coco's yams, maricotu. A canoe, maragon. Australian natives. From what I have said of the natives of New Holland, they may appear to some to be the most wretched people upon earth. But in reality they are far more happier than we Europeans, being wholly unacquainted not only with the superfluous, but with the necessary conveniences so much sought after in Europe. They are happy in not knowing the use of them. They live in a tranquility which is not disturbed by the inequality of condition. The earth and sea of their own accord furnishes them with all things necessary for life. They covet not magnificent houses, household stuff, etc. They live in a warm and fine climate, and enjoy every wholesome air, so that they have very little need of clothing, and this they seem to be fully sensible of, for many to whom we gave cloth, etc. left it carelessly upon the sea beach and in the woods, as a thing they had no manner of use for. In short, they seemed to set no value upon anything we gave them, nor would they ever part with anything of their own for any one article we could offer them. This, in my opinion, argues that they think themselves provided with all the necessaries of life, and that they have no superfluities. The native Australians may be happy in their condition, but they are without doubt among the lowest of mankind. Confirmed cannibals, they lose no opportunity of gratifying their love of human flesh. Mothers will kill and eat their own children, and the women again are often mercilessly ill-treated by their lords and masters. There are no chiefs, and the land is divided into sections, occupied by families, who consider everything in their district as their own. Internecine war exists between the different tribes, which are very small. Their treachery, which is unsurpassed, is simply an outcome of their savage ideas, and in their eyes is a form of independence which resents any intrusion on their land, their wild animals, and their rights generally. In their untutored state they therefore consider that any method of getting rid of the invader is proper. Both sexes, as Cook observed, are absolutely nude, and lead a wandering life, with no fixed abode, subsisting on roots, fruits, and such living things as they can catch. Nevertheless, although treated by the coarser order of colonists as wild beasts to be extirpated, those who have studied them have formed favorable opinions of their intelligence. The more savage side of their disposition being, however, so very apparent, it is not astonishing that, brought into contact with white settlers, who equally consider that they have a right to settle, the aborigines are rapidly disappearing. I shall conclude the account of this country with a few observations on the currents and tides upon the coast, because I have mentioned in the course of this journal that the latter hath sometimes set one way and sometimes another, which I shall endeavor to account for in the best manner I can. From the latitude of 32 degrees, or above downwards to Sandy Cape in the latitude of 24 degrees 46 minutes, we constantly found a current setting to the southward at the rate of 10 or 15 miles per day, more or less, according to the distance we were from the land, for it runs stronger in shore than in the offing. All this time I had not been able to satisfy myself whether the flood tide came from the southward, eastward, or northward, but judged it to come from the southeast. But the first time we anchored upon the coast, which was in the latitude of 24 degrees 30 minutes, and about 10 leagues to the southeast of Bustard Bay, we found there the flood to come from the northwest. On the contrary, 30 leagues further to the northwest, on the south side of Keppel Bay, we found the flood to come from the east, and at the northern part of the said bay we found it come from the northward, but with a much slower motion than the easterly tide. Again, on the east side of the Bay of Inlets we found the flood to set strong to the westward as far as the opening of Broad Sound, but on the north side of that sound the flood come with a slow motion from the northwest. And when at anchor before Repulse Bay we found the flood to come from the northward. We need only admit the flood tide to come from the east or southeast, and then all these seeming contradictions will be found to be conformable to reason and experience. It is well known that where there are deep inlets, large creeks, etc., into low lands, that it is not occasioned by fresh water rivers. There is a very great indraught of the flood tide, the direction of which will be determined according to the position or direction of the coast which forms the entrance into such inlets. And this direction the tide must follow, let it be ever so contrary to their general course out at sea, and where the tides are weak, as they are in general upon this coast, a large inlet will, if I may so call it, attract the flood tide for many leagues. Any one need only cast an eye over the chart to be made sensible of what I have advanced. To the northward of Whitsunday's Passage there are few or no large inlets, and consequently the flood sets to the northward or northwest, according to the direction of the coast, and ebb the contrary. But this is to be understood at a little distance from land, or where there is no creeks or inlets, for where such are, be they ever so small, they draw the flood from the southward, eastward, and northward, and, as I found by experience, while we lay in Endeavour River, Cook's reasoning on the course of the flood stream is quite sound. Another thing I have observed upon the tides which ought to be remarked, which is that there is only one high tide in 24 hours, and that is the night tide. On the spring tides the difference between the perpendicular rise of the night and day tides is not less than 3 feet, which is a great deal where the tides are so inconsiderable, as they are here. This difference in the heights of consecutive tides is termed the diurnal inequality. It results from the tide wave being made up of a large number of undulations, some caused by the moon, some by the sun, some occurring twice a day, others only once. It occurs in all parts of the world, but is inconspicuous on the coasts of Europe. In Australia it is very marked, and occasions the night tides to be the highest at one time of the year, when the Endeavour was on the coast, and the day tides at the other. There are places on the east coast of Australia where the range of the tide is very great, but Cook did not anchor at any of them. This inequality of the tide I did not observe till we run ashore. Perhaps it is much more so to the northward than to the southward. After we had got within the reefs the second time we found the tides more considerable than at any time before, except in the Bay of Inlets. It may be owing to the water being confined in channels between the shoals, but the flood always set to the northwest to the extremity of New Wales, from thence west and southwest into the India Seas. Historical notes, East Coast of Australia. Historical notes on the East Coast of Australia. Previous to Cook's visit no European, so far as is known, had ever sighted the east coast of Australia, or, as it was then called, New Holland. The Dutch had examined and mapped the shores from the Gulf of Carpentaria on the north round by the west of Van Diemen's Land or Tasmania, but had not decided whether the latter was a part of the mainland or no. Dampier, in 1699, had the intention of passing south to explore the unknown eastern shore, but never carried it out, confining his attention to the northern part of the west coast, with which, and with good reason, he was not favorably impressed. On all maps of the time, the east coast, from Tasmania to the north, was shown as a dotted and more or less straight line, Tasmania being joined at the south, and generally New Guinea at the north. There is indeed one manuscript known as the Dauphin's Map, a copy of which is in the British Museum, of the date of about 1540, which shows a certain amount of the northeast coast, and has been thought by some to prove that someone had visited it. But an inspection of it shows that it is far more probably a case of imaginative coast drawing, such as occurs in other places in the same map, and in many others of the same and later dates. And there is certainly no record of any voyage to this coast. After Cook's exploration it remained unvisited until 1788, when, owing mainly to Banks' influence, Botany Bay was pitched upon as a convict settlement, and a squadron, consisting of HMS Sirius, the supply brig, 3 storeships, and 6 transports, under the command of Captain Arthur Phillip, R.N., which had sailed from England on May 13, 1787, arrived in that bay on January 18, 1788, but immediately moved into Port Jackson, where the settlement of Sydney was formed. The early history of the colony was one of struggle and starvation, and it was many years before any prosperity was attained. In 1839 the deportation of convicts ceased, but it was not until 1851, when gold was found, that free settlers in any large number came to the colony. Queensland, formerly the northern part of New South Wales, was formed a separate colony in 1859. A white population of about 1,500,000 now inhabits the eastern part of Australia, first explored by Cook, and their numbers are rapidly increasing. Although the products of the colonies are mainly agricultural and mineral, a very large proportion of this population are in the large towns. Sydney contains 230,000, Newcastle 20,000, Brisbane 55,000, Rockhampton 13,000. Wool, one of the staple products, is obtained from some 80 million sheep, which, as Cook foresaw, have thriven well, and with 8 million head of cattle supply another export in the shape of frozen meat. Coal and other minerals employ a large number of people, and the total value of exports amounts to about £24 million. The uninhabited shores and untracked seas of Cook's time, only 120 years ago, are thus now teeming with life and trade. And it is no wonder that the name of the great explorer is more venerated, and the memory of his deeds is more fresh, in the colonies than in the mother country that sent him forth to find new fields for British enterprise. Chapter 9. From Torres Strait to Batavia. August 1770. Friday, 24th. In the p.m. Had light airs from the south-southwest, with which, after leaving Booby Island, as before mentioned, we steered west-northwest until 5 o'clock, when it fell calm, and the tide of ebb which sets to the northeast soon after making. We anchored in 8 fathoms soft sandy bottom, Booby Island bearing south 50 degrees east, distant 5 miles. Prince of Wales Isles extending from northeast by north to south 55 degrees east. There appeared to be an open clear passage between these islands extending from north 64 degrees east to east by north. At 5:30 in the morning in purchasing, weighing the anchor, the cable parted about 8 or 10 fathoms from the anchor. I immediately ordered another anchor to be let go, which brought the ship up before she had drove a cable's length from the buoy. After this we carried out a kedge, and warped the ship nearer to it, and then endeavored to sweep the anchor with a hawser, but missed it, and broke away the buoy rope. The kedge is a small anchor. Sweeping is dragging the middle of a rope, or hawser, held at the 2 ends from 2 boats some distance apart, along the bottom, with the object of catching the fluke of the anchor as it lies on the bottom, and so recovering it. It is a long and wearisome operation if the bottom is uneven. Cook, however, having already lost one of his large anchors, could not afford to leave this without an effort. We made several attempts afterwards, but did not succeed. While the boats were thus employed we hove up the kedge anchor, it being of no more use. At noon latitude observed 10 degrees 30 minutes south. Winds at northeast, a fresh breeze, the flood tide here comes from the same quarter. Saturday, 25th. Winds at northeast and east-northeast, a gentle breeze. Being resolved not to leave the anchor behind while there remained the least probability of getting of it, after dinner I sent the boats again to sweep for it first with a small line, which succeeded. And now we knowed where it lay we found it no very hard matter to sweep it with a hawser. This done, we hove the ship up to it by the same hawser, but just as it was almost up and down the hawser slipped, and left us all to do over again. By this time it was dark, and obliged us to leave off until daylight in the morning, when we sweeped it again, and hove it up to the bows, and by 8 o'clock weighed the other anchor, got under sail, and stood away northwest. Having a fresh breeze at east-northeast. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 10 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 219 degrees 39 minutes west, having no land in sight, but about 2 miles to the southward of us lay a shoal, Cook Reef, on which the sea broke, and I believe a part of it dry. At low water it extended northwest and southeast, and might be about 4 or 5 leagues in circuit, depth of water at this time and since we wait 9 fathoms. Track of Endeavour from Torres Strait to Java. August and September 1770. Sunday, 26th, fresh breezes at east and standing to the northwest. We began to shoal-den our water from 9 to 7 fathoms, and at 1/2 past 1, having run 11 miles since noon, the boat which was ahead made the signal for shoal water, immediately upon which we let go an anchor, and brought the ship up with the sails standing as the boat's was but a little way ahead, having but just relieved the crew, and at same time we saw from the ship shoal water, Cook Shoal, in a manner all round us, and both wind and tide setting upon it. We lay in 6 fathoms with the ship, but upon sounding about her found hardly 2 fathoms, a very rocky bottom, not much above 1/2 a cable's length from us from the east round by the north and west as far as southwest. So that there was no way to get clear but the way we came. This was one of the many fortunate escapes we have had from shipwreck, for it was near high water, and there run a short cockling sea that would soon have bulged the ship had she struck. These shoals that lay a fathom or 2 under water are the most dangerous of any, for they do not shew themselves until you are close upon them, and then the water upon them looks brown like the reflection of dark clouds. Between 3 and 4 the ebb began to make, when I sent the master to sound to the southward and southwestward, and in the meantime, as the ship tended, swung to the tide. Hove up the anchor, and with a little sail stood to the southward and afterwards edged away to the westward, and got once more out of danger, where at sunset we anchored in 10 fathoms sandy bottom. Having a fresh of wind at east-southeast, at 6 o'clock in the morning we weighed and stood west, with a fresh of wind at east, having first sent a boat ahead to sound. I did intend to have steered northwest until we had made the coast of New Guinea, designing if possible to touch upon that coast, but the meeting with these shoals last night made me alter the course to west, in hopes of meeting with fewer dangers and deeper water. And this we found, for by noon we had deep-net our water gradually to 17 fathoms, and this time we were by observation in the latitude of 10 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 220 degrees 12 minutes west. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon north 76 degrees west, 11 leagues, no land in sight. Off south coast of New Guinea. Monday, 27th. Fresh breezes between the east by north and east-southeast, with which we steered west until sunset, depth of water from 27 to 23 fathoms. We now reefed the topsails, shortened sail, and hoisted in the pinnace and long boat up alongside, and afterwards kept upon a wind all night under our topsails, 4 hours on one tack and 4 hours on the other. Depth of water 25 fathoms, very even soundings. At daylight made all the sail we could, and steered west-northwest until 8 o'clock, then northwest. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 9 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 221 degrees 00 minutes west, variation 2 degrees 30 minutes east. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon north 73 degrees 33 minutes west, 49 miles. Tuesday, 28th, fresh breezes at east and east by south and fair weather. Continued a northwest course until sunset, at which time we shortened sail, and hauled close upon a wind to the northward, depth of water 21 fathoms. At 8 tacked and stood to the southward until 12, then stood to the northward under little sail until daylight, sounding from 25 to 17 fathoms, shoaling as we stood to the northward. At this time we made sail and steered north in order to make the land of New Guinea. From the time of our making sail until noon the depth of water gradually decreased from 17 to 12 fathoms, a stony and shelly bottom. We were now by observation in the latitude of 8 degrees 52 minutes south, which is in the same parallel as the southern parts of New Guinea as it is laid down in the charts. But there are only 2 points so far to the south, and I reckon we are a degree to the westward of both, and for that reason do not see the land which trends more to the northward. Our course and distance sailed since yesterday is north-northwest, 69 miles, longitude in 221 degrees 27 minutes west. The sea in many places is here covered with a kind of a brown scum, such as sailors generally call spawn. Upon our first seeing it alarmed us, thinking we were among shoals, but we found the same depth of water where it was as in other places. Neither Mr. Banks nor Dr. Solander could tell what it was, although they had of it to examine. Wednesday, 29th, continued standing to the northward, with a fresh gale at east by south and southeast until 6 o'clock, having very irregular and uncertain soundings from 24 to 7 fathoms. At 4 we made the land from the masthead, bearing northwest by north, and which appeared to be very low. At 6 it extended from west-northwest to north-northeast, distant 4 or 5 leagues. At this time hauled close upon a wind to the eastward until 7 o'clock, then tacked and stood to the southward until 12, at which time we wore and stood to the northward until 4, then lay her head off until daylight, when we again saw the land. And stood north-northwest directly for it, having a fresh gale at east by south. Our soundings in the night were from 17 to 5 fathoms, very irregular, without any sort of rule with respect to our distance from the land. At 6:30 a small low island, laying about a league from the main, borne north by west, distant 5 miles. This island lays in the latitude of 8 degrees 13 minutes south, longitude 221 degrees 25 minutes west. I find it laid down in the charts by the name of St. Bartholomew or Wermoisen. We now steered northwest by west, west-northwest, west by north, west by south, and southwest by west, as we found the land to lay, having a boat ahead of the ship sounding, depth of water from 5 to 9 fathoms. When in 7, 8 or 9 fathoms we could but just see the land from the deck, but I did not think we were at above 4 leagues off, because the land is exceeding low and level, and appeared to be well covered with wood. One sort appeared to us to be cocoa nut trees. By the smokes we saw in different parts as we run along shore we were assured that the country is inhabited. At noon we were about 3 leagues from the land, the westermost part of which that we could see bore south 79 degrees west, our latitude by observation was 8 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 221 degrees 44 minutes west. The island, St. Bartholomew, bore north 74 degrees east, distant 20. The ship was now off the south coast of New Guinea, and near what is known as Princess Marianne Strait, which separates Frederick Henry Island from the main island. All this coast is very shallow, but very imperfectly charted to the present day. Thursday, 30th, fresh breezes at southeast, east-southeast, and east by south. After steering southwest by west, 6 miles, we discovered on our starboard bow and ahead a strong appearance of shoal water, and by this time we had shoaled our water from 10 to 5 fathoms. Upon which I made the pinnace signal to edge down to it, but she not going far enough, we sent the yawl to sound in it, and at the same time hauled off close upon a wind, with the ship until 4, at which time we had run 6 miles. But did not depend our water anything. We then edged away southwest, for miles more, but finding still shoal water we brought to, and called the boats on board by signal, hoisted them in, and then hauled off close upon a wind, being at this time about 3 or 4 miles from the land. The yawl found only 3 fathoms water in the place where I sent her to sound, which place I weathered about 1/2 a mile. Between 1 and 2 we passed a bay or inlet, before which lies a small island that seems to shelter it from the southerly winds. But I very much doubt there being water behind it for shipping. I could not attempt it because the southeast trade wind blows right in, and we have not as yet had any land breezes. We stretched off to sea until 12 o'clock, at which time we were 10 and 11 leagues from the land, and had depend our water to 29 fathoms. We now tacked and stood in until 4 o'clock, when, being in 6½ fathoms, we tacked and lay her head off until daylight, at which time we saw the land bearing northwest by west, distant about 4 leagues. We now made sail and steered west-southwest, and then west by south, but coming into 54 fathoms we hauled off southwest until we depend our water to 8 fathoms. We then kept away west by south and west, having 9 fathoms, and the land just in sight from the deck, which we judged not above 3 or 4 leagues off, as it is everywhere exceeding low. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 8 degrees 38 minutes south, longitude 222 degrees 34 minutes west. St. Bartholomew Isle bore north 69 degrees east, distant 74 miles. Off Cape Walsh, New Guinea. Friday, 31st. Between 12 and 1 in the p.m. Steered north-northwest, in which time we shouldered our water from 8 to 5.5, which I thought was little enough, and therefore kept away again west, and soon depended to 7 fathoms, which depth we kept until 6. Having the land just in sight from the deck. At this time the western extreme bore north, distant about 4 leagues, and seemed to end in a point and turn away to the northward. We took it to be Point St. Augustine or Walsh Cape, latitude 8 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 222 degrees 55 minutes west. This position is correct. Mr. Green had been assiduously observing lunars, and it appears strange that the error of the position of the north point of Australia was not discovered, but doubtless the discrepancy was put down to current. We now shortened sail and hauled off south-southwest and south by west, having the wind at southeast and southeast by east, a gentle breeze. We stood off 16 miles, having from 7 to 27 fathoms, deepening gradually as we run off. At midnight we tacked and stood in until daylight, at which time we could see no land, and yet we had only 5.5 fathoms. We now steered northwest, having the same depth of water until near 9 o'clock, when we began to depend our water to 6.5 and 7 fathoms. By this I thought that we were far enough to the westward of the Cape, and might haul to the northward with safety, which we now did, having the wind at northeast by east, a light breeze. By noon we had increased our water to 9 fathoms, and were by observation in the latitude of 8 degrees 10 minutes south, which was 10 miles to the northward of that given by the log. By which I conjectured that we had met with a strong current setting round the Cape, not only to the northward, but to the westward also, otherwise we ought to have seen the land, which we did not. September 1770. Saturday, September 1st. In the p.m. and most part of the night had a fresh breeze from the southeast with which we kept standing in for the land northeast and east-northeast, close upon a wind, until 6:30, when we anchored in 4.5 fathoms, soft muddy bottom. As we have everywhere found upon the coast. About an hour before we anchored we saw the land from the masthead extending from the east by north to south-southeast, all very low. At the time we anchored we found a small drain of a tide setting away to the northwest, which continued until 2 in the morning, when the water had fell 9 feet or better. This tide of ebb was then succeeded by the flood, which came from the southwest. Yet we did not find the water to rise much upon a perpendicular, or else the greatest fall of the tide had not been well attended to in the night, for at 6, when we got under sail, we had no more than 3 fathoms under the ship. And yet we could not see the land from the deck. After getting under sail we stood to the northward with a light breeze at east, and deep-ned our water by noon to 10 fathoms, having the land just in sight from the masthead to the southeast. At this time we were in the latitude of 7 degrees 39 minutes south, longitude 222 degrees 42 minutes west, Port St. Augustine bore south 10 degrees west, distant 15 leagues. Sunday, 2nd. In the p.m. had calm until 2, when a light breeze sprung up at north by east, and we stood in for the land east by north until 5, at which time we got the wind from the southwest, a light breeze, with which we steered northeast, edging in for the land. Having it in sight from the deck, and which I judged to be about 3 or 4 leagues off, being very low land. Found the variation to be 2 degrees 34 minutes east, and a little before 8 o'clock, having but little wind, we anchored in 7 fathoms, soft muddy bottom. In the afternoon and evening we saw several sea snakes, some of which the people in the boat alongside took up by hand. At daylight in the morning we got under sail, and stood away to the north-northeast, having a fresh gale at east, which by noon brought us into the latitude of 7 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 222 degrees 30 minutes west. Depth of water 13 fathoms. Course and distance sailed since yesterday noon is north 24 degrees east, 27 miles, having at this time no land in sight, for the land, according to the charts, trends more easterly than the wind would permit us to sail. Monday, 3rd. Steered north by east, with a fresh breeze at east by north until 7 in the evening, when the wind came to southeast by south, with which we keep standing to the eastward close upon a wind all night. Having from 17 to 10 fathoms pretty even soundings. At daylight we saw the land extending from north by east to southeast, distant about 4 leagues. We still keep standing in for it, having the advantage of a fresh gale at east-southeast and east by south, until near 9, when, being about 3 or 4 miles off, and in 3 fathoms, we brought to and I went ashore in the pinnace, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, having a mind to land once in this country before we quit it altogether, which I now am determined to do without delay. For I found that it is only spending time to little purpose, and carrying us far out of our way, staying upon this coast, which is so shallow that we can hardly keep within sight of land. Land in New Guinea. At the time we put off from the ship we saw not the least sign of inhabitants. But we had no sooner landed than we saw the print of men's feet fresh upon the sand, and a little way farther we found a small shed or hut, about which lay green shells of cocoa nuts. By this we were well assured that the inhabitants were not far off. Nay, we thought we heard their voices in the woods, which were so close and thick that we did not think it safe to venture in, for fear of an ambuscade, as we had only a boat's crew with us, a part of which were left to look after the boat, which lay about a 1/4 of a mile from the shore. We therefore took a walk upon the sea beach, but had not gone above 200 yards before we were attacked by 3 or 4 men, who came out of the woods a little before us, but upon our firing upon them they returned. Finding that we could not search the country with any degree of safety, we returned to the boat, and was followed by 60, or, as some thought, about 100, of the natives, who had advanced in small parties out of the woods. But they suffered us to go to our boats without giving us any trouble. We had now time to view them attentively. We thought them to be about the size and color of the New Hollanders, with short, cropped hair, and quite naked like them. I thought these of a lighter color, but that may be owing to a whitish pigment with which we thought their bodies were painted, because some appeared darker than others. Their arms were ordinary darts of about 4 feet long, made of a kind of reed, and pointed at one end with hard wood. But what appeared more extraordinary to us was something they had which caused a flash of fire or smoke, very much like the going off of a pistol or small gun, but without any report. The deception was so great that the people in the ship actually thought that they had firearms. Indeed, they seemed to use these things in imitation of such, for the moment the first man we saw made his appearance he fired off one of these things, and while we lay looking at them in the boat 4 or 5 would let them off all at once, which had all the appearance in the world of volleys of small arms. But I am confident that nothing came from them but smoke, but by what means this was done, or what purpose it answered, we were not able to guess. I thought the combustible matter was contained in a reed or piece of small bamboo, which they gave a swing round in the hand and caused it to go off. The natives carry hollow canes with burning tinder for making fires. This place lies in the latitude of 6 degrees 15 minutes south, about 65 leagues to the northeast of Point St. Augustine, or Walsh Cape, and is near to what is called in the charts by the long name of Cape de la Colta de St. Bonaventura. Cook's landing place in New Guinea, on the western side of this great island, was on a part of the coast scarcely known to this day. It is in the part of the island claimed by the Dutch. Cook's insatiable desire to explore is well shown in this digression from his course to Batavia. The land is very low, like every other part of the coast we have seen here. It is thick and luxuriously clothed with woods and verdure, all of which appear green and flourishing. Here were cocoa nut trees, breadfruit trees, and plantain trees, but we saw no fruit but on the former, and these were small and green. The other trees, shrubs, plants, etc., were likewise such as is common in the South Sea Islands and in New Holland. Upon my return to the ship we hoisted in the boat and made sail to the westward, with a design to leave the coast altogether. This, however, was contrary to the inclination and opinion of some of the officers, who would have had me send a party of men ashore to cut down the cocoa nut trees for the sake of the nuts. A thing that I think no man living could have justified, for as the natives had attacked us for mere landing without taking away one thing, certainly they would have made a vigorous effort to have defended their property. In which case many of them must have been killed, and perhaps some of our own people too, and all this for 200 or 300 green cocoa nuts, which, when we had got them, would have done us little service. Besides, nothing but the utmost necessity would have obliged me to have taken this method to come at refreshments. It's true I might have gone farther along the coast to the northward and westward until we had found a place where the ship could lay so near the shore as to cover the people with her guns when landed. But it is very probable that before we had found such a place we should have been carried so far to the west as to have been obliged to have gone to Batavia by the way of the Moluccas, and on the north side of Java, where we were all utter strangers. This I did not think was so safe a passage as to go to the south of Java and through the Straits of Sunda, the way I proposed to myself to go. Besides, as the ship is leaky, we are not yet sure whether or no we shall not be obliged to heave her down at Batavia. In this case it becomes the more necessary that we should make the best of our way to that place, especially as no new discovery can be expected to be made in these seas, which the Dutch have, I believe, long ago narrowly examined. As appears from 3 maps bound up with the French history of voyages to the Terra Australis, published in 1756, de Bry's Voyages. Which maps, I do suppose, by some means have been got from the Dutch, as we found the names of many of the places are in that language. It should likewise seem from the same maps that the Spaniards and Dutch have at one time or another circumnavigated the whole of the island of New Guinea, as the most of the names are in these 2 languages. And such part of the coast as we were upon I found the chart tolerable good, which obliges me to give some credit to all the rest, notwithstanding we neither know by whom or when they were taken, and I always understood, before I had a sight of these maps, that it was unknown whether or no New Holland and New Guinea was not one continued land, and so it is said in the very history of voyages these maps are bound up in. However, we have now put this wholly out of dispute, but, as I believe, it was known before, though not publicly. I claim no other merit than the clearing up of a doubtful point. Another doubtful point I should have liked to have cleared up, although it is of very little, if of any consequence, which is, whether the natives of New Holland and those of New Guinea are, or were, original, one people. Which one might well suppose, as these 2 countries lay so near to each other, and the intermediate space filled up with islands. On the other hand, if these 2 people have or ever had any friendly communication with each other, it seems strange, as I have before observed, that they should not have transplanted from New Guinea over to New Holland cocoa nuts, bread fruit, plantains, etc. etc., all very useful articles for the support of man, that we never saw grow in the latter, and which we have now seen in the former. Le Maire hath given us a vocabulary of words spoken by the people of New Britain, which before Dampier's time was taken to be a part of New Guinea. By which it appears that the people of New Britain speak a very different language from those of New Holland. Now should it be found that the natives of New Britain and those of New Guinea have had one origin, and speak the same language, it will follow, of course, that the New Hollanders are a different people from both. In the north of Australia the natives are distinctly allied to the Papuans, but on the east of the continent they are of a type of their own, and speak many different languages. Off southwest coast of New Guinea. Tuesday, 4th. Stood to the westward all this day, having at first a moderate breeze southerly, which afterwards freshened and veered to southeast and east-southeast. We kept on sounding all the time, having from 14 to 30 fathoms not regular, but sometimes more and sometimes less. At noon we were in 14 fathoms, by observation in the latitude of 6 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 223 degrees 51 minutes west. Course and distance sailed since yesterday noon south 76 minutes west, 120 miles. Wednesday, 5th. Winds at east by south and southeast by east, a fresh gale and clear weather, with which were run 118 miles upon a south 69 degrees 15 minutes west course, which at noon brought us into the latitude of 7 degrees 25 minutes south. Longitude 225 degrees 41 minutes west. Depth of water 28 fathoms, having been in soundings the whole of this day's run, generally between 10 and 20 fathoms. At half an hour past 1 in the morning we passed by a small low island, which bore from us at that time north-northwest, distant 3 or 4 miles. Depth of water 14 fathoms, and at daylight we discovered another low island extending from north-northwest and north-northeast, distant 2 or 3 leagues. I believe I should have landed upon this island to have known its produce, as it did not appear to be very small, had not the wind blown too fresh for such an undertaking, and at the time we passed the island we had only 10 fathoms water. A rocky bottom. I was therefore afraid of running down to leeward for fear of meeting with shoal water and foul ground. These islands have no place on the charts, unless they are the Aru Isles, which, if they are laid down much too far from New Guinea. I found the south part of these to lay in the latitude 7 degrees 6 minutes south, longitude 225 degrees 0 minutes west. These were probably Kerang and Enu Islands, 2 outliers of the Aru Islands. Thursday, 6th. A steady fresh gale at east by south and clear weather, with which we steered west-southwest. At 7 in the evening we took in the small sails, reefed the topsails, and sounded, having 50 fathoms. We still kept west-southwest all night, going at the rate of 4.5 miles an hour. At 10 had 42 fathoms, at 11, 37, and at 12 o'clock 45, 1 o'clock 49, and at 3, 120, after which we could get no ground. In the evening we caught 2 boobies, which settled upon the rigging, and these were the first of the kind we have caught in this manner the voyage, although I have heard of them being caught this way in great numbers. At daylight, in the morning, we made all the sail we could, and at 10 o'clock saw land extending from north-northwest to west by north, distant 5 or 6 league. At noon it bore from north to west about the same distance. Our latitude by observation was 8 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 227 degrees 47 minutes west. This land is of an even and moderate height, and by our run from New Guinea ought to be a part of the Aru Isles. This was the southern part of the Tenamber Islands, but it lays a degree farther to the south than any of these islands are laid down in the charts. We sounded, but had no ground, with 50 fathoms of line. Remarks on charts. Friday, 7th. As I was not able to satisfy myself from any chart what land it was we saw to leeward of us, and fearing it might trend away more southerly, and the weather being hazy so that we could not see far, we steered southwest. Which course by 4 o'clock run us out of sight of the land. By this I was assured that no part of it lay to the southward of 8 degrees 15 minutes south. We continued standing to the southwest all night under an easy sail, having the advantage of a fresh gale at southeast by east and east-southeast, and clear moonlight. We sounded every hour, but had no bottom with 100 and 120 fathoms of line. At daylight in the morning we steered west-southwest, and afterwards west by south, which by noon brought us into the latitude of 9 degrees 30 minutes south, and longitude 229 degrees 34 minutes west. And by our run from New Guinea ought to be in sight of Wessel's Isle, which, according to the chart is laid down about 20 or 25 leagues from the coast of New Holland. But we saw nothing, by which I conclude that it is wrong laid down. And this is not to be wondered at when we consider that not only these islands, but the lands which bound this sea have been discovered and explored by different people and at different times, and compiled and put together by others. Perhaps some ages after the first discoveries were made. Navigation formerly wanted many of these helps towards keeping an accurate journal which the present age is possessed of. It is not they that are wholly to blame for the faultiness of the charts, but the compilers and publishers, who publish to the world the rude sketches of the navigator as accurate surveys, without telling what authority they have for so doing. For were they to do this we should then be as good or better judged than they, and know where to depend upon the charts, and where not. Neither can I clear seamen of this fault. Among the few I have known who are capable of drawing a chart or sketch of a sea coast, I have generally, nay, almost always, observed them run into this error. I have known them lay down the line of a coast they have never seen, and put down soundings where they never have sounded, and, after all, are so fond of their performances as to pass the whole off as sterling under the title of a survey plan, etc. These things must in time be attended with bad consequences, and cannot fail of bringing the whole of their works in disrepute. Cook had good reason for writing thus, and being himself scrupulously honest and careful, he felt this scamped work to be a disgrace to seamen. If he is so modest as to say, such and such parts, or the whole of his plan is defective, the publishers or vendors will have it left out, because they say it hurts the sale of the work. So that between the one and the other we can hardly tell when we are possessed of a good sea chart until we ourselves have proved it. Saturday, 8th, winds easterly, with a high sea from the same quarter. Our course and distance sailed this 24 hours is south 86 degrees 30 minutes west, 102 miles, latitude in 9 degrees 36 minutes south, longitude 231 degrees 17 minutes west. Sunday, 9th, light airs and clear weather the most part of this 24 hours. In the evening found the variation by several azimuths to be 0 degrees 12 minutes west, and by the amplitude 0 degrees 5 minutes west. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 9 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 232 degrees 7 minutes west. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon south 78 degrees 45 minutes west, 52 miles. For these 2 days past we have steered due west, and yet we have by observation made 16 miles southing, 6 miles yesterday and 10 today. From which it should seem that there is a current setting to the southward and westward withal, as I should suppose. Monday, 10th, light airs easterly, except in the morning, when we had it at north. At sunset found the variation to be 0 degrees 2 minutes west, at the same time saw, or thought we saw, very high land bearing northwest, and in the morning saw the same appearances of land in the same quarter. Which left us no room to doubt but what it was land, and must be either the island of Timor land or Timor, but which of the two I cannot as yet determine. This was Timor. What Cook calls Timor land is probably Timor Lot, another name for the principal island of the Tenimber group. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 10 degrees 1 minute south, which was 15 miles to the southward of that given by the log. Longitude and per observation 233 degrees 27 minutes west. Tuesday, 11th. Variable light airs and clear weather. Steered northwest, in order to discover the land plainer until 4 in the morning, at which time the wind came to northwest and west, with which we stood to the southward until 9 o'clock, when we tacked and stood northwest. Having the wind at west-southwest. At sunrise in the morning we could see the land extend from west-northwest to northeast, at noon we could see it extend to the westward as far as west by south 1/2 south, but no farther to the eastward than north by east. We were now well assured that this was part of the island of Timor, in consequence of which the last island we saw must have been Timor land, the south part of which lies in the latitude of 8 degrees 15 minutes south. Longitude 228 degrees 10 minutes, whereas in the charts the south point is laid down in latitude 9 degrees 30 minutes. It is possible that the land we saw might be some other island, but then I cannot see how we could have missed seeing Timor land, supposing it to be right laid down in latitude, as we were never to the southward of 9 degrees 30 minutes. For my design was to have made that island, and to have landed upon it to have seen what it produced, as it is, according to the charts, a large island, and not settled by the Dutch that I ever heard of. We were now in the latitude of 9 degrees 37 minutes, longitude 233 degrees 54 minutes west by observation of the sun and moon, and yesterday we were by observation in 233 degrees 27 minutes west. The difference is 27 minutes, which is exactly the same as what the log gave. This, however, is a degree of accuracy in observation that is seldom to be expected. Off south coast of Timor. Wednesday, 12th. Winds between the south and west, a light breeze and clear weather in the p.m., stood in shore until 8 o'clock, then tacked and stood off, being about 6 leagues from the land, which at dark extend from southwest 1/2 west to northeast. At this time we sounded and had no ground with 140 fathoms of line, being not above 4 leagues from the land. At 12 o'clock we tacked and stood in, having but little wind, and continued so until noon, at which time we were by observation in latitude 9 degrees 36 minutes south. The log this 24 hours gave 18 miles westing, but it did not appear by the land that we had made so much. We saw several smokes upon the land by day, and fires in the night. Thursday, 13th. Stood in shore, with a light breeze at south by west until 1/2 past 5 o'clock in the p.m., when, being a mile and a half from the shore, and in 16 fathoms, we tacked and stood off. At this time the extremes of the land extended from northeast by east to west by south 1/2 south, this last was a low point, distant from us about 3 leagues. We were right before a small creek or inlet into the low land, which lies in the latitude of 9 degrees 34 minutes south. Probably it might be the same as Dampier went into in his boat, for it did not seem to have depth of water sufficient for anything else. In standing in shore we sounded several times, but found no soundings until we got within 2.5 miles of the shore, where we had 25 fathoms, soft bottom. We stood off shore until 12 o'clock, with the wind at south, then tacked and stood to the westward 2 hours, when the wind veered to the southwest and west-southwest, and then we stood to the southward. In the morning found the variation to be 1 degree 10 minutes west by the amplitude, and by the azimuth 1 degree 27 minutes west. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 9 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 234 degrees 12 minutes west, and about 6 or 7 leagues from the land, which extended from north 31 degrees east to west-southwest 1/2 west. Winds at south-southwest, a gentle breeze. Friday, 14th light land and sea breezes, the former we had from west by north, and only a few hours in the morning, the latter we had from the south-southwest and south. With these winds we advanced but slowly to the westward. At noon we were about 6 or 7 leagues from the land, which extended from north by east to south 78 degrees west, our latitude by observation was 9 degrees 54 minutes south. Course and distance sailed since yesterday noon south 68 degrees west, 24 miles. We saw several smokes ashore in the p.m., and fires in the night, both upon the low land and up in the mountains. Saturday, 15th. In the p.m. had the sea breezes at south-southwest and south, with which we stood to the westward until 8 o'clock, when being about 3 leagues from the land, and having very little wind, we tacked and lay her head offshore. At 11 o'clock we got the land wind at north by west, with which we steered southwest by west along shore, keeping about 4 or 5 miles from the land, on which in the morning we saw several houses, plantations, etc. At 9 o'clock we got the wind at northeast by east, a light breeze. At noon we were about 2 leagues from the land, which extended as far to the southward as southwest by west, our latitude by observation was 10 degrees 1 minute south. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon south 78 degrees 45 minutes west, 36 miles. Sunday, 16th. Light breezes from the northeast by east, with clear weather, except in the morning, when we had it cloudy, with a few small showers of rain. Steered along shore southwest and southwest by west until 6 o'clock in the morning, when we steered west-southwest, and at 9, west, at which time we saw the island rot right ahead. At noon we were in the latitude of 10 degrees 39 minutes, longitude 235 degrees 57 minutes, the south end of Timor bore north-northwest, distant 5 or 6 leagues. The island of Rot extending from south 75 degrees west to north 67 degrees west, and the island of Anaboa as Dampier calls it, or Seaman, Samayo. This island lies off the Dutch settlement of Kopang or Concordia in Timor. But Cook was right in supposing he would have received but a cold reception there. The Dutch discouraged any visits at their outlying settlements. Rot is a large island lying off the southwest end of Timor. As it is called in the charts, which lies of the south end of Timor, bore northwest. Course and distance sailed since yesterday noon south 55 degrees 15 minutes west, 67 miles. Dampier, who has given us a large and, so far as I know, an accurate description of the island of Timor, says that it is 70 leagues long and 16 broad, and that it lies northeast and southwest. I found the east side to lie nearest northeast by east and southwest by west, and the south end to lie in the latitude 10 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude 236 degrees 5 minutes west from Greenwich. We run about 45 leagues along the east side, which I observed to be free from danger, and, excepting near the south end, the land which bounds the sea is low for 2, 3, or 4 miles inland, and seemed in many places to be intersected with salt creeks. Behind the low land are mountains, which rise one above another to a considerable height. We continually saw upon it smokes by day and fires by night, and in many places houses and plantations. I was strongly importuned by some of my officers to go to the Dutch settlement at Concordia, on this island, for refreshments. But this I refused to comply with, knowing that the Dutch look upon all Europeans with a jealous eye that come among these islands. And our necessities were not so great as to oblige me to put into a place where I might expect to be but indifferently treated. Anchor at Savu. Monday, 17th. Winds easterly, with which we steered west-northwest until 2 o'clock, when being pretty near the north end of Rot, we hauled up north-northwest, in order to go between it and Anaboa. After steering 3 leagues upon this course we edged away northwest by west, and by 6 we were clear of all the islands. At this time the south part of Anaboa, which lies in the latitude of 10 degrees 15 minutes south, bore northeast, distant 4 leagues, and the island of Rot extending as far to the southward as south 36 degrees west. The north end of this island and the south end of Timor lies north 1/2 east and 1/2 west, distant about 3 or 4 leagues from each other. At the west end of the passage between Rot and Anaboa are 2 small islands. The one lays near the Rot shore and the other off the southwest point of Anaboa. There is a good channel between the 2 of 5 or 6 miles broad, which we came through. Being now clear of the islands we steered a west course all night until 6 a.m. when we unexpectedly saw an island, Savu. An island about 20 miles in length. It is but little visited or known by others than the Dutch to this day. Bearing west-southwest, for by most of the maps we had on board we were to the southward of all the islands that lay between Timor and Java. At least there were none laid down so near Timor in this latitude by almost 1/2, which made me at first think it a new discovery, but in this I was mistaken. We now steered directly for it, and by 10 o'clock were close in with the north side, where we saw houses, cocoa-nut trees, and a flock of cattle grazing. These were temptations hardly to be withstood by people in our situation, especially such as were but in a very indifferent state of health, and I may say mine too, for in some this last was worse than the other. Since I refused to touch at the island of Timor, whereupon I thought I could not do less than to try to procure some refreshments here, as there appeared to be plenty. Cook's utter indifference as to what he eat or drank made him regard privations in the matter of food with an equanimity which was not shared by the rest of his companions. With this view we hoisted out the pinnace, in which I sent Lieutenant Gore inshore to see if there were any convenient place to land, sending some trifles along with him to give to the natives in case he saw any. Mr. Gore landed in a small sandy cove near to some houses, and was met on the beach by 8 or 10 of the people, who from both their behavior and what they had about them shewed that they had commerce with Europeans. Upon Mr. Gore's returning with this report, and likewise that there was no anchorage for the ship, I sent him away with both money and goods to try to purchase some refreshments, while we kept standing on and off with the ship. At noon we were about a mile from the shore of the island, which extends from southeast to west-northwest, latitude 10 degrees 27 minutes, longitude 237 degrees 31 minutes west. Tuesday, 18th. As soon as Mr. Gore landed he was met on the beach by several people, both horse and foot, who gave him to understand that there was a bay to leeward where we could anchor, and likewise get refreshments. Upon Mr. Gore's return with this intelligence we bore away for the bay, in which we anchored at 7 o'clock in 38 fathoms water, clean sandy bottom. About a mile from shore the north point of the bay bore north 30 degrees east, 2.5 miles, and the south point or west end of the island bore south 63 degrees west. 2 hours before we anchored we saw Dutch colours hoisted in a village which stands about a mile inland, and at daylight in the morning the same colours were hoisted on the beach abreast of the ship. By this I was no longer in doubt but what here was a Dutch settlement, and accordingly sent Lieutenant Gore on shore to wait upon the governor, or chief person residing here, to acquaint him with the reasons that induced us to touch at this island. Upon Mr. Gore's landing we could perceive that he was received by a guard of the natives, and not Dutch troops, and conducted up to the village where the colours were hoisted last night. Some time after this I received a message from him, acquainting me that he was there with the king of the island, who had told him that he could not supply him with anything without leave from the Dutch governor, who resided at another part of the island, but that he had sent to acquaint him of our arrival and request. At anchor. Savu. Wednesday, 19th. At 2 p.m. the Dutch governor, and king of this part of the island, with his attendants, came on board with Mr. Gore, he having left 2 gentlemen ashore as hostages. We entertained them at dinner in the best manner we could, gave them plenty of good liquor, made them some considerable presents, and at their going away saluted them with 9 guns. In return for these favours they made many fair promises that we should be immediately supplied with everything we wanted at the same price the Dutch East India Company had it, and that in the morning buffaloes, hogs, sheep, etc. should be down on the beach for us to look at, and agree upon a price. I was not at all at a loss for interpreters, for both Dr. Solander and Mr. Sporing understood Dutch enough to keep up a conversation with the Dutchman, and several of the natives could speak Portuguese, which language 2 or 3 of my people understood. In the morning I went on shore, accompanied by Mr. Banks and several of the officers and gentlemen, to return the king's visit, but my chief business was to see how well they would perform their promises in regard to the things I wanted. We had not been long ashore before we found that they had promised more than they ever intended to perform. For, instead of finding buffaloes upon the beach, we did not so much as see one, or the least preparations making for bringing any down, either by the Dutch factor or the king. The former pretended he had been very ill all night, and told us that he had had a letter from the governor of Concordia in Timor, acquainting him that a ship, meaning us, had lately passed that island, and that if she should touch at this, and be in want of anything, he was to supply her. But he was not to suffer her to make any stay, nor to distribute, or leave behind her to be distributed, any valuable presents to the inferior natives. This we looked upon to be affection that hardly answered any purpose, unless it was leading us see how the Dutch had insinuated themselves into favour with these people, which never could be his intention. However, both he and the king still promised we should have what we wanted, but pretended the buffaloes were far in the country, and could not be brought down before night. With these excuses we were obliged to be satisfied. The king gave us a dinner of boiled pork and rice, served up in baskets after their manner, and palm wine to drink. With this, and some of our own liquor, we fared tolerable well. After we had dined our servants were called in to partake of what remained, which was more than they could eat. Thursday, 20th. We stayed at the King's Palace all the afternoon, and at last were obliged to return on board without doing anything farther than a promise of having some buffaloes in the morning, which we had now no great reason to rely on. In the morning I went on shore again, and was showed one small buffalo, which they asked 5 guineas for. I offered 3, which the man told me he would gladly take, and sent a message to the king to let him know what I had offered. The messenger soon returned, and let me know that I could not have it under 5 guineas, and this I refused to give, knowing it was not worth 1/5 part of the money. But this, my refusal, had like to have overset all we had before done, for soon after about 100 men, some armed with muskets, others with lances, came down to the landing place. Besides the officer that commanded this party, there came along with them a man who spoke Portuguese, and I believe was born of Portuguese parents. This man is here, as we afterwards understood, as an assistant to the Dutch factor. He delivered to me the king's order, or rather those of the Dutch factor, the purport of which was that we were to stay no longer than this day, pretending that the people would not trade with us because we wanted their provisions for nothing, etc. Whereas the natives shewed the greatest inclination imaginable to supply us with whatever they had, and were far more desirous of goods than money, and were, before this man came, selling us fowls and syrup as fast as they could bring these things down. From this and other circumstances we were well assured that this was all the Dutchman's doing, in order to extort from us a sum of money to put into his own pocket. There happened to be an old Rajah at this time upon the beach, whose interest I had secured in the morning by presenting him with a spyglass. This man I now took by the hand, and presented him with an old broadsword. This effectually secured him in our interest, for the moment he got it he began to flourish it over the old Portuguese, and made him and the officer commanded the party to sit down at his backside. Immediately after this trade was restored again for fowls, etc., with more spirit than ever, but before I could begin a trade for buffaloes, which was what we most wanted, I was obliged to give 10 guineas for 2, one of which weighed only 160 pounds. After this I bought 7 more at a more reasonable price, one of which we lost after he was paid for. I might now have purchased as many as I pleased, for they now drove them down to the water side by herds. But having got as many as I well knowed what to do with, and likewise a number of fowls, and a large quantity of syrup, I resolved to make no longer stay. Friday, 21st. We got under sail, and stood away to the westward along the north side of the island, and another smaller island, which lies farther to the westward, which last bore from us at noon south-southeast, distant 2 leagues. Description of Savu. Before we proceed any further it will be proper in this place to say something of the island we have been last at, which is called by the natives Savu. The middle of it lies in about the latitude of 10 degrees 35 minutes south, longitude 237 degrees 30 minutes west. It may be about 8 leagues in length from east to west, but of what breadth I know not, because I only saw the north side. There are, as I am told, 3 bays where ships can anchor. The best is on the southwest side of the southeast point. The one we lay in, called Saba, lies on the northwest side of the island. This bay is very well sheltered from the southeast trade wind, but lays wholly open to the northwest. The land of this island which bounds the sea is, in general, low, but in the middle of the island are hills of a moderate height, and the whole is agreeably diversified with woods and lawns, which afford a most pleasing prospect from the sea. We were told that the island is but indifferently watered in the dry season, especially towards the latter end of it, at which time there is no running stream upon the whole island, only small springs, which are all at a distance from the sea side. The dry seasons commences in March or April, and ends in November. The remaining 3 or 4 months they have westerly winds with rain, and this the time their crops of rice, calavances, and Indian corn are brought forth, which are articles that this island produceth. They also breed a great number of cattle, viz. buffaloes, horses, hogs, sheep, and goats. Many of the former are sent to Concordia, where they are killed and salted, in order to be sent to the more northern islands, which are under the dominion of the Dutch. Sheep and goats' flesh is dried upon this island, packed up in bales, and sent to Concordia for the same purpose. The Dutch resident, from whom we had this information, told us that the Dutch at Concordia had lately behaved so ill to the natives of Timor that they were obliged to have recourse to this island and others adjacent for provisions for their own subsistence. And likewise troops, natives of this island, to assist the Dutch against those of Timor. Besides the above productions, here are an immense number of palm trees, from which is extracted the palm wine, as it is called, a very sweet, agreeable, cooling liquor. What they do not immediately use they boil down and make syrup or sugar of, which they keep in earthen jars. Here are likewise cocoa nuts, tamarind trees, limes etc., but in no great plenty. Indigo, cotton, and cinnamon, sufficient to serve the natives. These last articles, we were told, the Dutch discouraged the growth of. The island is divided into 5 kingdoms, which have lived in peace and amity with each other for these 100 years. At present the whole island is partly under the direction of the Dutch East India Company, who have a resident or factor who constantly lives here, without whose leave the natives are not to supply any other nation with anything whatever. But the whole produce of the island, besides what serves themselves, is in a manner the property of the company. The company by way of a tribute obliged them to raise and pay annually a certain quantity of rice, Indian corn, and calavances, for which the company makes each of the kings a yearly present of a cask of arrack, and some other trifles. The livestock, sheep and goats' flesh, etc., they pay for in goods. The small islands which lie about a league to the westward of this pays annually a certain quantity of areca nuts, which is almost the only produce of that island. The island of Rot is upon the same footing as this of Savu. Both these islands, and the 3 solars, belong to the government of Concordia. From what we could learn of the island of Timor, it seems to be much upon the same footing as it was in Dampier's time, which is that the Dutch possess little more of that island than what lies under the command of the Fort Concordia. The rest is in possession either of the native Indians or the Portuguese. We were likewise told that the island of Endi belongs to the Portuguese, that the principal settlement is at Larantuka, where there is a fort and a good harbor. We were told that the Concordia, on the island Timor, is a free port for ships of any nation to touch at, where they would not only be supplied with refreshments, but naval stores also. Trading ships might probably meet with a good reception, but king's ships, I am persuaded, would be looked upon as spies. For my own part was I only in want of refreshments, and obliged to touch at any of these islands, I should prefer going to a Portuguese settlement before any of the Dutch, and when I was solicited by the officers to call at Timor, I proposed going to one of the Portuguese settlements. But this Mr. Hicks made some objections to, which was sufficient for me to lay it aside, as I had not the least inclination to touch anywhere till we arrived at Batavia, for my falling in with Savu was more chance and not design. But to return to this island, the natives of which are of a dark brown color, with long lank hair, their clothing is a piece of calico or other cotton cloth wrapped about their middle. The better sort have another pace, which they wear over their shoulders, and the most of them wear turbans or handkerchiefs tied round their heads. They eat of all the tame animals they have got, viz. hogs, horses, buffaloes, cocks and hens, dogs, cats, sheep and goats, and are esteemed much in the same order, as I have mentioned, that is, their hog flesh, which is certainly as good as any in the world, they prefer before anything else. Next to hogs, horses, and so on. Fish is not esteemed by them, and is only eat by the common or poor people, who are allowed little else of meat kind. They have a custom among them, that whenever a king dies all the cattle, etc. that are upon his estate are killed, with which the successor makes a feast, to which is invited all the principal people of the island, who stay until all is consumed. After this they every one, according to his abilities, make the young king a present, by which means he gets a fresh stock, which he is obliged to husband for some time. The other principal men make also feasts, which are as extraordinary as these, for they seldom end so long as the giver has got anything left alive upon his estate. They are said to be a people of good morals, virtuous and chaste, each man having only one wife, which he keeps for life. Fornication and adultery is hardly known among them. When a great man marries he makes presents to all his wife's relations of European and other foreign commodities to the value of 100 rix dollars. This custom the Dutch East India Company find it to their interest to encourage. They speak a language peculiar to themselves, into which the Dutch have caused the New Testament to be translated, and have introduced it, with the use of letters and writing, among them. By this means several hundred of them have been converted to Christianity, the rest are some heathens, and others of no religion at all, and yet they all stick up to the strict rules of morality. They all, both men and women, young and old, chew of the betel leaf, areca nuts, and a sort of white lime, which I believe is made from coral stone. This has such an effect upon the teeth that very few, even of the young people, have hardly any left in their heads, and those they have are as black as ink. Their houses are built on posts about 4 feet from the ground. We asked the reason why they built them so, and was told that it was only custom. They are, however, certainly the cooler for it. They are thatched with palm leaves, and the floors and sides are boarded. The man who resides upon this island in behalf of the Dutch East India Company is a German by birth. His name is Johann Christopher Lang. It is hard to say upon what footing he is here. He is so far a governor that the natives dare do nothing without his consent, and yet he can transact no sort of business with foreigners either in his own or that of the company's name, nor can it be a place of either honor or profit. He is the only white man upon the island, and has resided there ever since it has been under the direction of the Dutch, which is about 10 years. He is allowed 50 slaves, natives of the island, to attend upon him. These belong to, and are maintained by, the company. He goes the circuit of the island once in 2 months, but on what account he did not tell us. When he makes these rounds he carries with him a certain quantity of spirit to treat the great men with, which, he says, he is obliged to look well after, otherwise they would steal it and get drunk. And yet, at another time, he told us that he never knew a theft committed in the island, but some of the natives themselves contradicted him in this by stealing from us an axe. However, from their behavior to us in general I am of opinion that they are but seldom guilty of these crimes. This going round the island once in 2 months is most likely to see that the natives make the necessary preparations for fulfilling their engagements with the Dutch, and to see that the large boats or small vessels are taken proper care of, which the Dutch keep in all the bays of this island in order to collect and carry the grain, etc., to the ship which comes annually here. They are likewise employed in carrying cattle, grain, etc., to Timor, and, when not wanted, they are hauled ashore into houses or sheds built on purpose. As I have mentioned slaves, it is necessary to observe that all the great men have slaves which are the natives of the island. They can dispose of them one to another, but cannot sell them to go out of the island. The price of a slave is a good, large, fat hog, horse, etc. I have before mentioned that many of the people can speak Portuguese, but hardly any one Dutch. From this it is probable that this island was formerly under the jurisdiction of the Portuguese, though the Dutch government never owned as much, but said that the Dutch had traded here these 100 years past. This account of the economy of Savu is a good example of Cook's powers of observation. He was only 4 days at the island, and yet gives us a good idea of the place and its inhabitants. Sail from Savu. Saturday, 22nd. Winds at south-southeast, southeast, and east, a gentle breeze, which we steered west-southwest by compass. At 4 o'clock we discovered a small low island, Dama Island, bearing south-southwest, distant 3 leagues. The island hath no place in any of our charts, latitude 10 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 238 degrees 28 minutes west. At noon we were in the latitude of 11 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 239 degrees 26 minutes west. Course and distance sailed since yesterday noon, south 63 west, 67 miles. Sunday, 23rd, winds easterly, a moderate breeze, which by noon brought us into the latitude of 11 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 240 degrees 48 minutes west. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon is west, 8 miles. Monday, 24th, winds at east and southeast, a moderate breeze, and fine, pleasant weather. In the evening found the variation to be 2 degrees 44 minutes west. At noon our latitude was 11 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 242 degrees 13 minutes west. Since we have been clear of the islands we have had constantly a swell from the southward which I do not suppose is owing to the winds blowing anywhere from thence, but to the sea, being so determined by the portion of the coast of New Holland. Tuesday, 25th, moderate breezes at southeast, and clear, pleasant weather. At noon our latitude was 11 degrees 13 minutes south, and longitude 244 degrees 41 seconds west. Wednesday, 26th, winds and weather as yesterday. At noon latitude in 11 degrees 10 minutes, longitude 245 degrees 41 seconds west. Thursday 27th, winds at south-southeast, a fresh breeze. In the evening found the variation to be 3 degrees 10 minutes west. At noon we were in the longitude of 247 degrees 42 minutes west, and latitude 10 degrees 47 minutes, which is 25 miles to the northward of the log, which I know not how to account for. Friday 28th, winds at south-southeast and southeast. A fresh breeze and cloudy, with some showers of rain. At noon latitude observed 10 degrees 51 minutes south, which is agreeable to the log, longitude in 250 degrees 9 minutes, west. Saturday, 29th. Moderate breeze at southeast and clear pleasant weather, steered northwest all this day, in order to make the land of Java. At noon we were by observation in the latitude of 9 degrees 31 minutes south and longitude 251 degrees 40 minutes west. Sunday, 30th, fresh gales and fair weather. In the a.m. I took into my possession the officers, petty officers and seamen's log books and journals, at least all that I could find, and enjoined every one not to divulge where they had been. These logs are now in the Public Record Office. Mr. Green's log ends on the October 2nd. Not being an officer, Cook doubtless overlooked it at first. This log should by rights have been returned to Mr. Green, but as he died shortly after leaving Batavia, it has found its way, with the others, to the Record Office. At noon our course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon, is north 20 degrees west, 126 miles, which brought us into the latitude of 7 degrees 34 minutes south and longitude 252 degrees 23 minutes west. October 1770. Enter Sunda Strait. Monday, October 1st. First and latter parts fresh breezes at southeast and fair weather, the middle squally with lightning and rain. At 7 p.m. Being then in the latitude of Java Head, and not seeing any land, assured us that we had got too far to the westward, upon which we hauled up east-northeast, having before steered north by east. At 12 o'clock saw the land bearing east, tacked, and stood to the southwest until 4, then stood again to the eastward, having very unsettled squally weather which split the main topsail very much, and obliged us to bend the other. Many of our sails are now so bad that they will hardly stand the least puff of wind. At 6 o'clock Java Head, on the west end of Java, bore southeast by east, distant 5 leagues, soon after this saw Prince's Island, bearing east 1/2 south. At 10 o'clock saw the island of Krakatoa, the great eruption, and consequent destruction of the larger part of this island in 1883, will be remembered. It lies in the center of Sunda Strait, bearing northeast, distant 7 leagues. Prince's Island extending from south 53 degrees east to south by west, distant 3 leagues. Course and distance sailed since yesterday at noon is north 24 degrees 30 minutes east, 70 miles. Latitude in per observation, 6 degrees 29 minutes south, longitude 251 degrees 54 minutes, but either our longitude must be erroneous or the Straits of Sunda must be faultily laid down in all books and charts. But this no doubt we shall have an opportunity to settle. Cook's longitude was in error nearly 3 degrees. No lunars had been taken since they left Savu, and there is a current running westward. It is a good example of the error of dead reckoning, even with the most careful of navigators. Tuesday, 2nd. In the p.m. Had the wind at south-southeast, southeast by south and south-southeast, with which we stood to the eastward close upon a wind. At 6 o'clock the hill on Prince's Island bore southwest by south, and Krakatoa Island, north 10 miles. In this situation had 58 fathoms, standing still to the eastward. At 8 o'clock had 52 fathoms, muddy bottom, at 10:23 fathoms. By 4 in the morning we fetched close in with the Java shore in 15 fathoms, then steered along shore. At 5 it fell calm, which continued with some variable light airs until noon, at which time Anchor Point bore northeast, distant 1 league, and thwart the way island north. In the morning I sent a boat ashore to try to get some fruits for Tupia, who is very ill, and, likewise, to get some grass, etc., for the buffaloes we have still left. The boats returned with only 4 cocoa nuts, a small bunch of plantains, which they purchased of the natives for a shilling, and a few shrubs for the cattle. Wednesday, 3rd. Soon after 12 o'clock it fell quite calm, which obliged us to anchor in 18 fathoms, muddy bottom, about 2 miles from shore, where we found a strong current setting to the southwest. Not long before we anchored we saw a Dutch ship laying off Anchor Point, on board which I sent Mr. Hicks to inquire after news. It will be recollected that the Endeavour was now 2 years and 2 months from England, without the slightest chance of any news from home. We can imagine the anxiety and excitement on board on thus approaching civilization, though they had no prospect of personal letters. With the frequent communication of modern times, we can scarcely realize such circumstances, and should certainly consider them as an exceeding hardship. Upon his return he informed me that there were 2 Dutch ships from Batavia, one bound for Ceylon, and the other to the coast of Malabar, besides a small fly boat or packet, which is stationed here to carry all packets, letters, etc. From all Dutch ships to Batavia, but it seems more probable that she is stationed here to examine all ships that pass and repass these straits. We now first heard the agreeable news of His Majesty's sloop the Swallow being at Batavia about 2 years ago. The Swallow, Captain Carteret, had sailed with the Dolphin in 1766, but separated from her on emerging from the Strait of Magellan. The Dolphin had reached England some months before Cook sailed, but nothing had been heard of the Swallow, and fears were entertained of her loss. At 7 o'clock a breeze sprung up at south-southwest, with which we weighed and stood to the northeast between Thwartaway Island and the Cap. Thwartaway is an island that lies right across the fairway of Sunda Strait. The Cap is another smaller island that lies northeast of it, soundings from 18 to 26 fathoms. We had but little wind all night, and having a strong current against us, we got no further by 8 o'clock in the morning than under Bantam Point. At this time the wind came to northeast, and obliged us to anchor in 22 fathoms about 2 miles from the shore. The above point bore northeast by east, distant 1 league. Here we found a strong current setting to the northwest. In the morning we saw the Dutch packet standing after us, but after the wind shifted to the northeast she bore away. One of the Dutch captains told Mr. Hicks yesterday that the current sets constantly to the southwestward, and that it would continue to set so for a month or 6 weeks longer. In Sunda Strait. Thursday, 4th. In the p.m. Had the wind at northeast by north, which obliged us to lay fast. About 6 o'clock in the evening one of the country boats came alongside in which was the commander of the packet before mentioned. He seemed to have 2 motives for coming, one to take an account of the ship, and the other to sell us refreshments, for in the boat were turtle, fowls, birds, etc. All of which they held at a pretty high price, and had brought to a bad market, as our Sava stock was not all expended. I gave a Spanish dollar for a small turtle which weighed only 36 pounds. With respect to the ship, he wanted to know her name, the captain's, the place we came last from and were bound, as I would not see him myself. I ordered that no account should be given him from whence we came, but Mr. Hicks, who wrote the ship's name down in his book, put down from Europe. Seeing this he expressed some surprise, and said that we might write down what we pleased, for it was of no other use than for the information of such of our countrymen as might pass these straits. At 7 o'clock a light breeze sprung up at south-southeast, with which we got under sail. At 1 a.m. anchored again, having not wind to stem the current which we found to run 3 knots. At 2 o'clock we weighed again, but, finding that we lost ground, we were obliged to anchor in 18 fathoms, the island Pulo Morik, which lies close under the shore 3 miles to the westward of Bantam Point, bore southeast by south. Distance 1/2 miles. Latitude observed, 5 degrees 55 minutes south. Friday, 5th. At 5 in the p.m. we weighed with a light breeze at southwest by south, which continued not long before it fell calm, and obliged us to anchor again. At 1 o'clock we weighed with the land wind at south-southeast, which died away in the morning, and the current running strong against us we anchored in 17 fathoms. A little before this, a prow came alongside, wherein was a Dutch officer who came upon the same business as the other. He sent me down a printed paper in English containing 9 articles or questions, of which this is a copy. The commanders and officers of the ships where this paper may be presented, will be pleased to answer on the following questions, viz. 1. To what nation the ship belongs, and its name. 2. If it comes from Europe or any other place. 3. From what place it lastly departed from. 4. Whereunto designed to go. 5. What, and how many, ships of the Dutch company by departure from the last shore there laid, and their names. 6. If one or more of these ships in company with this is departed for this or any other place. 7. If during the voyage any particularity is hapned or seen. 8. If not any ships in sea, or the Straits of Sunda have seen or hailed in, and which. 9. If any other news worth attention at the place from whence the ship lastly departed or during the voyage is hapned. Batavia in the castle, the by order of the Governor-General and the Councillors of India. J. Brander Bungle, sect. The first and fourth of these questions I only answered, which when the officer saw, he made use of the very same words the other had done before, viz., that we might write what we pleased, for it was of no consequence, etc. And yet he immediately said that he must send that very paper away to Batavia by water, and that it would be there by tomorrow noon, which shows that the Governor and Councillors of India look upon such papers to be of some consequence. Be this as it may, my reason for taking notice of it in this journal, is because I am well informed that it is but a very late years that the Dutch have taken upon them to examine all ships that pass these straits. At 10 o'clock we weighed with a light breeze at southwest, but did little more than stem the current. At noon, Bantam Point, now called St. Nicholas Point, is the northwest point of Java, and forms the northeastern extreme of Sunda Strait. And Pulla Baba, in one bearing east by north, distant from the point 1½ mile. Latitude observed, 5 degrees 53 minutes south. Saturday, 6th. At 2 o'clock p.m. Finding we could not stem the current, we anchored, with the kedge anchor, under Bantam Point, where we lay until 9, at which time current made slowly to the eastward, and at the same time a light breeze springing up. We weighed and stood to the east until 10 o'clock in the a.m., when the current obliged us again to anchor in 22 fathoms, Pulla Baba bearing east by south 1/2 south, distant 3 or 4 miles. Our sounding from Bantam Point to this place was from 36 to 22 fathoms. Sunday 7th. Light air from the southward with frequent calms. At 6 o'clock p.m., weighed with a light breeze at south-southwest, which was not sufficient to stem the current, and was therefore obliged to come to again, in 15 fathoms. At 10 o'clock weighed again and stood to the eastward with the wind at south-southeast. At 11 a.m. anchored in 21 fathoms, the west end of Wapping Island bore south, distant 3 miles, and the Thousand Islands north by east 1/2 east, distant 3 or 4 miles. Found the current still set to the westward. Monday, 8th. Had it calm until 4 in the p.m. When we got the sea breeze at northeast very faint, with which we weighed and stood to the eastward, past Wapping Island, and the first island to the eastward of it. Falling little wind we were carried by the current between this last island and the second island, to the eastward of Wapping Island, where we were obliged to anchor in 30 fathoms. Being very near a ledge of rocks which spitted out from one of the islands. At 1/2 past 2 o'clock in the a.m., weighed with the land wind at south and stood out clear of the shoal, where we were again obliged to come to an anchor, having variable light winds attended with thunder and rain. At 5 o'clock the weather being fair, and a light breeze at south, we weighed, but making little or no way against the current, we soon came to again, in 28 fathoms, near a small island not laid down in the charts. Pulo Pair, Wapping Island is now known as Horn, and Pulo Pair as Ajanayan Islands. They lie, among many others, to the northwest of Batavia Roads. Bore east-northeast, distant 6 or 7 miles. While we lay here a pro came alongside, wherein were 2 Malays, who sold us 3 turtles, weighing 147 pounds, for a Spanish dollar. Some on board thought them dear, but I thought they were cheap, founding my judgment on the price the 2 Dutchmen that were on board before set upon those they had, one of which we paid $1 for, that weighed only 36 pounds. Tuesday, 9th. A little past noon weighed with a light breeze at northeast, and stood to the eastward until 5 o'clock, when, not being able to weather Pulo Pair, we anchored in 30 fathoms, the said island extending from southeast to south-southwest. Distant 1 mile. At 10 got the land wind at south, with which we weighed and stood to the east-southeast all night, depth of water, from 30 to 22 fathoms, and from 22 to 16 fathoms. When we anchored at 10 o'clock in the a.m. To wait for the sea breeze, the island of Edam bore southwest by west, distant 6 or 7 miles. At noon we weighed and stood in for Batavia Road, having the advantage of the sea breeze at north-northeast. Arrival at Batavia. Wednesday, 10th, according to our reckoning, but by the people here Thursday, 11th. At 4 o'clock in the p.m. Anchored in Batavia Road, where we found the Harcourt Indiaman from England, 2 English country ships. A country ship is a vessel under the English flag, but belonging to a port in English possessions abroad. 13 sail of large Dutch ships, and a number of small vessels. As soon as we anchored, the Endeavour took 9 days, and had to anchor 15 times, in getting from Java Head, at the entrance of Sunda Strait, to Batavia, a distance of 120 miles. I sent Lieutenant Hicks ashore to acquaint the governor of our arrival, and to make an excuse for not saluting, as we could only do it with 3 guns. I thought it was better let alone. At Batavia. The carpenter now delivered me in the defects of the ship, of which the following is a copy. The defects of His Majesty's bark Endeavour, Lieutenant James Cook, Commander. The ship very leaky, as she makes from 12 to 6 inches water per hour, occasioned by her main keel being wounded in many places and the scarf of her stem being very open. The false keel gone beyond the midships, from forward and perhaps further, as I had no opportunity of seeing for the water when hauled ashore for repair. Wounded on her starboard side under the main chains, where I imagine is the greatest leaks, but could not come at it for the water. 1 pump on the starboard side useless, the others decayed within 1½ inch of the bore, otherwise masts, yards, boats, and hull in pretty good condition. Dated in Batavia Road. This 10th of October, 1770. J. Satterley. Previous to the above, I had consulted with the carpenter and all the other officers concerning the leak, and they were all unanimously of opinion that it was not safe to proceed to Europe without first seeing her bottom. Accordingly I resolved to apply for leave to heave her down at this place, and, as I understood that this was to be done in writing, I drew up the following request to be presented to the governor, etc., etc. Lieutenant James Cook, Commander of His Britannic Majesty's bark Endeavour, requests of the Right Honourable Petrus Albertus van der Para, Governor-General, etc., 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 the indulgence of the following articles, viz. Firstly, that he may be allowed a proper and convenient place to heave down and repair His Britannic Majesty's ship under his command. Secondly, that he may have leave to purchase such few trifling naval stores as he may be in want of. Thirdly, that he may be permitted daily to purchase such provisions as he may want, also such an additional quantity as may enable him to proceed on his passage home to England. Dated on board His Britannic Majesty's bark Endeavour, in Batavia Road, the October 11th, 1770. James Cook. In the morning I went on shore myself and had the foregoing request translated into Dutch by a Scotch gentleman, a merchant here. Friday, 12th. At 5 o'clock p.m. I was introduced to the Governor-General, who received me very politely and told me that I should have everything I wanted, and that in the morning my request should be laid before the council where I was desired to attend. About 9 o'clock in the evening we had much rain, with some very heavy claps of thunder, one of which carried away a Dutch Indiaman's main mast by the deck, and split it, the main topmast and topgallant mast all to shivers. She had had an iron spindle at the main topgallant mast head which had first attracted the lightning. The ship lay about 2 cable lengths from us, and we were struck with the thunder at the same time, and in all probability we should have shared the same fate as the Dutchman, had it not been for the electrical chain which we had but just before got up. This carried the lightning or electrical matter over the side clear of the ship. The shock was so great as to shake the whole ship very sensibly. This instance alone is sufficient to recommend these chains to all ships whatever, and that of the Dutchman ought to caution people from having iron spindles at their mast heads. No instance is known of ships fitted with properly constructed lightning conductors having received any damage. At Batavia. In the morning I went on shore to the council chamber and laid my request before the governor and council, who gave me for answer that I should have everything I wanted. Saturday, 13th. Received on board a cask of arrack and some greens for the ship's company. Sunday, 14th. Early this morning a ship sailed from hence for Holland, by which I had just time to write 2 or 3 lines to Mr. Stevens, Secretary of the Admiralty, to acquaint him of our arrival, after which I went on shore and waited upon the Shabander, who has the direction of the town, port, etc. to get an order to the superintendent at Onrust to receive us at that island, but this, I was told, would not be ready before Tuesday next. Received from the shore fresh beef and greens for the ship's company. Monday, 15th. Fresh sea and land breezes and fair weather. I had forgot to mention, that upon our arrival here I had not one man upon the sick list. Lieutenant Hicks, Mr. Green, and Tupia were the only people that had any complaints occasioned by a long continuance at sea. This was an achievement indeed, and Cook records it in this simple observation. Of the many ships which had arrived at Batavia after voyages across the Pacific, none but had come to an anchor with crews decimated and enfeebled through scurvy. Hawkesworth mentions, probably on the authority of Banks, that when passing Torres Straits there were several incipient cases of this disease in the Endeavour. The fresh provisions obtained at Savu probably dissipated these symptoms, if they were symptoms, but Mr. Perry, the surgeon, in his report, given in the introduction, distinctly states that there were no cases after leaving Tahiti. Tuesday, 16th. Finding, by a strict inquiry, that there were no private person or persons in the place that could at this time advance me a sufficient sum of money to defray the charge I might be at in repairing and refitting the ship at least, if there were any. They would be afraid to do it without leave from the governor, wherefore I had nothing left but to apply to the governor himself, and accordingly drew up the following request, which I laid before the governor and council this morning. In consequence of which the Shabander had orders to supply me with what money I wanted out of the company's treasure. Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Britannic Majesty's bark the Endeavour, begs leave to represent to His Excellency the Right Honourable Petrus Albertus van der Para, Governor-General, etc., that he will be in want of a sum or sums of money in order to defray the charge he will be at in repairing and refitting His Britannic Majesty's ship at this place. Which sum or sums of money he is directed by his instructions, and empowered by his commission, to give bills of exchange on the respective offices which superintend His Britannic Majesty's Navy. The said Lieutenant James Cook requests of His Excellency, that he will be pleased to order him to be supplied with such sum or sums of money, either out of the company's treasure, or permit such private persons to do it as may be willing to advance money for bills of exchange on the honourable and principal officers and commissioners of His Britannic Majesty's Navy, the commissioners for victualling His Majesty's Navy, and the commissioners for taking care of the sick and hurt. Dated on board His Britannic Majesty's bark the Endeavour, in Batavia Road, the 16th of October, 1770. James Cook. Wednesday, 17th. In the p.m. I waited upon the superintendent of Onrust, with an order from the Shabander, to receive us at that island, but this order, the superintendent told me, was not sufficient to empower him to give me the conveniences and assistance I wanted. And when I came to call upon the Shabander, I found this mistake was owing to the word heave down being wrong translated. This circumstance, trifling as it is, will cause a delay of some days, as it cannot be set to rights until next council day, which is not till Friday. Thursday, 18th. In the p.m. Received on board 2 live oxen, 150 gallons of arrack, 3 barrels of tar, and 1 of pitch, at daylight in the AM took up our anchor and run down to Onrust. At 9 anchored in 7 fathoms off Cooper's Island, which lies close to Onrust. There are wharfs at both of these islands, and ships land their stores, sometimes on the one and sometimes on the other, but it is only at Onrust where the proper conveniences are for heaving down. Soon after we anchored I went on shore to the officer of the yard, to see if they could not allow us some place to land our stores, but this could not be granted without orders. Friday, 19th. In the p.m. I sent a petty officer to Mr. Hicks, who lodges ashore at Batavia for the recovery of his health, with orders to desire him to wait upon the Shabander, in order to get the necessary orders respecting us dispatched to this place as soon as possible. Saturday, 20th. Employed unrigging the ship, etc. Sunday, 21st. In the p.m. orders came down to the officers of the yard to comply with everything I wanted, but we could not yet get a wharf to land our stores, they being all taken up by shipping. Monday, 22nd. In the AM 2 ships went from the wharfs at Cooper's Island, when we prepared to go alongside one of them. Facsimile of Tuesday, October 23, 1770. Tuesday, 23rd. In the p.m. Hauled alongside one of the wharfs, in order to take out our stores, etc. After which the ship is to be delivered into the charge of the proper officers at Onrust, who will, as I am informed, heave her down, and repair her, with their own people, while ours must stand and look on, who, if we were permitted, could do everything wanting to the ship ourselves. Here Mr. Corner's copy of the journal ends abruptly. The record for the next day explains the reason, and there is no doubt that this was the copy of the journal sent home. The Queen's copy ends on October 10th. The remainder of the journal is taken from the Admiralty copy. Report sent home from Batavia. Wednesday, 24th, employed clearing the ship, having a storehouse to put our stores, etc., in. In the p.m. I went up to town in order to put on board the first Dutch ship that sails, a paquet for the Admiralty containing a copy of my journal, a chart of the South Sea, another of New Zealand, and one of the east coast of New Holland. In the morning the General, accompanied by the Water Fiscal, some of the Council, and the Commodore, each in their respective boats, went out into the road on board the oldest captain, in order to appoint him Commodore of the fleet, ready to sail for Holland. The ships was drawn up in 2 lines, between which the General passed to the new Commodore's ship, which lay the farthest out. Each ship as he passed and repassed gave him 3 cheers, and as soon as he was on board, and the Dutch flag hoisted at the main topmast head, the other Commodore saluted him with 21 guns, and immediately after struck his broad pendant, which was again hoisted as soon as the General left the other ship. He was then saluted with 17 guns by the new-made Commodore, who now hoisted a common pendant. This ceremony of appointing a Commodore over the Grand Fleet, as they call it, we were told is yearly performed. I went out in my boat on purpose to see it, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, because we were told it was one of the grandest sights Batavia afforded, that may be too, and yet it did not recompense us for our trouble. I thought that the whole was but ill conducted, and the fleet appeared to be very badly manned. This fleet consists of 10 or 12 stout ships. Not only these, but all or most of their other ships are pierced for 50 guns, but have only their upper tier mounted, and these are more by half than they have men to fight. Thursday, 25th. In the evening I sent the Admiralty packet on board the Kronenberg, Captain Frederick Kelger, Commodore, who, together with another ship, sails immediately for the Cape, where she waits for the remainder of the fleet. The following letter to the Secretary of the Admiralty, now in Public Record Office, was also dispatched. To Philip Stevens, Esq. Sir. Please to acquaint my Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty that I left Rio de Janeiro the 8th of December, 1768, and on the 16th of January following arrived in Success Bay in Straits La Mer, where we recruited our wood and water. On the 21st of the same month we quitted Straits La Mer, and arrived at George's Island on the 13th of April. In our passage to this island I made a far more westerly track than any ship had ever done before. Yet it was attended with no discovery until we arrived within the tropic, where we discovered several islands. We met with as friendly a reception by the natives of George's Island as I could wish, and I took care to secure ourselves in such a manner as to put it out of the power of the whole island to drive us off. Some days preceding the 3rd of June I sent Lieutenant Hicks to the eastern part of this island, and Lieutenant Gore to York Island, with others of the officers, Mr. Green having furnished them with instruments, to observe the transit of Venus, that we may have the better chance of succeeding should the day prove unfavorable. But in this we were so fortunate that the observations were everywhere attended with every favorable circumstance. It was the 13th of July before I was ready to quit this island, after which I spent near a month in exploring some other islands which lay to the westward, before we steered to the southward. On the 14th of August we discovered a small island laying in the latitude of 22 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 150 degrees 47 minutes west. After quitting this island I steered to the south, inclining a little to the east, until we arrived in the latitude 40 degrees 12 minutes south, without seeing the least signs of land. After this I steered to the westward, between the latitude of 30 and 40 degrees until the 6th of October, on which day we discovered the east coast of New Zealand, which I found to consist of 2 large islands, extending from 34 to 48 degrees of south latitude, both of which I circumnavigated. On the 1st of April, 1770, I quitted New Zealand, and steered to the westward, until I fell in with the east coast of New Holland, in the latitude of 30 degrees south. I coasted the shore of this country to the north, putting in at such places as I saw convenient, until we arrived in the latitude of 15 degrees 45 minutes south, where, on the night of the 10th of June, we struck upon a reef of rocks, where we lay 23 hours, and received some very considerable damage. This proved a fatal stroke to the remainder of the voyage, as we were obliged to take shelter in the first port we met with, where we were detained repairing the damage we had sustained until the 4th of August. And after all put to sea with a leaky ship, and afterwards coasted the shore to the northward through the most dangerous navigation that perhaps ever ship was in, until the 22nd of same month, when, being in the latitude of 10 degrees 30 minutes south, we found a passage into the Indian Sea between the northern extremity of New Holland and New Guinea. After getting through the passage I stood for the coast of New Guinea, which we made on the 29th. But as we found it absolutely necessary to heave the ship down to stop her leaks before we proceeded home, I made no stay here, but quitted this coast on the 30th of September, and made the best of my way to Batavia, where we arrived on the 10th instant, and soon after obtained leave of the Governor and Council to be hove down at Onrust, where we have but just got alongside of the wharf in order to take out our stores, etc. I send herewith a copy of my journal, containing the proceedings of the whole voyage, together with such charts as I have had time to copy, which I judge will be sufficient for the present to illustrate said journal. In this journal I have with undisguised truth and without gloss inserted the whole transactions of the voyage, and made such remarks and have given such descriptions of things as I thought was necessary in the best manner I was capable of. Although the discoveries made in this voyage are not great, yet I flatter myself they are such as may merit the attention of their lordships. And although I have failed in discovering the so much talked of southern continent, which perhaps do not exist, and which I myself had much at heart, yet I am confident that no part of the failure of such discovery can be laid to my charge. Had we been so fortunate not to have run ashore, much more would have been done in the latter part of the voyage than what was, but as it is, I presume this voyage will be found as complete as any before made to the South Seas on the same account. The plans I have drawn of the places I have been at were made with all the care and accuracy that time and circumstances would admit of. Thus far I am certain that the latitude and longitude of few parts of the world are better settled than these. In this I was very much assisted by Mr. Green, who let slip no one opportunity for making of observations for settling the longitude during the whole course of the voyage, and the many valuable discoveries made by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander in natural history, and other things useful to the learned world, cannot fail of contributing very much to the success of the voyage. In justice to the officers and the whole crew, I must say they have gone through the fatigues and dangers of the whole voyage with that cheerfulness and alertness that will always do honor to British seamen. And I have the satisfaction to say that I have not lost one man by sickness during the whole voyage. I hope that the repairs wanting to the ship will not be so great as to detain us any length of time. You may be assured that I shall make no unnecessary delay either here or at any other place, but shall make the best of my way home. I have the honor to be with the greatest respect, Sir, your most obedient humble servant. Signed, James Cook. Endeavour bark, at Onrust, near Batavia, the 23rd of October, 1770. Although the discoveries made in this voyage are not great. In these modest words does Cook describe his work. I read them to mean that with his love of accuracy he did not wish to claim his explorations of New Zealand and the east coast of Australia as discoveries, as it was already known that lands existed there. But seeing how little was known, and how completely he did his work, there are but few men who would have refrained from classing them, as indeed he truly might have, as discoveries. Friday, 26th. Set up the ship's tent for the reception of the ship's company. Several of them begin to be taken ill, owing, as I suppose, to the extreme hot weather. Heaving down at Batavia. Saturday, 27th, employed getting out stores, ballast, etc. Sunday, 28th, employed as above. Monday, 29th, Tuesday, 30th, Wednesday, 31st, employed clearing the ship. November 1770. Thursday, November 1st. Got everything out of the ship, and all clear for going alongside of the careening. But about noon I received a message from the officer at Onrust acquainting me that they could not receive us there until they had first dispatched the ships bound to Europe, which were down here taking in pepper. Friday, 2nd, Saturday, 3rd, Sunday, 4th, employed overhauling the rigging, and making rope, making and repairing sails. Monday, 5th, clear, hot sultry weather. In the a.m. transported the ship over to Onrust, alongside one of the careening wharfs. Tuesday, 6th. In the a.m. the officers of the yard took the ship in hand, and sent on board a number of carpenters, caulkers, riggers, slaves, etc. to make ready to heave down. Wednesday, 7th, employed getting ready to heave down in the p.m. We had the misfortune to lose Mr. Monkhouse, the surgeon, who died at Batavia of a fever after a short illness, of which disease and others several of our people are daily taken ill, which will make his loss be the more severely felt. He was succeeded by Mr. Perry, his mate, who is equally as well skilled in his profession. Thursday, 8th. In the night had much thunder, lightning, and rain, during the day fair weather, which gave us time to get everything in readiness for heaving down. Friday, 9th. In the p.m. hove the larboard side of the ship, keel out, and found her bottom to be in a far worse condition than we expected. The false keel was gone to within 20 feet of the stern post, the main keel wounded in many places very considerably, a great quantity of sheathing off, and several planks much damaged, especially under the main chenelle near the keel, where 2 planks and a half, near 6 feet in length, were within 1/8 of an inch of being cut through. And here the worms had made their way quite into the timbers, so that it was a matter of surprise to every one who saw her bottom how we had kept her above water, and yet in this condition we had sailed some hundreds of leagues. In as dangerous a navigation as in any part of the world, happy in being ignorant of the continual danger we were in. In the evening righted the ship, having only time to patch up some of the worst places to prevent the water getting in large quantities for the present. In the morning hove her down again, and most of the carpenters and caulkers in the yard, which are not a few, were set to work upon her bottom, and at the same time a number of slaves were employed bailing the water out of the hold. Our people, although they attend, were seldom called upon. Indeed, by this time we were so weak-kneed by sickness that we could not muster above 20 men and officers that were able to do duty, so little should we have been able to have hove her down and repaired her ourselves, as I at one time thought us capable of. Saturday, 10th. In the p.m. we were obliged to righten the ship before night, by reason of her making water in her upper works faster than we could free. It made it necessary to have her weather works inside and out caulked, which before was thought unnecessary. Sunday, 11th. In the a.m. Having caulked her upper works, hove out the larboard side again, which a number of workmen were employed repairing. Monday, 12th. In the p.m. finished the larboard side, and in the a.m. began to get ready to heave out the other. Tuesday, 13th. This day they hove the starboard side keel out, which we found very little damaged, and was therefore soon done with. Wednesday, 14th. Employed clearing the ship of the careening gear, her bottom being now thoroughly repaired, and very much to my satisfaction. In justice to the officers and workmen of this yard, I must say that I do not believe that there is a marine yard in the world where work is done with more alertness than here. Or where there are better conveniences for heaving ships down both in point of safety and dispatch. Here they heave down by 2 masts, which is not now practiced by the English, but I hold it to be much safer and more expeditious than by heaving down by 1 mast. A man must not only be strongly bigot to his own customs, but in some measure divested of reason, that will not allow this, after seeing with how much ease and safety the Dutch at Onrust heave down their largest ships. Thursday, 15th. In the a.m. transported the ship from Onrust to Cooper's Island, and moored her alongside the wharf. Friday, 16th, employed taking in coals and ballast, sent one of the decayed pumps up to Batavia to have a new one made by it. Saturday, 17th, Sunday, 18th, Monday, 19th, Tuesday, 20th, Wednesday, 21st, Thursday, 22nd, Friday, 23rd, Saturday, 24th, Sunday, 25th. Employed rigging the ship, getting on board stores and water, which last we have sent from Batavia at the rate of 6 shillings and 8 pence a leaguer, or 150 gallons. We are now become so sickly that we seldom can muster above 12 or 14 hands to do duty. Monday, 26th. In the night had much rain, after which the westerly monsoons set in, which blow here generally in the night from the southwest or from the land, in the day from the northwest or north. Tuesday, 27th, Wednesday, 28th, Thursday, 29th, Friday, 30th, December 1770. Saturday, December 1st, Sunday, 2nd, Monday, 3rd, Tuesday, 4th, Wednesday, 5th, Thursday, 6th, Friday, 7th. Employed getting on board stores, provisions, water, rigging the ship, repairing and bending the sails. On the last of these days, having got all the sick on board, and every other thing from the island, we hauled off from the wharf with a design to run up to Batavia Road, but the wind proving scant obliged us to lay at anchor. At Batavia. Saturday, 8th, fresh breezes westerly, and fair weather. At 10 a.m. wait and run up to Batavia Road, where we anchored in 4½ fathoms water. Sunday, 9th. First and latter parts ditto weather, middle squally with rain. In the p.m. sent on shore a boat load of empty casks, and at the same time went myself in order to forward the things we wanted, and in the evening sent on board the new pump, with some other stores that were immediately wanting. Monday, 10th. For the most part squally, with rain, the people employed scraping the paint work. Tuesday, 11th, Wednesday, 12th, Thursday, 13th, Friday, 14th. For the most part of these days fair weather. Employed taking on board provisions and water. This last is put on board at 5 shillings a leaguer or 150 gallons. Saturday, 15th. In the p.m. anchored here the Earl of Elgin, Captain Cook, an English East India Company ship from Madras, bound to China, but having lost her passage, put in here to wait for the next season. Sunday, 16th, Monday, 17th, employed taking on board provisions. Scraping and painting the ship. Tuesday, 18th, gentle breezes and fair weather. Anchored here the Phoenix, Captain Black, an English country ship from Bencoolen. Wednesday, 19th, Thursday, 20th, Friday, 21st, Saturday, 22nd, Sunday, 23rd, Monday, 24th, fresh breezes, and for the most part fair weather. Completed taking on board provisions, water, etc., and getting the ship ready for sea. Tuesday, 25th. Having now completely refitted the ship, and taken in a sufficient quantity of provisions of all kinds, I this afternoon took leave of the General, and such others of the principal gentlemen as I had any connection with. All of whom upon every occasion gave me all the assistance I required. A small dispute, however, now happened between me and some of the Dutch naval officers about a seaman that had run from one of the Dutch ships in the road, and entered on board mine. This man the General demanded as a subject of Holland, and I promised to deliver him up provided he was not an English subject, and sent the necessary orders on board for that purpose. In the morning the Commodore's captain came and told me that he had been on board my ship for the man, but that the officer had refused to give him up, alleging that he was an Englishman, and that he, the captain, was just then come from the General to demand the man of me as a Danish subject, he standing upon their ship's books as born at Elsinore. I told him that I believed there must be some mistake in the General's message, for I apprehended he would not demand a Danish seaman from me who had committed no other crime than preferring the English service before that of the Dutch. But to convince him how unwilling I was to disoblige any one concerned, I had sent orders on board to deliver the man to him in case he was found to be a foreigner. But as that was not done I suspected that the man was a subject of England, and if I found him to be such I was resolved to keep him. Soon after this I received a letter from Mr. Hicks, which I carried to the Shabander, and desired that it might be shown to the General, and at the same time to acquaint him that, after my having such unanswerable proof of the man's being an English subject, as was mentioned in that letter, it was impossible for me to deliver him up. After this I heard no more about it. Wednesday, 26th. In the p.m. myself, Mr. Banks, and all the gentlemen came on board, and at 6 a.m. weighed and came to sail with a light breeze at southwest. The Elgin Indiaman saluted us with 3 cheers and 13 guns, and soon after the garrison with 14, both of which we returned. Soon after this the sea breeze set in at north by west, which obliged us to anchor just without the ships in the road. The number of sick on board at this time amounts to 40 or upwards, and the rest of the ship's company are in a weakly condition, having been every one sick except the sailmaker, an old man about 70 or 80 years of age. And what is still more extraordinary in this man is his being generally more or less drunk every day. But notwithstanding this general sickness, we lost but 7 men in the whole, the surgeon, 3 seamen, Mr. Green's servant, and Tupia and his servant, both of which fell a sacrifice to this unwholesome climate before they had reached the object of their wishes. Tupia's death, indeed, cannot be said to be owing wholly to the unwholesome air of Batavia. The long want of a vegetable diet, which he had all his life before been used to, had brought upon him all the disorders attending a sea life. He was a shrewd, sensible, ingenious man, but proud and obstinate, which often made his situation on board both disagreeable to himself and those about him, and tended much to promote the diseases which put a period to his life. It is rather curious that Cook does not here record his sense of the value of Tupia's services as interpreter, which he has before alluded to in the journal. There is no doubt that his presence on board and the ship was in New Zealand was the greatest advantage, affording a means of communication with the natives, which prevented the usual gross misunderstandings which arise as to the object of the visit of an exploring ship. Without him, even with Cook's humane intention and good management, friendly relations would have been much more difficult to establish. Description of Batavia. Batavia is a place that hath been so often visited by Europeans, and so many accounts of it extant, that any description I could give would seem unnecessary. Besides, I have neither abilities nor materials sufficient for such an undertaking, for whoever gives a faithful account of this place must in many things contradict all the authors I have had an opportunity to consult. But this task I shall leave to some abler hand, and only take notice of such things that seem to me necessary for seamen to know. The city of Batavia is situated on a low flat near the sea, in the bottom of a large bay of the same name, which lies on the north side of Java, about 8 leagues from the Straits of Sunda. It lies in 6 degrees 10 minutes south latitude, and 106 degrees 50 minutes east longitude from the meridian of Greenwich, settled by astronomical observations made on the spot by the Reverend Mr. Moore, who has built a very elegant observatory, which is as well furnished with instruments as most in Europe. Most of the streets in the city have canals of water running through them, which unite into one stream about 1/2 a mile before they discharge themselves into the sea. This is about 100 feet broad, and is built far enough out into the sea to have at its entrance a sufficient depth of water to admit small craft, luggage boats, etc. The communication between the sea and the city is by this canal alone, and this only in the day, for it is shut up every night by a boom, through which no boats can pass from about 6 o'clock in the evening to between 5 and 6 the next morning. Here stands the custom house, where all goods, either imported or exported, pay the customary duties, at least, an account is here taken of them, and nothing can pass without a permit, whether it pays duty or no. All kinds of refreshments, naval stores, and sea provisions are to be had here, but there are few articles but what bear a very high price, especially if you take them of the company, which you are obliged to do if you want any quantity. That is, of such articles as they monopoly to themselves, which are all manner of naval stores and salted provisions. The road of Batavia, or place where shipping anchor, lies right before the city, and is so large as to contain any number of shipping. You anchor with the dome of the great church, bearing about south in 7, 6, or 5 fathoms water, about 1½ or 2 miles from the shore, and nearer you cannot come with large ships, by reason of a mud bank which lines all the shore of the bay. The ground that you anchor in is of such a nature that the anchors buries themselves so deep that it is with difficulty they are got out, for this reason ships always lays at single anchor, being in no manner of danger of fouling them. You lay apparently open to the winds from the northwest to the east-northeast, but the sea that is caused by these winds is a good deal broke before it reaches the road by the small islands and shoals without. These shoals have all of them either buoys or beacons upon them. But if these guides should be moved, there is a very good chart of this bay in the coast of Java as far as the Straits of Sunda, bound up in the English East India Pilot, sold by Mount and Page. In this chart everything seems to be very accurately delineated. Fresh water and wood for fuel must be purchased here. The water is put on board the ship in the road at a Spanish dollar, or 5 shillings a leaguer, containing 150 gallons. But if sent to Onrust, which is 1 league from the road, it cost a duc a ton, or 6 shillings 8 pence. The supplying shipping with water, especially foreigners, is a perquisite of the Commodore, who is always an officer in the state service, but acts here under the company. He takes care to tell you that the water is very good, and will keep sweet at sea, whereas everybody else tells you that it is not so. Be this as it will, Batavia is certainly a place that Europeans need not covet to go to. But if necessity obliges them, they will do well to make their stay as short as possible, otherwise they will soon feel the effects of the unwholesome air of Batavia, which, I firmly believe, is the death of more Europeans than any other place upon the globe of the same extent. Such, at least, is my opinion of it, which is founded on facts. We came in here with as healthy a ship's company as need go to sea, and after a stay of not quite 3 months left it in the condition of an hospital ship, besides the loss of 7 men. And yet all the Dutch captains I had an opportunity to converse with said that we had been very lucky, and wondered that we had not lost half our people in that time. Batavia bears an evil reputation for health to this day. But it must be remembered that the Endeavour lay there during the rainy or most unhealthy season. Chapter 10. Batavia to Cape of Good Hope. December 1770. Thursday, 27th, moderate breezes at west and northwest, with fair weather. At 6 a.m. Weighed, and stood out to sea, at noon the island of Edom bore north by east, distant 3 miles. Friday, 28th, winds variable between the north and west. At 6 in the evening anchored in 13 fathoms, Edom Island bearing east, distant 1½ miles. At daylight in the morning weighed again, and kept plying to windward between Edom and Duffin's Island, but gained very little owing to the variableness of the winds. Saturday, 29th. In the p.m. Anchored in 12 fathoms water in the evening until daylight, when we got again under sail, with the wind at west-southwest, and stood out northwest for the Thousand Islands. Before noon the wind veered to northwest, and we endeavored to turn through between Pulo Pair and Wapping Island. Sunday, 30th. After making a short trip to the northeast, we tacked, and weathered Pulo Pair, and stood in for the main, having the wind at northwest, a fresh breeze. We fetched Man-Eater's Island, a small island laying under the main midway between Batavia and Bantam. After making a trip to the northeast, and finding that we lost ground, we stood in shore again and anchored in 13 fathoms. The above-mentioned island bearing southwest by west, distant 1 mile, and in one with Bantam Hill. At 7 a.m. weighed, with the wind at west-southwest, and stood to the northwest, and weathered Wapping Island, having the current in our favor. Monday, 31st. At 1 p.m. the wind veered to the northward. We tack and stood to the westward, and weathered Pulo Baby. In the evening anchored between this island and Bantam Bay, the island bearing north, distant 2 miles, and Bantam Point west, at 5 a.m. Weighed with the wind at west by south, which afterwards proved variable, at noon Bantam Point southwest 1/2 west, distant 3 leagues. January, 1771. Tuesday, 1st. In the p.m. Stood over for the Sumatra shore, having the wind at south-southwest, a fresh breeze, and the current in our favor. But this last shifted and set to the eastward in the evening, and obliged us to anchor in 30 fathoms, under the islands which lay off Verican's Point, which point constitutes the narrowest part of the Straits of Sunda. Here we found the current set to the southwest the most part of the night, at 5 a.m. weighed with the wind at northwest, and stood to the southwest between the island Thwartaway and Sumatra. The wind soon after coming to the westward we stood over for the Java shore. At noon the south point of Peeper Bay bore southwest by south, and Anger Point northeast 1/2 east, distant 2 leagues, tacked and stood to the northwest. Wednesday, 2nd. First and middle parts fresh breezes at southwest, and fair the remainder, squally with rain, plying to windward between Krakatoa and the Java shore without gaining anything. Thursday, 3rd. In the p.m. Had it very squally, with heavy showers of rain, at 7:30 anchored in 19 fathoms, Krakatoa Island southwest, distance 3 leagues. In the morning came to sail, having very squally variable weather, at noon Krakatoa west 2 leagues. Friday, 4th. Most part of these 24 hours squally, rainy weather, winds variable between the north-northwest and south-southwest, at 5 p.m. anchored in 28 fathoms water, Krakatoa west, distant 3 miles. Some time after the wind veered to northwest, with which we got under sail, but the wind dying away we advanced but little to the southwest before noon, at which time Prince's Island bore southwest, distance 8 or 9 leagues. Saturday, 5th. Had fresh breezes at southwest, with squally, rainy weather until the evening, when it clear up, and the wind veered to south and southeast, with which we stood to the southwest all night. In the morning the wind veered to northeast, which was still in our favor. At noon Prince's Island bore west 1/2 south, distant 3 leagues. At anchor. Prince's Island, Sunda Strait. Sunday, 6th. At 3 o'clock in the p.m. Anchored under the southeast side of Prince's Island in 18 fathoms water, in order to recruit our wood and water, and to procure refreshments for the people, which are now in a much worse state of health than when we left Batavia. After coming to an anchor I went on shore to look at the watering place, and to speak with the natives, some of whom were upon the beach. I found the watering place convenient, and the water to all appearance good, provided proper care is taken in the filling of it. The natives seemed inclined to supply us with turtle, fowls, etc. Articles that I intended laying in as great a stock as possible for the benefit of the sick, and to suffer every one to purchase what they pleased for themselves, as I found these people as easy to traffic with as Europeans. In the morning sent the gunner ashore with some hands to fill water, while others were employed putting the whole to rights, sending on shore empty casks, etc. Served turtle to the ship's company. Yesterday was the only salt meat day they have had since our arrival at Java, which is now near 4 months. Monday, 7th. From this day till Monday 14th we were employed wooding and watering, being frequently interrupted by heavy rains. Having now completed both we hoisted in the long boat, and made ready to put to sea, having on board a pretty good stock of refreshments, which we purchased of the natives, such as turtle, fowls, fish, 2 species of deer. One about as big as a small sheep, the other no bigger than a rabbit. Both sorts eat very well, but are only for present use, as they seldom lived above 24 hours in our possession. We likewise got fruit of several sorts, such as cocoa nuts, plantains, limes, etc. The trade on our part was carried on chiefly with money, Spanish dollars, the natives set but little value upon anything else. Such of our people as had not this article traded with old shirts, etc., at a great disadvantage. Batavia to Cape Town. Tuesday, 15th. Had variable light airs of wind, with which we could not get under sail until the morning, when we weighed with a light breeze at northeast, which was soon succeeded by a calm. Wednesday, 16th. Had it calm all p.m., which at 5 o'clock obliged us to anchor under the south point of Prince's Island, the said point bearing southwest by west, distance 2 miles. At 8 o'clock in the a.m. a light breeze sprung up at north, with which we weighed and stood out to sea. At noon Java Head bore southeast by south, distance 2 leagues, and the west point of Prince's Island north-northwest, distance 5 leagues. Latitude observed 6 degrees 45 minutes south. Java Head, from which I take my departure, lies in the latitude of 6 degrees 49 minutes south, and longitude 255 degrees 12 minutes west from the meridian of Greenwich. Deduced from several astronomical observations made at Batavia by the Reverend Mr. Moore. The true longitude of Java Head is 254 degrees 49 minutes west. Thursday, 17th, little wind and fair at 6 p.m. Java Head bore east-northeast, distant 4 or 5 leagues, at 6 a.m. it bore north-northeast, 12 leagues. Wind northeast. Course south 27 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 48 miles, latitude 7 degrees 32 minutes south, longitude 255 degrees 35 minutes west. Friday, 18th light airs and calms, with showers of rain. Wind variable. Course southwest 1/2 south. Distance 30 miles, latitude 7 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 255 degrees 54 minutes west. Saturday, 19th. For the most part of these 24 hours had little wind and fair weather. Wind westerly, course south 3 degrees east, distance 53 miles. Latitude 8 degrees 48 minutes south, longitude 255 degrees 51 minutes west. Sunday, 20th light airs and calms, with some showers of rain. Saw 2 sail in the northwest quarter standing to the southwest, one of them shewed Dutch colors. Wind northwesterly, course south 44 degrees west, distance 36 miles, latitude 9 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 256 degrees 15 minutes west. Monday, 21st. First part little wind, the remainder a gentle breeze, the 2 sail in sight. Wind easterly, course south 57 degrees west, distance 58 miles, latitude 9 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 257 degrees 5 minutes west. Tuesday, 22nd. Little wind and fair weather. Wind southwesterly, course north 10 degrees west. Distance 17 miles, latitude 9 degrees 29 minutes south, longitude 257 degrees 8 minutes west. Wednesday, 23rd, ditto weather, a swell from the southward, and which we have had ever since we left the Straits of Sunda. Wind ditto. Course east southerly, distance 18 miles, latitude 9 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 256 degrees 50 minutes west. Thursday, 24th. First part light airs, the remainder calm. In the a.m. died John Truslove, Corporal of Marines, a man much esteemed by everybody on board. Many of our people at this time lay dangerously ill of fevers and fluxes. We are inclinable to attribute this to the water we took in at Prince's Island, and have put lime into the casks in order to purify it. Wind southwest by south to south-southeast, course south, distance 4 miles. Latitude 9 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 256 degrees 50 minutes west. Friday, 25th. Light airs and calms, hot, sultry weather. Departed this life Mr. Sporing, a gentleman belonging to Mr. Banks's retinue. Wind variable and calms. Course south 30 degrees east, distance 12 miles, latitude 9 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 256 degrees 44 minutes west. Saturday, 26th. First part little wind, the remainder calm and very hot. Set up the topmast rigging, and cleared ship between decks, and wash her with vinegar. Wind southwesterly, course southeast, distance 17 miles, latitude 9 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 256 degrees 32 minutes west. Sunday, 27th. Little wind, and sometimes calm. In the evening found the variation to be 2 degrees 51 minutes west. Departed this life Mr. Sidney Parkinson, natural history painter to Mr. Banks, and soon after John Ravenhill, sailmaker, a man much advanced in years. Wind variable, course south 30 degrees west, distance 19 miles, latitude 10 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 256 degrees 41 minutes west. Monday, 28th. Moderate breezes, with some squalls, attended with showers of rain. Wind west-northwest, northeast, course south 43 degrees west, distance 66 miles, latitude 11 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude 257 degrees 27 west. Tuesday, 29th. Very variable weather, sometimes squally, with rain, other times little wind and calms. In the night died Mr. Charles Green, who was sent out by the Royal Society to observe the transit of Venus. He had long been in a bad state of health, which he took no care to repair, but, on the contrary, lived in such a manner as greatly promoted the disorders he had had long upon him. This brought on the flux, which put a period to his life. Wind northwesterly, course south 40 degrees west, distance 74 miles, latitude 11 degrees 57 minutes south, longitude 258 degrees 15 minutes west. Wednesday, 30th. First and latter parts moderate breezes and cloudy weather. The middle squally, with rain, thunder, and lightning. Died of the flux Samuel Moody and Francis Haight, 2 of the carpenter's crew. Wind easterly, course south 40 degrees west, distance 67 miles, latitude 12 degrees 48 minutes south. Longitude 258 degrees 59 minutes west. Thursday, 31st. First part moderate and fair, the remainder frequent squalls, attended with showers of rain. In the course of this 24 hours we have had 4 men died of the flux, viz., John Thompson, ship's cook. Benjamin Jordan, carpenter's mate, James Nicholson and Archibald Wolfe, seamen. A melancholy proof of the calamitous situation we are at present in, having hardly well men enough to tend the sails and look after the sick, many of whom are so ill that we have not the least hopes of their recovery. Wind east-southeast. Course southwest, distance 80 miles, latitude 13 degrees 42 minutes south, longitude 259 degrees 55 minutes west. February 1771. Friday, February 1st, fresh gales, with flying showers of rain. Cleaned between decks, and washed with vinegar. Wind southeast by south, course south 58.5 degrees west, distance 119 miles, latitude 14 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 261 degrees 40 minutes west. Saturday, 2nd. A fresh trade, and mostly fair weather. Departed this life Daniel Roberts, gunner's servant, who died of the flux. Since we have had a fresh trade wind this fatal disorder hath seemed to be at a stand. Yet there are several people which are so far gone, and brought so very low by it, that we have not the least hopes of their recovery. Wind east-southeast, course south 61 degrees west, distance 131 miles, latitude 15 degrees 48 minutes south. Longitude 264 degrees 16 minutes west. Sunday, 3rd, ditto weather. In the evening found the variation to be 2 degrees 56 minutes west. Departed this life John Thurman, sailmaker's assistant. Wind ditto, course south 65 degrees west. Distance 128 miles, latitude 16 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 266 degrees 16 west. Monday, 4th. A fresh trade and hazy weather, with some squalls, attended with small rain, unbent the main topsail to repair, and bent another. In the night died of the flux Mr. John Booty, midshipman, and Mr. John Guthrie, boatswain. Wind southeast, course south 69 degrees west, distance 141 miles, latitude 17 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 268 degrees 32 minutes west. Tuesday, 5th. A fresh trade wind, and hazy, cloudy weather. Employed repairing sails, appointed Samuel Evans, one of the boatswain's mates, and coxswain of the pinnace, to be boatswain, in the room of Mr. Guthrie, deceased, and ordered a survey to be taken of the stores. Wind east by south, course west 15 degrees south, distance 141 miles, latitude 18 degrees 6 minutes south, longitude 270 degrees 54 minutes west. Wednesday, 6th. A fresh trade wind and fair weather. In the night died Mr. John Monkhouse, midshipman, and brother to the late surgeon. Wind southeast, course west 12 degrees south, distance 126 miles, latitude 18 degrees 30 minutes south. Longitude 272 degrees 28 minutes west. Thursday, 7th, gentle gales, with some showers in the night. In the evening found the variation to be 3 degrees 24 minutes west, and in the morning I took several observations of the sun and moon, the mean result of which, carried on to noon, gave 276 degrees 19 minutes west longitude from Greenwich, which is 2 degrees to the westward of that given by the log. This, I believe, is owing to a following sea, which I have not as yet allowed, for I judge it to be 6 miles a day since we have had the southeast trade wind. Wind southeast, course south 75 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 110 miles. Latitude 18 degrees 58 minutes south, longitude 274 degrees 20 minutes per log, 276 degrees 19 minutes per observation. Friday, 8th, winds as yesterday, clear weather in the day, and shore in the night. In the morning took observations again of the sun and moon, the mean result of which, reduced to noon, gave 278 degrees 50 minutes west, which is 2 degrees 31 minutes west of yesterday's observation, the log gives 2 degrees 20 minutes. Wind southeast, course south 78 degrees west, distance 127 miles, latitude 19 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 276 degrees 40 minutes per log, 278 degrees 50 minutes per observation. Saturday, 9th, gentle gales and fair weather in the morning. Saw a ship on our larboard quarter, which hoisted Dutch colors. Wind southeast, course south 74 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 127 miles, latitude 19 degrees 58 minutes south. Sunday, 10th, fresh breezes and hazy weather. Lost sight in the night of the Dutch ship, she having outsailed us. Wind southeast quarter, course south 77 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 136 miles, latitude 20 degrees 28 minutes south, longitude 281 degrees 12 minutes west. Monday, 11th. Winds and weather as yesterday. Some hands constantly employed repairing sails. Wind ditto, course south 75 degrees west, distance 126 miles, latitude 20 degrees 58 minutes south, longitude 283 degrees 22 minutes west. Tuesday, 12th. Gentle breezes and fair weather. At 7 a.m. died of the flux, after a long and painful illness, Mr. John Satterley, carpenter, a man much esteemed by me in every gentleman on board. In his room I appoint George Noel, one of the carpenter's crew, having only him and one more left. Wind south-southeast, course south 71 minutes west, distance 83 miles, latitude 21 degrees 25 minutes south, longitude 284 degrees 46 minutes west. Wednesday, 13th, weather as yesterday. Employed surveying the carpenter's stores and repairing sails. Wind ditto, course south 72 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 87 miles, latitude 21 degrees 51 minutes south. Longitude 286 degrees 15 minutes west. Thursday, 14th, moderate breezes and cloudy, with some showers of rain. Variation per azimuth 4 degrees 10 minutes west. Died Alexander Lindsay, seaman. This man was one of those we got at Batavia, and had been some time in India. Winds ditto, course south 73 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 105 miles, latitude 22 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 288 degrees 3 minutes west. Friday, 15th. Ditto weather. Died of the flux Daniel Preston, Marine. Wind southeast by east, course south 81 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 123 miles, latitude 22 degrees 40 minutes, longitude 290 degrees 15 minutes west. Saturday, 16th. A fresh trade and cloudy weather. Employed repairing sails, rigging, etc. Wind ditto, course south 84 degrees west, distance 115 miles, latitude 22 degrees 52 minutes south, longitude 292 degrees 20 minutes west. Sunday, 17th. Fresh gales, with some showers of rain. Variation per azimuth 10 degrees 20 minutes westerly. Wind southeast by south, course south 79 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 157 miles, latitude 23 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 295 8 minutes west. Monday, 18th, fair and pleasant weather. Wind southeast by east, course south 75 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 148 miles, latitude 23 degrees 57 minutes south, longitude 297 degrees 46 minutes west. Tuesday, 19th, ditto weather. Wind southeast by east and south, course south 77 degrees west, distance 130 miles, latitude 24 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 300 degrees 5 minutes west. Wednesday, 20th, fresh gales and clear weather. Variation per azimuth 12 degrees 15 minutes west. This morning the carpenter and his mates set about repairing the long boat, being the first day they have been able to work since we left Prince's Island. Wind south. Course south 75 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 127 miles, latitude 24 degrees 57 minutes south, longitude 302 degrees 21 minutes west. Thursday, 21st. First and middle parts fair weather, latter squally, attended with showers of rain. Between 2 and 3 o'clock p.m. took several observations of the sun and moon. The mean result of them gave 306 degrees 33 minutes west longitude from Greenwich, which is 1 degree 55 minutes west of account, and corresponds very well with the last observations. For at that time the ship was 2 degrees 10 minutes west of account. In the night died of the flux Alexander Simpson, a very good seaman. In the morning punished Thomas Rossiter with 12 lashes for getting drunk, grossly assaulting the officer of the watch, and beating some of the sick. Wind south to east-southeast. Course west by south, distance 126 miles, latitude 25 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 304 degrees 39 minutes per account, 306 degrees 34 minutes per observation. Friday, 22nd. Fresh trade and fair weather. Nothing remarkable. Wind southeast by south, course south 70 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 133 miles, latitude 26 degrees 5 minutes south, longitude 306 degrees 59 minutes west, 308 degrees 54 minutes per observation. Saturday, 23rd, ditto winds and weather. Variation per evening amplitude 17 degrees 30 minutes west. Wind ditto, course south 64 degrees 14 minutes west, distance 124 miles, latitude 26 degrees 59 minutes, longitude 309 degrees 6 minutes west, 311 degrees 28 minutes per observation. Sunday, 24th, gentle breezes and fair weather. In the AM took the opportunity of a fine morning to stay the main mast, and set up the topmast rigging. Saw an albatross. Wind ditto, course south 66 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 117 miles. Latitude 27 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 311 degrees 7 minutes west, 313 degrees 41 minutes per observation. Monday, 25th, gentle gales, and fair weather. Variation per evening azimuth 24 degrees 20 minutes west, and by the morning amplitude 24 degrees west longitude. By observation of the circle around a dot, sun, and crescent, moon, is 3 degrees to the westward of the log, which shews that the ship has gained upon the log 1 degree 5 minutes in 3 days. In which time we have always found the observed latitude to the southward of that given by the log. These joint observations proves that there must be a current setting between the south and west. Wind east by south, course south 58 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 122 miles, latitude 28 degrees 49 minutes south. Longitude 313 degrees 6 minutes west, 316 degrees 6 minutes per observation. Tuesday, 26th, fresh gales. Variation by azimuth in the evening 26 degrees 10 minutes west. Wind southeast by east, course south 82 degrees west, distance 122 miles. Latitude 29 degrees 6 minutes south, longitude 315 degrees 24 minutes west. Wednesday, 27th, ditto gales and cloudy. In the AM died of the flux Henry Jeffs, Emmanuel Pereira, and Peter Morgan, seamen. The last came sick on board at Batavia, of which he never recovered, and the other two had long been past all hopes of recovery, so that the death of these 3 men in one day did not in the least alarm us. These were the last deaths directly attributable to the dysentery contracted at Batavia. Though always enjoying an unenviable reputation, Batavia seems to have had, this year, a more unhealthy season than usual. The Endeavour lost 7 persons while at Batavia, and 23 after sailing up to this date. On the contrary, we are in hopes that they will be the last that will fall a sacrifice to this fatal disorder, for such as are now ill of it are in a fair way of recovering. Wind east by south, east by north-northeast. Course south 77 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 108 miles, latitude 29 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 317 degrees 25 minutes west. Thursday, 28th, moderate breezes and fair weather until near 5 o'clock in the AM. When a heavy squall from the southwest, attended with rain, took us all aback, and obliged us to put before the wind, the better to take in our sails, but before this could be done the foretopsail was split in several places. By 6 o'clock the topsails and mainsail were handed, and we brought 2 under the foresail and mizzen. At 8 it fell more moderate, and we set the mainsail, and brought another foretopsail to the yard. At noon had strong gales and cloudy weather. Wind northeast by east, north, and southwest, course south 85.5 degrees west, distance 88 miles, latitude 29 degrees 37 minutes south, longitude 319 degrees 5 minutes west. March 1771. Friday, March 1st, fresh gales and cloudy. Found the bitts which secures the foot of the bowsprit, loose. This obliged us to put before the wind until they were secured in the best manner our situation would admit. This done, we hauled our wind again to the westward under the courses and close-reefed topsails. Wind southwest to south by west, course south 86 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 71 miles, latitude 29 degrees 41 minutes south. Longitude 320 degrees 26 minutes west. Saturday, 2nd. First part fresh gales and cloudy, remainder little wind, with some few showers of rain, a sea from the southwest. Wind southerly, course south 60 degrees west, distance 80 miles. Latitude 30 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 321 degrees 46 minutes west. Sunday, 3rd. First part little wind, remainder gentle gales and clear weather, and the sea pretty smooth. Wind northeast, course south 58 degrees 15 minutes west. Distance 71 miles, latitude 31 degrees 1 minute south, longitude 323 degrees 2 minutes west. Monday, 4th. In the PM had a moderate breeze, which continued until 5 o'clock in the AM. When it fell calm, and soon after a breeze sprung up at southwest. In the evening, and most part of the night, the weather was dark and cloudy, with much lightning to the westward. Variation 25 degrees 35 minutes west. Winds northeast to southwest, course south 67 degrees 45 minutes west, distance 87 miles, latitude 31 degrees 54 minutes south, longitude 324 degrees 36 minutes west. Off coast of Natal. Tuesday, 5th. Fresh gales from the south-southwest, with squally, rainy weather, with which we stood to the westward. In the evening some people thought they saw the appearance of land to the northward. But this appeared so improbable that I, who was not on deck at this time, was not acquainted with it until dark, when I ordered them to sound, but found no ground with 80 fathoms, upon which we concluded that no land was near. But daylight in the morning proved this to be a mistake by shewing us the land at the distance of about 2 leagues off. We had now the wind at southeast, blowing fresh right upon the land. When we made the land we were standing to the westward. But, thinking the other the best tack to get off on, we wore, and hauled off to the eastward, and by noon had got an offing of about 4 leagues, the land at this time extending from northeast by north to west-southwest. This part of the coast of Africa which we fell in with lies in about the latitude of 32 degrees 0 minutes south, and longitude 331 degrees 29 minutes west, and near to what is called in the charts Point Natal. Natal. It was a steep, craggy point, very much broke, and looked as if the high, craggy rocks were islands. To the northeast of this point the land in general appeared to rise, sloping from the sea to a moderate height. The shore, alternately rocks and sands. About 2 leagues to the northeast of the point appeared to be the mouth of a river, which probably may be that of St. John's. At this time the weather was very hazy, so that we had but a very imperfect view of the land, which did not appear to great advantage. Wind south-southwest to southeast, course per log north 31 degrees west, distance 32 miles. Latitude 31 degrees 5 minutes south per observation, 31 degrees 7 minutes per reckoning, longitude 331 degrees 19 minutes per observation, 324 degrees 56 minutes per reckoning. Wednesday, 6th, moderate gales, with hazy, rainy weather. Stood to the eastward all the day, having the land in sight, which at 4 p.m. extended from northeast by north to southwest by west, distant 5 leagues. At 6 in the morning we could only see it at west distant 7 or 8 leagues. At noon found the ship by observation 90 miles to the southward of account. Thus far the current has carried us to the south since the last observation, which was only 2 days ago. But it is plain, from the position of the coast, that we have been carried full as far to the west also, notwithstanding we have been standing all the time to the east-northeast, the ship was now in the Agulhas current. Wind southerly. Course south 54 degrees east, distance 37 miles, latitude 32 degrees 4 minutes south, 330 degrees 44 minutes per observation, 323 degrees 36 minutes per reckoning. Thursday, 7th, cloudy, hazy weather. Winds varying between the southwest by south and southeast by south, a light breeze at 1 p.m. tacked, and stood to the westward, land at north, distant about 8 leagues. At 6 saw it extending from north by west to west by north, distant 5 or 6 leagues, at 8 tacked, and stood to the eastward till 12, then again to the westward, standing 4 hours on one tack, and 4 on the other. At noon very cloudy, had no observation. Saw the land extending from north by west to west by north. Wind southerly, course south 156 degrees 5 minutes west, distance 72 miles, latitude 32 degrees 54 minutes south. Longitude 331 degrees 56 minutes west per observation, 323 degrees 54 per reckoning. Friday, 8th. In the p.m. stood to the westward, with the wind at south by west until 4 o'clock. Then again to the eastward, having the land in sight, extending from north-northeast to west by north, distant 8 leagues. At 12 the wind veered to the eastward, and before noon blowed a fresh breeze, with which we steered southwest. At 7, the land extending from north-northwest to east-northeast, distant 10 or 12 leagues, found the variation by the amplitude to be 28 degrees 30 minutes west, and by an azimuth 28 degrees 8 minutes west. At noon latitude observed 34 degrees 18 minutes, which is 93 miles to the southward of that given by the log, or dead reckoning since the last observation. Wind easterly, course south 39.5 degrees west, distance 109 miles. Latitude 34 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 333 degrees 19 minutes west per observation, 324 degrees 23 minutes per reckoning. Saturday, 9th. A steady, fresh gale, and settled weather. At 4 in the p.m. Had high land in sight, bearing northeast by north. At noon had little wind and clear weather, the observed latitude 46 miles to the southward of the log, which is conformable to what has happened the 4 preceding days. And by observation made of the sun and moon this morning found that the ship had gained 7 degrees 4 minutes west of the log since the last observation, 13 days ago. Wind ditto, course south 65 degrees west, distance 210 miles. Latitude 35 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 337 degrees 6 minutes west per observation, 326 degrees 53 minutes per reckoning. Sunday, 10th. In the p.m. Had a light breeze at northeast until 4 o'clock, when it fell calm, and continued so until 11, at which time a breeze sprung up at west-northwest, with which we stood to the northward. In the morning found the variation to be 22 degrees 46 minutes, at noon the observed latitude was 14 miles to the northward of the log, which shews that the current must have shifted. Wind northeast westerly. Course north 17 degrees 15 minutes west, distance 55 miles, latitude 34 degrees 52 minutes south, longitude 337 degrees 25 minutes west per observation, 327 degrees 12 minutes per reckoning. Monday, 11th. First part light airs at west. The remainder had a fresh gale at southeast, with which we steered west and west-northwest, in order to make the land, which was seen from the deck at 10 a.m. At noon it extended from northeast to northwest, distant 5 leagues. The middle appeared high and mountainous, and the 2 extremes low. Took several observations of the sun and moon, which gave the longitude, reduced to noon, as per column. Wind ditto southeast, course north 85 degrees west, distance 79 miles. Latitude 34 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 338 degrees 48 minutes west per observation, 328 degrees 35 minutes per reckoning. Off Cape Agulhas. Tuesday, 12th. In the p.m. Had the wind at southeast and east, with which we steered along shore west and west-southwest. At 6 Cape Lagulhas, bore west, distance 3 leagues. At 8, the wind being then at south, we tacked and stood off, being about 2 leagues from the cape, which bore about west-northwest. In this situation had 33 fathoms water. The wind continued between southwest and south all night, in times very squally, with rain. At 2 a.m. tacked to the westward until near 8, when we again stood off Cape Lagulhas, northwest, distance 2 or 3 leagues. At 9 the weather cleared up, and the wind fixed at south by west. We tacked, and stood to the westward. At noon Cape Laguilas bore northeast by north, distant 4 leagues. The land of this cape is very low and sandy next the sea. Inland it is of a moderate height. Latitude 34 degrees 50 minutes south, longitude 339 degrees 23 minutes west, or 20 degrees 37 minutes east, deduced from yesterday's observations. Wind east-southeast southerly. Course south 69 degrees 30 minutes west, distance 37 miles, latitude 34 degrees 58 minutes south, longitude 339 degrees 30 minutes per observation, 329 degrees 17 minutes per reckoning. Wednesday, 13th. In the p.m. Having the wind at south, we steered along shore west by south 1/2 south until 3 o'clock, when, finding this course carried us off from the land, we steered west by north. At 6 o'clock Cape Laguilas, or the high land over it, bore east by north 12 leagues distance, and the westermost land in sight northwest 1/2 west. We continued a west by north course, with the wind at southeast until daylight in the morning, when we hauled in northwest and northwest by north. At 8 the Cape of Good Hope northwest by north, and at 10 we were abreast of it, and distance off about 1 league or little more. We passed close without a rock, on which the sea broke very high. It lies about a league right out to sea from the cape. After passing the cape we kept along shore at the distance of about 1 league off, having a fresh gale at southeast. At noon the cape bore southeast, distance 4 leagues. Latitude observed 34 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude in, by our reckoning, corrected by the last observation, 341 degrees 7 minutes west, or 18 degrees 53 minutes east from Greenwich. By which the cape lies in 34 degrees 25 minutes south latitude, and 19 degrees 1 minute east longitude from Greenwich, which nearly agrees with the observations made at the Cape Town by Messrs. Mason and Dixon in 1761, a proof that our observations have been well made, and that as such they may always be depended upon to a surprising degree of accuracy. If we had had no such guide we should have found an error of 10 degrees 13 minutes of longitude, or perhaps more to the east, such an effect the current must have had upon the ship. Thursday, 14th. Winds at southeast, a fresh gale, but as we approached the Lion's Tail or West Point, Table Bay, we had flurries of wind from all points of the compass. This was occasioned by the high land, for clear of it the wind was still at southeast, and bowed so strong out of the bay that we could not work the ship in. We were therefore obliged to anchor a good way without all the ships at anchor in the road, in the whole 16 sail, viz., 8 Dutch, 3 Danes, 4 French, a frigate, and 3 store ships, and 1 English East Indiaman, who saluted us with 11 guns. We returned 9. The gale continued, which obliged us to lay fast all the morning. Friday, 15th. Strong gales at southeast all the afternoon most part of the night, though in the evening it fell a little moderate, which gave the Indiaman's boat an opportunity to come on board us, with a compliment of a basket of fruit, etc. She was the Admiral Pocock, Captain Riddell, homeward bound from Bombay. In the morning we got under sail, and stood into the road, having variable light airs mostly from the sea. A Dutch boat from the shore came on board, in which were the master attendant and some other gentlemen. The former directed us to a proper berth, where about 10 o'clock we anchored in 7 fathoms water, a oozy bottom. The Lion Tail, or west point of the bay, bore west-northwest, and the castle southwest, distance 1½ miles. I now sent a petty officer on shore to know if they would return our salute, but before he returned we saluted, which was immediately returned with the same number of guns. After this I waited myself upon the governor, who was pleased to tell me that I should have everything I wanted that the place afforded. My first care was to provide a proper place ashore for the reception of the sick, for which purpose I ordered the surgeon to look out for a house where they could be lodged and dieted. This he soon found, and agreed with the people of the house for 2 shillings a day per man, which I found was the customary price and method of proceeding. I afterwards gave the surgeon an order to superintend the whole. Remarks on dysentery. Few remarks have happened since we left Java Head that can be of much use to the navigator, or any other person, into whose hand this journal may fall, such, however, as have occurred I shall now insert. After our leaving Java Head we were 11 days before we got the general southeast trade wind, in which time we did not advance above 5 degrees to the south and 3 degrees to the west, having all the time variable light airs of wind. Interrupted by frequent calms, the weather all the time hot and sultry, and the air unwholesome, occasioned most probably by the vast vapors brought into these latitudes by the easterly trade wind and westerly monsoons, both of which blow at this time of the year in this sea. The easterly winds prevail as far as 12 or 10 degrees south, and the westerly winds as far as 6 or 8 degrees. Between them the winds are variable, and I believe always more or less unwholesome, but to us it was remarkable from the fatal consequences that attended it, for whatever might be the cause of first bringing on the flux among our people, this unwholesome air had a great share in it, and increased it to that degree that a man was no sooner taken with it than he looked upon himself as dead. Such was the despondency that reigned among the sick at this time, nor could it be by any means prevented, when every man saw that medicine, however skillfully administered, had not the least effect. I shall mention what effect only the imaginary approach of this disorder had upon one man. He had long tended upon the sick, and enjoyed a tolerable good state of health. One morning, coming upon deck, he found himself a little griped, and immediately began to stamp with his feet, and exclaim, "I have got the gripes, I have got the gripes, I shall die, I shall die." In this manner he continued until he threw himself into a fit, and was carried off the deck, in a manner, dead. However he soon recovered, and did very well. We had no sooner got into the southeast trade wind than we felt its happy effect, though we lost several men after, but they were such as were brought so low and weak that there were hardly a possibility of their recovery. And yet some of them lingered out in a state of suspense a month after, who, in all probability, would not have lived 24 hours before this change happened. Those that were not so far gone remained in the same state for some time, and at last began to recover. Some few, however, were seized with the disorder after we got into the trade wind, but they had it but slightly, and soon got over it. It is worth remarking, that of all those who had it in its last stage only one man lived, who is now in a fair way of recovering, and I think Mr. Banks was the only one that was cured at the first attack that had it to a great degree, or indeed at all, before we got into the southeast trade, for it was before that time that his cure was happily effected. It is to be wished, for the good of all seamen, and mankind in general, that some preventive was found out against this disease, and put in practice in climates where it is common. For it is impossible to victual and water a ship in those climates but what some one article or another, according to different people's opinions, must have been the means of bringing on the flux. We were inclinable to lay it to the water we took in at Prince's Island, and the turtle we got there, on which we lived several days. But there seems to be no reason for this when we consider that all the ships from Batavia this year suffered by the same disorder as much as we have done, and many of them arrived at this place in a far worse state. And yet not one of the ships took any water in at Prince's Island. The same may be said of the Harcourt Indiaman, Captain Paul, who sailed from Batavia soon after our arrival, directly for the coast of Sumatra. We afterwards heard that she, in a very short time, lost by sickness above 20 men. Indeed, this seemed to have been a year of general sickness over most parts of India. The ships from Bengal and Madras bring melancholy accounts of the havoc made there by the united force of sickness and famine. Some few days after we left Java we saw, for 3 or 4 evenings succeeding one another, boobies fly about the ship. Now, as these birds are known to roost every night on land, they seemed to indicate that some island was in our neighborhood. Probably it might be the island Ceylon, which island I find differently laid down in different charts, both in name and situation. The variation of the compass off the west coast of Java is about 3 degrees west, which variation continues, without any sensible difference in the common track of ships, to the longitude of 288 degrees west, latitude 22 degrees 0 minutes south. After this it begins to increase apace, in so much that in the longitude of 295 degrees, latitude 23 degrees, the variation was 10 degrees 20 minutes west, in 7 degrees more of longitude and 1 of latitude it increased 2 degrees. In the same space farther to the west it increased 5 degrees, in the latitude of 28 degrees and longitude 314 degrees it was 24 degrees 20 minutes. In the latitude 29 degrees and longitude 317 degrees it was 26 degrees 10 minutes, and continued to be much the same for the space of 10 degrees farther to the west. But in the latitude of 34 degrees, longitude 333 degrees we observed it twice to be 28¼ degrees west. But this was the greatest variation we observed, for in the latitude of 35½ degrees, longitude 337 degrees, it was 24 degrees, and continued decreasing. So that of Cape Laguilas it was 22 degrees 30 minutes and in Table Bay it was 20 degrees 30 minutes west. From what I have observed of the current it doth not appear that they are at all considerable until you draw near the meridian of Madagascar, for after we had made 52 degrees of longitude from Java Head we found, by observation, our error in longitude was only 2 degrees, and it was the same when we had made only 19 degrees. This error might be owing partly to a current setting to the westward, or, what I thought most likely, that we did not make sufficient allowance for the set of the sea before when we run, and, lastly, the assumed longitude of Java Head might be wrong. If any error lays there it arises from the imperfection of the charts I made use of in reducing the longitude from Batavia to the above-mentioned head, for it cannot be doubted but the longitude of Batavia is well determined. After we had passed the longitude of 307 degrees we began to find the effects of the westerly currents, for in 3 days our error in longitude was 1 degree 5 minutes. Its velocity kept increasing as we got to the westward, in so much that for 5 days successively, after we had made the land, we were drove to the southwest or southwest by west by the currents not less than 20 leagues a day. And this continued until we were within 60 or 70 leagues of the Cape, where we found the current to set sometimes one way and sometimes another, but mostly to the westward. After the boobies above mentioned left us we saw no more birds till we got nearly abreast of Madagascar, where, in the latitude of 27¾ degrees, we saw an albatross. After that time we saw more of these birds every day, and in greater numbers, together with several other sorts, one sort about as big as a duck, of a very dark brown color, with a yellowish bill. The number of these birds increased upon us as we approached the shore. As soon as we got into soundings we saw gannets, which we continued to see as long as we were on the bank, which stretches off Laguilas 40 leagues, and extends along shore to the eastward from Cape False, according to some charts, 160 leagues. The extent of this bank is not well known, however, it is useful in directing shipping when to haul in to make the land. At anchor. Table Bay. Saturday, 16th, variable light airs all this day. Moored the ship and struck yards and topmast, and in the morning got all the sick, 28, ashore to quarters provided for them, and got off fresh meat and greens for the people on board. Sunday, 17th. In the a.m. sailed for England the Admiral Pocock, Captain Riddle, by whom I sent letters to the Admiralty in Royal Society. About noon came on a hard, dry gale from the southeast. Monday, 18th. In the p.m. anchored in the offing an English ship, which proved to be the Houghton Indiaman from Bengal. In the a.m. it fell moderate, and we began to water the ship. Tuesday, 19th, variable gentle breezes. All this day employed repairing sails, rigging, watering, etc. Wednesday, 20th. In the p.m. sailed the Houghton Indiaman, who saluted us with 11 guns, which compliment we returned. This ship, during her stay in India, lost by sickness between 30 and 40 men, and had at this time a good many down with the scurvy. Other ships suffered in the same proportion. Thus we find that ships which have been little more than 12 months from England have suffered as much or more by sickness than we have done, who have been out near 3 times as long. Yet their sufferings will hardly, if at all, be mentioned or known in England. When, on the other hand, those of the Endeavour, because the voyage is uncommon, will very probably be mentioned in every newspaper, and, what is not unlikely, with many additional hardships we never experienced. For such are the disposition of men in general in these voyages that they are seldom content with the hardships and dangers which will naturally occur. But they must add others which hardly ever had existence but in their imaginations by magnifying the most trifling accidents and circumstances to the greatest hardships and unsurmountable dangers without the immediate interposition of Providence. As if the whole merit of the voyage consisted in the dangers and hardships they underwent, or that real ones did not happen often enough to give the mind sufficient anxiety. Thus posterity are taught to look upon these voyages as hazardous to the highest degree. Thursday, 21st, fine pleasant weather. Employed getting on board water, overhauling the rigging, and repairing sails. Sailed for Batavia a Dutch ship. Friday, 22nd, Saturday, 23rd, Sunday, 24th, Monday, 25th, Tuesday, 26th, mostly fine pleasant weather. On the 23rd complete our water, after which I gave as many of the people leave to go on shore to refresh themselves as could be spared at one time. Wednesday, 27th, winds variable and clear. Pleasant weather. Sailed for Holland 4 sail Dutch ships. Thursday, 28th, Friday, 29th, ditto weather. Employed fixing new topmast and backstays, repairing sails, etc. Saturday, 30th. In the p.m. Anchored here the Duke of Gloucester, English East India ship from China. In the evening a prodigious hard gale of wind came on at southeast, which continued till about 3 o'clock in the morning. During the gales the Table Mountains and adjacent hills were capped with extraordinary while clouds, the remainder of the day light airs and pleasant weather. Sunday, 31st, clear pleasant weather all this day. In the morning we got on board a whole ox, which we cut up and salted. I had eat ashore some of as good and fat beef as ever I eat in my life, and was told that I might have as good to salt, but in this I was very much disappointed. The one I got was thin and lean, yet well tasted, it weighed 408 pounds. April 1771. Monday, April 1st. In the p.m. I observed a dark, dense haze like a fog bank in the southeast horizon, and which clouds began to gather over the Table Mountain. Certain signs of an approaching gale from the same quarter, which about 4 o'clock began to blow with great violence, and continued more or less so the remainder of these 24 hours, the Table Mountain capped with white clouds all the time. The weather dry and clear. Tuesday, 2nd. First part fresh gales at southeast, the remainder little wind and calms. In the p.m. sailed for England the Duke of Gloucester Indiaman, who saluted us at his departure. In the a.m. Anchored here 2 Dutch ships from Batavia, and a third at anchor under Penguin Island in distress. Put on shore some sick people. Wednesday, 3rd, fine, pleasant weather. Some people on shore on liberty to refresh. The rest employed repairing sails and overhauling the rigging. Thursday, 4th, ditto weather. Employed painting the ship and paying her sides. Friday, 5th, variably light winds. Sailed for Holland 3 Dutch ships. Employed as above, and getting on board provisions, etc. Saturday, 6th, gentle breezes, with some rain in the night. Sunday, 7th, gentle breezes, and fine, pleasant weather, a signal for some ships being in the offing. Monday, 8th. Gentle breezes from the westward. In the night anchored here the Europa, an English East Indiaman from Bengal, and in the morning she saluted us with 11 guns, which compliment we returned. Tuesday, 9th. Little wind at southwest, with foggy, hazy weather. Employed making ready for sea. Wednesday, 10th, gentle breezes at south-southeast and fair weather. Took on board 11 of our people from sick quarters. Thursday, 11th, ditto weather. Employed getting on board various articles of provisions from the shore. Friday, 12th, wind at southwest, fair weather. Set up the topmast rigging, and bent the sails. Saturday, 13th. Fresh breezes at southwest, and cloudy, hazy weather. In the night anchored here a Dutch ship from Holland. She sailed about 3 months ago in company with 2 more. The news brought by this ship is that a war is daily expected between England and Spain, signals out for 4 or 5 sail more being in the offing, one of which is said to be a ship from England. Took leave of the governor, intending to sail tomorrow. Sunday, 14th, wind westerly, gentle breezes. In the PM got all the sick on board, many of whom are yet in a very bad state of health. 3 died here, but this loss was made up by the opportunity we had of completing our full complement. In the morning unmoored and got ready for sailing. Monday, 15th. None of the ships in the offing are yet arrived. Desirous as we must be of hearing news from England, I determined not to wait the arrival of these ships, but took the advantage of a breeze of wind from the west-southwest. Weighed and stood out of the bay, saluted with 13 guns, which compliment was returned both by the Castle and Dutch Commodore. The Europa saluted us as we passed her, which we returned. This ship was to have sailed with or before us, but not liking the opportunity she lay fast. At 5 in the evening anchored under Penguin or Robin Island in 10 fathoms water, the island extending from west-northwest to south-southwest, distant 1½ or 2 miles. In the morning saw a ship standing into Table Bay, under English colours, which we took to be an Indiaman. At noon latitude observed 33 degrees 49 minutes south, Cape Town south 20 degrees east, distant 7 miles. As we could not sail in the morning for want of wind, I sent a boat to the island for a few trifling articles we had forgot to take in at the Cape, but the people on shore would not permit her to land, so that she returned as she went. And I gave myself no further trouble at it. Mr. Banks, who was in the boat, was of opinion that it was owing to a mistake made respecting the rank of the officer commanding the boat. Be this as it may, it seems probable that the Dutch do not admit of strangers landing upon this island lest they should carry off some of those people which, for certain crimes, they banish here for life. As we were told was done by a Danish ship a few years ago. But they might have a better reason for refusing our boat to land, for it is not improbable but what there might be some English seamen upon this island whom they had sent from the Cape while we lay there. Well knowing that if they came in my way I should take them on board. And this, I am told, is frequently done when any of His Majesty's ships are in the bay, for it is well known that the Dutch East India ships are mostly manned by foreigners. Remarks on Cape of Good Hope. The Cape of Good Hope hath been so often described by authors, and is so well known to Europeans, that any description I can give of it may appear unnecessary. However, I cannot help observing that most authors, particularly the author of Mr. Byron's Voyage, have heightened the picture to a very great degree above what it will bear. So that a stranger is at once struck with surprise and disappointment, for no country we have seen this voyage affords so barren a prospect as this, and not only so in appearance, but in reality. The land over the cape which constitutes the peninsula formed by Table Bay on the north, and False Bay on the south, consists of high barren mountains. Behind these to the east, or what may be called the isthmus, is a vast extensive plain, not 1,000 part of which either is or can be cultivated. The soil consists mostly of a light kind of sea sand, producing hardly anything but heath. Every inch of ground that will bear cultivation is taken up in small plantations, consisting of vineyards, orchards, kitchen gardens, etc. Hardly any two lay together, but are dispersed from one another at some distance. If we may judge from circumstances, the interior parts of this country is not more fertile, that is, the fertile land bears a very small proportion to the whole. We were told that they have settlements 28 days' journey inland, which is computed at 900 English miles, and thus far they bring provisions to the Cape by land. It is also said that the Dutch farmers are so dispersed about the country that some have no neighbours within 4 or 5 days' journeys of them. Admitting these to be facts, and it will at once appear that the country in general cannot be very fertile, for it would be absurd to suppose that they would raise provisions at such an immense distance. Where the trouble and expense of bringing them to market must increase, in proportion, could it be done nearer. The Dutch assign another reason for being obliged to extend their scattered settlements so far inland. Which is, they never disturb the original native, but always leave them in peaceable possession of whatever lands they may have appropriated to their own use, which in some places is pretty extensive, and that probably none of the worst. By which good policy the new settlers very seldom if ever meet with any disturbance from the natives. On the contrary, many of them become their servants, and mix among them, and are useful members to society. Notwithstanding the many disadvantages this country labors under, such is the industry, economy, and good management of the Dutch that not only the necessary, but all the luxuries, of life are raised here in as great abundance. And are sold as cheap, if not cheaper, than in any part of Europe, some few articles excepted. Naval stores, however, do not want for price any more here than they do at Batavia. These are only sold by the company, who have a certain fixed exorbitant price, from which they never deviate. The inhabitants of the Cape Town are in general well-bred and extremely civil and polite to all strangers. Indeed, it is their interest so to do, for the whole town may be considered as one great and fitted up for the reception of all comers and goers. Upon the whole, there is perhaps not a place in the known world that can equal this in affording refreshments of all kinds to shipping. The bay is capacious, pretty safe, and commodious. It lies open to the northwest winds, which winds, we are told, very seldom blow very strong. In the winter months these winds are very strong, and make the anchorage in Table Bay anything but safe. But sometimes sends in a great sea, for which reason ships more northeast and southwest, and in such a manner as to have an open hawse with northwest winds. The southeast winds blow frequently with great violence. But as this is right out of the bay it is attended with no danger. Near the town is a wharf built of wood, run out a proper distance into the sea for the conveniency of landing and shipping off goods. To this wharf water is conveyed in pipes and by means of cocks. Several boats may fill water at one and the same time. The company keeps several large boats or hoys to carry goods, provisions, water, etc. to and from shipping, as well strangers as their own. Fuel is one of the scarcest articles they have, and is brought a long way out of the country, and consists of roots of trees, shrubs, etc. Except a few English oaks which they have planted, this country is wholly destitute of wood, except at too great a distance to be brought to the Cape. Since Cook's day large plantations have been made in the vicinity of Cape Town. In the article timber, boards, etc., they are chiefly supplied from Batavia. 3 of the winter months, viz. From the middle of May to the middle of August, the Dutch do not allow any of their ships to lay in Table Bay, but oblige them to go into False Bay, where there is a very safe harbor, Simon's Bay, now the naval station. Where there is a dockyard. And every other conveniency both for their own shipping and strangers, and where every produce of the country can be had as cheap as at the Cape Town. The Dutch, I am told, never deviate from this custom of sending their ships to False Bay at this season of the year, notwithstanding there had not a gale of wind happened for many years that would have put them in the least danger in Table Bay. Table Bay is defended by a square fort, situated on the east side of the town, close to the sea beach, together with several other outworks and batteries along the shore of the bay on each side of the town. They are so situated as to be cannonaded by shipping, and are in a manner defenseless against a superior land force. The garrison at present consists of 800 regulars, besides militia of the country, which comprehend every man able to bear arms. They can, by means of signals, alarm the whole country in a very short time, and then every man is immediately to repair to the Cape Town. The French at Mauritius are supplied with large quantities of provisions from the Cape, viz. salted beef, biscuit, flour, and wine. While we lay in the bay 2 store ships belonging to the King, of the burthen of 50 or 60 gun ships, and a Snow, sailed for that island loaded with provisions, besides a large, King's, frigate we left in the bay taking in her cargo. The provisions contracted for this year by the French were salt beef, 500,000 pounds, flour, 400,000 pounds, biscuit, 400,000 pounds, and wine, 1,200 litres. Chapter 11. Cape of Good Hope to England. April 1771. Tuesday, 16th.